creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
DreamLeague Season 19 is brought to you by Intel, Acer, Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
It depends on where I look. I'm very sorry. Gaming Gladiators versus Execration. Very exciting match for the day. Before we talk about this match, we have things that most people care about. This is the most important part of the day. Nobody else tunes in for the Dota. People are just here to see schedule and then standings. But first, schedule.
Yeah, we'll take a good old look at that schedule first, just to see what we have in store of us ahead. We are in day number 3 of group stage number 1 for DreamLeague Season 19 for Dota 2 in Tour 1 of the ESL Pro Tour.
Great,
here
amazing.
on the Dota 2
I got lost.
Earth stream.
I stopped caring halfway through your statement.
It all
Gaming
rolls
Gladiators,
off the tongue, you know?
Gaming Gladiators versus Execration, first match of the day, as you can see here, followed by Beast Coast versus Nouns Esports. Shopify Rebellion will then play against Execration, and then Nouns Esports versus Talon Esports will be the final match of the day on this very stream. ESL_Dota 2 Earth. Not Mars, not Venus, Earth. And you can watch the other matches on Storm and Fire or the normal channel, which has no
fire,
spirit.
It's Ember, you fool.
Oh, sorry.
Everyone knows that.
Right, Fire Spirit. That's the Chinese way. Anyway, that's the schedule for today. But for you guys to understand what games you should watch, because yeah, I mean you're fans of teams, but you want to see real victims here. You want to see people getting relegated. We need to show you the standings. We need to show you the points that each team has currently accumulated. So for that, we have a beautiful graphic set up for you guys that we're going to show you any second now, and then you'll be able to see all the points the teams have gathered. There we go. Team Liquid is topping up Group B, which is a pretty good thing for Nouns Esports because they now... Oh, no, never mind. There's so many people relegated. Nouns is screwed. Team Liquid with a 7-1. Beast Coast close up with a 5-3, tying with Team Spirit. OG with a 4-4, and Tundra as well, respectively. Nigma Galaxy recovers nicely with a 2-0 yesterday, upping their score to 3-5. The Sea Kings Talon Esports will not be doing so well. They're currently at 2-6 with Nouns at 1-7. And in Group A, 6-2 for EG, Gaming Gladiators and Shopify at 5-3, 4-4 for Execration, Astra, TSM, Entity and X Hellraisers both at 2-6. Not looking good for some of the teams at the bottom, but still chances for everyone to at least force tiebreakers. Group B a little bit tougher, though.
Indeed.
Looking like...
Yeah, we're into our draft now for game number 1 between Execration and Gaming Gladiators live on your screens. Not sure who won the toss. I'm assuming it's Gaming Gladiators because they chose second pick. They chose Execration probably won the toss because they chose second pick, and Gaming Gladiators then chose Dire. But excited to get another game here. I don't think we casted Gaming Gladiators yet, right? We've had a lot of Execration on the channel.
We've casted almost every single game from Execration, which I'm very happy about because these guys are a riot. They're very fun to watch.
Yeah,
I would say that Gaming Gladiators is a fun team against them as well. I think Execration, they like teamfight, like doing wacky stuff, and Gaming Gladiators traditionally more wacky in general. I'd say the most important thing of this matchup, though, to me, without looking at this draft itself, is just the mid matchup, right? Bob's been popping off this whole tournament. Quinn is usually the one, like a secondary win condition for Gaming Gladiators. So I think that mid matchup is going to be very, very interesting. Though there's a lot of really cool comparisons to draw between each position. We can do that as the draft progresses.
Indeed. One of the very interesting things as well about this draft is that if you take a look at a lot of other teams are doing versus Execration, it's been either banning out that Luna, that Marcy, or that Visage, kind of in that order. They've been more willing to let the Visage through in the first phase, but the Marcy especially has been very targeted in the banning phase. Yes. And that's, of course, because Tino likes to play the Visage. Sometimes they'll run like Palos carry Marcy RC, and of course they'll buff that even up more with the Carlo Luna as a support, right? This is the team that's really pulling that out. They've done so when they've gotten the opportunity. I'm kind of curious as to why they decided not to even spring for it here, because it was not contested at all here by Gaming Gladiators. Maybe this first pick Ench has to do a lot with it, because you do dispel what is the sidekick buff, but that's it, right? You're not going to be able to dispel the Lunar Blessing. I guess the slow is annoying.
I don't think they like it very much. I think Gaming Gladiators has done their homework on second pick, right? I think on second pick, because you get counter on 8th on the Visage and you get a good lane for the carry, it doesn't feel as good to go Luna Visage. They actually like to do 5 Luna 8 Visage instead, right? That's their actual preference. So maybe I'm not really sure. I would have to look at their drafts if they've done it before on 6-7, right? But I know that I've definitely seen it more times on 5-8.
That's a good point.
All the times I've seen it.
Yeah.
So I think that's might be a consideration, and Gaming Gladiators might have done their homework there. I also would consider that Pango, a Quinn special these days, also apparently Bubs, is fantastic against Visage. So if they were also thinking about picking the Visage into the Pango, looks much worse. I actually like this idea with Beastmaster Marna instead, where you have a similar playstyle for Tino, but much more diversity in the picks, and your draft can go anywhere.
Yeah. It's even still pretty decent into the Pango. You were talking about the strength of this hero, and for Quinn, Beastmaster, of course, can always just roar him right straight up. It's one of the better solutions to Pango, especially in his mid to early game, early to mid, I guess, mid game, where you are reliant on getting a lot of your rolls in, a little swashbuckle here on your diffusal blade timing to really make yourself a lot more room and get yourself activated on this kind of a hero. Beastmaster showing up, right place, right time, not even with a Helm 2 creep necessarily, just with the roar can kind of, I don't want to say ruin your game, but certainly potentially ruin your fight, right? I think it's something for Gaming Gladiators that they do need to pay a little bit attention to, is making sure that their off lane or maybe even their carry is something that can fight a little bit early here, in case they just need that little bit more to overcome the advantage that the Beastmaster brings over the Pangolier in the fights. That being said, Avo, I do still really like, I mean, it's Ench, right? It's Celery. He's going to go with his vegan powers and go for his Enchantress pick here. Lovely to see. And of course, it's picked before the Beastmaster, so you are going to have that really powerful timing against him. It's going to force him to likely go into Axe build as well, just because you're going to constantly get your boar stolen, and Enches these days do tend to max enchants in lane from what we've seen. So with that information in mind, it also helps you pick a safe laner, right? You know the Axe build is coming, so I do think that makes a couple heroes stand out a little bit, right? With that in mind.
On 15, though, you probably want to pick your 4th hero for Execration. They've taken out Shanks' Rubik, which has been stellar.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So I might see Shanks bring back his Dark Willow, a Snapfire.
I was going to say, Disruptor's not banned.
Okay.
A bit
basic.
surprising to see him as well not get contested so far. I mean, in the first phase, it looks like both teams had an idea what their lanes, or what they wanted out of lanes specifically, and they just picked it, right? And second phase, I don't know. Maybe this is a little bit of an oversight from Gaming Gladiators. I definitely understand banning the Rubik versus Shanks, and it feels bad to ban Disruptor if you're not gonna, I don't know, it feels bad to ban Disruptor, honestly, as well, especially when you do highly value the Doom ban there to make sure that the enchant creeps can actually survive in the lane.
Right.
But I don't know. I think it's a bit tricky now, right? This is one of the better heroes, probably one of the best supports right now in the meta. Very highly contested. I should take a look at the meta trends for some actual hard stats, but I wouldn't be too surprised, Avo, if this guy's contested in like over 3/4 of the games that we've seen so far for DreamLeague.
I'd be surprised if it was any less, honestly. I would say most games he's contested, right? I don't know if this game, though, he looks that fantastic. I guess depends on the build for Beastmaster, but the Pango, you can always roll up to prevent the glimpse. There's ways to deal with the Disruptor because you can roll through the Static Storm. Yes, you're powerful, but you don't have an overwhelming amount of damage and the rest of your picks. Beastmaster just
Ench kicks your ass in lane. Like as Disruptor, because
but he's 4 this game, so no, you're right. Because Ench is 5. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Ench completely kicks your ass, and that's really painful for you. As you used to be the lane dominator, going for the max Thunderstrike build, which meant you actually could kick Ench's butt, but that's slightly changed. I wonder if Execration, knowing this, might try and lane Marana into the Enchantress just to always have that arrow to neutralize the creep. I'm curious if we're going to get to see any supports rotating around the map trying to get the advantageous lane, if you can afford to do that, depending on what Execration pick here on 18. Into the Shadow Demon and Centaur lane. This is a hero I've not seen for a long time. But his new
Both,
ability,
honestly.
his new ability, Disseminate, is really good on these tanky heroes like the Centaur Warrunner, on Pangolier as well, because I believe it's calculated based on damage that they take before. It's calculated, I believe, opposite of lifesteal, right?
Oh,
Whereas
yeah.
with like Blade, or is it the same as Blade Mail? Actually, let me double check this. But it's really good when you have just tanky heroes, either with damage resist like the Pangolier or Centaur Warrunner, who now has the second highest strength gain in Dota 2.
Because probably took that spot. Shadow Demon is always a classic combo with the Centaur, so the lane is always looking pretty good. And I do want to harp on this idea of the tank is, right? Lacking damage on execution side, so you pick a lot of tankiness. Now they have to pick an overwhelming damage dealer, and that's going to be the TA for them. Luckily for execution, because they still have last pick, this TA can be flex carrier mid, so you still have a lot of options here. But it's a consideration for gaming gladiators. I am interested by why. I mean, I understand the Shadow Demon Centaur combo. Maybe that's just why they picked it, but I'm interested why they went for Centaur specifically. Sure, you can hunt down the supports. He brings a fair amount of damage to himself as an offlaner. Also, a lot of tankiness that you mentioned. But pretty early Centaur pick for a hero that's usually not that valued.
You're right.
And not particularly great against Disruptor most of the time because you glimpse back whatever target you want to kill with Stampede. Kinetic Field can be pretty brutal.
Just wanted to clarify this as well, because I think this is going to be pretty crucial to this kind of a strategy. Like I said, that you've got the Pango and the Centaur, who tend to just tank up in general. We're in a very aura-rich meta. So it's kind of surprising in that way that we don't see a lot of Centaur. Probably has something to do with the magnitude of range carries that we end up seeing, which, kind of neuter his laning stage. But the point being, Disseminate does indeed spread damage before damage manipulations. And I didn't know this, it also affects the primary target. So if you decide to use this aggressively, like onto a Beastmaster, it's essentially just a flat damage amplification for up to 35% when it's maxed, or additional 10 more if you decide to take the talent. It's a pretty strong ability. We don't really see much of this hero at all. I'm a bit surprised considering that he's one of the best counters to DP, and we do see that hero
And
quite
4
a
staffs.
bit. And 4 staffs, very good point.
Yeah.
And Rubik, I think, because then you can't telekinesis them out. But
I'm
still,
not sure, actually.
I'm not sure either, actually. It's a good point. But I'm excited to see him here. He's actually kind of low-key one of my favorite heroes in the game, even though he's a little bit of a boring hero to play.
Yes, I also like Shadow Demon a lot. I don't think he's boring at all. I think his saves are very interesting. I think there's a lot of complexity.
You're
Also,
right.
Tofu Shadow Demon is a classic. I think the guy's very, very good on Shadow Demon.
He's fun to watch, but not fun to play, because you kind of just stand around and press a button in the fight. It's like the ABBA, except you don't really get to survive through a bunch of tanky. I don't know. It's fun to watch. I'm excited for Gaming Gladiators to bring it out here for sure.
So last pick is Drow on the assumption that TA is most likely to carry, and they get rid of Batter and Puck, heroes that can jump the Drow. Bob Zember's also out of the pool, right? So a lot of the big jumpers from Bob are taken out. He might still go for Storm.
He could go for Riki if he wanted to.
He could go for Ricky. I like the Ricky pick more so than the Storm. Storm has a good lane matchup, and that's probably the winner part. They also don't have any stuns, but Storm is a little bit slow with the TA carry.
Yeah. That's why I kind of like the idea of this Meteor Hammer build as well, honestly. Just, yes, it's a little bit memey, but you kind of destroy Shadow Demon, right? Because you just jump around. Your smoke screen is really, really impactful in this kind of a game.
But Stampede can really screw you with the smoke screen.
Honestly, that's a good point. And they do have a save that can prevent you from nailing your Sleepy Dart combo, right? So that is something to consider here for sure. But Disruption, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, right? It can work as a setup. They will go for the Monkey King.
Monkey King.
Okay.
Oh, just destroy that lane against the Rookie. Oh, no. Okay, TA mid. Okay, that's why.
Okay, against
it's gonna
the
be a TA
Queen
mid.
Pango.
Honestly, I kind of like this better. I was commenting on the fact that TA was being flexed, and I like this mid TA. Mid TA is better against Drow Ranger than carry TA because you usually go for Blink Dagger earlier, right? And on top of that, you don't have to be a win condition, so it doesn't really matter that your core to core is not that great. And now you have a second core that scales with you. And the TA versus Pango matchup is pretty fine for TA. There's no issues there. I would even say it's like slightly TA favored if you go for Melt build, so it's quite nice for execration. Well, actually, I think it's a good draft. But I wouldn't say either team is outdrafted the other.
I was honestly expecting this kind of disruptor TA lane to end up kind of trying to destroy Centaur by going for, like you're saying, that meld build in lane, and expecting this Monkey King to try and play a little bit faster on his mid lane tempo that we usually see, and just trying to annoy this Drow, trying to force out Centaur Stampedes, and then you have your Disruptor to bring him back into the Wukongs. I thought it was going to be a bit more about that. Seems like I think your line of logic here is what Execration is going down. Try and set up your TA for a faster game to be the one to challenge the Drow Ranger earlier when you still have, a much more powerful refraction before that level 25 talent amps it even further in the late game. Let your monkey tank up, get his kind of items online that allow him to survive running and jumping at this Drow Ranger, and ideally try and take those fights into the late game with the cover of the Wukong's command bonus armor, right? So you get like you get like 80, I don't know how much, it's like 30 armor, I think, inside
40,
Wukong's
30,
command.
40, something like that.
Yeah,
It's
something
ridiculous.
it's a lot of armor, right? And it's bonus armor, right? It's not base armor, so you completely destroy Drow Ranger's passive on that. And honestly, looking at Gaimin Gladiator's lineup, the magic damage is going to have to come from Quinn, right, in order to actually kill him. This Monkey King is pretty darn strong inside of his Wukong's command, even if they have a Stampede to try and get heroes outside of it. Again, Stampede into Disruptor, so I like this Execration lineup quite a bit. I think they won me over with that flex pick TA and this last pick Monkey King. I really like the line of logic you're going down there.
Yeah, me too. I agree. I was concerned this because even when we're talking about Storm, we're like, oh, it's a little bit slow. I thought, wait, but Tino has Beastmaster, right? You can just take over the map with Beastmaster early. He's one of the easiest heroes to make ganks on, right? So it's not like you're in a position where you need your other cores to be fast, as long as Beastmaster can take over the early game, which I think he definitely can, and with the Disruptor and Mirana combo afterwards. I also like, by the way, from Execration, they actually swapped their supports. They're going to put Shanks on the Mirana instead of the usual composition to avoid that Enchantress versus Disruptor lane that we were talking about. So very, very clever choice by them. Execration is not a team, at least not to my memory, that actually swaps lanes for the supports. Even if one support can play a hero better, they just swap supports altogether, right?
Yep.
So
and that's important, right? I brought that up in the draft regarding that Disruptor. He's still a strong laner, but not in the same way that he was traditionally played, because again of the Glimpse kinetic field. Like Glimpse does damage, right? It's still a good spell, and it was an amazing spell. Now it's even better because they just gave it damage for some reason. But because you now do tend to go for that build instead, you don't really see Disruptor take over lanes like he used to in days past. So you are going to lose the lane to Celery. I don't remember which game I was watching yesterday. It might have been the Nigma Galaxy game versus Talon, where Kuro was just absolutely blasting a Disruptor in lane.
yeah, I think it was the Nigma. Celery's in a glimpse back though. Talked about the Enchantress a little bit. Didn't go for the healing yet, so that's very good. Celery wasn't forced to put the point where he didn't want it. And Diracho covers his escape nicely with the Frost Arrows.
They messed up the combo there in the supports. Carlo and Shanks didn't really communicate that. I'm not sure what happened really. But level 1 Glimpse was taken, as well as level 1 Arrow. So, oh, well, hold on. They still might end up getting Celery here.
Oh, yeah, he just walked back up. I was expecting him to stay, but the arrow misses again, the Glimpse, and that will allow Carlo to get the kill. Just let me Glimpse, man. Yeah, I got it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, long cooldown on that spell, level 1. But a good kill there. And, well, again, this is okay, right? Normally lots of Potums. The reason I'm dwelling on this is because we tend to not see arrows so early on anymore. It tends to be like sometimes even a 201 with an arrow at level 4 for these laning Miranas. But having now the arrow into this Ench when Celery is going to want to go for the Enchant build instead does give you a purpose for this level 1 on top of the First Blood. I'm eager to see if Celery is going to want to change up the build here and try and go for the Nature's Attendants instead. I don't know if this is still a matchup that he's going to win against the Mirana with Arrow, Leap, and against the Axes build with the Beastmaster. So, there's questions there. I don't know how Celery is going to be able to do that mental math, but I'm eager to see what conclusion he comes to.
Yeah, so Enchant, you need to be level 4 for it to be higher or lesser cooldown than Arrow. So I don't think it's very worth it unless you're contesting Mirana's mana, really.
Yep.
So I could see the Nature's Attendants build being instead, or just the Impetus build even, just to win the lane, whatever it is, right? Doesn't really matter if you're not going for Enchant. The mid-game possibilities, though, do go down by a lot.
Yeah.
But your laning becomes easier.
Whatever he decides,
Tino?
right? Ooh, Tino.
Ooh. Oh,
Careful
Tino?
here.
They got him a Tango. He has Ring of Protection, which is helping him out a lot here, by
got
the
a
way.
little bit of bonus armor. Yeah, I am curious to see what Celery's going to do, right? Because I think his job here...
Bottom. Tofu dies to the attacks from Carlo. They caught him. They try to do the combo here on Disruptor, but Carlo's a little bit too tanky. In the top lane, Celery, though, does finish off Tino with a single impetus. And he does have 1 point in Enchant already.
All right, so it'll be a very standard build. I think that makes sense to me this game. It amps up your push even more, right? Ace, early on, is going to be going for that Vanguard after the... Oh, he's going Phase Boots first, actually. Lovely. You've got a little bit of a theory about the Centaur first item, whether it's Phase Boots or Vanguard, don't you?
That wasn't really me. I always just paired with Fear told me one day in the broadcast where he was frustrated. You know, he hadn't had his morning coffee. He was watching a Centaur going for Vanguard first. And he just told us how he was, the Centaur, when you go face boots, right, you actually are weaker per se, but you're more you can be more aggressive in lane because of the extra movement speed and the damage, right? It's a much more pressure item. Whereas Vanguard, it seems like the better item almost always, but all it does allows you to tank things. So people just ignore you and you leave, right? So it's not as strong at putting pressure at the opponent or chasing them down or whatever it is. And if you're winning the lane, face boots should always be the choice.
That's right. Do wonder, well, he's not against a ranged hero here, but I do wonder if, again, Centaur not the most popular hero these days, but if he was played more frequently against ranged heroes, if he'd want to go for Vanguard more, just to be able to take over the lane and try and kick out these ranged heroes, especially when you do have setup in a disruption to be able to close the gap and do a bit more damage back, or phase boot's just always the right decision here.
I mean, in the case of ranged heroes, phase boost is always the right decision. I've tried it. Like, you just run at them and they can't contest your insane HP in the early. And because you have the extra armor, they can't really fight. Like, they can't really do the thing where they attack, move back, because you have too much movement speed. So then you just run at them and you run on the tower and they go, oh, we're safe. Oh, no, double edge times 3. And then you kill them. As long as you have support that has some sort of utility, which of course never happens in SC, but here it does in competitive stuff.
Yep, indeed. Top lane, by the way, Tino, no real big action, but Tino does finally have these level 2 axes. So the pain is starting to pile on. Celery's been doing a phenomenal job in this lane, basically, between the enchant and impetus. But Dyrachyo is running out.
Okay, sorry. He almost got Quinn off that shield crash. That was very, very clutch.
Yeah, and I did want to now focus actually onto this mid lane matchup and check in on it.
Palos is trying to kill off Tofu, Thunderstrike, they glimpse him back, that damage should be sufficient as Palos goes for ace now, but realizes he can't quite kill this tanky.
That's really interesting. Carlo's gone for 2 points in Thunderstrike. Don't see that a whole lot these days. I believe the reason being is that for these tanky offlaners, like a Centaur, like an Axe, a little bit like an Underlord as well, the way that you can counter them in lane, especially while this Monkey King doesn't have max Jingu quite yet, is you counter them through just mass magic damage, right? Like Lich is phenomenal in that. I think, Palos.
Oh, what a nice bait there by Ace. Mischief didn't stop the damage from Hoof Stomp, which is level 2, so that damage was very important. And they get the kill on Palos, who overextended in his positioning.
Way too greedy, and it's just unnecessary, honestly. You know, it has only a level 2 Jingu Mastery with only a level 1 Boundless Strike. Just wasn't really going to be too worth his trouble there, especially with Tofu having a short respawn timer, right? It's not like he just fought back or something like that. So bit painful there. Palos looking to really flex his new Orb of Corrosion here and get a little bit more aggressive in lane. And again, I think this is why perhaps Carlo decided to go for that second point in Thunderstrike, just to be able to get a little bit more aggressive and just raw damage, right, into this Centaur. He probably knows he's going to be looking to build armor instead of the Hood of Defiance. So this damage will eventually start to stack up and end up hurting a little bit. Whether or not it's the right choice, we are going to have to see, though. Again, that Kinetic Field Glimpse build has been quite popular.
Yes, but I am interested. I follow the logic that you're saying. I think that this is also the right choice for this lane. The question, of course, is in the mid game. I guess if you can still manage to max Glimpse no matter what, it's okay. Right? Like you put like the next 2 points, next point in Glimpse, 1 point Kinetic Field, and then you just max Glimpse. I don't know if you can get away with maxing Thunderstrike in a game like this.
No, I think that's a mistake. I would agree with you. It's a powerful spell, this Thunderstrike, but I think you've got way more utility in a Centaur-based lineup, again, just off of your control that you provide, and that's by putting levels in Glimpse and Thunderstrike, because he does rotate mid. Power Rune spawns top for Bob. He's starting to, in the past couple minutes at least, Avo, kind of broke away a little bit here in this lane. In terms of experience, yes, as he's a whole half a level ahead of Quinn, who has just hit level 6, but also in terms of his CS and denies, of course. So this lane is still quite a bit TA favored, as they do get that kill top lane. Shanks just running down the Enchantress.
Still same build as always. Starstorm build just started with an earlier pointing arrow, but he's eventually becoming the normal Morana that we love.
Yep.
Well, I don't know, love. We exist. We bear. We tolerate.
The one that Moonlight shadows into our triangle. I mean, you know the one. You know.
And then Starstorm's the stacks and doesn't actually do anything. Like, is she ganking me? And Tino, Frost arrow. There's the multi-shot as well. Tino going through the trees. Not gonna surprise the
bottom too.
And that bottom, there's a kill happening on Tofu, who's Palos is now gonna safely walk away from the Centaur, who has nothing else to do but double edge him. Mischief's very strong against that. Oh, he even avoided the shadow poison damage. Okay, impressive, Palos.
Very nice. Quinn
Ever since that Manta dodge of the glimpse, I feel like Palos is just showing off now.
Yep. Bob as
kill
well
Ace.
as... Oh, go ahead.
Okay, hoof stomp. He got it. He got the hoof stomp off, but the Quinn sends him back. No, who needs kinetic field where he just got damage?
That attack range is ridiculous. Tofu, by the way, he's got a TP mid and refill the bottle of Quinn, who is really actually starting to suffer here quite a bit. Bob does have to be careful here. As silly as it sounds, Disruption is a very good setup for Rolling Thunder. Allows you to easily get in position, especially if you can catch this TA in something like that pinball zone. So while he is showing in the mid lane, Tofu does a lot of work to protect and to really stop any sort of too aggressive dives underneath Quinn's tower, which is quickly going down. This has just been through the work of Bob. Like a couple of rotations here from Execration for sure.
Bob, our savior.
This is going to be a little bit problematic for Gaming Gladiators here. This Helm of the Dom, rather, is going to be slightly slower because it's going to be the max axis build, so he went for the Arcanes. But he's still eventually going to really start pushing here in this top lane as Tino. And by then, they're not even going to need him. Quinn's going to rotate down bottom. He does leave his tower mid undefended, but it might be worth it here if they can set up here onto Palos. Ace is still half a level away from Stampede, so this needs to be the setup.
On bottom, can they kill Palos in time? The Glimpse might just save him here, gets the Boundless Strike, but he still has the Shadow Poison on him. This time he might be able to get the Mischief off. In fact, they can just trigger it if they want to. Tofu doesn't have enough damage, actually. Just barely. 3 stacks were not enough. He dances himself to victory.
Yeah, 6 HP, he TP's away on there, so over there a little bit. That last little GG branch making the difference as Celery is going to be caught and killed here, trying to ruin the efficiency of the enemy jungle, or triangle. Kill goes to Bob, and...
Didn't ruin much, honestly.
No. Does scout the
Didn't even get a ward.
stacks. I don't really think he's in a position to contest here, unfortunately. Neither is this Drow Ranger. Ace, not the kind of hero either. Who did, by the way, finish Vanguard before the phase boots. He had the brown boots picked up first, and then did decide to go back for the Vanguard after the Ring of Health pickup. Just to close out our little discussion there on the phase boots versus Vanguard builds.
I mean, he lost the lane, right? So this is definitely the right build. Vanguard to help you out. I think it's not always the right choice if, again, you're losing the lane. Shanks, though, that was 1, 2, 3 leaps to the low ground. He goes.
Yep. Not afraid of the non-impetus spear chasing him, so he is safely away. Bob off to a phenomenal start, as we kind of were expecting for him. Oh, Quinn.
Carlo. Okay, there's a static storm. Kinetic field. He closes Pango, but no, not quite. And Disruption actually doesn't even save him because Pango doesn't need saving right now. Still has the Rolling Thunder available, but Bob wants to fight this. Just melt slow. The melt, the minus Sora plus the slow from the trap. Quinn decides to go back in with the shield crash. He's the opportunity. Might kill Bob in this. Follows though. Dangerous and nearby. Can he catch Quinn? One last swashbuckle. He's out of mana and now out of life. Both mid laners. They kill each other in the mid lane. Not much you could do there once Quinn decided that Bob was going to die.
I am checking to see, because I'm not sure of this interaction. Again, new ability on the hero and not very popular. But I'm checking to see if Disseminate, if its damage instance counts as a separate stack in terms of breaking refraction charges. If you'll give me a moment to just double check
what,
that.
sorry?
If Disseminate counts as additional attack instances or damage instances at destroying refraction charges.
That's a good question. I have no clue.
Yes, I'm checking that now. I know OD is the big one, right? You commonly see that pick against, well, we used to really see that pick against TA mids because of the Arcane Orb interaction with that. Diffusal Blade does not work like that, right? There's a couple of interactions with this one. Let me go ahead and see if this works.
Okay. While you test that, we'll watch a gank down bottom where Quinn and Tofu are trying to hunt down a Palos, who is just farming his way safely in the bottom lane. Got hit by a pretty big swashbuckle there. 3 deaths. There we go. Palos is safely out for now. Can Tofu scout him? Oh, that Shadow Poison does scout him, actually. They know where he is, but they just have nothing to get to him. But well done, Tofu. He did his job to the best of his ability. And as the rest of Execration is set up for perhaps a Moonlight Shadow. Is this an attempt to gank it from behind? Doesn't seem like they can interrupt Gaming Gladiator's push right now. Just barreling towards that tower. And they're going to take it any second now.
Yeah, still in this bottom lane. Might try and defend this, but he's going to need more heroes. Can't really do it on his own. Right now, he doesn't really have much of a safe jungle to move into with Quinn on the prowl, and of course with Tino farming safely in his triangle. So he's a little bit of a of a displaced Monkey King right now, a king with no throne, so to speak.
They do say there's a deforestation issue happening for monkeys. They're all dying. Carlo also dies. He is not a monkey, but he's a dinosaur, and he was supposed to be extinct ages ago. He has decided to max the glimpse after all. Only 2 points of Thunderstrike. I like this from Carlo. He understood that he cannot commit to this Thunderstrike build as much as he would like to, because he felt like he was actually having impact as Disruptor for once, dealing damage. It's like, guys, I can do so much.
Okay, it appears to only count as 1 damage instance, so it's added onto the same exact tick, if that makes sense. So it does not destroy TA, at least from my little test here. It does not actually end up demolishing.
What about
TA.
if it's on your allies? If it's on your allies and it hits TA, does that destroy Refraction instance?
That is another good test, Avo. Very good question.
Since you're already at it, you might as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Ace is being hunted in the top lane by Shanks, who still got the kill here on the centaur, but doesn't have the vision to do so. Right now, Execration is also... They haven't really hate their timings to fight anyway. Neither have Gaming Gladiators, so both teams are content with just farming and taking whatever stragglers they can find. Execration, though, their timing is... The timing isn't but an illusion. It's an intersubjective idea we all decided together, but it doesn't actually exist. And Bob is going to show it to us by ganking Duracho 500 gold away from his Blink Dagger. First is Tina, though. He's going to reveal himself. The Static Storm does not catch Duracho. They glimpse him back in, and Bob will be ready with the meld. The air won't hit, but the body blocks will actually stop Duracho, and they got the kill thanks to from a roar. Tina will get away. Shanks, though, has leaps. Most likely not going to die here, waiting for the Roche to kill him instead. And he's going to deny himself to the Roche as Gaming Gladiators lose only their carry in exchange for a support. Somewhat exchange for a support.
So you know what's really weird about this interaction, Avo? I'm actually really happy that you decided to have me test this. It appears that it goes through refraction. So you do not break refraction charges, but you damage the TA through the refraction with Disseminate.
Oh. Wait a second. Carlo is playing around with the ball. Carlo? I don't think he's getting out of this one. Quave did get stopped though. Really? They're going to desist? Okay. That was all they needed. No swashbuckle. No other attempts. The Hellbear Smasher took the long route. Bob will protect them.
This is a super interesting interaction. I've never thought it would work like this. The only other thing that works like this is if it's flagged as HP removal, right? Something like the Necrophos Heartstopper aura.
Even though it's technically not HP removal anymore.
Yes, that's right. The old way.
But it does go through too, for some reason.
Yeah, so it appears to work in that sense then.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see the skill in action later. I mean, you have a Centaur for a reason, right? We'll see what build he goes for. You just have to go for Crimson Guard fully first.
I'm also curious to see whether or not this is going to make any big of a difference.
Static Storm in 3 seconds. Might be a little bit later. Bob is joining in. Crimson Guard.
Whoa, full Crimson.
Protects Ace for now.
Yeah, he's okay. He's too tanky with that Crimson Guard against all this physical damage. Axes though, so can't stick around for too long, right?
These arrows, Shags is not hitting a single one of them. He can leap though. That's not to be stopped by the Demonic Purge as Ace dies in the sidelines. And now Shanks, it's your time to shine, not Shanks. Tofu. Okay, Shanks did absolutely nothing. It was all Carlo. Carlo's the real support here. Shanks is honestly just fodder, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a good job on these leaps, right?
Yeah, great leaps, man. Wow, top tier Mirana gameplay.
That's okay, right? You can't miss your Star Storms, and that's the important part here for Shanks, who is not really connecting on too many of these arrows, but doesn't really need to right now.
He's missed like 3 or 4 point-blank arrows.
Yeah, I mean, look, did he miss them? Were they zoning arrows to set up for the Bob Blink Dagger?
Probably
so
zoning arrows,
the kills? I mean, come on, Avo.
I'm sorry.
Come on. So, you know, Bob, again, just still having a highlight of a game, right?
Yes.
Once again, it seems like Execration have really revolved around Bob's performances in the especially early to mid game. And from there, they fought well as a team to take games. We'll see how that serves against Gaming Gladiators, who are rolling up really far for a fight.
Yeah, Tino has no problem roar this time to save him, but Carlos sends a Static Storm instead. Centaur stuck inside of it. The Quinn is still outside. He already dealt his burst of damage. He got cut by an arrow. Shanks hit one, and now Quinn might die. Shield Crash saving him for a couple more seconds, but he falls to Bob's overwhelming damage. In exchange for Carlo, of course. Nice stops Paulo's aggression. Ace getting away with the face boots. Balance Strike also misses, and Tofu now takes away the damage from Paulo's. They go for Bob instead, though. He's out of refraction charges. He's out of life. Duracho once more disrupt Paulo's, hoping they can kill him as well. He avoids some damage with Mischief, but is that going to work? Okay, the arrow actually hitting Duracho, not going to help him enough. Shanks finally hitting his arrows, but his teammates are dead, so they can't capitalize on them. And now with the Primal Roar finally available, the user on Duracho hoping to get the kill. They do.
The helm of the
does not
Overlord.
get stopped. He avoids
kicking their
it.
butt.
Good positioning here. Kinetic Field as well from Carlo keeps him in place, but they are going to lose Tino in the process, as now, thanks to the Dragon's help, they can kill Tofu, or hopefully, he does enough mana. Carlo in trouble. Let's hit at the fire. They're trying to body block him. He's body blocking himself with his own illusions. Carlo sets up the last Thunderstrike, and with that smoke, they won't get away, because the Thunderstrike eliminates Tofu. Celery, I think, is the only survivor of this team fight.
He is. He is. Literally the only survivor. Everyone else in the lobby died except for Celery, and now his Hellbear Smasher that he's going to take with him. What a frickin' fight. I love this series already, man. Gaming Gladiators, they're not backing down from
Going
fights.
full Execration.
And neither will Execration, apparently, who even after they miss their stuns, say, you know what, if Nigma doesn't even need to draft stuns, we don't even need to hit our stuns to win these fights. They go in anyway. The fight's actually not that bad. Kind of crazy here. I'm loving this game so far, though, honestly. All these auras, though, really making a big difference, I have to say. On a more serious note, Ace deciding to go into this Crimson Guard early. He's not going to go back for this mechanism because Celery actually has already built it up. He's actually maxed the Nature's Attendance here alongside the Enchant. So Gaming Gladiators are really gearing up to be able to fight as early as they can. Quinn slightly overextending there on that very initial bit of initiation there with the Rolling Thunder, but an understandable kind of case, right? Because he had just, gotten his Diffusal Blade and he was eager and rearing for a fight. Drums of Endurance as well on Tofu, man. I love this. Everyone, it's just full fight early on here.
I like this. It's just
Fight
war.
Club, the game.
Yeah, honestly. The first rule of Fight Club is... Oh, Execration's already screaming the name. All right, well, it's okay. I mean,
right.
this is the essence of Dota. This is what Execration never really got in their games, because a couple of the teams in C have actually gotten quite passive, right? But I think this is what C was always known for, their great team fighting. And we're seeing it right here. Shanks will be taking a little bit of damage. Not that big a deal. Does Demonic Purge wasted, actually. No Force Steps yet on the side of Execration. I wonder if they'll build him at all against a Shadow Demon. They don't have the best Force Staff builders in general. Carlo might consider it later.
Yeah, that's a good point, really. Alternatively, I always really like a Yule Scepter against...
No way. He's just like, guys, I think I'm good. I didn't get killed. There he goes. Static Storm. Wukong's command. Hurricane Pike giving the Drow some space, but she's still hit by the Statue Monkeys. And Duracho will just die. Celery can provide nothing but some cover. Shanks did die the top lane against Ace, and Bob was farming the mid lane. They were running towards him, but Bob makes it out alive in time.
Yep. You used to be able to actually Hurricane Pike yourself out of Kinetic Field because it only stops. It used to only stop forward movement by setting it to 0 as you approach the edge of the Kinetic Field. Seems like that's been changed, as obviously he was stuck inside the Kinetic Field, but good muscle memory there, and at least does push the Monkey King as far away, buys as much time, unable to do too much about it. And the kill onto the Mirana in exchange obviously does not feel as good. Interesting as well, itemization here. The Urn of Shadows on the bottom. Not the craziest of items these days, but they have been slightly nerfing the Spirit Vessel over the last couple of patches. Nothing too crazy, just like an extra 100, I think it's extra 300 gold from when it used to be picked up like every single game. Does make a difference in the early game. Wondering if he's thinking this is a game where he does want to eventually upgrade that urn into the vessel on this bottom. Is anyone else building the mech? Yeah, he is, right? So he's got to go for Greaves first, so the vessel's going to be even later. It's an interesting choice here.
It's okay item this game. I wouldn't say it's like a necessity, so you might get it later when you upgrade it. Honestly, the Vit booster is quite nice on a Murano, especially when you got Greaves, because you have so much effective HP at that moment, right? With a vessel. And if you have nothing else to build, you might as well. Bob has the illusion rune the whole time. They glitch back Quinn just in case. They should know there's a smoke coming. And this time Execution doesn't want to fight. Ace almost gets a double stun, but it only gets one here behind Carlo as the leap saves Shanks from surefire death. He is stunned both though, but the leap got him out.
TA Shard as well has been upgraded. We haven't really seen Bob get too active lately, and that's because he's been farming up his next item. This Desolator now online on top of the Blink Dagger and the Dragon Lance. No BKB here. Will that make too big of a difference here is the question, right? Against Demonic Purge. I don't know. Curious here. Execration, though, I don't believe they can really contest this Roche. It's going down way too fast. Gonna try though.
They will. They activate the BKB. That's what Wukong's command. Quinn tries to bonk into Palos. That's not going to do much. He tries to get the downless strike.
Quinn got it.
Stunned him there. Was the batch of the road. There's the primal roar. The age is stolen by Quinn as well, and he's stuck somewhere in that pit. Quinn gets out with Swashbuckle, but he will lose his life in the process. And Palos somehow surviving this onslaught thanks to the extra armor. That loses the Wukong's command. Duracho is out of mana though, so he can't fight much longer. Quinn also retreats. Celery will be the one that deals with Palos instead. Stays back to try to kill this Monkey King. Someone help him, please. The support.
A lot of shadow poison.
Massacre the Monkey King.
Ooh.
The Tofu is gonna die in the backline. The Balance Strike as well. Palos getting the life steal. He will live. He is not going to die to a simple Celery today. Gaming Gladiators, they might have taken the Roche and the Aegis, but they haven't taken any lives here.
No, they haven't. I got really confused there for a second. I've actually never seen Monkey King mischief into Roche and then proceed to boundless strike his enemies. But that was actually
bashed by Roche halfway through the boundless strike. What are the chances of him actually getting bashed?
Well, he
what pierces BKB on the Gaming Gladiators line?
Yeah.
Roche does, of course.
He paid it back, you know. He did pay it back. He had no chance as well to tree dance outside of the Roche pit, even though he had lots of trees. That's because Tofu kept just spitting shadow poison at him and just doing enough damage to prevent him. Almost got that 5th stack, which I believe would have been lethal with the way that stacks up, as well as with having max shadow poison. Did not go for this talent though on Tofu. Instead went for the 12 strength. You've been talking a lot about how these HP talents feel really, really good on supports, especially these days. Haven't you, right? Especially against range supports. That one's what, 20 strength per, so 240 HP. Not bad at all at level 10.
Yeah, it's very good. I was just incredibly good for Shadow Demon. It's like literally a solid 5th of your HP given to you by this talent.
He's also
the HP region.
He's also gone for the drums, right, for a bit more strength, and has Nether Shoal, so he's got pretty good armor and pretty good resistances right now. Rather tanky here, surprisingly, for a Shadow Demon, I would say.
Okay, this fight by getting Gladiators, they're going to the enemy high ground. Carlo will surprise them. This kinetic field prevents anyone else from using this ramp. Sorry guys, ramp out of service.
Ramp closed, bridge out.
Like, guys, we live in the Philippines. This is normal for us.
Ace,
you know how many escalators break every day in Seas?
Ace did use the Crimson Guard, though. So all that Execration really needs to 2-year to take a good fight is, yeah, just wait out that Crimson Guard buff. This is maybe a little bit of a timing for them, but... Oh, and an arrow hit.
I don't know if they do something on this.
Yeah, no
That was very bog arrow.
Quinn's so close to Acceptor as well. It'd be such a great time to actually kill him here if they could. Wow, did you see how greedy Bob was there? Tried to actually go for the deny.
Yes, I think that was the right choice, though. 250 gold's a lot, man. You gave it to the Pango.
Yeah.
He got his Ags off this.
Yeah,
he got his Ags off this Centaur,
right.
man.
Okay.
Bob
Acceptor delivered.
Okay, Quinn is now a menace. Okay, this is much worse.
Now?
Bob, now this is a little bit too much. Well, he's not getting punished. He knows there's not much initiation Gaming Gladiators has right now. Unless the Centaur initiates on them, but obviously he's showing top.
Quinn's always been a menace, man. You best not false the Dota 2 scene lest you face the wrath of that Quinn Dota 2. Ace now.
Activates the Stampede. The stun catches him. No Echo Saber, so no slow. Shanks is coming in. He's like, guys, I need to be point blank to hit this arrow.
Guys, I missed the arrow.
The arrow is where Ace should have been. There's the glimpse ready, though.
Okay, they delete the Shadow Demon
first. Okay, Ace gets a stun. Glimpse is ready this whole time, but Carlos really holding on to it. There we go. There's the glimpse. Oh, and it hits the arrow as well. That's what he was waiting for. He set up for Shanks' arrow. Absolute god, Carlos.
This is really awkward for Gaming Gladiators. They got to be careful not to get pinched here by this double damage TA, because she just immediately blew Tofu up.
Oh,
there's a roar, though.
They pinched her. They pinched the Raksho, and he was not sleeping, my friend. What? He went to sleep with the fishes instead.
Yeah, he did. That was a very violent catch there. And like I was saying, they have to be careful not to get pinched. They kind of ended up leading Ace. Led the entire team a little bit on a wild goose chase, and they kind of looked a little bit directionless, just kind of farming awkwardly in the jungle. Didn't really know how to react to the aggression. They tried to move into the triangle, which is a pretty orthodox move that you tend to see, but ended up getting a little bit surprised there by Bob just kind of blowing right through Tofu. Weren't really reacting with the best information. The ward right now, the wards, I should say, from Execration is really, really phenomenal. Not to mention already their phenomenal vision game that they have in general between Thunderstrike, TA traps, Beastmaster, you know. They have a really great vision game, and I think it's starting to really show here. Gaming Gladiators struggling just a little bit here in terms of actually finding safe spaces on the map to move out. It feels like, Avo, every single time the past couple of minutes the Gaming Gladiators have tried to move out, they've always encountered some sort of resistance or a couple of heroes just waiting on the other side of a ramp for them. I mean, just ask Celery. That's how he started this game, for crying out loud.
Honestly, I mean, when I say a couple of heroes, I think the main hero here is Carlo, which has been kind of giving a master class of how to play Disruptor in these choke spots.
True. And Shanks as well, who stands all the way up front, so he can't miss the arrow.
If they kill Carlo, no more choke points here. Goodbye, Carlo. And now, of course, all of Execration should retreat.
They will. For now.
This was the thing we pointed out in the draft as well, with the Stampede being a little bit nullified by the Disruptor. It feels pretty bad when you're Centaur, you're like, oh guys, Stampede in! Wait, use the other ramp, this one's covered!
Yeah.
It's like, you have to BKB Stampede, does not feel great, Draws to put herself out of position in those situations. It's just a lot of awkwardness when Disruptor's involved.
It's the Lycan into Mars Arena of Blood, right? It's oh boy, look how fast I am to run nowhere. It's just not as good, right? Celery is dead. And this past couple minutes have felt really painful as well for Gaming Gladiators. For Quinn especially, he's just had to be patient here because he's had Ag Scepter Avo for like 3 minutes. Has not found the fight to use it yet. This could be it, though.
They really want to kill this dragon, and Pablo's just went, okay, I guess I'll kill you. What an arrow! Calculating the Manta style somehow. And that should be able to kill Duracho. Okay, Shanks has completely redeemed himself from whatever happened in the early game.
Shanks is like that guy you bring bowling, hold on, we're fighting more.
They only get strikes or nothing.
Yeah, no, what I was going to say is he only hits the most difficult spares.
Yes.
You know?
I mean, now this should be at least one lane of racks, if not two. Or, yeah, two, maybe. Because you don't have any more glyphs. Oh, they got Quinn. Glimpse him back into the arrow again! And that's Quinn dead. Ace can't help him. Hostump's too late. They're going to go for another... Now that they stagger the deaths, they can go for another set of racks because they have no team fight without Quinn.
They also don't have Crimson, which, as you can see, actually does work on buildings. So they're going to... I mean, they've already got this Deso TA, right? Monkey King to physical damage, the Inner Beast Aura. Like,
already died to 2 hits? Oh,
no. They're kicking some major butt here, but without the Crimson, especially, these things go down real fast. And Quinn's dead for 30 seconds. He bought out. He bought out for this plate mail. And how much did that help him? Not at all.
Nothing.
He had the guard buff. He had the plate mail. He might have even had I didn't quite notice. He might have even had a 20% damage debuff as well on shield crash. Didn't matter. Didn't make...
No. Duracho. Oh, they're gonna go for Ace instead, who seems like an easier target. Ace got saved by disruption for now, but he's still stuck in kinetic field near the Wugon's command. Walks out of the Wugon's command. Ace's force doesn't work. The Stampede will roar onto Duracho. They just jump onto him. Like this BKB. He's slow by Demonic Purge. He TP's in the middle of this. They might still be able to kill Ace. The arrow hits him again.
What the hell?
Shanks the sniper. Oh my god! Now Tino is on the run. He had to turn back to witness the beauty of that arrow. He has a TP, but Quinn is following after him. Now he's gonna finally TP. There's no Rolling Thunder, there's no Basher. Nothing can stop
the TP.
He actually canceled himself with execution. Because it's war! Go! War! Duracho stopped and Duracho's dead! Now, because Shanks has no arrow, they can't chase after Toph. Oh, they will. They just jump onto him. Toph was not running anywhere. Quinn also been silent for the trap.
Quinn
is gonna be glimpsed back. Quinn can't save himself. He goes with a swashbuckle here, out of the kinetic field, into the arms of Bob's Angel of Death. GG is called. Execration will take Gaming Gladiators for a ride, but not on the cart they were looking for, but rather a ride of death in a tuk-tuk motorcycle.
There it is, the tuk-tuk. And very difficult there, you know. Celery's actually a pretty tall lad, so his legs were sticking out, and he lost a couple of those legs, unfortunately. 2 arrows from Shanks. What in the world? What an absolute recovery out from Shanks here, right? Not to overly focus on a couple of small mistakes in the early game, but he was missing a lot of those arrows, just straight up, right? They were
point blank as well. It was like he needed a warm up or something. It was wild. It literally is night and day performance for this guy. This is the Shanks we know and love. But honestly, for Execration, the whole team looked incredible. Though the highlight of this game, easy to say, has been Shanks arrows towards the end of the game, sure, but then Carlo as Disruptor. I feel like Carlo's performance on Disruptor, a hero usually doesn't play because usually the 4 for this team, astonishing. I don't know how he did it so well on this hero. The choice to move him into the 5 position to avoid the Enchanters enabled his whole game and disabled all of Gaming Gladiators' game.
I really just want to commend Bob. I think he has really grown on me, and I've had my eye on him ever since Season 1, Tour 2 especially. You know, during a lot of our games, we would always comment on Bob's doing everything that he can, but it's just not coming together for Execration. It felt like that for basically the first 2 or 3 weeks, right, of the DPC Spring Tour. He's been consistent now for what's felt like half a year. Like, this is seriously starting to get impressive, honestly. Like, if I were... Look, I'm not saying this Execration roster is going anywhere. I think they're right now, they've really hit their stride.
They're staying together, yeah.
And they should stay together, and I do hope they stay together. But, you know, if I'm like international orgs and I need a mid laner, like I would definitely want to have Bob on my radar. This guy is playing phenomenal Dota.
Yeah.
I mean, just incredible stuff, honestly. This game, nothing short of impressive from him as well. From the laning stage, really just kept Quinn down, didn't he? Rotating as well. I think just once in the early game, finding farm, being relevant around his item timings, which is just really, really impressive to me on this TA hero as well, where it can be tempting to continue trying to go for those meld kills. Didn't get baited into that crap at all, right? He saw Ace had this Crimson Guard and knew he just needed a little bit more damage to be able to fight into this. I don't think, did he even have a BKB by the end of this game? He did. Okay, by the end of the game. Never used it. Just phenomenal game. Phenomenal game from him.
It's the Rice buff. Excretion's looking incredibly good ever since they found Rice there. And now can't wait to see what they bring next to the table, honestly. They have Gaming Gladiators. They have one game to think about their choices and maybe to rethink their track. I think there's a couple of drafting things, particularly a Centaur, that didn't work out for them. They were experimenting. This is fine. Gaming Gladiators, a top-tier caliber team. Can't wait to see what Game 2 looks like. But before that, we will be taking a small break before we get on with the series. So stay tuned for more Execration versus Gaming Gladiators. See you guys soon.
it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, you're slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. Say you're fool, but I don't have the will to run from you. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Break me down, go ahead and break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Welcome back to DreamLeague Season 19. We have the second game between Execration and Gaming Gladiators. First game, the C team, Execration, third seed, but strongest C. It beat Gaming Gladiators here in a really, really nice manner. But the most important part, though, is not that Execration win. We are not score Sandies, score checking Sandies here. We actually watch Dota. And what's interesting about Execration is their growth as a team over time, how they found consistency, how they developed their strategies. And the best part about any team, which also I would agree Gaming Gladiator shares this trait, is that nobody seems like the strongest or the weakest link in any particular game.
Mhm.
Sure, they're more dependent on some heroes than others. That's normal. That's what Dota is about. But nobody doesn't do their job. Nobody lags behind. Nobody's being carried, which is a really good sign for up-and-coming teams, right? Because that means that there's no poaching involved. You just want this team to stay together. The synergy
Yeah,
is so
yeah.
good.
I agree, and I think they've got really good vibes. And again, not to be a winning William, as you called them, Alvaro.
No,
but
score checking Sandy or score checking Sally, depending on how you identify.
fair enough. For Execration, though, we'll see if they can continue to break the 1-1 curse that they do tend to suffer from. They did so yesterday, right, in their match versus ex-Hellraisers, and then were immediately punished by the Dota 2 gods, as in their series versus Team Master, they were 2-0'd there. They've got the 1-0 lead now over the Lima Major Champions Gaming Gladiators. We'll see how they can do here as our second draft underway. They are going to get that first pick immediately into the Rubik. They've even banned the Disruptor, so we're moving that one away from Celery, and they're going to go back to the Shanks Classic of this Rubik. Like you've said, right? This is, if you're just a Gaming Gladiators fan, first of all, welcome. But this Execration team, is
Fun Rubik.
they're fun to watch, and I'm personally a little bit of a fan of them. They've grown on me. But here's the Gaming Gladiators Classic, straight from the Lima Major.
Yes. But if you're an Execration fan, exactly, we get to inform you. Como esta, Execration fans? Leshrak and Io, the classic Gaming Gladiators. They are incredible Io players. Both Tofu and Celery play this hero, but I think it's more of the save for Celery. However, the Quinn Leshrak is legendary. This hero this hero was so good at Lima that in the finals they allowed Lina to get through because it was better than facing Quinn Leshrak. So that's how difficult this hero is to counter. And they don't care if it's 8th or if it's 6th, 7th. It works regardless for them. They just finally got it here, and they're going to abuse it. Very exciting match to watch Quinn on this Leshrak.
Oh yeah. For those of you that don't know Quinn or frequent his stream, he tears it up on this hero. He's been a spammer ever since the old Lesh Ags days, which gave you, what was it? It would allow you to Thunderstrike like every 6 seconds or something like that.
Oh yes, he was one of the people that did that thing.
Yeah. I always remember him. He was just like, am I going to pick Leshrak again, guys? I think I'm going to. He was a little bit like, who's his name? The chess GM on Twitch, Hikaru. Oh, guys, am I going to pick the Lesh again today? Am I going to pick the Juicer? I think I'm going to play the Juicer. I'm going to play the Juicer. I'm going to play the Juicer. And then he would just insta-lock Lesh, like every game. It was hilarious watching his stream. And he would just destroy people. They would bemoan the Lesh pick in the in-game chat when he would pick it. His allies would be like, oh, Quinn, not another Lesh game. I want to do a little bit more. I want to contribute more to the win and not get hard carried. He didn't care. He was first picking the Lesh. He was stomping his lane, and he's still a Lesh extraordinaire to this day.
Yes. And I'm surprised. I'm surprised the choice they choose against is Enigma, honestly. Not usually a hero you think of against Lesh, because you go, oh, yeah, Black Hole him. Oh, no, he's pulsing. Oh, no, my whole team is dead. Even though he should be dead, or Leshrak should be the one that we ganked, right? So I'm a little bit surprised by this pick. I'm thinking the logic from Execration is more along the lines of, this is probably one of the best pipe carriers of the game right now,
Agreed.
and is a good hero mitigating damage. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick another hero that could also build Mage Slayer in either the mid or the carry positions, right? And then you complete the Tundra anti-Lesh strat. This is how you cancel this hero. You reduce his damage, and then you build pipe.
100%. And I think that's exactly the strategy. I think Enigma is also a pretty decent pick into the Wisp because the Wisp doesn't really do, obviously, like we're saying, it's IO Lesh, but that's not going to be the lane, right? IO is going to lane somewhere else in that safe lane, most likely. Although there are some teams that will run him as a 4. I don't know if I'm not 100% up to date on if GG can flex that or not. But the point is that Enigma excels in lane because Wisp doesn't really do anything to Eidolons other than just heal off the damage. And he's one of the better aura carriers on top of having percentage-based damage on the Midnight Pulse to try and cut through the Leshrek's HP and all of his regeneration, on top of the auras that he likes to build, on top of Black Hole being sometimes catching a Wisp and not allowing him to relocate out, depending on the positioning. That one's a little bit more... There's more back and forth on that last point because a lot of Wisps will be able to successfully pull someone out of a black hole with a relocate save. But it is possible to position yourself a little bit more difficult there. Or, something like a Malefice is really, really good against a Wisp, actually. So, yeah, it's a strong pick. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Execration, it also doubles in their draft, right? A nice piece of draft work with the 5 and 8. They kind of also are able to prevent the Rubik counter pick because they're going to take it first for Shanks. So it just works well in their draft, and I like it against this Lesh IO opener.
Silencer is available still for Gaming Gladiators. They wanted to pick something as a quintessential Enigma counter, at least for the Black Hole. I think even if Black Hole is not the main way to play this hero these days, you still need something that stops it, whether that is Silencer or Trim Protector. Ooh, or perhaps Spirit Breaker. So this determines is definitely Salariayo, and we'll see Spirit Breaker for Tofu, which is a very interesting idea. I know I've seen him a little bit against he's been seeing a little bit of play against the Beastmaster and the Primal Beast sometimes with the the Beastmaster specifically, because Primal Beast is bugged with the new shard, planetary something. I forget the name of the shard. The status shard.
Planar Pocket.
Planar Pocket, that's it.
I forget about this thing. Yeah, that's right.
It's a random thing. But it's actually pretty good against Rubik as well, because when you telekinesis, right, he can actually cover it. So it's a very nice tool against this hero. So I've seen it a little bit against these very nice single target stuns, Beastmaster and Rubik, but not incredible amount of play just yet.
Dude, what the hell? Why do I remember that? Planar Pocket. But yeah, it's actually a pretty strong Ag Shard if you are able to tank up enough, and especially if you're able to get Lotus, because then you're just like this hit me machine, stop hitting yourself machine, and you end up kind of just shrugging off everything and then throwing back all these targeted stuns back towards Execration, as we're going to get to see
DK Murana.
DK Murana, love to see it.
This is Carlo Murana though this time, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, I think Shanks is going to be on the Rubik.
100% he's going to be on. He better be on the Rubik.
So this is DK mid then, I see.
Yeah. And Alvaro, just real quick, I want to circle back to the very start of this draft before we move on into this 18th pick that Gaming Gladiators are going to go into. Once again, I just think it's really fascinating that Gaming Gladiators do not contest the Luna Visage Marcy strat whatsoever. This time, Execration with first pick on 5 and 8, like you told us about last time, they still decide that's not the strat for them. I'm really curious if Execration win or if Gaming Gladiators win, if we get to ask them about this, because maybe it's just something that they see about each other's play styles that they're not worried about it for whatever reason, or Gaming Gladiator or Execration isn't too keen to play into it. Either way, though,
that's a very good point. Actually, I am very curious. I agree with you. Right, my theory went out the window with this draft.
No, I wonder what it is. Maybe Execration. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's time to make Carlo miss some arrows on Morano or something like that.
Tino's tired of playing Visage. I don't know. Right. It's his best hero though. They pick up the Dark Seer now for Gaming Gladiators. Right, that's a nice combination. Spirit Breaker, a classic, also very good with Lesh. For obvious reasons, because you surge them, and there's so much synergy here. You surge the Lesh, you surge the IO by accent, right? The surge the Spirit Breaker, which adds more damage. You have the Iron Shell in the Spirit Breaker lane. Even in some cases, using relocate plus whatever shenanigans Dark Seer is setting up, and then Spirit Breaker even joining in is a really nice way to initiate. This draft on Gaming Gladiators has so much internal synergy. It's fantastic. It might not address anything Execration is doing, which is fine. Honestly, they're not proposing anything crazy, but I think this is how you should play. I'm actually surprised. This is how I usually see first pick drafts working out more. This really big internal synergy with a very clear idea how you want to play tends to be a really good way to play first pick. But because Execration didn't propose something that scary in the first pick, they get to go for something similar.
Yeah, and you spoke about synergies, right? I'll just add on top of that, it's got the Pantone certified synergy as well. Really lovely color palette, and so far it's like a really nice gradient here on the hero, starting from light blue into a dark purple. I do wonder if they're going to consider last picking something here, like the TB.
Void Spirit.
Yeah, Void Spirit would be pretty good. They have decided to ban out that Bloodseeker as well. So it could be potentially like a Slark is something that comes to mind. It just seems like a little bit of an out of place ban.
It's very good against Darkseer and Spirit Breaker, though. So I think that's the logic.
That's a good
And
point.
IO.
No, you're right. And to a smaller but still truthful degree, the Lesh, right? Because you're dependent on being in the right position in those team fights. That's a really.
He has
good
4
point.
legs. He walks around a
That's
lot,
right.
so
Yeah.
rupture hurts
When
him
you
more.
rupture the tendons, you rupture all 4 of them.
Exactly. They actually bleed out more. Goats bleed out super fast, let me tell you.
Is that so?
Yeah. Well, especially if you puncture them multiple times.
Is this why you don't drive anymore?
Yeah, I'm not allowed to. It's a parole thing. Morphling has been banned here for Gaming Gladiators, which interests me. I don't know what they're thinking. What the fuck? Okay, that's very interesting. What's the carry? Is it Palos Dragon Knight?
I think it is. I think it is Palos Dragon Knight. Probably
I'm okay with that.
Offlane DK and then the mid OD into the Leshrac. I wonder where you're going to see Meteor Hammer here, I suppose, for the OD.
Yes, I think you do.
I really like the Witchblade builds on him as well. I think that's
me too.
For his extremely slow projectile, he's one of the heroes that actually really benefits from that thing.
So wait. Before, sorry, I just want to see if we can figure out what Gaming Gladiators think. Because they banned the Morphling, they see this OD, and I'm not really sure what the thought of the Morphling ban was actually. Like, clearly they're thinking of Agi carry. You mentioned Slark earlier, but Slark versus Enigma and OD feels pretty bad.
No, not anymore. It's crazy. I see OD. I only think of heroes that you can't pick into him. There's a hero that they feel confident about. This Bristle. This is a huge healing draft right now, actually, from Gaming Gladiators.
The internal synergy in this draft is off the charts. Like, this is like, guys, I have an idea. Let's all QS5 kind of draft, right? Like, I found a synergy thing. This is such a good the draft in itself, right?
I also like Duracho a lot on these kind of Bristle-like carries because he's got really good energy whenever you talk to him at LAN. But I do feel like he's
got good vibes, man.
He's got good vibes, but he's like,
He talked to Tofu too much.
He's like, pick me Bristle. He's like, pick me Bristle. Come on, I want to run at them. I'm going to spit them. Guys, I have my X. Let's go. You know what I mean? Like, at least that's what he's like when he talks about the sauna. So we'll see.
It's true. I mean, when you see the Gaming Gladiators guys, it's very funny how all these attitudes like meld together. Because Duracho, you're right. He's like, guys, I think this hero's like really fun. I really want to play this hero. Then Quinn's like, this hero's broken. We should pick it as OP. It's like mega busted.
Giga busted.
Yeah, Giga busted. There we go. And then Tofu's like, man, I was reading my chakras today, and I just thought that Spirit Breaker was real chill for the day. Okay, Steve. Okay.
Sally's like, guys, I think we need to do this. Okay.
So he slips. He's like, shit, I donated all my winnings again to another charity. I'm so sorry, guys. We don't have any more money for the next 6 months.
Meanwhile, Ace is like, these kids, man. Just pick me
Doesn't
Darkseer,
speak.
man. Just pick me
Doesn't
Darkseer.
speak at all. I've never seen him speak with the Gaming Gladiators. They all have such strong personalities. Ace just stays by the side, and he occasionally replies with the deepest voice you'll hear, by the way.
He's the... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he's the to me, I mean, this team is clearly the boy band, right? And he's the handsome, silent one. That's Ace for me, for sure.
That's true. Actually, this is such a fun team, like of just really great personalities mixed together. I got to talk to Celery extremely briefly after the Lima Major ended, and I was like, "Oh, congrats on your win! Blah blah blah. Have a good night." And I don't know. I think I for some reason decided to ask him. I was like, "Hey, if you guys were like a boy band, who would be in each role?" And he's like, "Ace is definitely the bassist. Tofu's the lead singer for sure."
That's pretty accurate. That's the most offlane role as well, right? The bassist, he keeps the tempo of the game, but is also not usually the predominant one. Though I think Ace takes a more protagonic role on this team. And this game, I think we're going to see it if we go back to the game, right?
Yeah,
the Darkseer, because of even though his role is usually I will steal the enemy team and use them in my benefit, I think this game is a very interesting change of Darkseer where your whole role is actually search the right target at the right time and just set up an okay initiation. But search is crucial for this game.
You're right. Loki, I'm really excited. Well, Heike, even I'm really excited about this game. I think both teams have a lot of reasons to want to fight early on here. On top of their great personalities, as Execration do get a leg up there with the D ward in the mid lane. But they're highly incentivized to fight around very early items, right? Duracho, I imagine, on this. Although I can't help but wonder if this game, no, likely not. I think he's going to basically go for the Ag Scepter. I was thinking if he wanted to do like some more aura type items, To bring up another team that I do like talking about because I think they have a really unique approach to Dota, based on items and auras, especially Myth Avenue Gaming, right? They really like doing this thing where they shift the win condition over to their off lane, and they buy like mechanism greaves and like just aura items, even including Wraith Pact on their safe laners, right? They've changed a little bit since then, but Bristle's definitely one of those carries that can kind of fulfill that role if you need him. You can shift your win condition over to Quinn in the mid lane instead of the off lane, as Myth Avenue Gaming like to do. As there's a big fight here.
Tofu. He's just like, guys, I have Aisha. Oh wait, it's level 1. Ace, why didn't you tell me? And now Tofu's being run down by Palos with a Breathe Fire. I don't know that's gonna be enough. He calculated it. Palos, the math magician, chooses not to use the Breathe Fire and waste his mana.
But I do wonder if Gaming Gladiators are going to choose to play Duracho a little bit more as the frontliner. I think you just have to go Acceptor on this Bristle, though. I think compared to like a Doom carry, I don't think your options are quite as numerous here on this kind of a hero, where you kind of just need to play off the strength of your two passives, right? Whereas with Doom, you play a little bit more off of just being tanky, having mobility with your Scorched Earth, and then of course having that all-powerful Doom, right? I think Bristle plays a little bit differently, so it does require you to go for an Acceptor. So it is a little bit more of a dual win condition here. The only worry I have there for Gaming Gladiators, even though it is strong, especially into this Execration timings here, into this OD, especially into this DK carry, and if you've seen any Enigma games, you know how long this guy can really take to come online until he gets his Ags, Manta. It's quite a while, right? So Execration may struggle to fight into that, but at the same time, Celery's got a lot of really good targets for him this game to tether. In a way, having too many options can be sometimes overwhelming.
Sure. I want to say that I think the tempo setup for this game, I mean, besides the Enigma, which is going to do his best to survive his Duracho lane and deny him some farm, right? But Duracho is also doing a great job of preventing this from happening.
This is hard.
This is, I mean, you're two range hero versus a melee that constantly deals physical damage. Like, what do you do, man? You have very few stuns. Enigma in the first levels is very weak. Quill Spray's quite strong just because it stacks. And Tito's like, guys, I'm just gonna TP back to this tower. Screw going through the Bristle. Yeah. I'm gonna blink away from him.
Does give a really high incentive right now, a big incentive for Gaming Gladiators to look for a kill on Tino, right? Because he's not gonna have TP for a while. Celery with a tip though. I think for him that's a respect tip. He's like, okay, nice job. You didn't get baited by us.
You don't think Celery has a bad bone in his body, do you? Honestly, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think this man's the king of wholesomeness.
I would be extremely surprised. I think what he said was, oh wow, he just kind of outplayed us there with the TP scroll. We were hoping to deny him this entire wave of experience by zoning him with the Bristleback Wisp generation. And it was the right choice. You know, Gaming Gladiators, to their credit with this strat, you know, they did end up using quite a little bit of their consumables already to sustain through that. It was an important play for them. And they got a lot out of it, but not as much as they were hoping for. Not the end of the world, though, for this lane, of course. Like we were talking about, Duracho still has a very easy lane into this Enigma. We'll have to keep our eyes on this lane in case there's any really spontaneous First Bloods.
Yeah. What I'm interested in the lane I think it matters the most is the mid lane, right?
Agreed.
Usually this OD versus anyone lane is very strong if the supports struggle to rotate. Io is not a great rotator. Early, obviously, that later he gets Redolkate. But the Spiritbreaker is an incredible rotator. Yep. So I'd be surprised if Tofu's not there to cancel the Meteor Hammers. And then the OD winning the lane feels much less impactful. And even though you have Meteor Hammer to farm, you don't do much with it after that.
That's a good point. I think Tofu's ability to rotate will depend on how well this lane down bottom goes. They've just hit this level 3 timing on Ace with level 2 Ion Shell. Now Tofu, he's getting sent underneath the tower to do a little bit more damage. But they do have this tanky DK right into this kind of a lane. He's already gone for double Bracer. Very standard offlane type build. His top 2. Yeah, there he goes. For First Blood.
This constant Quill Sprays. Duracho almost has the Vanguard. I don't know how they're going to survive this lane,
I don't
honestly.
know either. Yeah.
I mean, Enigma can recover pretty well, but he's actually choosing to go for a different build. He's going for an Urn, which I love, actually. I think Vessel this full game, eventually.
That's right. Yeah, because Duracho needs to go for this Acceptor first item, right?
Yeah, after Vanguard. I'm assuming Van Hood, and then you go for the Ags.
Do you need a Hood this game? Yeah, I think against the OD it's wise.
You have Midnight Pulse eventually, which is now magical damage, right? So
yeah, good point.
That will really deal with you.
Tino might just die again.
Oh, this is really bad.
They don't have a lot of mana, though. Mangoes? No mangoes.
Get this pig away from me! Tino cannot touch Pork right now. Shanks just trying his best to stop Duracho, hitting him.
Yeah, the real threat here is to try and kill Celery.
Yes, that's what you have to do. But Tino can't turn around and do anything but Maleficent. There's the courier to try to distract him. It does. And that allows Tino to live at the cost of a dog.
This is really difficult. Mid lane, by the way, Carlo's going to be the first to rotate on over here. He is preempting by quite a bit the power runes here. Curious rotation out from him, but his bottom lane's actually really hard. It's also still really hard for Palos. Like I was saying, they do hit a really powerful timing here every odd level in terms of 1, 3, 5, especially 3 and 5 here. Ace going underneath tower with double Ion Shell against Palos, who has level 2 Dragon's Blood, a big stick here, and double Bracer. They still might just
Didn't
kill
hit the
him.
Breathe Fire though, so the damage actually is still amplified. They have a Vacuum ready. They're not using it just yet. There's the stick used by Palos. Still has a Fairy Fire as well. Palos for now is living, and Carlos distracted Tofu long enough. And Tofu will lose his courier here. Carlos still has the leap, so he knows he can fight Tofu to the death here. Breathe Fire might surprise him. There's the charge. Not going to work. Tofu might just die here to Carlo, who calculates a little bit better. Still has arrows, just used for scouting this time. You know, taking inspiration from Shanks. That's actually a scouting arrow. And he doesn't get the kill. This feels bad. Tofu has no TP though. Top lane, they have killed Shanks, and now they can literally just go and dive Tino under tier 1. Nobody can rotate to help him. Tino is a sacrificial lamb as Bob tries his best to rush that meteor head.
These arrows, man, not really working out well for Execration here. Not the biggest deal, and actually the biggest deal there is Tofu makes a true gamer move there. Really, it's probably like a four-legged companion move, because he decides in his last couple of seconds to give a little bit of a pet to his courier right before it dies, and that ends up making a big difference because it delivers the full stick and a couple more stats, which allows him to live to do that.
Yes.
And that kind of just ruins the efficiency, ruins the time here of the Murano, who's distracted by that killed bottom, and isn't able to support or counter the rotations that Quinn makes towards the mid lane. He's coming again, by the way, towards the top lane.
Oh God, what does Tino what does he have to do to survive this lane? Apparently just go to the tier 2, but Quinn wants Carlo's life at the very least. Carlo has the leap, Shanks will survive as well, so nobody has died just yet. Shanks thinking, guys,
Bob?
if we can kill him, as Bob has joined them. No Meteor Hammer though, that is the only setup they have. No arrow available either, but Quinn will fall, and this should, Bob is now very, very close to that Meteor Hammer.
Quinn's camera is like, all right, guys, they got me.
And now Palos though, okay, he's not gonna die.
I was trying to snipe his cam there and see what he was looking at in our program view, but just you know, a little bit of a okay, that was a little bit too deep. 6 minutes in, Gaming Gladiators looked like they really gave it a serious think about potentially diving a tier 2 tower. Is 6 minutes, you know, against 4 heroes. Really bold move, but of course, as I saw Excalibur tweet this morning, those tier 2s literally do twice the amount of damage that a tier 1 does. You know, they're no joke. You can't really go that aggressively here. 6 minutes in. You got to really stop and focus onto your main objectives first, which is for the most part just keeping Tino out of experience, keeping him away from the creeps, making sure that he's only demonic conversion, using that ability, and really nothing else. I think Gaming Gladiators, Duraccio, and Celery especially have been doing a phenomenal job of that for the first 7 minutes of the game. Quinn was a little bit more kill-focused here, I think, because his mid lane kind of sucks for him into this OD. But, you know, I think they do need to somewhat restrain themselves on those aggressive plays.
Oh no, the search saves him. And now Palos is in trouble. No, Palos, he thought he was in the driver's seat. And he's
There's an
actually
Ion
being
Shell on
driven.
Ace.
He's a passenger princess right now. Palos, learned that from you.
Yeah.
He gets one more charge for the magic wand. Here comes the help from Carlo. Ace does have the infused raindrops hitting for the breathe fire damage, but they still have Dragon Tillers, could set up for the arrow. Tofu is the one that is fighting Carlo head on to make sure they can't arrow, and he falls the arrow instead, and he will die to the damage from the dragon and the Murana.
But they lose Quinn, they lose make that Bob in the mid lane, as Quinn, now assisted by Celery, who is going to end up being the mana battery, is able to just kind of run him down here. Not a whole lot really needs to connect there other than just the split earth. Once again, Quinn, he sees Tino, he's going to go ahead and try and kill Tino. Duraccio as well supporting this push. Bob has a TP, he can look to join this lane, but I don't think he's going to be able to save the tower here, Avo. Quinn has left, however.
Bob has Meteor Hammer. He's charging it directly. Celery leaves his teammate behind. And when your IO leaves you behind, you know you're dead to rights.
Yeah, you're extremely dead there. Celery going, yep, sorry man, I got you.
Yeah.
And he's going to go refill Quinn's mana as he farms up another really big stack. So Quinn still off to an impressive start, right? While he was unable to find a lot of farm and pressure. Pressure down bottom. Wow.
Yeah. They committed the wall replica and everything. I mean, nobody can TP because they're all too busy saving Tino
Relocate.
and allowing him to have a game.
Dire's middle tower.
The relocate is for Shanks here. Okay, interesting. They committed a lot for the support, but they just really want to take this tier 1 down bottom. Shanks will fall, and Bob will continue to push this mid lane, so at least they get a tier 1 for tier 1.
This is a really phenomenal strategy as Jirachi starts to run Tino out of this top lane. For Gaming Gladiators, I have to say, the only crutch right now in this draft, or their heal potentially, is this OD, who's just going to have a really strong mid-game timing against this Bristleback. That being said, this is...
Oh, arrow blocked by Celery. There's Io being a true bro. They still have the ultimate from Bob here, using it. Celery is gonna die. Bob needs to survive just barely. There's a charge on him though, so Gwyneth's vision. Lightning Storm should hit, but he gets the Astral Imprisonment. Bob, however, did get hit by the Lightning Storm, and there's a charging Cal coming towards him. That's gonna be able to kill off Bob in exchange for Quinn's life, though, thanks to Paolo's rotation.
Yep. I think this is still fine, though. I think these kills actually onto the OD mean a lot more for them. Mostly because you look at who's farming behind this, and it's Paolo's Dragon Knight. But because his lane's been so difficult, Avo, he's needed to take 3 points in Dragon's Blood, right? And go for 2 bracers. Not really farming items for a DK, right? You want to max this Breathe Fire, be able to clear your ways, be able to scale. You're the carry this game, right? And like we were talking about, like we've seen on Nigma Sumail's mid DK, you are dependent on that Ag Scepter and that Manta Style. Really expensive items here for the DK to be able to, I would say, truly end up being a carry. That is a bigger nuisance here. Gaming Gladiators, what they've done in this early game, because they focus so much attention on this top lane in their draft naturally with that 24th Bristleback, they've kind of had to sacrifice this DK. And because they've needed to sacrifice him and he's needed to play alone, he's needed to max Dragon's Blood. Now he's not going to scale as quickly. It's a really nice piece of draft work here. I like the way that they're really focusing and prioritizing onto this. I think the next steps here for Gaming Gladiators are to get this Bloodstone online for the Slash, to let Dyrachyo farm up his Ag Scepter, and really, really look to start deathballing around the map. Not like never stop until we hit the Ancient kind of deathball, but, you know, fight over large portions of the map, contest the farm here of the OD, continue bullying this Tino Enigma, right? If they can continue doing these things, I think Execration are going to really struggle, even when it comes down to their team fights, where I think they do naturally excel a little bit here, simply because they won't have enough damage.
Watching this top lane where Dyrachyo went a little bit far for this play on Tino, and now on the Vessel, very, very close to the Vessel. I'm able to make a play even before it, as Bob is ready. Smoke is revealed, they know where he is, and there is. They actually commit the Black Hole, but this time it's not for an enchant, Richie. It's for a full Bristleback. That's very worth it.
It's a big kill. I think this results in the tier 1 tower here top lane, which is otherwise has gone basically without a scratch for this entire 12-minute game. That changes now. However, Gaming Gladiators, they rotate around the map very quickly here, as they will smoke up everyone.
Can we touch on a point that I want to mention, which is Bob's Midas choice for a Midas after the Meteor Hammer?
Well, hold on, they're gonna dive him first, though.
Astral first? He has to. Oh, he has to on the wrong target. Now he's definitely going to Moonlight Shadow. Actually, no vision. Lesh is trying to run him down, but they can't see him. Nobody has dust.
Invisibility is invincibility here, Avo.
I can't believe a Spirit Breaker is not carrying any against a Mirana.
He's just not a good dust carrier, you know?
Right, because it's not like you see people through invisibility.
It's not like you see people through invisibility and have an ability that lets you charge people globally and stand right next to them. No. That's fine. It's a mistake that happens once. We're playing against Mirana. Bring detection, boys.
Yeah, exactly.
That's okay.
Never gonna happen again, for sure.
I feel like that's the support equivalent of the swear jar, you know? The dust jar. They are gonna gank Dyrachyo again.
They have Meteor Hammer. I don't know, they're hitting him from behind. They're hitting him at pulse. Nobody's up Vessel. And they charge him once with Vessel. Here's the helping out. Gotta kill Bristol before they lose their own life. Bob will die, though. In exchange, Tino's now being run down. 5 more seconds for Sal to relocate back. And they should be able to get the kill this time. As Tino Vessel's the Io, and Io goes back alone just to make sure that Quinn doesn't die here. Because they set up a trap here for Celery.
Will.
They have a Dragon Tail ready for him. And now with a Breathe Fire, they should be able to get this sweet little ball of light.
Yes, we stayed there and watched the kill onto Shanks, which was pretty easy as well between Quinn and Tofu, who did stay behind, of course. So a nice little even trade there. I am wondering who this favors, though, these kinds of trades. Naturally, I want to say Gaming Gladiators. They do continue to lose the Bristleback, so they are continuing to delay his timing. You can see in terms of net worth, he's kind of fallen behind, or he's kind of starting to lag a little bit behind, right, in terms of how strong of a start he was given. Palos as well is well on his way to recovery, but interestingly enough, has gone for the Blink Dagger first item. So he's still looking to get involved and fight early on. Again, my biggest question mark here is it seems like the Execration are relying basically on this Enigma with Midnight Pulse and Spirit Vessel to do the bulk of the damage for them. I suppose OD as well is basically damage, right? Is that going to be enough against them? Is OD going to regret going for this hand of Midas? Will he die in this charge? Do they have detection? All this and more.
In a second. Oh, does not get the Astral Imprisonment up. This time they don't need a detection because there's no Moonlight Shadow. There's the Astral Imprisonment, but with 20 HP, Quinn will kill him with a single pulse. And that's going to do a little trick as Bob falls. Tino comes in for the counter initiation, but Quinn, he's posturing menacingly. Goes, yeah, fight me. I may not look like I have mana, but I have a mana battery right behind me.
Right.
And the top lane Paulus is doing his best to try to destroy this tower. He will at least get the tower last hit, but in exchange for his own life for sure here, as Paulus can't run away, can't hide, he can only die.
This is a little bit scary with Execration, right? Because they are, once again, they are going to try and kill. Oh, actually, they brought back Quinn here.
Yeah,
they have Black Hole in 8 seconds.
Celery, the Vessel still on him though. Might just kill him. There's Tino dying to Quinn.
Hey.
Here comes the OD. A little bit too late as Quinn's too strong. And Shanks doesn't have to look easy any longer. He steals the overcharge. Good for you.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
But Gaming Gladiators is running them down. And Execration don't have many answers right now.
They don't. It's because the answers are basically in their ultis, right?
Yes.
It's not really within themselves to try and stop them. They just can't. There's not enough damage here outside of basically the Sanities and this Black Hole. Palos as well getting caught in that top lane, you know, as kind of their Blink initiator here also does not make that counter initiation any easier. Quinn now really starting to flex this Bloodstone, right, that he's had it for a couple of minutes. And this is exactly what I wanted to see Gaming Gladiators do. It's just have these aggressive wards, play super greedy, not greedy, right, but play super aggro into the face of their enemies, and really just contest any, and all camps. You can see they stop Bob from farming a medium camp. That's exactly what they need to be doing here.
I mean, this punishes the bad start. Sorry.
No, it's good.
I was gonna add to you, this punishes the bad start from Enigma and the choice from the Midas on Bob.
They didn't Vessel. They didn't Vessel.
Oh, they didn't. You're right. That is going to be a huge mistake. Tino, he had a charge, finally used it on Duracho. He's going to start saying this, finally falling though to the Vessel damage. As Tofu's next target, they stop Quinn by stunning him. Carlos doesn't have an arrow though, they can't keep him stunned. They're rushing into support wall, will get vision. Carlos tries to leap out of the map, get me out of this game! But he can't, and Bob, his TP has been cancelled, his life has been ended. All of Gaming Gladiators running down Quinn. He sees no enemies, there's no natural predators for him in this region.
No, it's not. Just Alvaro driving his car.
What?
Because he's a goat. He's a goat. Remember our joke in the draft? That's okay. It's a callback joke.
Goat dragging his car?
Remember, because we the rupture tendons joke.
And the car is out of left field. I'm sorry, I lost that one.
That's okay. Don't you worry about it. We were joking about it in the draft, but it doesn't matter now because this Gaming Gladiators draft is no joke. They are just so strong right now. You can see Execration. It takes them basically everything they have to even just get that singular kill onto the Bristle.
Okay, thank God Shanks stole the splitter because otherwise Tino would be dead here. But Gaming Gladiators, they don't want to let up.
And they don't
Quinn's
need
still
to.
going.
And they shouldn't.
Bob crosses paths with Quinn. That is not something you want to do right now, Bob. Luckily, he got relocated out. Yeah.
Yeah, you get reload out. Yep.
So Celery did mean to take him with him. I guess because they thought maybe Bob wins that fight.
I think so. Yeah, I suppose so, right? Because he still had the option to break tether, so they must have communicated that. But yeah, I mean, Gaming Gladiators just very aggressive aggro up in the face. They've got this Ag Scepter now on Bristle, so his farm is going to explode here. He gets his BKB online. They go for that first Aegis, and that's when you really start to try and put the chokehold here on Execration in terms of keeping them basically stuck inside their base, forcing them to turtle, right? A lineup that does turtle well, but their poke is just not nearly enough damage against this Bristle IO lineup. Leshrac as well, right? Now that he's got Kaya and Sanj, it's just going to be way too tanky. So they do smoke up, look to get aggressive. A good scan from Execration, though. But still, I don't think they're scared by this tier 2 tower, and Execration realizing that will simply TP away. So they're only going to smoke gank the courier if they're going to kill it. They won't. They'll let him live. Nope, just kidding.
The towers are just a future project, right? They're just a build in the making. I'm not really scared by them. They don't mean anything to Gaming Gladiators. They just haven't taken them yet because that ball kitty doesn't max. They don't want to commit under a tower with Black Hole still being available.
Yeah, and I mean, Palos is about to finish his BKB here. It's going to be his next item. This Midas is starting to pay off a little bit more here for Bob, but he's really been struggling in terms of finding reasonable map finding a reasonable farm, pardon me, on this map, given how small it feels against this Gaming Gladiators kind of a lineup, right?
Yes.
He barely has time, as you say, to channel a Meteorheimer before it charges after him, or before he sees the relocate, projectile coming in behind him. Like he's not really stepping easily here. He's always having to constantly check his back. He's always needing to make sure he watches his positioning. That's just not the way you want to be playing this OD. That's not the way you drafted this guy, right? When you have this Morana to try and set up for your arrow, right? You've gone from Meteor Hammer. It's you trying to be able to set up and play a little bit more aggressively, and that's just not the case here.
You're very right on that as they kill Carlo, by the way. I was going to just mention that that's not why you pick Meteor Hammer specifically, right? Like that ability for the OD so you can farm more lanes. If there's no lanes for you to channel, what's the point of this item, honestly? You can't even channel towers. You're taking 2 tier 1s, great job. That's what you spent 2,500 gold on, right? You didn't even destroy your lane. Quinn is destroying the game.
Yeah, and Quinn with pretty good recognition on that. You know, he decides this lane is not worth playing into for me anymore. I get more money being in the top lane. And he ganks twice. Now he's going to be able to take Roche alongside Duracho with his Viscous Nasal Goo. They have, sorry, not Agtech, but they have a BKB make that in Duracho for 700 more gold. Quinn's about to get his BOTs online in 600. Ace misses a vacuum there. He's not going to be able to cancel the T out of Shanks.
Okay.
Not too big a deal.
Bristleback. Midnight Pulse with the Vessel this time. They should be able to kill Duracho. They have enough damage now. The Enigma Midnight Pulse is really crucial here. Apollos has BKB as activated. There we go. He's forced out of him. That's all the Gaming Gladiators wanted. After all, they lost to Duracho. There's no point to continue this. Apollos wants to make the best out of this BKB, but is that a little bit too hasty?
Black hole.
We're going to find a second. This time they have Sentry, so the Moonlight Shadow won't just save him, but they control Quinn well enough so he can't kill Apollos just yet. Lightning Storm, though, slowing him down. There's the Astral Imprisonment with a Meteor Hammer on top. Apollos being killed off by the supports instead, as the Meteor Hammer, I think, didn't matter. Quinn fully healed it, ignored it altogether.
Yeah, and Tino just can't find a good opportunity for a Blink Black Hole here either. It's so difficult because it's this kind of game, right, where you've gone for the Spirit Vessel, not the very standard, which, by the way, I think is the right choice this game, right? Yeah, but it means that he hasn't been able to go for the Guardian Greaves or the Pipe of Insight right now that Ace has just finished purchasing. So he dies when he tries to Black Hole Quinn, like straight up. That is, of course, if Celery just doesn't relocate him out 3 feet away, and then Quinn is free to just kill you. Not to mention, of course, he has Aegis. So the fights right now, they just don't really seem takeable for Execration, but what are they going to do? Just let Quinn take your towers? Let Bristleback spit all over you and take your towers? Like, they need to do something. They just don't have a lot of moves here to make. Their best bet is probably trying to, like, blow up Celery or something, right? That at least removes a pretty big asset out from the Gaming Gladiators, but that's so hard to do when he's constantly tethered basically to Quinn, or he's constantly tethered here to the Bristleback. It's just not easy.
Yeah, you're very, very right. Like, the only play is wait high ground, hope that the Enigma Black Hole gets him.
Here it is, the PZLA. This is always with Execration, where they have thrived.
Yeah, but this time it's a tough one. They're going first for the offlaner. Ace is quite tanky. He'll finally fall. Tofu tries to interrupt this, but a bit late. They stop Black Hole available, and Tofu is now in no man's land. He'll get punished for this.
Wait,
as Quinn got stopped with the Astral Imprisonment. Caught by his own splitter. Shanks, though, will die to the Bristleback. As Tino catches 2 in the Black Hole, but they need more damage. This arrow will connect against the Bristleback, but again, it's the damage they're lacking. Vessel's doing a lot of work. No one Midnight Pulse. Science committed, and they will kill Duracho. Quinn finishes off Bob. Nobody can stop Quinn, but you sure can kill all of his friends. Emotional damage accomplished. Quinn is forced to retreat now. Despite his Aegis, he won't be able to have the impact he was looking for.
That's fine, dude. The big kill. You could see lines drawn on the map by Shanks. He's like, push out our waves. He's like, we need breathing room here, guys. Whew. Feels like the boot's been lifted off the neck here of Execration in that last fight. A huge win for them. Again, that's what I was leading up to in that fight. This is always how they get back in their games, man. Ever since Div 1, ever since Tour 1 of the Winter Tour, right? In that game against SMG where they come crawling it back, I've just always been impressed about how they managed to find these pickoffs. In their series yesterday, who did they beat yesterday? 2-0. Who did they beat, Alvo?
Ex-Hellraisers.
Thank you, ex-Hellraisers, right? The fight where Palos or Execration just take a smoke into Aegis. They do the same thing again here. Yeah. They just find these openings of so many teams not expecting this Execration aggression. It's working out so well for them.
Actually huge. He might save him. Oh, no. He's just right at the end of Bulldoze. He didn't calculate that properly. He's going to die as the Fateful bounces between dying illusions. I want to just commend for this game. Even if they lose, I think Tino's adaptation to what was probably the worst game ever is incredible. And his performance this game is a case study for a lot of Enigma players, honestly.
And I have to add, I really like the aggression out from Celery. I heard a TP out from the fight. I thought they were abandoning the fight. Hold on, they're not abandoning anything.
Astral will at least keep Quinn in prison for a while. And they're going to go for Celery now. So that's the Holy Locket though. It's a hard kill. Celery's surprisingly tanky, even with a Vessel on him. There's the BK from Palos. He's trying to prevent damage from Quinn. They've killed off Toph, but Quinn is in the middle of the fray and still getting killed by this annoying IO. Nobody's going to kill the Leshrac right now.
Yeah, and this is still the really big problem for Execration, right? They have these really big teamfight ultimates, lots of damage, really good into this lineup, but Gaming Gladiators, they not scared. You don't have the cooldowns.
No, Bob is going to die here with a BKB. They just kill him in a matter of seconds as Palos starts to retreat, but not into the fountain. He chose the wrong way, and Palos will be run down and finished off. As now, without cores, Execration can do nothing, watch their towers burn.
Right. The biggest thing I wanted to say there is really good usage of the BKB, good patience by Duracho. He was 200 gold away from purchasing that item when Celery TP'd bottom and reload him back into that fight. I do think that fight's really winnable for them if he had BKB in that top fight, and we're probably already doing an interview with someone from Gaming Gladiators in that world. For now, though, again, patience, right? They know that, okay, we have to be kind of respect the team fight ultimates that they have. They do outclass us there, and they do technically have the damage. But now, they're not scared of it. Black Hole's still down for 30 seconds. This is going to be at least a mid lane of Varus. Maybe the tier 3 tower in mid back.
No, I think, well, okay. Gaming Gladiators, despite how much they're dominating, they're still very disciplined. They don't want to give any chance for Execution to come back. They clearly respect their opponents. And they've been playing so well on their timings, but never overextending, which we saw X-Hover just do a little bit when Execution gave them that bit of extra breathing room.
I don't think they're going to come to regret this. There is a chance, right, of course, but I think they would have regretted sticking around a bit too long. Like I said, into this black hole, into the Sanity's Eclipse. I think that's more of a problem right now. Because Bristle, you know, he still scales. He gets his, what is it? Yeah, it's on the 20 damage, and he gets another really ridiculous one at 25. So he does have really big spikes there still, but he's starting to really top out as far as what more he can bring. It'll be the AC, and then the Basher Abyssal, and then his 20 and 25 talent, and that's it. By that point, if Execration haven't built anything to try and deal with him, or if they're not able to control him, you know, it's more or less comes down to a draft issue. Because I just don't know what else you can do. You know, this hero's, I don't know. His timing is more in these next 10 minutes, more so than it is hyper late game, even though he's still scary there. But Execration still with a chance here. This next Roche does mean a lot for them here.
This BKB on Quinn, though.
Quinn has BKB. Bob has BKB as well, so we'll keep our eye out for that. I don't know how much of a difference that makes.
He's running towards to get it. Yeah, there we go. He had to run towards the courier. Starting on Tofu is definitely not the best target, so Bob kind of reveals the positioning here. And they retreat into the river where Shanks will be found. Here's the Dragon Knight trying to come in. That's an activity can be in time. The black hole. It's for Quinn here. They want to get rid of the but it's not going to work. It's cancelled by Tofu. Tino's down. They're going to run down Bob as well. His BKB will do nothing as he accepts defeat. And Execration will lose this fight after using their black hole as well. Big defeat for them.
Dude.
Surely one more lane of Rax, if not
the game. I think that's the game. No BKBs, no Sanities, no Black Hole. I think this game is all but over here. Amazing fight from Gaming Gladiators. Just really nice how they actually end up covering Quinn there. Both supports knew exactly the conditions that they needed to do, right? These supports, they win their team the fight if they cancel Black Hole, pretty much. You cancel Black Hole, you win the fight and probably hear the game. As here go Gaming Gladiators. One more dive for the boys.
Yeah, one more dive that kills Shanks, destroys Palos, gets rid of Carlo as well. Damage is overwhelming, they're too tanky, and this team will get another victory. But settling for a 1-1 against Execration, which is what everyone's been doing in the past.
That's true, except for Aster. Yes, also except for Accelerators. But normally you 1-1 against this team. And Gaming Gladiators are going to be no exception to that. Really impressive fight there. You know, they had two ultis actually ready to go to cancel the Black Hole. Just shows that both supports keenly aware of what their jobs were in that game. I think for a Wisp, for Celery, it's always a little bit easy to recognize what exactly your role is. You're a Wisp, you relocate people outside of the fights, you know, but for Tofu to also have that state of mind, to also be able to cancel it even first and then immediately look to get aggressive again off of the I can't remember the name of his ulti, but the bash, the Nether Strike. Yeah, just phenomenal state of mind here. I think Gaming Gladiators, they knew exactly what kind of a lineup. You actually, I think you said it pretty nicely yourself when we were kind of in this draft, speaking about the synergy. You called it getting my 5 friends together with an idea about a Dota 2 draft and then just picking it. And honestly, that's kind of how it rolled. You know, it looked really good. They had a couple of road bumps there. Execration, you know, tried to throw their bodies to stop this kind of metaphorical car from running them over, but it just didn't work.
Yeah,
not
I
work.
feel like this is something that you have to be wary about for gaming gladiators. To be honest, I know I said in interviews before that something that one of the reasons they parted ways with the Mortal Faith was because they had these really wacky ideas and these really synergistic drafts, which takes advantage of, I would say, Ace's and Tofu's rather large hero pool for both of these guys, right? And Celery's more unique playstyle as a 5. And they weren't able to do that because he wanted to play more traditional Dota. It was more about the counters, right? I think Gaming Gladiators is the team that loves to propose first and you answer. Let's see how you answer my ideas, right? Rather than I have an interesting counter to what you're doing. And that's why they innovate with the Witch Doctor offlane, which they did in the major. That's why they do the Jakiro offlane, which they love to run an Ace a while back, right? And they play Meepo offlane. This team is wild, right? And when you have a team that's this diverse, your choice in the draft should be less about countering what they're trying to do, which I think is what Execution was concentrating on, and more about stopping it. Like whether with a clever ban, a block pick, getting something that makes it impossible for them to pick it in the laning stage, something like that, rather than countering their idea. And I don't think Execution encounters many teams like this in C. I think the only other team that would be a little bit similar is Talon, where they force their own playstyle despite the circumstances. But even Talon doesn't go for this incredible macro max synergy kind of draft, right? So Gaming Gladiators, if you haven't experienced this before, now they know. I don't think next time they'll be caught with their pants down like this.
Yep, exactly. Really fun stuff though. I like how you brought up the parting ways with the Mortal Faith was kind of a big deal for me, right? I think this team has gone through a lot of changes over the past couple of years since they used to
two
be
major ones, right?
Yeah, I mean, but they somewhat used to be known, still to me, like the core of this team with Immortal Faith on it, especially. I know they have made changes, of course, losing their mid laner and replacing him with Quinn. I'm not exactly sure. I don't know what happened there, right? But they made the change. But with this season, right, with losing or changing over Immortal Faith, it was like the last of the old Hellbear Smashers days. You know, I think this is truly
Viking
a different
GG
team.
into Hellbear Smashers, right?
Exactly, right. Viking GG is, I think, really where Immortal Faith kind of made more of a splash here, as far as how he was able to really guide that team with a very unique idea on drafting styles. It does seem that, of course, maybe the team kind of just outgrew those ideas and are going into a different direction. I mean, after Lima, and now with performances like this, can't really say I blame them there, right? You know, every now and then you need a new perspective. A little bit of change does you a lot of good, and I think it's the same in Dota.
I think this team now has all the pieces to what you want in a really ideal team, right? You have a mid laner in this case that I wouldn't say necessarily is unique, but he can be a really strong win condition. Like there's respect bans against this mid laner. This is the classic Dota 2 thing, right? The Ferrari 430s when you're like, I have to ban his Invoker, I have to ban this guy's Shadow Fiend, you know, the gods of old Dota. Like that's what Quinn represents, and it's very, very impactful to your drafting. Then you have an off laner and a 4 that are incredibly diverse. That's always been Ace's strength, and I think that's something that really, really sets him apart from other off laners. And then a carry and a support that have a unusually aggressive and fast playstyle, but can also play slower if needed, right? With Celery playing a lot of safe heroes, but winning the lane with them, and with Duracho playing both heroes like Bristleback and terribly, right, equally as well.
Yep.
So the fact that they have, I wouldn't say necessarily it's diversity, but they have a lot of styles to play, a lot of things they can throw at you, and a lot of confidence in each other. And I think CY, from my interactions with him in Lima, also complements the style a lot because he likes trying new things, he likes having fun, and I think that's Gaming Gladiators' motto in a nutshell. So
indeed,
this team looks like a recipe for success, in my opinion.
Get you a carry that can do both, you know. Get you a carry that can do a Pudge and a Terrorblade. That's
it's very rare.
No,
man.
no, I agree.
Like,
I agree. But
I wouldn't put Duracho at the same level, but the people that did this were like Matomad level. Like that's the degree you eventually get to if you can do both. You know?
Yeah, we'll see. We're gonna go to a quick break because we're not gonna talk to Duracho, but we are gonna get a chance to speak with Ace. Pardon me here shortly here for Gaming Gladiators. I know you're a big fan of him ever since the what was it?
Danish Bears days.
Yes, that's right. With Hesta Joe Rotten, one of my favorite names to say in all of Dota 2. But we're going to go to a quick break here before we get that interview set up. Do stick around, guys. Next couple of minutes, an interview with Ace. We'll see you soon.
Hello, guys, and we're live here with Ace for an interview after this win, though ultimately 1-1, but they were the last to win. Ace, fun last game you guys got to play, right? It's always nice to dive a tier 2 that early in a Dota game.
It was a pretty fun game. I liked our draft.
How does the drafting work for you guys? You want to tell us a little bit of insight of how the process works?
I mean, we kind of all joining in. Like, we prepare together most of the time. And then it's not like everybody has something to say. Usually people talk a lot about their own heroes. I would say usually, like when we get to the later stages, that's when Director comes in and talks a little bit about his hero and if he wants to pick something, what he wants to ban for it and stuff like that. But literally everybody just joins in.
Okay. I'm interested in how you find these drafts because, I mean, you were saying it was a good draft and it was an impressively good draft. The synergy was really good among the heroes. Everything clicked. And it's not the first time I've seen you guys do a draft like this where internally it seems like, again, 5 buddies playing Dota and you found the best combos. How does that happen? How does that process work? Do you guys talk a lot about Dota outside the game? Do you prepare these combos beforehand?
Yeah, I think we, like compared to like a normal in teams, I think we talked a lot about Dota with each other and strategies, which is also where these things they like get created, you know. Especially when we go to lands where we're together so much and we do stuff together, we just casually also talk about Dota together. And then sometimes somebody has an idea and you start like building on it. Everybody thinks a bit about it. You even sleep on it sometimes, and then you just take it from there.
Okay.
Ace, I wanted to ask, speaking about drafts and the way you guys think about Dota, a lot of teams these days, when they're heading up against Execration, are a little bit more scared of that Visage, Luna, sometimes Marcy draft, and tend to ban for it in the first phase. You guys didn't seem concerned at all about that. Was there? Can you explain a little bit about what the thought process was there, maybe?
Yeah, like we saw the play a lot of Luna, and especially with this Visage, but I don't know, we feel like it's even if they pick it, you can kind of just counter it. I don't want to talk too much about how to counter it, but
Right.
we kind of have something ready if they go for it, you know. So we're not really scared of it.
Okay. Because they didn't pick it into you guys, so I guess they agreed that you guys could counter it. If we talk about the, do you play it in scrims? Is that the smile? Did you get to counter it before, or not revealing
No.
anything?
I was just thinking because I don't know, there was a lot of they drafted well. I feel like because we had a lot of talks about, and especially in the first game, what heroes we wanted and stuff, and they kept banning it, and then they kept like picking stuff that we didn't want to play against, and I don't know, it was just annoying. But they drafted well, I mean.
Okay, nice.
It was like, for example, in second phase, it's like, they don't play Disruptor, you know? And it's like, we want Disruptor. They don't play it. We can let it be. And then they pick Disruptor. And it was the same thing with bans. Like, they kept, you know, having the good responses.
I like the respect towards your opponents. When it comes to the heroes that you guys play as well, and when you come up with these new strategies or again these combos, does innovation weigh a lot in your thought process? Like if something is new, nobody's tried it before, do you guys are more excited to try it because of the surprise factor?
I think it's like also just a fun factor. If you play something that's like off meta or something that people don't really see much, it's also just fun to play. It's just some fresh, like some fresh breath of air. You know, it's like it's fun, and you know people like to see it as well. It's kind of give more motivation, and it's also when you have fun, you also just play better, I think.
I wanted to ask a little bit about your guys' road ahead, not just in DreamLeague, but also the major coming up, and again with Div 1. It's a lot of Dota here. I think a lot of people have expressed how much they like the level of competition. But I'm just wondering, because you guys always as a team, whenever I've seen you at Atlanta, always have really good vibes. Like, what are you guys doing to make sure you're not burning out too much or keeping the vibes clean while still talking a lot about Dota?
Yeah, I think generally we have a really good time together, which is already a factor that makes you not burn out as a team. But like sometimes even us, we can also be together too much, and like the atmosphere can get a little tense, and people get a little bit annoying with each other because you're always together, you know. And when this happens, we just kind of take a little break from each other, like kind of do a reset, and then it kind of goes back to normal. And you just have to keep doing this, like let people have their space when they need to. But yeah, besides that, people are just having a good time together. So I think it's like this combination of this stuff.
For you personally, because you've been a player for a really, really long time, probably the biggest veteran in your team. do you like this new format, going back to the old days of Dota, where you have tournament after tournament after tournament, or did you like the breaks a little bit more? Are you still adjusted to the schedule?
I mean, I kind of like when it's balanced. Like, I like a lot of Dota, definitely, but there just need to be a little break sometimes in between. It's like if you just play the whole year with like no breaks and like few days every time you go to the tournament and then you come back and there's like 3 days the next tournament. It's a bit too much sometimes. I would like 2 weeks is all I need, like sometimes, for a little break. Maybe 1 week it's already enough. So a balance like that, I would say, is the best.
Cool.
That's fair enough. Do the Zoomers on your team share that idea? Does Quinn just like perpetual Dota?
Yeah, I think they share it. Too much Dota. Is also bad.
Okay. Well, a very well balanced team, Ace. Congratulations on your tie against Execration. We would like to give you a chance here to shout out any sponsors, your org, if you'd like to. If you want to shout out your teammates here before we let you go.
Yeah, shout out to the org, like GG, man. They're always supporting us, always doing well behind the scenes, always taking good care of us. And shout outs to all our fans out there watching. And I mean, also shout out to my team, man. Good guys. I love playing with you. Let's keep it going.
Nice. Thank you for your time, Ace. Good luck on your rest of your matches today, and we hope to see you soon in another interview. Take care, man. Goodbye.
Take care, man. Thank you. See you.
Really cool stuff. I always enjoy getting to know a little bit more about them and specifically what they do when they're in just tournament mode and boot camp mode. We know Duracio likes to go to the sauna. Perhaps Ace joins him. I don't know, from time to time. We didn't get the chance to ask him, but it's funny to hear.
So he has to.
Yeah, right. I was thinking that. But Quinn, he probably goes, man, I need to really relax from all this pro Dota. Guess I'll cue some solo mid, man.
I mean, he lives in EU now, right? Before Quinn would, what is it? Degenerate queue, I think that's what they call it when they go to tournaments, because he didn't get to play in USC, so he played without ping. He's like so happy. But now he lives in EU, so he gets to play the real region, right? He maybe culturizes himself, right? I heard that the team is Europeanizing him. No, but I think this team has good vibes. Ace has told us in the major interviews as well that he really appreciates the friendship they have. I think that's something that he's harped on a lot. So it's nice to see that angle is still very much alive. And it's hard to understate how much this team likes each other and how much they value it as well as part of team dynamic. I would say Execration is very similar in that sense, but because they have had less of a history, I think Ace has had chances of teams that are more professional. It feels more like a job. So being with a team that feels like a group of friends and you're winning is like, man, the guy's hit the jackpot. I think he's living his best life right now.
That's a good point. It's an interesting comparison, right? Because when you think about a lot of the C teams, sometimes it is a little bit more about the, not like literally national stacks, but especially in the cases of like the Philippines, the Thai, the Indonesian teams, sometimes you do, because of languages, right? You do tend to see more of these kind of country teams, right? Execration is very much one of those, which I imagine quite naturally when you play with a group of people that speak the same language and like similar food and like the similar thing, you're gonna naturally bind easier with them, right? But it's cool to see that a little bit more of an international team, coming from still the West, but all around it a little bit more, have still managed to really vibe and really click together. And like you say, are winning at the back of that as well. Really, really cool stuff.
I'll say in my experience, the friendship after the C team is actually less so in most teams. That's why Execration stands out to me. A lot of teams actually treat it much more like a job than a lot of the Western European teams even. To me, the comparison of Gaming Gladiator is actually closest to the SA teams, where I've heard from many top tier players, oh, why did you play with this guy? He's good. He's not my friend. And that's their answer. That's a valid answer to say to your CEO. It's like, guys, we want some wins here. Yeah, but I don't like this guy. He did something bad at me in a pub. I don't want to play with him, right? And that kind of idea, I think, is not shared by most other regions, right? But the fact that you can get this combination of a good team and friends is really nice to see. Very wholesome, good storylines. Can't wait to see Execration and Gaming Gladiators play it again in this tournament. But for now, we will be changing teams completely. We're actually changing groups altogether as we're watching Nouns for the next team. And we're going to be playing against Beast Coast for the first time on this channel, which is why I was talking about SA teams, of course. Very excited to watch these two teams play because Nouns has some interesting strategies, don't always work, but there's one team that the Beast Coast usually struggles against in any tournament is the team at the bottom of the table. So if there's a match that Nouns will actually get to play real Dota and they get to showcase their true prowess, it's going to be against Beast Coast, especially because Astini has their number. So cannot wait to see this best of two. Before that, though, we'll be taking a small break. My name is Al Plus, joined here by lovely Seek and Strike Dota. Sorry, by Salacious Seek and Strike Dota.
Thank you.
And we'll see you guys very soon with some more Dota 2. Take care.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt?
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Hello, guys, and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 19. We have the second match of the day ready for you. It's Beast Coast versus Nouns here, and it's going to be a match that determines if Nouns will be mathematically eliminated or not. They definitely do need at least a victory here, if I'm not mistaken, to not be mathematically eliminated, potentially force tiebreakers if they lose to be out.
Yeah,
So-
it's certainly already, regardless, looking pretty bad for them. Sitting at the bottom of their group, they are the mirror, the light horse to the dark horse. Liquid, not even the dark horse, honestly, this tournament. It was more just a play on words about their logo, because they're 7-1, but not Nouns. They're 1-7.
Oh.
So not having the best performance over in Group B. Right now, you're
Oh, they
looking...
need 2 wins, actually. Otherwise, they'll eliminate.
You're looking at Spirit, OG, Beast Coast. I mean, the good news is that hold on. There's 8 teams, so everyone plays twice. So that means you play 14 games, right? Yeah, they cannot lose anymore, basically.
No, they have to
Yeah.
win every single game, which is a little bit of a tough cookie because Beast Coast is not a team you can easily 2-0, honestly. It's probably one of the hardest teams, like, honestly, to go with Execration to 2-0 because they're so unpredictable. One of these crazy teams in the best of 1, and the best of 2s are very difficult to match. That said, Beast Coast has a tendency to throw against some teams, so it could be that Nouns takes the game, takes the series 2-0. Astini's brain is probably working overtime right now.
Yeah. It's got to be a little bit of a stressful scenario. I know when we got the chance to talk to Gunner, I believe, yesterday after their 1-1 draw, the only win that they've had so far in the tournament, by the way. Unfortunately, their series versus Liquid did result in a 2-0, which is their second series yesterday. You asked him a pretty interesting question about, like, obviously everyone goes to a tournament to win, right? They're all professional players, but also that they highly, highly, highly value the experience, that they get the recognition just from being here and playing some close games. I even... I was perusing on the little Dota 2 subreddit, right? And I'm starting to see the tides kind of turn against this team, or with this team, I should say,
Yeah.
right? I think people kind of noticing that, they're
good.
always third place in NA, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're a laughingstock by any means, or that they deserve the plethora of hate that they get, I think their series versus Nigma was pretty competitive. I think all of their series that I personally seen, I didn't see the Liquid game, honestly, but the series that I've managed to kind of catch glimpses of have looked fairly competitive, and I wouldn't say that they've been out of them by or outclassed by a huge degree either, right? So I think that does bode extremely well for this team, and I'm excited here to see what they bring versus Beast Coast, who is also a team I'm really excited to see. Abo, this is a team... Well, not this team in exactly, right? But
No.
this new team that I'm really excited to finally cast after we got to cover SA all of last year. This is the first time I'm actually finally getting to cast them. That particularly excites me. Dark Mago, my boy, back in the mid lane. He's been picking himself some tiny as well yesterday, and throughout the rest of the tournament that I've been seeing in the mid lane. And I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to bring here in game number 1 versus Nouns.
This team needs to make their name known, I think, in online tournaments. I think it's a much more desperate situation than people realize. People watch them in DPC and they think, oh, this team looks so good. But one of the biggest elements this team has lost, and the loss of Chris Luck, and I would even argue Whisper is that person as well, is the, I guess, relaxing element, like that person that keeps the emotions in check for this team. This team is full passion now. Like, it's, if you thought Beast Coast before was crazy, now they've doubled down, tripled 16, right? Like, it's insane. And in lands, this will be definitely a sink or swim team, no in between, right? As you saw in League Major, I think is a good example of this. But in online tournaments is where they actually get to show their, I would say, their true Dota, which is weird because usually teams show their true Dota in land, but I think the pressure for this team is either a bit too much or is going to hype them up to bigger heights, right?
Right. This is the last match that Beast Coast play before they move on to play the other two teams that are currently tied with them for the, well, not really tied, right? Because there's two teams that are tied with them. They've already played versus Spirit. They've drawn versus them. So far, no one has been able to, pardon me, have a 2-0 Beast Coast. But they do have what is likely, after this series, their two hardest opponents, being Liquid and OG, just based on looking at the standings as they currently lie, right? So this is a really important game for them here, actually, because the top half of this leaderboard in Group B is looking pretty close. As you're saying, a team that needs to finally prove their mettle on these big international tournaments. Maybe in online, they tend to do a little bit better. We'll see for them. But they are... They need to win. They need to win here.
Yep. We'll see what they started with. We have the Tusk and Leshrac for this team. Schofield, one of the few people that still likes the Tusk 4 as like a consistent pick, right? So we still see him on him. He hasn't really changed his playstyle since he was last on Beast Coast. He's expanded his hero pool a little bit more, but unlike Panda, who has expanded his playstyle, not just his hero pool, I feel like Schofield's still stuck in the same idea. But his playstyle is so unique and so special in the way that he sees Dota that it's kind of difficult to ask him to change, because it's not like he's playing aggressive or defensive. He just has a different conceptual idea of Dota than anyone else, honestly, in his position. Very, very special for in that sense. That's why it works well with Dark Mago, who I think shares that conception in a different way. And Dark Mago already get his potential Leshrac, though. I know they flex it for the offlane as well. This is usually Dark Mago pick for them.
Yeah. I like that you bring that up, actually. I think that's a really good point. I think these two are going to end up playing really well together, especially into this draft that Nouns are presenting. The Silencer is a great hero at preventing these big sort of initiations, right? Because of the counter initiation potential on that global. But into the Drow Ranger early on, this aggression, I think, is phenomenal at just reducing her efficiency and her farm and giving yourself more time to be able to farm up your items and keep her down a bit more and just get your advantages. I think this Drow hero, we're starting to see her more and more. Obviously, she scales really nice into the game, especially in a ranged core hero lineup, where she does tend to have a little bit of an advantage against most ranged heroes. But she is countered by mobility, right? And the thing about Dota these days is you can buy mobility really easily. It's super in meta. You want to go for these aura items as well, which make your early fights even better, where Drow is at her weakest. So you can outfight this hero, and even then you can outfarm her or just farm enough and play around her strengths.
I think the choice of the silencer, which you glossed over, but I think is important because we haven't seen many first pick silencers, but this is out of Astini's mind house 100%. There are two ways to counter Beast Coast. The first way is you have to punish deaths, right? Heroes like silencer are good because of the infinite scaling, even though it seems like a joke. The fact that their supports on Beast Coast die so much, because they want to create space, of course, and it's on purpose for sure, means you need a way to punish them. Some teams have opted for Legion Commander. Before it was the Bloodstone heroes because they used to have charges, right? That was a way to counter them. Vessel or Urn users are also very good.
Deso buyers,
Yeah, exactly. The silencer is within this camp, right? And the other aspect, which is important, Beast Coast, is accepting they're better than you at Dota, and you just have to learn that, right? There's no team yet in a team fight who has beat the spellcasting on Beast Coast. This team is absurdly good in that sense. It's just that all the other aspects of Dota is where they fail. But the spellcasting is incredible in team fights. And simple spellcasting like silencers, like I press R at the right time, I'm playing out on my timings, I know when I'm strong. It's not about trying to get the clutch whatever. It's much better for this team.
Okay. In case you had the misfortune of catching our cast yesterday during the Witch Doctor
Yeah,
game.
it's a 5 Witch Doctor. Shut the fuck. It is a 5 Witch
Welcome
Doctor.
back. This is where I prefer to see this hero in any case. You've got phenomenal burst damage, lots of damage over time that you're looking to be amping up here with the much more traditional Witch Doctor that we'll be seeing as a Maledict. It's also really nice against Drow Ranger because Death Ward kind of actually kicks her ass, and you can avoid it a gust pretty easily with a Voodoo Switcheroo because it's got a pretty slow projectile until Drow Ranger has like forms of initiation. Then you're more in trouble. This Rubik pick's also really interesting here for me. Strong against the Tusk and the Lesh for the telekinesis repositioning, and good at rotating into the mid lane. It's a much needed, just reliable setup stun as well that Nouns was pretty severely lacking with just a Silencer and an Ember for your lockdown. Not really the most impressive. I think this Nouns lineup still has a little bit more to go here with their last pick, very likely the offlaner, in terms of that lockdown, especially against a Lesh. I don't really like the idea of playing into a mid lane Lesh, especially after the Gaming Gladiators Quinn Lesh we just saw, where you're not able to slow him down in any way or stun him or anything else like that. Oh, wow.
This is the Alchemist choice for Beast Coast. Okay. This team plays it on 2 positions, of course. Like Mago plays it, and so does K1 or Hector, right? So they have that option. I believe Sacred's done it before on Thunder Awaken. I don't know if they still do it on this team though. But this Alchemist is the ticking time bomb that Beast Coast likes to always play with, right? You have a potential win condition in the Lesh rack, whether it goes offlane or mid, that doesn't matter. And then the second potential win condition on Alchemist. And that way, these picks like Silencer or Ember, who are so good at catching your heroes off position, who are good at taking the early fights, or good at taking ganks and punishing your rather weak understanding of the map, don't work because the timing is too fast, right? So it's very, very solid drafting from Beast Coast, I guess, acknowledging their own weaknesses and doubling it up for a team.
It's also cores that really like, they don't like, no one really likes fighting into a global silence, but it's heroes that don't mind as much this global silence, right? Because the biggest counter to Silencer is literally any dispel, which is just money. Alchemist has a passive to do that for you, usually BKB, and you're good to go. Even then, he's a little bit more like your Svens, your not quite Medusas, who literally doesn't care about a Doom as much, but
okay, so they sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, in terms of like, I don't care, you've silenced me, but I've already pressed my Chemical Rage. I'm still running at Drow Ranger. Like, who cares, right? Same thing with the Slash, right? I've pressed my buttons. I don't really care about the silencer. So I think Beast Coast are drafting well around this and are really, really upping the tempo here.
And now Nouns, they assume it's Sacred, Leshrac offlane, and Alchemist mid for Dark Mago. Even though Hector plays it, it's definitely much more Dark Mago hero. That's why they ban a carry here, right? 2 carries, actually. Hector has been working a lot in his hero pool, so I think this is something that might blindside Nouns a little bit. He can play the Alch, and he actually has a much wider hero pool than he used to, but it is true that he has traditionally not been a guy that likes to expand too much.
Well, I mean, just the fact that that Nouns have not banned a single strength melee carry speaks volumes about that, you know?
Yeah.
He used to be Wraith King. Where's the Wraith King? You don't see him very much these days, but you know, not in the bans for Nouns. So are respecting the growth that Hector has been developing over the past year, I would say, especially is when I've noticed him working on it. And same can be said of Dark Mago, right? Used to be this tiny, this Viper, his Ember, and that was about it. His Kunkka and Viper.
It was tiny Kunkka, Bat Rider.
Bat Rider, yes, thank you, Bat Rider. As Nouns will hit him with the Lycan. So a fast hero, one that's going to try and remove space around the map. One that is a little bit weak, though, to this Witch Doctor. I am a little bit surprised, especially in lane. Witch Doctor really likes playing against heroes that have summons, like a lot.
It's also weak against Alchemist for some more reasons, right? I actually would just put the Alchemist carry here and run Leshrac either mid or offense, doesn't really matter, and pick the third core instead. I think they're banking on the fact that they can't, but he has low armor. Spray really annoys him because of that. Obviously, Reveal's Greed works great against wolves, right? Because once you kill them, you get extra gold here, and there we go. That's exactly what they're gonna do. He got blindsided by that. He assumed Hector doesn't play Alchemist, which he does, and he got blindsided. And now they have a pretty bad lane. The mid lane matchup goes the way of Beast Coast as well, because like Mao will destroy that with Kunkka 100%. It's not up to Gunner. And then you have Leshrac Sacred, which is okay, nothing too big deal. You kind of sacrifice that pick a little bit, but that's okay because you already win 2 out of 3 lanes. That was, I think the Lycan pick sold them a little bit downriver because
Right.
now you're lacking a little bit of team fight initiation, especially compared to Beast Coast's overwhelming team fight. And you also don't have an incredible timing anymore
Nope.
if the lane goes bad.
No, and that's what's really scary about this Lycan pick for me personally for Nouns. I think Beast Coast, what scares me about their draft, if I can also be critical about their offlane choice, is that they've done this thing where they go, oh no, well, not really, oh no, it's not like they've countered this hero. It's more like, oh man, this hero is really good. Let's pick this and then just flex everything else. And ooh, sorry, Sacred, you're playing the Lesh this game. I'm wondering how big of an impact it's going to have against a Drow Ranger into this Alchemist, into this Kunkka. I think it's you can mitigate that, and even use the Lesh a little bit to your advantage in these team fights as a little bit more of a tank. I am curious what he's going to build, of course, but I am favoring this Beast Coast draft a bit. A Dark Mago Kunkka, it's a classic, man. Brings you back, doesn't it?
I would say, I mean, people always rave about his Tiny, but I would say his Kunkka's at the same level. Again, Kunkka, Bad Rider, Tiny are the big 3 for Dark Mago that you always think of. Bad Rider has been seen less these days for him compared to other heroes, but Kunkka and Tiny still.
Is he still playing his Invoker much these days as well? He's named after the hero.
Yeah, he was named after that hero, but that dropped once he got into tier 1 and realized they were just better Invokers and SA.
I figured it, yeah.
I mean, he still plays it occasionally, but there's like heroes like he also plays Ember, Leshrac, the Void Spirit, right? But it's just that these are the 3 heroes that he's most known for, and even though Gunner Ember is also an incredible hero as well, and I feel like he's one of Gunner's best heroes, the matchup is just not good for Ember. Like, Kunkka just wins this. So I don't think it's up to individual skill at all, personally.
Yeah, indeed. Quick little bit of pausing here early on. Just as a reminder for everyone, and not to set up Nouns for failure, hopefully indeed for success, because I think Lelis has been incredibly impressive, at least in the series we personally got to cast. I was incredibly impressed. He is not boot camping with the team right now. He was unable to join them and is playing from Brazil with 180 ping. So just keep that in mind, okay, when he's playing this Rubik. And I don't mean, again, to set him up for failure here. Quite the opposite, in fact. He has dazzled me with his performances, regardless of ping. And then when I figured that out, I actually couldn't believe it. Look, that's what they're saying. He's back to 160. That's in reference to Lelos, whom I presume this pause was over.
Yep. Because this is a tough one day playing for Lelis, and it feels bad because I think his performance has been outstanding for Nouns. I would say he's actually to me the top performer of this team. Maybe Gunner's Invoker kind of also comes there, but I feel like when they lose, Lelis still does well, right? Which is pretty impressive. But it's these 2 guys that seem to be carrying the team a lot, so it's a little bit of a pity that Lelis is not with him, especially as team captain. Not being able to have that moral support for the team is pretty bad.
Although interestingly, Nouns Gunner in his interview, he spoke a little bit about having the no more pressure. They got now that Estini's with them, right? Who is the drafter for this team?
Yes, coach and drafter.
Coach and drafter. And drafter, the reason I specify that is compared to Lelis, he's going to be in trouble.
They hit the Split Earth as well, and K1 also got the Acid Spray for maximum damage. Lelis is going to try body block by Schofield, as the Passing Cask actually gets him. Really lucky bounce there. Lelis will die. Schofield still tries to run
Dark
forward.
Mago.
Dark Mago is joining them, walking alongside Yamson.
Guys,
trying to get the body block.
Radiant.
Earth misses. That is not going to work in their favor. Schofield now a little bit in trouble, but he walks away from his team as he usually does, and nobody wins.
Only Beast Coast. That's like such a Beast Coast screenshot. If you took a screenshot of the time and then all 5 heroes just outside of tier 2 tower range at negative 17 seconds, just all standing there next to each other. I mean, only they would play that aggressively and then immediately go, oh, okay, guys, okay, that's a bit too much now.
I think it's what you gotta do with this kind of team as well, though. Like, I feel like because your weakness is lanes, like these kind of aggressions are very important because their lanes problem has still not been fixed. They're still a little bit below most other teams when it comes to laning.
And just to finish off the points, we were talking about Estini a little bit during our second pause here. I think at least for Nouns, once again, coming into Europe, being able to play the European pubs, being able to play these officials, which, multiple players have spoken to us about how much more you learn in officials compared to scrims. Yeah. And having the pressure relieved in draft. Estini is here to click the buttons, and Gunnar brought that up as a very serious point, So I think Nouns can kind of just focus more on their game, right? And just be able to improve much more of those kinds of aspects rather than be worried about other factors that are just kind of outside of their control. Here's more aggression, though. Yamsum, not out of it yet in the top lane.
Yeah, Visco still has 2 supports up top, and this should guarantee 1 more kill, this time for Stinger, who will probably TP right after. There we go. He's never going to leave Victor alone, or he starts whining, so that has to happen.
After he gets a little lonely, you know. He's like, guys, you know
He's
what
a very vocal. He's a very vocal player, you can say.
And by vocal, it's Stinger. Stinger, where are you? Are you stacking my camps? Because camps don't spawn before 1 minute. Get over here, Stinger. Yeah, so I'm also really curious. Like, I just don't know what Moo's gonna be able to do in this lane. It's Cask is like the early levels are weak sauce, and I think in this lane you still want to go for. Actually, maybe this is a lane where you consider a 201 on Maledict instead, and prioritize the Cask, just because you do really counter these wolves in the early levels. But I would want to only keep it at level 2, right? Because eventually these wolves are going to go invisible, and then they can use it to outplay you. What is going on?
Yeah, Husky is going way too far ahead and punished because, well, I mean, this is the Radiant side, Husky. That's not for you. Another kill for Sacred.
Yeah, and Sacred's not going to lose any creeps here. Yamsum at least is going to be able to deny a couple here. He denies the range creep up top with the creep skip, but nothing too crazy. Oh, and Stinger actually decides to go for the Voodoo Restoration. Maybe this is the more popular build now. I got to update my Witch Doctor skill builds.
I think if you're up against heroes that aren't particularly tanky, I don't think Maledict does as much early, so you'd rather go for this to keep your carry healthy.
It's a bit surprising though, right? Lycan's got a pretty good strength gain, pretty strong HP pool, right? He's only got the 2 GG branches and still sitting at over 800 HP right now. I
agree with you.
I'm a little surprised, right? Because my thinking with Maledict is it's an ability that once it's applied, it's obviously going to dissuade you from trading, right? And that to me is one of Lycan's biggest strengths in this lane, because he's got a pretty high base damage. Like, you just have to respect it. But between Acid Spray, which does DPS, which is great with Maledict, further reducing your right click, which is something that Lycan thrives off of being able to trade off of, right? I mean, Feral Impulse for its very reason. I'm just really surprised, man. It's really good against Lycan. I thought we'd see more Maledict, but he doesn't think so.
Maybe Hector said, I'm not going to take the stun. And then you go, well, I guess, like, that could happen, honestly. Because I think in this lane, if you take stun, you win. But I would also imagine Hector does these kind of things.
Yeah, but Hector's like, but, Avo, why would I take stun when Greevil's greed for the wolves?
Yeah, exactly. Genuinely something he would say. Stinger will go, stun? And he goes, ¿Qué stun? And then you look at his abilities, and he has 3 points of Greevil's Greed, 2 in Acid Spray, and that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Good bounces.
Good cast, though. Well, not good cast, just lucky cast, I guess is the right way to say it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good cast. He waited for the Rubik to be isolated. Look, I mean, it's an easy build, or it's an easy skill to use, but you got to be able to use it at the right time to make it shine. And then, you know, make sure you cast it the right way so it bounces on no neutrals. Very skill-based build. Hector has well taken a lot of harass, right? Has now taken the 2nd point in Acid Spray, so it is going to be basically a max farm alchemist. He just wants to get enough points here in the Greevil's Greed and move on into the jungle. Kind of risky, though, because Witch Doctor is not a hero that can take a lane. Like, he just does not do that. I was thinking maybe you take stun here. Alchemist is a little bit more of a lane bully. Difficult against the Lycan. I know who's going to go for the help. In any case, Gunnar is okay mid lane. That was a little close for him. And then you can enable your Witch Doctor to rotate around the map and try and gank a couple different lanes. I in particular like a Witch Doctor rotating mid onto an Ember Spirit, right? A little Cask Maledict. Cask is really good against these heroes with like really... with escapes in a way, right? Because it's like you never expect the Cask to actually bounce on you. Like these heroes, like to play a good Ember, you kind of have to always be willing to play life on the edge. And these like RNG stuns are your worst enemy here because you can't predict them.
Good play Husky here, by the way, in the top lane. As Schofield will be still Arcane Curse. Yamson trying his best at dealing with Sacred, but impossible.
Strong lane here, top lane, actually. I was a little bit more concerned about this double range into the Tusk and Lesh, but it seems like when Schofield is able to use Vision and just the trees to get on top of Husky, he just dies. Doesn't have enough damage right now with only our Arcane Curse part of me up to level 1. Eventually, this will become a little bit too punishing here for the Tusk, not to mention that move speed slow also gets better with each level. So this might start to change eventually, but for now, Sacred CSing very nicely. It's still Moo, though, with 10 denies down bottom. And there's the point in the stun.
Okay, so you did go for the stun. And no points of Maledict yet.
Nope.
I feel like once you get stunned, this lane becomes kind of difficult for Lycan, honestly. I actually think the Alk is pretty strong against him. He also has phase boots as well, but it seems like Stinger's more hell-bent on dealing with the supports and the pulls constantly happening than on actually killing Lycan, which is a harder kill right now.
It is. And it's especially difficult now that the Helm of the Iron Will is delivered on move, right?
Yes.
That's the best part about going for this kind of a hero. When we used to see him carry, it's a great build into Armlet. He just, I mean, he says wolves need no armor, but
Stinger?
wolves are also liars.
How? Yeah, wolves also eat witch doctors for breakfast. That's what
They
just
do.
happened on
Top
bottom.
lane,
Schofield will hit that
Oh, he's
last
gonna win.
word. Arcane Curse as well. They gave him a tank,
is
so
he?
that should save him from the Arcane Curse residual damage.
I
Just
don't know.
barely.
Oh, just barely, yeah. 19
just
HP,
barely.
you were right.
And I play a lot of Silence.
Okay,
Any
Sacred.
hero that denies you from having fun is a good hero, in my opinion.
That's right. That's right. One of the very first Dota 2 content videos I've ever seen. Mr. Pyrian Flax's video on how much he hates Silencer. So good.
Those videos are absolutely incredible. I miss those videos so much.
Yeah.
When they saw the fake Reddit post about his potential announcer pack, I actually got so hyped, and then Pyrian said no, it wasn't happening. That bottom, by the way, problem here. Hector, he went way too far, especially for an alchemist. Now charging his stun up, telekinesis, he has to stun someone. Who's going to choose? He's going to choose the
Look at that
Rubik,
cast.
but the Soul Ring in the middle of this fight to lay down the acid spray. Really odd choice. I guess he was going to die anyway, but
Yeah, but
yeah.
if I move, I'm dragging my creep wave into this acid spray and denying these creeps. You know? I'm like, okay.
I mean, I don't know why you would Soul Ring there, to be honest. It was a really bit weird play.
I'm not 100% sure
He
either.
misclicked there.
And that's, again, I mean, I don't know, man.
He goes mid though. He's actually, you can argue he's lost this bottom line.
I would agree with that argument. I don't believe it's much of an argument, much more of an observation on that side, Avo. But I'll
Because
agree
the
with
last hits
that.
are kind of even, right? But I think the Alk should actually do much better here, especially with Witch Doctor.
Yes, Witch Doctor very much is a hero that can win you the
Like
lane
Marvel?
off the strength of Maledict or Cast. I'm really surprised they didn't take Maledict, honestly.
Time for Husky to die. Or maybe not. Maybe the Custer and Yamson instead. The Torrent will prevent this TP, and Darkmao uses the X to put Husky back in his place, and now into the grave.
Yep. Okay, good rotation from Dark Mago. He's a little bit slower than Gunner's for his first rotation, but is still successful here on the kill. Did not have to use the boat either. And Sacred is keen to punish this, or well, to capitalize, I should say, on the 2 kills, because he does, pardon me, have 2 points in the Edict. So it's a 2-2-1 build here for Sacred. I wonder if we're going to see the sample here in that second point as well in Lightning Storm with, excuse me, how much this, well, how popular this ability is. Has but that's interesting as well. And again, here's where I think Beast Coast are going to have troubles. Moo has, I should say, the Helm of the Dominator, and they're leaving this Witch Doctor down bottom to try and deal with the push that's eventually going to come. Like I've been talking about, you can farm creeps with Paralyzing Cask. It's pretty good, but against 3 heroes, you're just going to die. If they actually want to dive you.
Yeah, but apparently not. He's just
Surprising.
gonna be chilling in the trees. I mean, Mo wants to commit to this, but still hasn't gotten a creep off of his helm, right?
Yeah, he hasn't. The only thing you have to be a little bit careful for here, diving the Witch Doctor, is that you don't give him
no,
like
he
the
does have
ultimate dream
It's in the mid
cast, and that Dark Mago doesn't TP in like this and find Yamson with another X, and also avoid the Gust. What the hell?
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. Now Yamson will die. This is what I told you. You can't outskill Beast Coast in these team fights. They catch us as well. 2 easy kills for Beast Coast. 2k lead already. With an Alka, your team not that impressive though. But the Alka has managed to find his place to farm in the mid lane. And he did have Helm, by the way. He used the Helmer Smasher in the mid lane, which is annoying Egdota, but he took him down.
Yep, he took him down, and now Ector, of course, he's going for that Radiance. No surprise there. The most farm-efficient item for him. Got a little bit cheaper, so he's very eager to play that hero. Lesh as well, Sacred making the rotation down bottom because he's already disposed of that tier 1 in the top lane. So right now, it's actually Nouns playing with a little bit of a tower deficit. I underestimated, or perhaps wasn't expecting the efficiency of this top lane from Beast Coast. I perhaps should have put a little bit more respect on Schofield's position, melee position for Tusk, where he does tend to excel. But I guess I was more surprised to see more points in Edict, more than just the 1, honestly, because it's really worked out very well for Sacred. And now this is a hero who's going to be able to defend the Zoo, right? He can easily clear the Zoo, and Moo's not going to be a really big fan of this. Hard for him to deal with it.
Gunner, there's the Flame Guard, Sharing Chains as well. And Schofield's trying to fight him with a tag team. Stinger comes by soon, but the whole Howl does force him to retreat. There's a snowball. There's the Maledict not used. Yes, just a paralyzed cask.
Why not Maledict?
Maledict, huh? And now he's gonna die to the wolves. 3 wolves, in fact. Oh, they have a smoke. That's good. And a mech as well to keep in place.
What does he have against this Maledict skill?
I mean, it's level 1. It
Look,
wouldn't made that much of an
it's
impact.
not gonna do much, but now Gunnar can easily just use it. What are you, allergic to Maledicts? He's like he's only a heal doctor. He took his Hippocratic Oath and he can never cast Maledict. I don't understand. It's such a good ability.
Yeah, I don't understand that. It's a bit odd. At first the theories were nice and everything, but now you're maxing cask. You have 2 points in Voodoo Restoration, which is weird.
2 points?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess he's gonna go for more regeneration and much more of a restoration aura in general.
Yeah.
I guess. So
It's
he's gonna
not
go for the 10 talent Voodoo Restoration. I have to look. This is the second time. Well, the first time I've seen it on a Witch Doctor 5. I know that I believe it's Nouns or the other team that picked Witch Doctor, but as a 5 they play it.
That's a 3. That's a 3.
Oh yes, as a 3. Someone else has been playing it as 5. Pardon me.
Yes.
Gunnar.
Nouns also played as a 5. But they played as a 3 and a 5. And Beast Coast played as a 5 too.
So maybe I'm out of date on my builds. I would always suspect that, you know, honestly, Maledict is just the best spell on this guy, and that's how you get a lot of efficiency out from this guy. Because for me, the strength of this hero has been in this. They haven't even given him a tome. He's still not level 6.
Yeah. I know, this early game, I didn't think would go as poorly for Beast Coast, honestly. I feel like Nouns are doing a pretty good job down bottom, mind you.
You're right.
Yams has still been cancelled, but at least Moose having a good game. And this could have a lot of impact on the mid game for Beast Coast and the Alchemist progression.
I'm just really curious what they think the strength of the Witch Doctor is. Because for me, it was 100% playing around Maledict, Cask, and Death Ward, especially against a team that has summons and a hero and a bunch of heroes that are honestly, you know, range. Cask is really good against ranged heroes because they tend to be a little bit closer together in the fights, especially when there's 3 of them in the game. We might see a global here.
Prevent Gunner. There's War Sponge, but the Global Silence prevents Schofield's initiation. Now he's running the opposite way. Gusted. Back with your buddies, Schofield. He's gonna die. Stinger with a TP. Succeeds, despite the plethora of crits there.
Oh yeah.
But Malo still isn't able to push this out. Maybe he does some X plays. No, he just wants to farm his orchid instead.
And Hector's farming in the enemy jungle, picks up the 12-minute bounty. He is getting pretty farmed here. Already has the relic, so he's well on his way towards, you know, doing Hector things and being the richest hero in the game. Right now, though, Dark Mago, I have to say, doing a good job keeping himself farmed up. He is going for that first item, Orchid Malevolence. Nearly has that completed. So playing into the Ember, looking to play off that strength and try and catch Gunnar off guard. You know, these Embers, not really on their wheelhouse to go for such a first item BKB, right? They really do rely, it feels, on this Orb of Corrosion and Maelstrom buildup, especially when you end up maxing Sleight of Fist first in the lane. It's just the way you have... Pardon me, any impact in the laning or in the early to mid game. It is going to leave him vulnerable, of course, to that Orchid, which is nearly complete for Dark Mago. And it is, pardon me, complete for Dark Mago. They're going to smoke on it. Seems like Nouns know what's up, though. I mean, the Gunner is just hands off the keyboard, hiding in the trees right now.
Yes. That Orchid is a little bit too dangerous for him to deal with. For now, it's just Stinger who reveals himself. He's push-shoving at the lane, but Nouns, like you said, they know what's up, so they're not going to reveal themselves either, which is a win overall for Beast Coast, considering that Hector is just farming, so he's fine with this downtime.
Yeah.
However, Yamson is also doing the same thing, and hopefully not matching his farm, but at least recovering from what was not the best early game.
Exactly. And building the right kind of items against this Alchemist, right? And indeed, he is going for the Shard, the Hypothermia, which is phenomenal, of course, against these heroes that do heal a ton. Very strong against the Slash, this Alch, obviously, as well as this kind of a Witch Doctor build. It would appear, yes, indeed, Stinger has finally queued up the Holy Locket. So it seems like he thinks the strength of this hero now is on the heals and sustain in the middle of these fights. Again, I don't necessarily agree with that, but I think perhaps his ideology is I am never going to get to cast a meaningful Death Ward because of the Global Silences game, because of the Gust, because of the Rubik. Although you're not scared of Rubik stealing Death Ward because you can just, much like Pudge, toggle Rot, and in this case, Voodoo Restoration while channeling, and it doesn't break the channel. But I guess he's thinking, I'm going to get silenced, so there's just no way for me to be able to use an impactful Death Ward in this game. Okay. I think there is logic there. Sometimes you do have to kind of suck it up and go for a much different Witch Doctor builds and play off of those strengths, but I do think that there was a timing here where we, even with 3 points in Maledict here, he could have been a little bit impactful. But it's okay. I'm done moping about it.
It's been 15 minutes. I think it's been 10 about Witch Doctor.
It's true.
This hero has so little impact. It's a 5, Richie. It's not a 3. It's not part of the strategy.
He especially has even less impact when
Don't,
he's only level
no,
6.
No, I don't care.
And he's not. He's so far from that 15
talking about it. Let's talk about the Alchemist instead, who's finally hit the rate in his timing. He's got a BKB soon as well. There's usually the timing most Alchemists fight on, and he'll be fighting against a Dragon Ranger with a Dragon Lance, and no, nothing else. If she gets Hurricane Pike, it might not be that bad for Drow.
But the big item here really is Moo having Helm of the Overlord already. He's moved into the enemy triangle. He's found his Ancient Black Dragon. Nouns are sitting on this Global Silence. I would like to see them make a move here. They have Maelstrom completed for Gunner. It looks like they're going to try and defend this Tier 1 tower.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Arcane Curse. Trying to finish off Schofield here. Lala's got him. Telekinesis does the Walrus Punch as well. Schofield avoids it with a snowball. Nice job,
Yeah,
Schofield.
but he's onto the Wolves.
He is. And he's gonna save himself with Ice Shards for now. Having Dragon in the high ground. Can't avoid that. He's going to die.
Okay.
And with this, Nouns should be able to take a Roche as well. Really good timing for them. Can Beast Coast interrupt?
I don't think so. Beast Coast seem like they're just kind of waiting back, waiting for Hector to get his BKB online, maybe one more item after that. But Roche is going to fall in the meantime. Hector has BKB flying his way now, but they're too late to contest this Roche. Even after a great torrent, they're going to try.
And they're going for the ghost ship, but it only hits the Rubik there, and the multi-shot annoying them a lot, actually. They kill Stinger. Sacred does tank through it, but Hector cannot get into position. Now finally go for Husky. He's been last word activates the BKB, and this is the time we're talking about, trying to run down the Silencer, but not actually hitting him. I think he had other plans in mind. In the backlines, the Dragon is dealing with Sacred alone, and Sacred needs to get away, but won't from the Embers. Sharing Chains 2s as well. They have the spray set up. That's going to be so much more damage against them. Schofield runs away from his team to direct the attention from the enemies, and that allows the rest of Beast Coast to survive. But another bad fight for Beast Coast, and his passivity is turning into blunders, honestly.
Yeah, it really is. I think they've really given Nouns a lot of space, a lot of breathing room, a lot of choices, really, in terms of what items, how much they can farm, and what moves and objectives they can take. I mean, just surprising with how quickly actually Sacred was able to take down that Tier 1 top with having Max Edict. They haven't really been able to find pickoffs and go for that mid-tier 1 tower. Again, this is... I hate to come back to it, but this is where I think Witch Doctor has a strength when you go for this Max Maledix build. Like, you are really good playing into pickoffs. In the early game, when the cast range of Cask is good enough with a Death Ward and Maledict to follow up, as well as an X-Mark at the spot to control them, playing into this Orchid timing, like, I really thought we were going to see a lot more of this alongside the Lesh just getting in there, being very aggressive, but it seems like everyone is just kind of farming up their own items and doing their own thing, and Stinger building for a heal build and with a team that's not really grouping up to fight early on. And this has to change, and it will change, I assume, as soon as Hector gets, well, whatever item he decides he's strong enough to fight with. For now, it's still an 8-second BKB for him, as he did commit the first charge. Goes into the Mantisile next to be able to dispel the silences and the roots that they have against him. It's actually Sacred who gets a little bit aggressive here, just stealing a little bit of farm.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We're going to announce to actually smoke up. They will head across with 3. They just, of course, on this Drow Ranger, who is not really that farmed, honestly. Just a Dragonlance and the Power Treads, and, of course, this Ag Shard, which is actually kind of a big deal, right? So that's perhaps going to be the most problematic thing for the side of Beast Coast here, especially if they end up getting caught by the Smoke Gang.
Gunner. Old Nation is a Searing Chains, immediately dispel the Chemical Rage. Starts the BKB on Hector. Hector running away with the last word. Might be forced to use BKB, and there it is. Magic Stick as well, but there's no counter initiation here. Just the first 2 charges used. I would even say the first one was defensive as well, or wasted, you could even argue.
Yep. Yeah, Nouns are really happy with this, right? Alk is a hero when you have an entire ability that just literally helps you farm. Quite naturally, you want to play around the power spike of your items, rather. And by burning that 9 and 8-second BKB, I would argue, yeah, you're doing a lot of work here at really, really reducing the impact this Alchemist is going to have on top of you. I don't really know what Beast Coast are planning here. BKB for Dark Mago is going to be the next nice item, but still their initiation's going to be quite lacking until they get this Blink Dagger for Schofield. He's still 1,000 gold away.
Argmago, there's the ghost ship used, okay, with the Orchid. He can't, he didn't calculate that correctly. Argmago misses the combo, and now he's stuck. He hasn't had BKB yet. Argmago should die here, as Sakret managed to make it out alive with a TP. In the bottom lane, Hector at least finds the wolf, but Shapeshift will get Mu out of here.
Yep, and of course Wolves go invisible.
I can't believe they missed the ghost ship combo.
Yeah, that's an uncharacteristic mistake out from Dark Mago, who I'm sure must have been expecting the global silence and probably tried to time it. A bit rare, but these things happen. You know, it's all about just recovering well. That's a shapeshifted like an Ancient Black Dragon, which is going to get resummoned now, just to make sure he didn't feed the 250 gold. Didn't die.
Redominated, yeah.
Nouns are the ones who are going to be pushing this tier 1 top. These guys actually use the Fortify here for the tower. Okay, I mean, I guess, do we see Nouns really pushing another objective in the next 5 minutes? Not really, so it doesn't really seem to be like a huge waste, especially as this Aegis is going to time out in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, but they just seem lost with a battle plan, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised by their moves, considering their usual playstyle and also this kind of draft they've drafted for themselves. It feels like Now's taking over the map completely. It feels like Moo's impact is unstoppable right now. And now you're starting to get Yamsun slowly but steadily back to an acceptable amount of net worth.
And again, I hate to dwell on this, but you have two supports, Tusk and Witch Doctor. These are kill enabler supports. No one is playing with them. They are not playing with each other. And Stinger is not playing to max Maledict or playing seemingly into this kill combo. I think this is a mistake. I think this draft was envisioned in mind with them to maybe play with Dark Mago or something. That's normally how we see him go
he
really
went
aggressive.
Orchid first, so that shows.
Yes. That's, I mean, I'm so worked up over this because I was just expecting a little bit more from this Beast Coast lineup, honestly. It's surprising to me, honestly. It really is.
In the case of Nouns, I think they're playing quite well to their strengths, right? But because they've played, I guess, somewhat defensively, only punishing mistakes, which is appropriate. But Beast Coast hasn't made enough plays for us to really see Nouns in their full splendor either. Gunner recovering from the mid lane very well, is something to point out. Again, Moo's domination in the bottom lane is impressive. So, like, you have some good points to say about Nouns.
That's right.
But it's difficult to compare him to a passive Beast Coast.
I think the biggest point I have to make in favor of Nouns is the way that they have adjusted their playstyle here and have been really respecting the aggression from Beast Coast. That's really taken a lot of steam out from the Beast Coast itemizations and, in my opinion, hero draft early on, and has gotten Nouns a lot of extra space and time. That does mean, of course, that they're not challenging the farm of Hector K1, which is a little bit unorthodox. A lot of teams, when they play into Hector especially, they will, I mean, they know where he farms, right? He's a little bit like Clockwork, right? And that means you can actually take him down. That was how last year, anyway, Thunder Awaken were able to constantly defeat this team in DPC. There's maybe a kill here onto the Lycan.
I don't think so. They just have no more lockdown. Okay, here comes the Kunkka finally. Mu now should be in trouble despite his plate mail. They even sent the snowball to guarantee the skill.
Very good.
And Mu will fall, which is an important point because this is the biggest space creator for Nouns right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's not unusual for Mu, pardon me, to die kind of in the bottom lane. That's more or less supposed to be playing. There's no Aegis, right? So Nouns aren't really gearing up for a big push. He's removing farm on the map for Hector K1 Dark Mago. It's good of Beast Coast that they are able to punish that, right? Though I do have to say, because it's been an uncharacteristically slow game for them. And again, I'm just... Okay, so it's going to be on the Manta style we're going to fight, right, Hector? Or maybe the next item, then the Blink Dagger on top of that. I'm getting to that state of feeling a little bit exasperated of, well, when are we going to fight?
I mean, he has AC now. He's still towering over the draft. Maybe AC is the time to fight. I wonder what the timing is. I mean, Blink Dagger seemed good to me, so...
Yes, Blink Dagger is good.
Your whole thing.
And if he can farm that, and he will... Oh, well, he needs Manta as well, so that's what, 3,000 more gold right now? That's a bit tough, but maybe if it's a long Roche timer, Beast Coast need to defend the second Roche. Otherwise, they're just going to lose this game. And seemingly be okay with it. They cannot let Nouns get this second Roche for free. They need to really make them pay for it, or they need to secure it themselves. And then I think this draft makes much more sense if they were playing specifically for the second Roche timing, which, to give them the benefit of the doubt, I believe they are. Everyone kind of building up in that way. Supports getting very little to nothing. I mean, Schofield has only managed to farm up 700 gold for his Blink Dagger in the last 5 minutes. They're not really giving anything here to the supports, and that's fine. but then who's going to
They're
be your
dying to create
initiation?
space, right?
Yeah.
But Nouns is getting LLSs more farmed up thanks to the Philly, which is something that not much control from Beast Coast, right? But because of their passivity, the Philly is becoming even stronger and stronger.
Mm-hmm.
And they do have two, I would argue, stronger scaling cores.
Dire's
Kunkka does
middle
fall
tower
off
is
harder
Yeah,
than Ember.
that's right. But this timing here for Beast Coast is a big one. Nouns check Roche, sorely disappointed to not see him spawn, but they will be happy to see Hector here.
Yeah. Hector, sorry, it's gonna be Stinger who dies first, protecting Hector,
so
who
fast,
hasn't
by the
activated
way.
BKB yet.
Not
That's
bad
still a
spell.
win. They also used Shapeshift, so Beast Coast could play around this, knowing there's less resources on the enemy team.
They're expecting to be able to catch Hector. A little bit difficult, right? Now that he has 2 dispels.
Yes.
That was a kill onto the Thunder Hide, by the way.
Yeah, very
Yes, they
important here, because I think like his... Oh no, Schofield didn't get it, so he didn't get the Blink Dagger off it.
Dire's
Hector
middle
also pushes
tower
his tower.
is
This will
under
help
attack.
Schofield get his Blink Dagger.
Dire's
Closer,
middle
anyway.
tower
And what's really going to
God,
help him
it's
is that
taking
it's a long
forever.
Roche. It's a long Roche timer,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And that's really useful here, especially because Nouns, having committed the BKB and the Shapeshift, are going to be weaker in this next kind of fight.
Yes,
Maga, though,
exactly.
Dire's
Catching
middle
Gunner is a little
tower
bit too
is under
difficult, and
attack.
Gunner is gonna be able to get
he's
out.
got to be careful. Without BKB, he cannot dispel this Midas, which I believe we've only seen used once on
Orchid.
Ember. Orchid, thank you. Yes, the Midas. Could you imagine you transmute the Ember Spirit?
Yeah. He turns into gold, right? Drinking, you force feed him Mercury, and then he turns into gold.
Hector, oh my
Mago is just
god.
gonna continue pushing. I think maybe he's forced to use the X. There we go. BKB just so he can X himself back. That is not a
no.
good start to this fight.
No, it's
Another
gonna be-
blunder from Beast Coast that Nouns can take advantage of.
Exactly. It's kind of funny. Gunner's BKB cooldown is basically the exact same as when Roche is going to spawn. This is a really big advantage for them. Hector, has he bought out for the Blink Dagger? He has. Okay. He's backpacked as well, the Solar Ring. Not quite 6-slotted here. You know, he's going to eventually upgrade the Blink, get the Abyssal Blade, and then he's 6-slotted. Oh, this could be it. Blink reveal.
Oh, that silence. The Manta style is not going to
Stunned
stun
himself.
and he stuns himself because of the unstable
Oh my
concoction. So
God.
that's going to be a really easy fight for Nouns, thanks to that global silence. They might even catch Stinger. He's just an afterthought, so it doesn't really matter. He's just gaining space for his team. The real thing is they want to push right now.
Yep. Thanks
Or
to the
Roche.
global,
Roche.
but
Roche
also
is better. Yeah.
thanks to Gunner's phenomenal cast there on the Syrian Chains. Because he had dispelled himself once, had a second dispel again, but was expecting to be able to throw the unstable concoction. Unfortunately, was unable to. And now let's take a really easy fight. Should not be that easy against Alchemist. He is, what, 10k up, basically, at the start of the fight over both cores? I mean, yeah, it's starting to look bad here. This is a classic Beast Coast gaming. You know, you take a picture of this net worth chart right now, and if you told, 100 Dota fans to guess which team was Radiant, 98 of them would probably say Beast Coast or whatever team Hector's on right now. They'd be right. But on an Alchemist, I just don't believe he no longer has the opportunity to bring this game back 1v5.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, they just let all your timing slip away. I don't think the AC is enough, honestly. If they keep playing like this and dancing you around, certainly not, right? Their team fighting, which I praise so much, has been kind of atrocious this game.
It's not been good. I didn't want to say it.
No, it's
This
very
is better,
true.
though, maybe.
Yeah, no, Gunner is the flame guard still. They cover with a gun. Gunner gets the BKB, and Gunner, he's stronger than these two supports. Schofield will die, and Dark Malo tries to blow out Yamsun with that tidal wave. However, Luz gets a really nice look. He's a stun here, putting Hector in a pickle. Dark Malo as well. That's the Heaven's Halberd. The divide team fight into two. The BKB used here by Yamsun, trying to get away, as Hector is forced to use the BKB to not stun himself a second time here. Gust misses, Moose still on the hunt, but they're not going to find anyone. Only supports dying for Beast Coast, but no losses here on Nouns except for lots of resources.
Yeah, and just not a highlight fight there, basically, for Hector, who gets kind of kited by the supports, figures out he has no detection, and basically with his BKB charge, his last long-duration BKB charge, by the way, that was a 7-second BKB, just takes a tour of his triangle and then runs away. Didn't attack a single hero under the cover of the BKB. Nouns are just, honestly, I have to say, they're outclassing Beast Coast in this game really hard. Really outclassing them here at almost every single step. Lanes, of course, was a little bit more of a mixed effect. I have to say, I think Gunner had another phenomenal game, as he's been having all tournaments, or at least in the games that we've been able to catch him, especially versus the Enigma series. He's popping off here again on the Ember Spirits, not making any mistakes, which I think against Beast Coast is all you have to do, especially if they're going to beat this pass. And my biggest question to Beast Coast is, what's the plan here? What was the plan?
To a future of grief.
You know, it's you've got this alchemist. Presumably, you're fighting around the power spikes on his individual items, and I haven't really seen them ever group up to make a move.
Yeah, now maybe. There's the group up. Okay,
stun.
they got Gemson. He still has Aegis and BKB when he comes back. Global Silence there to cover him a little bit. That's not going to help.
Hurricane
Tidal
Bite.
Wave brings back the Silencer. Want to kill him, but the Silencer's surprisingly slippery. Yamsun's second life, Hurricane Pike off the cliff. Husky dies as Yamsun tries to run away from Hector. Only a single Frost Arrow to slow him down. Continually the Frost Arrows. Still has the BKB. Lelis is nearby. Has the needs to save? No shard. So he's going to suffer the wrath here of Hector and Sacred as Yamsun's forced the BKB TP. Don't have any Basher, so they can't kill him in time. And Gunner and the High Gun will survive. Nouns losing 2 supports for Beast Coast, 2 supports. In the end, the only thing that Beast Coast really makes a difference here is the Aegis.
Yeah, an uncharacteristic mistake in positioning this game from Nouns. I've been really praising how
Yep.
well that they've been playing against Beast Coast. I believe even in the lead up to that fight, about just not making mistakes and giving Beast Coast these kinds of opportunities to take these wacky fights where they do tend to excel. That was one of those wacky fights. Hector knew exactly what Yamsun wanted to do. He was even waiting there. Right? He knew exactly how far that Hurricane Bite was going to push Yamsun, and was just waiting. Forced him to kind of just run all the way around that fight. Dark Mago doing a fantastic job annoying and harassing the supports. Lycan here, Moo, was focused on trying to take down the Witch Doctor, and does, right, very easily, but can't really do much against the cores chasing down his Drow Ranger. So there's a little bit more of the Beast Coast that we were hoping to see. It's just, you know, I don't know, 20 minutes too late, maybe? We'll see if they can still pull this back, but Lycan's actually... Oh, well, he's lost the courier now, but he's actually purchased the Ag Scepter, so he's got Wolf Bites. Is this for Ember, I suppose? Is it for Drow? I can't imagine it's for Drow, right?
No, that would be bad for Ember. But that's an interesting one.
It's an interesting
I
one.
don't know why you would Wolfbite this game, honestly.
Does
I guess you
it...
can save Drow sometimes. Maybe it's not that
Yeah.
bad, like as a save because of the movement speed bonus.
I guess, yeah. Maybe I think it's for Ember, right? Because I think something that especially through BKB that Beast Coast do kind of struggle against is the control. Alchemist usually likes to rely on his mobility, being with the Blink Dagger, the Phase Boots, to be able to stick on top of enemy heroes, especially with Radiance, and prevent them from getting away. Super easy to kite out your Alchemist, right? In the same vein as it is like a lifesteal, right? Doesn't really, I mean, he's got a stun here on this Alch hero, but as we've seen, it hasn't really been super consequential this game versus Nouns. So maybe if you Wolf Bite this Ember Spirit, he's just like too fast, honestly, for Alch to kill. I mean, I don't know, it sounds kind of dumb, but I could see it kind of working.
I mean, especially considering went for the overwhelming blink with the strength blink, right?
Yep.
Instead of the swift blink, which means that you actually rely on this a little bit more instead of just like, I'm gonna
Right,
permabash him
right.
with a swift blink.
Right, good point. Yeah, I could see that working.
And we'll see. There's also the possibility, of course, of Dark Mago scaling, which is something he hasn't been able to do this game because he's gone for a little bit of a team fighting build. But
Yeah.
eventually it could bring some more damage to the table.
He could, and I mean, you know, this ultimate orb that he's building up for the Scythe device is really good stats, and that Scythe is a phenomenal item here to be in general building versus this. I mean, in any lineup, but especially against the spirits, especially against these squishy range cores who rely on their mobility and casting their items. Because of course, when you are a pig, you are muted, and you cannot pop your BKB or Hurricane Bite yourself away. Pardon me. So, you know, that's a decent solution here. He's building, you know, utility. He has Tidal Wave. I see all the times, all the kunkas we've seen in SEA where you've begged them basically to buy the shard. Here it is.
He built it third item, like
did.
literally Orchid BKB title win.
Yeah.
I think that Mago knows what's up. I'm gonna
I
trust
agree.
him more on this guy. I think this guy's a Kunka spammer.
And I want to
think
trust him
SC
as well.
I think C Kunkas should question why they're not building it if they're spamming.
Well, I wouldn't show him this game because he bought it and never used it against opponents because they just never fought. But I agree in general. I really like it this game.
Yeah, that's a good one. And show him his Dota instead.
Yeah.
That's a dead Schofield. Easy. They've installed Snowball, which actually could be Malice, who stole Chemical Rage earlier, by the way. What a madman. So you can't really tell on Rubik, but he is currently raging. He's just really, he has Gurn in his teeth right now, like no tomorrow.
He went to the gym once. He asked the biggest guy in the gym, "How do I get that big?" He just took whatever he give him in the locker room, and now he's running around in the gym parking lot looking
This man's
for a
ready
fight.
to rave, man.
Oh yeah, he is.
Dark Mago, okay. He's some Vita Plus gum, actually. That's what he uses. Rubik is going to be brought back into the X marks the spot ghost ship, and while he was doing all this garbage, Yamsu just A-clicked the ground. So Yeah, like Mago, really pretty combination of tidal waving into the coast ship. You're dead.
He flourishes his death with water, you know. It's
He's like, oh shit, I'm dying. BKBTP.
splash water, splash water. That was like the Kunkka equivalent of pocket sand. Oh, pocket water, quick!
Oh my god.
Throw salty water into their eyes.
Not really sure what was happening there, but that Mao is dead now. Gunner comes to Shiva, should be able to kill Stinger rather easily. Goodbye to Stinger.
We hardly knew you.
Okay. This is looking even worse for Beast Coast.
Yeah, not a highlight game for Beast Coast. I can't lie. I'm a little bit disappointed that the Voodoo Switcher didn't come out before the Gust hit, honestly. It's easy to do, honestly. I don't know. I don't know.
Man, you'll consider Witch Doctor, but he is the least of their issues.
I know.
I think in this whole game, altogether, you have one whole playing that's Beast Coast. That's being generous.
I think Mago might have to use BKB here. No, there's no follow-up. They're too busy taking the tier 1 tower, tier 2 mid tower, that is. Yeah, it's
yeah, I mean, Nouns played the game well, though. You can at least give it to them. They played well around Moo. Yamsun recovered really nicely.
Oh.
Gunner, as always, stellar as Ember Spirit.
I don't know if this is like the normal items either for the Silencer, but he's gone for not only the Boots of Bearing, but also Solar Cresses. There's a BKB pop by Yamsun. Could be an opening. Great shards. There's still a Hurricane Pike, though.
They don't, and they also have Shard and Rubik now.
Yep. The Shard on Rubik
Sacred?
goes to counter.
Sacred has... No, that was... Yeah, it is
he's
Nihilism.
got Axe.
It's the Axe, yeah, given to him by the Alk, which is why the Drow cannot hit him, and surprised by it, she will die. Now we see Gunner turn into the wolf. He's going to attack the Alk. They send a little concoction his way. Has no chemical rage. The crits are actually really high, and this was the point all along. The Sleight of Fist deals too much damage. Here comes the snowball. This is reduced to nothing because of the gust. And this wolf with fire is hunting down anything in his vicinity. Goodbye, Sacred.
Wow.
They want the Roche, but it's not yet available, so we'll have to settle for maybe a push instead.
This wolf with fire, as you called it, doing a lot of work. He's running around this wolf with fire, flame guard, sleight of fisting, incredibly mobile. Not only is he at an unslowable 550 move speed, but he's also, jumping around the fights with these remnants, which are also burning you. Great buyback from Yamsun. They're not even going to see. I mean, obviously they know Roche is enough, but they're not even going to wait for him. They're going to go right up to this high ground. Let's try and force some buybacks, of which not many on East Coast. Good job by Sacred, who does say buyback. If Alk gives you an Ags, it does actually contribute to your net worth and therefore increase your buyback costs. So he's at least budgeted well for that. Fiscally responsible lad. Well done. But
that's where the horns come from.
It's true, but Dark Mago has not. Or sorry, makes that Hector has not.
No, Hector has not. And the Witch Doctor, okay, Stinger has Ghost this time. And in comes Ember again, killing Stinger. Dark Mago still trying to stop the Semmer in the backline. Schofield and Sacred went for a play, which did not work out for them. Nouns, I think, just took the game.
Yep, I believe so. They're going to go ahead and play this safe. They can go back and take Roche, but they didn't even use it global in these last two fights. I don't think they even really broke a sweat, honestly. I think Yamsun goes, oh no, they have what's it called, Nihilism. Okay, I'll buy that. Oh, they're diving? Okay. I'll kill them. Okay, oh, cool, Gunner, you got an ultra kill? Nice. Okay, easy, let's take... I mean, it's...
Yeah, honestly. Like, you take Roche, and his next fight is without Lesh, but with Aegis, right? And also, I didn't see, was it Axe?
Refresher Shard on Husky now.
Okay, Refresher Shard, okay. So double silence is what you're fighting into. Scary, man.
Yes. Who has cheese, by the way? Did Ember take that? I believe
yes, Ember took it, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, he's got it in the backpack, but he'll probably slot that in over the bottle. And that's a pretty nice item for him to use. They actually, I don't believe, have any healer reduction on the side of Beast Coast, so he gets that off in the fight. Listen, I'm not saying it's just as good as an Aegis, but it'll full heal him, if he ends up getting it off. You also have a Lincoln's coming here the way towards Yamsun. So he's going to have that item online to prevent himself from getting X-marked spot, as well as potentially that unstable concoction. Also blocks any potential walrus kicks if Schofield had any money, which he doesn't. Does not block Cask, though. That's always a really fun one. It tries to block Cask, but just doesn't for some reason.
What? Lincoln's?
Lincoln's, yeah. It just goes
it
through
blocks
it.
the first stun, though, right?
I don't think so.
It just bounces, but it blocks the first stun. I am almost certain, because it's the same thing with Omni.
With, sorry?
With Omni Slash.
With Omni. Oh, yes, with Omni.
Like, you still jump to the person, but it blocks the first stun.
They're hunting for Dark Mago,
or the first damage.
They know his tricks, and they've scouted him with a wolf.
Yep. And Lelis should be able to catch him with his double concoction. Oh, clever kick because he's gonna stun himself. I spoke too soon. Armago TP's in time. There's a very good BKB TP. That's wolf by use, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, good use of the BKB TP. He's out of there.
I mean, look, this is the one saving grace Beastco can have, right? They like shove out waves here and pray that their team fight. Honestly, look, I looked at this strat. I thought this team fight is so much better, but I guess if you're losing by this much, it doesn't feel that great. Like Mago should have an insane team fight right now. He has Hex and everything. If they just take one good fight, it shouldn't be that difficult for Beastcoast. I don't think they're out yet, honestly. I think we called it a little bit too early.
I'm not so sure. I don't know. I hate to be the contrarian, but I've just not been convinced by the previous, I don't know, but they've had like maybe 3 minutes of really good play, convincing play, where I've seen this team really play to this draft's strengths, but Sacred's got Blink Dagger, yeah, or Gunnar rather, he's in. There's a good initiation, but where's the follow-up? Where's Hector?
No, Hector is farming. He's trying to get the axe for Kunkka, so they initiate it before they should, which means that Mao will die here. Doesn't have the Torrent Storm. And Hector was forced back. I don't think... Oh, he got the axe. And he is not capable of getting it just yet. There we go. There's a Torrent Storm available. And that was the play that Hector was making. It was interesting. They still initiated on that. As like Mago sees the opportunity, wants to go for the Ember, Torrents the Drow instead. And the Ember's not getting pulled back. Gunner, kind of unstoppable here. There we go. There's the Hex they were looking for, but no follow.
Bite him.
Global. And that will save from the pink curse. Now going for Hector, who has a BKB still, so Gunnar shouldn't be able to kill him. However, like Mago just bumped back telekinesis, almost kills him. They cut the Drow this time, she's done in Split Earth, and Hector's just hitting on target. She's not actually killing the dragon, she's the Aegis. Instead, trying to finish off Moo. Now setting up for Gunnar, then he's finally down. Like Mago survives, Sacred go for Moo and gets the kill too. Gunnar is the real target. No, Hector wants the Drow Ranger stuck behind, and she gets stunned and killed with a Leshrac now. Entertaining Gunnar for long enough, now turned into a pig, lost the shapeshift apparently, halfway through the pig duration, and the death ward to add as much damage as possible to Gunnar, who is capable of at least reventing and saving himself here. They try with the Torrent, never mind, that was way too good. That Mago guessed exactly where he was going and gets him with a Torrent of all things.
Alright, all Beast Coast needed to do was just fight once more. Finally, when their backs were against the wall, they're like, well, I guess we have to fight now.
This is the Beast Coast special. They love losing games until they can't anymore, and they're like, alright, I guess we'll take this game.
Really, they enjoy the sensation of snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, don't they? Just really pulling it back here.
I mean, they really do.
An incredible fight, and I think finally we're starting to see this Alchemist be used quite aggressively. I'm surprised even before the Basher went to gift those 2 Ag Scepters, actually kind of making a difference now. Torrent Storm didn't really do like as much as I thought it would in that fight. I think it ended up catching a hero once or twice and otherwise causing lots of chaos and probably lagging the stream. But other than that, not a whole lot.
They're going for tier 4s now.
It was more just Hector committing into that fight. And the Lesh as well, finding a good blink initiation there.
I think they're going to commit to tier 4s now. Yep. I think
they're testing
buybacks. Yeah, Drow's no buyback. That's what they were testing here. They're trying to force a buyback here. So that's why they go for the Rex instead now.
They will fight Gunnar.
From behind, there's Leatherstone. He's going to catch Stinger. Stinger's not that important.
No, he can die.
And he has Blue Switch Ryu anyway. Beast Coast deciding whether they should fight on this or not. They decide the Stinger should die instead. Tries to TP, but 2 crits kill him. That Mago, much more valuable. Lelis doesn't have the telekinesis yet. Torrent he tried, but Dark Mago he avoided. And Dark Mago still has that TP plus BKB if need be. But he's fast enough.
He'll make it out alive. Buyback there on Moo is costly. Just about evens it up here in terms of net worth. Alright, looks like Beast Coast, they just needed 1 fight underneath their legs, and they're fighting a lot better now.
I mean,
finally.
You're still not in the best position, right? You're still dealing with a lineup that scales as well as you do. You know, your Alk is matched and farmed somewhat at this point in the game. He's just building Ags for everybody. In fact, his next Ags, I think, is Tusks.
Oh, yes. That's
he's built 2 Ags already. I mean, he's going to eventually give it to himself. It's going to be kind of bonkers. I've never thought I would see... I mean, Hector is probably the perfect person for this Axe.
I think he already has the bonus damage, by the way. You don't need to give yourself the Axe to receive it anymore. He's already got it. Yeah, he's got the buff.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Oh, no, it doesn't matter. I thought the buff was just in case...
No, they changed that, I think, a while ago because everyone's like, this is useless. Why would I, a carry alchemist, ever give someone else... Oh, damage? Okay, I'll take it.
Yeah, yep.
Oh, that's a nice item, too. That's Penta Edge Sword. as he did indeed give it to Schofield. So now he's got himself that walrus kick. Again, issue is going to be that Lincoln Sphere, but it's very useful to kick a wolf out of the fight, honestly. Now, especially when you have two wolves running around here. One of them is an Ember, so he can always remnant back and be anywhere he wants, basically. But it is at least an item to put yourself in a position to start winning these really hectic and chaotic team fights. Yamsum, I want to say as well, is actually kind of struggling here. Yes, now that Hector is finally quite tanky, he's been able to just get into the face of this Drow Ranger. You know, Yamsum as well, struggling a little bit against the casual evasion that these heroes are having. I've seen Dark Malgo as well, able to tank in the face of some of these enemy heroes pretty effectively, just with that Heaven's Halberd miss rate. You know, that casual bit of evasion, right? That 20% bad, one of every 5 hits.
Really good pickup. It's won him a couple of fights in the disarm as well.
Yeah. Now it's up for Nouns, who aren't actually feeling too confident in this match anymore, especially after the buyback from Moo, right? Like, things are looking a little bit dicey for them here, especially with this upcoming Roche fight. Yamsum not yet up to level 25 either, where we do expect them to take that 12% marksmanship chance. Remember when Drow had like 70% cooldown talents or something? Good times.
It was great for BKB, and people didn't realize that.
Mid lane?
But this time, he calculated the X marks the spot better.
Global.
However, Dark Malo.
Global?
Okay. He actually BKB because they thought he was going for him. They wasted Global and the Wolf Bite. Roche is not... Well, if they get a fast Roche here, Beast Coast is in business.
Yeah. Really surprised with the global usage there. I'm not really sure what the plan was there, because of course X is going to bring you back no matter what when it times out.
What? Okay, 30 seconds. Yeah, this is a fast Roche. All right. They can take it before Global signs up.
And they don't have the refresher shard, right? They used it in the last fight, so they don't really have anything here in terms of big resources here. This is a little scary now for Nouns. This game kind of slipping away from them a little bit with a couple of small mistakes here. They played a really phenomenal 30 minutes. I have to be honest with you. I even use the words. They are outclassing Beast Coast in many ways. The only way they weren't outclassing them was in terms of the farm advantage that Beast Coast have amassed. And now finally, you know, more than 40 minutes in, it's showing.
Okay. Do they go for a Roche? No, they're gonna just shove mid. Nobody's checking Roche at all. Stinger, he's the Roche checker duty. Okay, it seems like. No, never mind. Stinger's just trying to take over the high ground. They actually want to go for a smoke that kills someone. However, the Wolves have scouted this smoke, so they know where they are.
And look how far back Nouns are sitting. I've rarely seen teams sit this far back.
He has BKB though, so he shouldn't die just yet. First of the spells, does the BKB. Gunner though, in wolf form, is the ones to initiate. And this is the Walrus Punch to try to control him. It's very difficult. Look at that pathetic Death Ward. Gunner ignores it. Global Silence though to stop it, just in case. As all of now just trying to run in and finish off the Skullfield. No use of the Walrus kick whatsoever. They're out of position here.
Oh,
and
the tidal wave.
The BKB. There's a tidal wave. Doesn't put anyone in that position. Walrus Punch stolen by Lelis will cancel his BKB PD from Hector. And now he's condemned to a death. 100% here. Countered by Dark trying to get a kill before he dies, but it's unsuccessful. And Dark might also be caught here. Lelis, once again, the savior of Nouns.
Yeah. What's really important for him is with Walrus Punch, of course, that the projectile has to land, right? Same thing with the Tusk. So a little bit unlucky there, honestly, for Rubik, who was affected by the burn mischance, and of course had to roll through the 16% or whatever you get from...
No, Walrus Punch never misses, though.
Doesn't it?
No. That's
shit.
That's what it's supposed to be. Yeah, look, if you ult, it has True Strike. Right?
Okay, never mind then.
Yes.
Rolled 100% out of 100%. I thought Yamsum was screwed there, to be honest, though.
No.
On that tidal wave coming on in.
Ended up, but not really. He has Ags now, too, right? Yep. I mean, this Ags, if you get it off Roche, it's quite nice. You don't have to deviate into it whatsoever. It'll give you a lot of damage in the team points.
Oh, goodness. Well, I think the strategy here for Nouns, all it had to be was... just let them run into us. All the times that Nouns have tried to initiate, it's gone a bit poorly. They're going to have to do it once here, though. Beast Coast still, of course, the retained buyback on Hector. Pretty much 6 left. I mean, I guess he could still, and he finally is now going to go back for the Basher. Sorry, Witch Doctor, no love for you this game. Fair enough.
No, that is not what Death Ward is, again, pathetic. Okay, they're trying to play from behind. They want to get rid of Lelis, and they know how important Lelis is, so this kill quite valuable. Global Silence, though, might get them Sacred. He activates the BKB. The trap deals way too much damage. Sacred's dead. Now Gunner with a Wolf Bite. chasing after a Kumka, who has a BKB himself. He's been slowed up on the Frost arrows, but the Torrent Storm will save him. The Racks, though, are down, and Wolf Gunner managed to gulp down Darkmago, take down Skullful as well, bring down Sting on his man on paper. Yamsun, though, really out of position here now, finally being whacked by Hector as Moog, the other Wolf, joins in. Gunner trying to keep the rest of the day, but he's finally been caught with a series of stuns.
I don't believe this.
To death.
It's a dieback.
As Hector can still maybe find Yamsun. Does he have a bash? No,
Nope.
he can't cancel his TP
Just
whatsoever.
bought it. He bought it mid-kill attempt there. He's like, next time.
I'll get you, Yamsun.
I can't believe what I'm seeing here, Alvaro. 3 buybacks out from Beast Coast. They do at least retain the second life here on Drought Ranger, but Beast Coast, they're barreling it down mid. And this time Nouns, they don't have themselves an Ember Spirit. They don't have themselves a BKB on the second life here for the Drought Ranger. Don't believe they even have Shapeshift. They will in 25 more seconds. But they very quickly might not have a lead anymore in this game 1. I mean, they're up 14k. They're going to have to maybe buy back as well on Lelis. Maybe they can save it, but no one's going to be able to cut the wave here mid. Now, Beast Coast are very likely to just run it straight down here mid. They must know. Yeah, I was about to say, must know Gunner has no buyback here. Tense moments here at the end of game number 1. 50 minutes in. Can they hold here?
Oh, his chance to defend at the same time as they use the Glyph. I don't think that was the right choice. Now the Glyph seems kind of wasted. As Yamsun goes back in. Another attempt. Darkmago. He brings it back with Tidal Wave.
No BKB.
Doesn't have BKB. He gets Hexes in the Torrent Storm as well, but they're ignoring him. They want to go for the towers instead. Hey, they can just kill Yamsun here. The activated the Nest as well. Moves in the middle of the fray. There's a BKB still on Hector. Activates it. Stinger's going to die. He distracted them long enough for them to go for the throne. Darkmago and Hector just want the Ancient, but can they take it? They're dealing too much damage here. Someone kill Hector, please. He's finally through this. No, it's not going to be enough. Hector survives to the onslaught even without Chemical Rage. Takes the Ancient, and a classic Beast Coast comeback ensues.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Look at Beast Coast, man. They're chill as hell. They're like, yeah, all according to plan. Good job. Good job there. No one even nervous, man. Barely any reactions. Oh god, that was so bad for them though for 30 minutes. I mean, real talk, Avo. Yeah. I am shocked. Hector actually does look a little bit surprised there towards the end of that game. A little bit of emotion displayed.
Relieved, I think is the word you're looking for. I mean, look, I'm with you. Just because the end game, they actually played it quite decently.
They played it very well.
I don't think the early... Yeah, they played it very well, which is a classic for Beast Coast. I do not think that justifies an early to mid game that was a little bit poor, that Nouns took complete advantage of. That said, this defeat is so demoralizing for teams like Nouns. Yeah. Gunner already talked about how they were so close at beating a couple of teams, and they're so close at beating Beast Coast, and it just slips away towards the end, right? A couple of mispositioning mistakes, I would say, a couple of overextensions, and all of a sudden your chances to stay, I think, are gone. I think they're mathematically eliminated now.
Yeah.
Even through tiebreakers, they can't do it.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough for them. I think perhaps out of the running here, but we'll have to see and run those tables. But
we still have a second game.
Right? There's still a second game. I mean, I'm surprised, honestly. I really thought. I mean, I'm figuring out what the foot in mouth really tastes like, because I just cannot believe that Beast Coast were actually able to come back. I had them 100% counted out. I didn't really see.
I told you
a game plan. I didn't really see a lot of synergy in the early game. Everyone was kind of just farming up towards their items, and to their credit, it ended up actually working out very well for them. They all come out really farmed. Hector gives, I think, 3 Ag Scepters here to his 2, 3, and 4, and end up actually being able to get on top of this Drow Ranger. Also lock down this Gunner Wolf-Bited Ember Spirit, who just simply didn't have the damage, it seemed like, to get through a lot of these heroes. Impressive game, honestly, and for Nouns, there's still a game 2, as you say, still more to learn for them as far as what this means into getting into the second group stage here for DreamLeague Season 19. Not quite so sure, but it is starting to look dark and darker for them. As for Beast Coast, though, this does allow them to rise up to 6-3 as they still continue to try and chase down Liquid 7-1 and make it into that second phase. But I mean, a big win for them, man. I'm shocked still, honestly.
Yeah. No, we're going to take a small break and come back with game 2 between Nouns and Beast Coast. I'll see if this one is an equal roller coaster or if it's a more linear game with Nouns perhaps being mathematically eliminated. For now, small break, and we'll come back soon.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside.
it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Sorry, not Enigma. Nouns versus Beast Coast. I watched too many other games, and Beast Coast somehow bring it in game number one. It wasn't their best performance, though. I think compared to a lot of the other performances, if they did this against other teams, it probably wouldn't have worked. However, you could also argue that Nouns have their number. Traditionally, Beast Coast always loses to Nouns in these international tournaments, like the PTS Pro Series, stuff like that. They've always struggled with this team, particularly because Astini has analyzed them right, left, right, and center, right? So they know them very well. Les also knows them very well. They have a good history of beating them. That said, this first loss for Nouns must be absolutely crushing. Like, they almost had it. They had a very clever idea. Once again, I love the wolf bite with the Ember's Breath. I thought it was actually really smart. And the sleight of fist with the crits. And it just disintegrated in front of them.
Yeah, I think it's kind of counterintuitive, but I think the way that Beast Coast were playing so chill, I think maybe it was up to Nouns to be a little bit more active there in terms of trying to finish off the game. In their fairness, right, they did try and go on second and third Roche. It's just about being able to close it out, right, or forcing the right kind of fight, not necessarily going in on your first wave, maybe just waiting, trying to bait out some sort of overcommitment. They did manage to catch Dark Mago farming out like the one time, but just weren't able to actually kill him through his BKB TP. Like stuff like those, I think, is the way you have to really try and end games versus Beast Coast, right? Because backs against the wall, this team is all fight. And boy, did they sure bring it there towards the end versus Nouns. As you say, though, I mean, it is a team, especially with two great minds behind it here, Astini and Lellis, that do know how to play against this team extremely well. So we'll see what they have.
Draft.
Sorry?
I was say I don't think the draft was very much the problem,
Me neither.
considering how the lanes went, right? Because the only concern that we had in the beginning when we favored Beast Coast drafts we thought the Alk and Witch Hunter would play much more aggressively and would win that lane.
Yeah.
Since they didn't, which you could argue is Beast Coast's fault too, but since they didn't, the draft worked out for Nouns, and they seem to understand how to beat them.
Mm-hmm.
My actual biggest issue, even though it's a very small thing, and I hate to bring it up, but I think is what lost in the game is Yamsen's positioning that late game was.
Yeah,
a little bit sus.
I think it was a combination of things as well, right? From Nouns, I think it was perhaps not having a very clear, not a very clear like team fight process for those guys. Yeah. It was just like, I will fight the Ember, and then we just fight them. I don't really think like it was like there was a clear plan in place, right? A lot of the times, like when you talk to teams, especially when they have skirmished many times in the game, it's more like, okay, well, we recognize we needed to do this. We learned that this was a problem. We weren't prepared for this. And then we adjusted in the middle of the game. That game, it was almost beneficial by the end for Beast Coast to have never really fought and shown their true strength. Because it just, when it came down to it, it didn't really seem like Nouns were prepared for it. Our second draft is underway here, Avo, and already it's going to be the Silencer opener for now. So right back into it. I am not opposed to this, honestly. I think, like you were talking about in the draft for last game, Beast Coast very much a team that relies a lot on their spell casting to make up maybe for some of their weaknesses in lane and in their early game. And having a Silencer to really put like a stick in the proverbial bike spokes of this kind of a lineup, of this kind of a fight style, can really, really destroy the early momentum here for Beast Coast.
Yes, I very much like the Sansa pick. I think that was a very solid pick up last game, and I think it continues to be. I don't think he had any issues, honestly. Maybe this time with Sansa though, picking offlaner, I will say that like that the Lycan pick was a little bit surprising to me. It worked out in the end, but I wouldn't mind having more team fight in the offlane, considering the Silencer doesn't bring any stuns to the table, right? It's just global silence, that's it. And well, that's a lot of team fight. Having an extra smaller stun would be nice, right? The Centaur type, the Slardars, though I don't like that hero, but these kind of heroes are nice to combine with Silencer. or a 4 that brings that instead, right? That's also okay. They bring Lilith like an Earthshaker, something like that. Always nice. I also like the Enchantress for Beast Coast more. I know for a fact that Beast Coast sees the Witch Hunter's lane winner. I don't think they won their lane last time. So
Nope.
Enchantress is the ultimate lane winner when this happens.
And that is what I do like to see as well. I think a Silencer fulfills a pretty similar role, especially when you do end up seeing him go for the more Arcane Curse, just really heavy DPS, the slow. Ends up being a bit of a lane bully. And I think Enchantress fulfills that role a little bit better these days. And also has the added benefit that she just brings, push as well, right, with the max enchant creep, which can end up being super annoying. Now, okay, Alvaro, you thought I talked too much about Witch Doctor. Now doing us the favor. Drafting it again might actually end up being the offlane for them as well. We have seen the strat from them yesterday in their win versus Enigma, I believe, with the Moo Witch Doctor offlane, haven't we?
Yes, we have. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, of course. And that's always really exciting to see. It's a very similar skill build, actually, to what we saw here as a support for Stinger, except you are just much faster on your timings and on your levels in general, which means you're faster to your 10 talents, to your 15 talents, and you try and just play around the strengths of those talents alongside your Ag Shard to just be a really big nuisance once you pick up the Heaven's Halberd. Now, I don't know. It's also the thing about this Witch Doctor is it's also a really, really strong hero into the Centaur War Runner. Again, formerly tankiest hero in the game before he was usurped by the Primal Beast. And it ends up being really, really nice against him because Return or Retaliate, whatever it's called, does not do anything against Death Ward. Just straight up, like you're not scared about it. It doesn't kill the Witch Doctor compared to a lot of other supports, like for example, a support Windrunner who just simply kills herself on a Centaur. Witch Doctor's not scared of it, and he's going to be running him down if it's going to be a support who's going to play around the Maledict and Death Ward. So it can still be flexed in both positions pretty easily. For Nouns, the rest of this draft is going to be a little bit more organized about getting some more control to prevent Stampede from completely ruining any of your team fights, especially if they cast it right as a global comes out. That could be very punishing, as well as just a little bit more reliable damage here, right? I think it's a little bit too much of a dream to rely on Witch Doctor to do all the damage for you in team fights. It's super unreliable, especially when, again, you have control and catch issues. So I would like to see Nouns go in a little bit more of a control-heavy direction with the rest of their draft, given your other support is Silencer.
10 seconds remaining.
Beast Coast, second phase of bans will hit him with a couple of respect bans. That's a respect ban we don't see too much these days. The Lone Druid being taken out of the pool, alongside, of course, the Gunnar Ember Spirit. Nouns look like they're banning here for their carry specifically. Pango's still in the pool for them. If Gunnar wants to pull that one out, would make this Bloodseeker ban make a good amount of sense. I'm also thinking something like a Naga Siren here, Terra Blade as well, when you start looking at these carries who might be able to lane into the Centaur War Runner. Although the TB, you just need to be able to lane into this, right? That's the strategy here, I believe, for Nouns, who have revealed the laner, or the Centaur at least, so they're first to reveal the full core, whereas Nouns, of course, can still flex the Switch Doctor between 3 and 5, and still potentially really have a strong lane as well between those two heroes in those positions. Beast Coast now with 15th pick here. Probably going to pick another support alongside this Ench. You're looking for basically a position 4.
5 seconds remaining.
The Beastmaster is not out of the pool, and it seems like Beast Coast have more or less focused onto those mid lane bans. So you can see that Pango as well. I think the Bloodseeker is always a little bit of a telegraph there, given how much he ruins the early game. We'll also note the Batrider is also still in the pool, if that's an option. Disruptor as well for Beast Coast would be a little bit weird, but in case Nouns decide to run like a Silencer Disruptor, a support duo with a Witch Doctor offlane, it really does do a lot of work against the Centaur. We saw that earlier in our first series, where I believe it was the Carlo, I believe, Disruptor really just destroyed the Centaur rather, in terms of being able to utilize the Stampede. So that's something maybe for Beast Coast to consider here when they're looking at a support, trying to maybe block pick just a little bit. Other than that, you tend to be looking at melee position 4s for Schofields, which is not going to be the case here. He's going to go instead for the Willow. Little bit of synergy in this lane between the Centaur owner and the Willow is actually Nouns, who are going to pick up this Shaker. I believe last time we saw this, it was for Lelis. So I think it's going to be a support Shaker here. So the 4 with some long-range initiation can struggle against the Enchantress in lane because you can enchant and dispel the enchant totem buff. That helps Shaker generally with his trading. However, what Lelis showed us yesterday, because I believe he also played into an Enchantress with 180 ping as well, didn't really affect him, and he was generally running the Enchantress out of lane. So I more or less expect to see the same thing here, unless Beast Coast really picks something more aggressive alongside this Enchantress for Hector to be able to get a little bit more damage in and actually pick a bit more of a kill lane. Nouns, then on the other hand, here with 17, are going to have to probably show where this Witch Doctor is going. And it is going to be the Slark, like I said, into this Bloodseeker and Naga Siren, as well as actually this Faceless Void as well. Strong lane, obviously, into Centaur, right? Because you're going to be able to steal the Essence fairly reliably in lane. Still have not really revealed where this Witch Doctor is going. And to a lesser extent, I would say this Earthshaker is possible to go into the off lane as well for Nouns. But I think they are more looking to try and flex the Witch Doctor into that role if they can. So for Beast Coast here, on 18th pick now, you don't have any information about the mid lane, and I'd want to try and set up Dark Mago for last pick like you managed last game. So I might want to try and pick my carry here. The scary part about it, of course, well, no, you do know who's going to go into this lane, because I'd be surprised if Nouns, if any of these heroes are going to go mid. The only one that can go mid here is basically Slark, but only if Beast Coast incentivize it with something like a Bat Rider or basically just a Bat Rider, right? So not something I think we're going to end up seeing here. So we're likely going to, I think we're going to see Hector's hero here, to be honest. Fights well into a Slark as well. Can't be something that's too destroyed by Pounce. And fighting into a Shaker. Well, it's going to be this Fen, built-in farm mechanism. Has Warcry, which is really nice into the Slark lane, especially into this Earthshaker lane. The casual stun as well is pretty useful here because the Ench doesn't carry one. You actually could look to potentially get a little bit more aggressive in this lane. I'm eager to see how Hector has evolved his farm-heavy playstyle as well on this Fen. He has been doing a lot of good work in last year's SADPC when I casted a lot of him. In terms of using abilities like God's Strength, yes, for farming big stacks in the triangle, but also for rotating onto towers and otherwise getting some objectives alongside the rest of his team here. He also has Stampede to help him get him out of tricky situations, although I will say Stampede into potentially a Slark Ags with fissures, you know, kind of blocking your pathing, might not be the best help there. So I do really like that Nouns have looked to cancel out that strength of the Centaur War Runner in that way. The mid lane duel now. Beast Coast are going to get the heads up here with 24th pick and last pick of the draft. It's up for Nouns, who are going to have to blind pick Gunner into the Dark Mago matchup. Tiny ready. Bat Rider is the only other. Yeah, that's right. Mars and Tinker is what Dark Mago was really spamming. Not spamming, I should say. Is what he learned to play last year during the previous DPC season. He's pretty good on the Mars, actually. And it's a hero that does contain the Slark very well and would have prevented him from going mid. Bat Rider is the really big Dark Mago hero that is not banned here, but that becomes a little bit of a difficult pick here for Beast Coast, unless Nouns pick something that absolutely cannot be flexed with this Slark. Because Slark then would just go mid, and he wins that lane pretty easily against a Bat Rider. Last ban there on the Leshrac. Nouns with a good amount of reserve time here as well to sit back and think what they're going to be able to pick for Gunner.
10 seconds
No
remaining.
Pango for him either here.
5 seconds
It's
remaining.
not the most catch in the world, honestly. I don't know if you can really get away with a Storm Spirit, but it doesn't look like the craziest pick. I think that the problem is here, you're just really afraid of getting completely countered in your lane. Storm's not someone who's going to be able to swap lanes with a Slark, even if Slark can tank the lane mid. So that's a little bit scary. You have to pick something a little bit durable. You know, Pango's always nice, right? Because he has his 1 or 2 really bad matchups that he still farms and recovers from. It's like a Tusk still in the pool. It's a Morphling. Okay. So Morph for them is actually kind of a problem here for Beast Coast. They do not have good burst damage in the early game, especially against this Morph. No really natural Orchid carriers either. Basically relying on Terrorize, which is their best way, their longest form of lockdown, I should say, to try and get through this Morphling in the early game.
5 seconds remaining.
Off of strength heroes, though, this Sven doesn't really, well, he minds, but you only lose status resist when you use Morph Ags on a strength hero. So it's not the best against, especially the Ector pool of heroes, as Beast Coast with their last pick will not random, and instead go with the Doom. That is going to be some good lockdown, some good initiation, and likely the mid laner here for Dark Mago, as he's going to be able to flex, excuse me, into that one. And it is going to be the Gunner mid lane morph lane here. So not a single Agi hero for him to actually morph into and steal at attack speed. But I do kind of like this pick here. And Beast Coast may end up running into problems where they actually lack damage to fight this Morphling, who's going to be coming out with a little bit of a faster tempo, or swimming out really with a faster tempo in the mid lane. I think Yamsum as well is going to have a pretty good start to this lane. I don't think either, because the your carry is a melee Sven. I don't think Sven can really lane into this either and go for any fancy lane swap. So it's going to have to be up to the Centaur to try and make this work for Sacred, to make sure that he doesn't really end up losing too heavily in this laning stage. Otherwise, I do believe that Nouns have put themselves in a pretty nice position to run away with this lane. It is going to be this Witch Doctor off lane, by the way. So it's the Witch Doctor Shaker lane. A little bit scary for the Sven and Stinger Enchantress. But I'm eager to see how well Enchantress is going to be able to do with that ability, just keeping him a little bit further out from lane and minimizing how effective he's able to be with the Voodoo Restoration damage. Problem is, of course, is going to be on this Lellis Shaker. He really wowed me on the hero yesterday that we saw. And again, even on 180 ping is making some pretty incredible plays just off the strength of his spells and positioning in these team fights. As we'll get into game here shortly. But a quick pause here, once again, hopefully for Nouns to settle their little ping situation here. And we'll get going here shortly on that as we do jump into game. Boots early for Lellis, and boots first as well for actually Gunner. Oh, he's going to sell his boots, I presume. Yeah, he's got the ward in his inventory. In case you haven't seen this yet, lots of tryhards are doing this. I think Nouns definitely included there. They're going to, now that you have 30 seconds where you can sell your starting items until you take damage, actually, I believe. A lot of mid laners are using this to rush outside of the base. Excuse me. And be able to get a little bit of an advantage when it comes to planting down your first ward. No one on Beast Coast trying this trick, but we'll ride along here and watch the Morphling do it. He's going to have his courier follow him out, and then eventually he'll drop the boots and micro his courier to sell them back. And buy much more traditional starting items here for the Morphling mid. There he goes. Gets the smoke buff as well. And his courier is going to be able to sell those boots. De extraño. Means, I miss you. Cofield says, I don't. That's pretty funny. A little bit of banter here early on, as Gunner is going to be able to plant his ward early. And the tip out from Beast Coast, tipping Lellis. I think next game we're going to see Lellis change the end of his name, which he doesn't have, by the way, into Schofield instead. Schofield. Now, though, Beast Coast setting up on the top area of the map. Pretty happy for them to be able to, once again, try and go for a little bit of a cheeky early first blood here. If they do want to go for it, you're probably going to see this Bramble Maze and perhaps even Enchant just to maximize the damage in the first level. It seems like now they're going to be able to avoid them by simply going for the bottom runes.
The battle begins.
At the horn, though, no one fighting. And it's going to be Nouns. You're going to be able to get a pretty comfortable start. I'm really excited to see, as we see Lellis actually block both camps. Really excited to see him get off to a pretty good start here. But it is going to be, for now, pretty fun laning setup here. Eager to see, especially with the double block here, especially with Nouns letting through the range creep first, how Ector is going to be able to deal with just the sustain, really, that Witch Doctor has in the off lane. Hollis as well chasing down these couriers. He's going to get at least one of them.
Radiant's courier has been
Normally,
killed.
Svens are able to do a lot of work in their lanes by just playing off of this cleave, especially Ector is going to be highly incentivized to take this great cleave early and look to maximize his damage here into the Witch Doctor. But having this much sustain, you know, I'm wondering how effective that kind of playstyle is going to be. He does have himself this Enchantress who will eventually be able to throw pretty disposable creeps at Mu and kind of make his mana usage a bit harder. It's going to be up to Mu here, who's already pushing the wave really heavily under tower, to try and be efficient there with his usage. Mid lane, Gunner into Dark Mago. Seems like a big U farm, I farm kind of lane where they each try and shove it back and forth. If Mago does end up getting a bit aggressive here, it'll be on the rotations of his supports. But again, the strength of this last pick Morphling is that it's a pretty free Morphling game. Doom aside, as far as the actual active ability, taking this guy down without actually getting... Pardon me, without him actually getting off a strength gain seems highly unlikely. Schofield might be able to try and help them out a little bit here on the Willow by building into something like an urn into the vessel. Even so, that doesn't really feel like such a great item to build into a Slark, right, who just dispels it anyway. Lane getting cut here pretty far back behind the tier 1 tower. He's taking a bit of damage, but is able to still sustain pretty easily. He might look for a kill here on a Stinger, but he's going to be able to find himself some cover underneath his own, behind his tier 1 tower in the trees. I'll go with Scorched Earth, able to be really annoying to Gunner in the mid lane, but there's first blood. It's actually top lane where they find it. As it seems like between the Hoof Stomp and connecting onto a Bramble Maze, they are able to get this Silencer. It's his biggest problem in the laning stage, right? He's a really big bully, but much like bullies, you confront them up close and personal, and they end up either punching you in the face and killing you and stealing your intelligence, or simply getting ran down. And it's more of the latter in this kind of a lane here for the Silencer. Mid, it seems like... Oh, hold on.
Radiant's courier has
They're
been
still
killed.
continuing to trade up top lane, but eventually Slark hits level 6 in this lane, and he's sitting pretty, but for now, still alive thanks to the magic stick. Couple right clicks, but that last double edge still not enough. Yamsum trying to eat his way through the trees, but will still drop to the enhanced projectile there from the Shadow Realm with Schofield. Husky looking for revenge. Already 2 stolen int for him. Might be able to pick up a 4th stack now as he plants the ward. Does force out at least that Fairy Fire. Husky trying to chase for more, but Schofield doing a good job wasting some time here. Not a lot of mana, only enough here for the Shadow Realm, as there's going to be an Arcane Curse readily available. They also have a TP scroll as Schofield plants his own lane ward down from the cover of the trees.
Dire are
Husky closing the gap. The level 2 Arcane Curse here, so Schofield is going to tick down here unless he makes it home in time. Will he tick in the fountain? No, he just barely lives. He's going to be A-okay. Does have to walk back to lane, though. That's going to be a little bit troublesome. See how Yamsum continues to try and recover in this lane. Yeah, there's the smoke plays you tend to see. But Yamsum's going to need a little bit more help recovering in this lane as we get a quick pause. His laning partner being a Silencer is a little bit more difficult here. But auto attack. Oh, his auto attack settings. But because he doesn't have a stun to really interrupt, it's just the slow really to stop Centaur from running him down. Okay, Sacred now getting aggressive here in this top lane. He's going to be forced back under tower, but the Cursed Crown does keep Yamsum away and preventing him from diving that tier 1 tower.
Not fast enough.
So far, nice early lead here for Beast Coast out from the laning stage. Especially because Gunner is being kept pretty low on HP here. especially because Dark Mago has found himself this Ice Armor creep. Allows him to get pretty aggressive here, really reduces the Morphline's natural advantage of being able to play and trade effectively off of his Morph strength, Agimorph. Top lane. Oh, the magic damage. It's too much here, actually, for Husky. And through those infused raindrops, they will find another kill here. This is slightly troublesome. The stronger this lane gets from Beast Ghost, the stronger Sacred and Schofield are able to become in this lane, the more difficult it is actually for them to get experience. You know, Yamsum's going to be constantly bullied, out of reach of the experience. Delays his level 6, which makes this lane even more difficult. So it's important for something to try and break even in this lane. I think the difficulty from Beast Coast this game will be trying to make some action happen and actually convert out of this laning stage, right? With the Doom mid, it's not exactly impossible, but it does feel a little bit awkward trying to actually make that happen for themselves. Just because he's going to likely just still go into a little bit more of a scaling build. So we do hit another pause. Maybe some auto attack settings this time for Lois. Is going to be able to steal the minute 6 rune. This time it's going to be the headset difficulties. Same, brother. Well, this has an Invis rune, though. It does manage to steal that minute 6 rune. Maybe trying to set up onto this bottom lane. Bit difficult, really, onto Hector. He's already got himself the power tread, so fairly tanky here. And again, 3 points in this Great Cleave. I expect to see him into the jungle rather quickly. Hector, of course, no stranger, right? And not shy away from the fact, does not shy away, rather, from the fact that he does prefer the heavy farming builds. Scofield once again forced to TP all the way home, but honestly, this lane is just going fine for Beast Ghost. Sacred already with a full Vanguard up here, so not really in too much trouble. As down bottom, the Invis rune, not really paying off there for Lelis. 3 points now into this Voodoo Restoration. You can really see the kind of effect that it starts to have here. It's a little bit subtle, but does add up, as that's going to be a second stun onto Stinger, the Fissure as well, and Moo is going to get him with the right-click damage here. Already has the Arcane Boots, now the Soul Ring on the way in order to keep himself filled on the mana. That is the biggest problem for this hero here. Schofield was just rotating on through. Back to the mid lane he will go. Might try and set up for a kill here onto Gunnar as soon as he returns. Gunnar, who, by the way, has been forced home due to a shortage of mana. Still going for a very carry-like build on this Morphling, though. First item into the Dragonlance to be able to actually have attack range. Not really something that this hero thrives on. Kind of a necessary item for him. Action bottom, though, as now that Schofield has secured the top lane, he can try and get a little bit more aggressive here. Good stuns here onto Hector. Unlucky cast bounces, but the Death Ward is out. And the bonus armor, not enough here from Hector. He is going to go down. Singer as well. Doesn't need to get out of range of that Death Ward. His mid lane, Dark Mago, just found it doomed. He literally just walked up and doomed his ass. Didn't get the chance to get off the strength gain at all. Just TP'd in, doomed, and killed. There's the Stampede. That's the top lane here where Yamsum is getting chased down. He's so close to level 6, and I don't think he's going to live to see the day. Oh, just finds it. The creeps battling will be able to live. Gunnar with a tip onto Yamsum. Really ought to tip the creeps there. Now bottom, though, the action continues. Hector does pop the ultimate here, looking for a kill. A cast bouncing around, preventing him from doing too much. Bouncing out back on a Schofield, but there's the stun. God's strength here, but the damage isn't high enough. Not through the sustain of the max Voodoo Restoration. Moo, though, really lacks any more aggressive potential here, but is going to be able to survive through that bout of aggression from Beast Ghost. Lois, the stun here. Might be killed in return. Good usage of the Fissure. Plenty of mana here to play with thanks to the mana boots of this Witch Doctor. So he's actually be able to give the boot to Sven and sends this Willow packing into the Death Ward. Shadow Realm, though, not nearly enough burst damage, so I'm not able to get the kill there. That's going to be Nouns. Really, with like an exclamation mark here. Good job in that bottom lane. Yamsum, though, continuing to just get relentlessly dove in this top lane. He's finally able to get a little bit more aggressive. Does not have Shadow Dance for 10 more seconds, and he's going to go down to the right-click damage of Schofield. Sacred as well. He's just too tanky here with the Vanguard Husky. He can't kill him. Doesn't have enough ints stolen on to get him. And will get him from beyond the grave at the very least, as he does manage to hide around the trees, but will eventually go down. Lelis and Moo, though, still on the hunt in this bottom lane, as it's Stinger, who's left all by himself to just try and delay this push. Some fancy footwork there around the trees. Does seem a little
Radiant's
bit
bottom
longer
tower
here.
is under attack.
Stun
Dire's top
into
tower
the Voodoo
is under
Switcheroo, or sorry, the Voodoo Restoration, and an easy kill there as Moo just walks him down. Dark Mago is going to have this Doom up again, so it's up to Beast Coast to make an aggressive move here, and they can look to make one relatively soon.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning.
Doom, Bottle DD rune
Radiant's
here
bottom
is
tower
ready.
is under attack.
More than likely going to end up seeing this as a counter rotation, so I do think Nouns need to be a little bit careful with how aggressive they're pushing in this bottom lane in terms of being able to effectively not get counter-initiated with the Doom. Hello, Alvaro. Can the stream hear you as well?
Yeah, the stream can hear me as well.
Hello, welcome back.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. There's an issue in the setup. But
That's okay.
It's all solved now. As Stinger's being hunted down in the bottom lane, Lilith is waiting for this TP. Does not get the stun out, though. And Mago will just be able to run him down with double damage, kill off Lilith. Like, thank you for delivering this free kill for me. However, Yems in the top lane starting to do the same thing here with Schofield. Schofield goes to Shadow Realm. He'll be safe for now. And Sacred positions himself aggressively to make sure they can't make another play.
All right. Story of this game, for those of you just joining us, perhaps you're just tuning into this game after the laning stage
Radiant's
ends, or
middle
maybe your
tower is
microphone
under attack.
disintegrated in your very hand. You're unable to
Yeah.
pay attention to the game.
Yeah.
Is Beast Coast so far doing very well in these lanes. Moo coming out with a nice level advantage here, is able to out-sustain Hector, who of course went for max Great Cleave, which of course is out-sustained and even out-damaged by this Witch Doctor in the early game. But it was actually the mid lane Doom of Dark Mago who was able to really keep Gunnar at bay. We see another Doom, by the way, onto Gunnar. This time, though, he does get the strength gain off. First Doom was effective at killing him, surprisingly, actually. It was just a solo kill, just straight up doomed him. And but for now, Dark Mago still popping off very effectively.
Radiant's bottom
Found a good
tower
creep
is
early
under
on this
attack.
Ice Armor creep, and now has his Hand of Midas, Max Devour, and almost has his Blink Dagger all ready to go. That's going to be a big activation item time in here for Dark Mago in order for him to actually get a little bit more involved in these team fights. It's actually a phenomenal counter to someone like the Witch Doctor in the offlane role.
On the top lane, Sacred once again, they're going up for him. Yamson wanted to get the kill, so did Husky, but instead they had to assist. The Schofield was lurking nearby. Now Schofield will show, not only does he lurk, he also kills. Getting rid of Husky, and Yamson, with his level 6, will be able to heal back up, but not in the face of Schofield, as a Stinger steals the bounty in the face of Urshick.
The really big difficulty for Yansum in this lane was just simply the Silencer getting caught once, and then from there, as soon as like this Vanguard came out,
Radiant's
Sacred
bottom tower
and
is under
Schofield
attack.
were just all over Silencer, and Yamson had nothing to protect him. Okay, he's got a stick. Okay, that's why. I was like, Gunnar, you okay? Yes.
That beat though, up top. Also to help Stinger perhaps, is also to kill Lelis, but up top is the kill onto Yamsuk potentially. It's just Schofield going. Bottom lane, Dark Mago will commit to the Lelis kill. And not
Can't
getting
get
it.
it.
Realize that move's a little bit too dangerous. There's offlane Witch Doctor. Oh, he avoided the cast with illusion. I didn't even know you could do that.
Yep.
Radiant's
stuff.
middle tower is
Yeah, it's the
under
same-
attack.
Impressive.
Radiant's
Nicely done. That could have really
structures are
backfired on him,
fortified.
of course, if he casted that a little bit too early and then just got
Yes,
premised
it's
on.
a super dangerous play.
Yeah, but you know, high risk, high reward, man. Does that sound like
Radiant's
East Coast or
middle
what?
tower has fallen.
Yeah, honestly, that sounds like Dark Mago, honestly, not even Beast Coast.
That's true. Well, he's Beast Coast now, isn't he? Smoke play, though.
He's the essence of Beast Coast.
You have a very powerful double blink timing here, by the way. I mean, Dark Mago's had his a while, but Sacred has his. He's going to reveal it and say hello to Gunnar.
Terrorize, which will put Gunnar in a position. Global Silence, though, might help him out. Might save him, actually, because there's no impetus damage here from a Stinger, so there's no added damage. And this was a magnificent fissure. We'll save his team out.
Yep.
That's Moo. He also joins the team to do not much, but say hi.
Gunnar was able to at least get off the strength gain there, notably, and will live. Does force at least the global silence. So Beast Coast now are playing with a Doom, and without a global, yeah. Oh, I thought he was going to drop it there.
Well, he does have Doom, but there's not much point in using it against a Witch Doctor. Oh, now he's going to realize he
Now he's
should have
gonna
used it
die.
earlier, because Death Ward is going to cancel him. That Malo dies, sure, in exchange for Moo, but Moo got a lot more than he wanted there.
Yeah, that's definitely a big win there, actually, for Nouns. Gunnar has TP down here. Yeah, okay, and it's going to be safe for him to farm, as everyone else is going to leave and move to the other side of the map. Nouns, in anticipation of this, though, they're going to redirect this smoke, which they just pop in the mid lane. Maybe trying to get into this enemy triangle. They know there's probably a Sven here. Very classic Ector lineup, right? The team goes bottom, you go top, try and find the Sven. Can they catch him? Looks like a yes.
Still has a fair amount of help here. In fact, the Stampede might just save his life, as now Ictor is thinking of fighting back here. Realize that's not the play. Yamson does die in the backlines though. Stinger's joining in. He has a chance to get rid of the double damage, plus slow down Husky, allow them to get a second kill in this fight. Even Endless tries to delay the inevitable. It is inevitable after all.
Oh no, Hector run through the nature's attendants. Okay, whew. That was really close. He actually almost let himself tick down the last word because he was like, oh boy, it's about to be 15 minutes. I can farm more camps. Keeps at respawn. Oh, they actually have to ping him to slow him down. Bold move out there from Nouns, especially considering the start that Yamson had. The Warcry, you know, just giving you that bonus armor, really helping him live through there. As, man, they just hate Stinger.
Yeah, the Stinger is okay with tanking this damage as long as Sacred doesn't die. However, Sacred's also put in a pickle with a Maledic. He used the help from Schofield, but a little bit too late. Maledic or damage from Yamson will kill him. And Husky even sees an opportunity to go for Schofield. However, too many heroes nearby. Better not to risk it.
Yeah. Gunner, in the meantime, has just been relegated to farming duty. He actually got demolished. I mean, he's sitting down there with Yamsum, so it's good that Nouns are able to defend their jungle and defend Beast Coast from running them over out of the laning stage here off the back of the strength of this Witch Doctor. I have to say, once again, Lelis has really impressed me with the way he's been playing this game so far. He's almost already farmed up the Blink Dagger, honestly, and he only has 17 last hits, right? So it's not like he's been necessarily just, you know, farming too much. Just mostly he's been getting some good assists in, getting bounty runes, securing space for his team. As they now are going to move to continue to try and defend the jungle. Yamson taking some slightly dangerous farm here, considering the presence of the ward. But it will be dewarded here by Schofield anyway. It's the tricky part against playing against the Slark, is he always knows when you got vision on him, and there he goes. Yamson's like, yep, they see me here too, guys. Don't think it's worth it for Beast Coast to try and defend this ward. I think they have to let this go. This is a little bit too risky. They've played off such a great early game. I wouldn't want to see them lose it just to defend a ward like this. This is just a kill on a support. Nothing too big.
Yeah.
But it's just, it's more
intelligence though.
Yeah, but you know, you were talking about how this is how you want to draft, you know, these scaling builds against Beast Coast. Well, it's third stack of permanent agi. That's what, 6 stolen? No, sorry, make that only 4 stolen ints for Husky, and you lose the ward. Like, it just wasn't really worth it there, unfortunately, for Schofield. Space created, but you do have to be careful eventually what you're trading, right? The opportunity cost for space. What does it cost?
Yeah, for sure. In this case, because of the Slark and because of Sign, so I think it's much more punished. And since Schofield's an intelligence hero, ranged hero, I thought he was not going to make these many plays. You know, his playstyle was going to be a little bit calmed down, but apparently that still has not happened for him. He's still in the same mode of I am melee, or I appear melee even if I'm not melee.
Radiant are scanning.
And that is something that I know Bisco's been working on for a while, trying to get Schofield to maybe play some more defensive hero sometimes, right? With the Willow, with the Rubik's, you know, the Snapfires, not play as aggressively, but not the case for this game.
Sacred has not really made any significant moves since he dominated the top lane. I'd like to see Beast Coast try and connect and play a little bit more on the strength of this Centaur. They are about to finish BKB on Dark Mago, so I presume this is going to be their go time on this kind of a hero. It's actually Nouns who are going to be able to set the tempo here as they do smoke. They're going to be too late now to catch Dark Mago as he TPs away. And now they've got a very powerful double BKB timing as Hector has just finished his. I really prefer this style of Beast Coast compared to the Beast Coast they showed us in Game 1. I think this is a draft with, yes, a little bit unorthodox with basically 2 offlaners, but you have shut down the enemy mid Morphling, and you're playing together on your timings, right? This double BKB, this double blink, it's going to be pretty big now for Nouns to try and fight into. It's important for them to try and survive through this.
Will
they doom him this time?
Here. This time they should doom him, but do they want to go on him? Okay, Stampede indicates yes. And Moo is not going to doom the second time, and it's not going to work for the Darkmao. We'll see. Yep, it is. Moo's already dead. Sacred also got to the Slark. This is a great doom dog as they hit him with Terrors as well. But and this time they will use it to ensure the carry kill as Hector reaches the team fight last and will get nothing out of it because he just wants it down.
And then the thing that's really hard to swallow for Nouns is that they ended up getting this Slark into Centaur and still losing the lane. You have this Morphling into, into a lineup where, in theory, only the Doom is scary in terms of actually killing you until it's like 60 minutes in, and then Hector goes, mega mode, defending his base and prevents you from even touching the Ancients. And still, because you got crushed so hard in the lanes, the amount of gold that this Doom has racked up, the amount of farm and the items that Sacred has farmed, who is still richer than anyone in the game. By the way, the richest core right now for Nouns is this Witch Doctor, right? It's just difficult. Like, they need to kind of understand that even though in theory you win these fights, you're just not in a position in this game where the theory is going to come, into practice, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They
can't capitalize on this just yet.
So they need to still go a little bit more recovery mode. This is the second time I've seen Nouns make this error, because they did try and smoke into the triangle earlier to catch Hector, and then Hector just fought them because Yamsum just wasn't that scary.
Exactly. They haven't hit a single time, and they're going for Roche, which is also a very scary play. I mean, there's no Terrorize.
There's no Terrorize.
There's
no
just
Doom.
Blink Hook Stomp, honestly, which might just do the trick here.
Maybe.
They have scanned them though, so they know there's someone nearby. The Roche thinking is also super slow.
No Blink Echo either here.
No Blink Echo, but there's no Doom, there's no God Strength either. Stinger's already committed suicide.
Yeah.
Good job, Stinger. He's done his job. He's scouted, I guess. And now, with a stomp, they actually catch Yemson in a difficult position. And Sven starts hitting without God Strength, though. Still enough damage
Doesn't matter.
to Yemson. As a move, his healing is not enough. Now he's trying to run away. Terrorize is being charged up. Ictor, his BKB just ended, and that's a strike. Full strength.
They want to fight him?
For that long. I don't think they do. They want to retreat now. It's one of their carry.
Yeah, and
However,
Hector, he's
they
got
don't
God
have a good
Strength.
Roche.
I was
he
going to say,
does.
maybe they want to look for Roche, but they're respecting the timings here as Nouns actually do smoke back up.
Oh, they go again.
The sustain it's good from Nouns, but the damage is lacking. I'm surprised they try and chase uphill there. I like this team fight a lot more in the river sort of area, in this basin. There's Terrorize yet again. Global.
Okay, there's the global silence here. Will prevent the initiation somewhat. There's no big AP on
Parmesan.
Ictor, and they can punish him. He couldn't even get God Strength off. That Mango finally has the Tomb off cooldown, but it's a little bit too late. Can't save his teammate now without Ictor. Beast Coast will retreat. They were the ones who didn't respect the timings this time.
That's true. They didn't respect Paralyzing Cask, honestly. Best spell to use in the Roche pit. No, I'm serious. He was permastun. His ass got global silence. He couldn't turn red. He decided to try and help
blinked
Roche.
in without BKB. Enough said. There's nothing. He shouldn't be the one blinking it ever. As a Sven without BKB, out of the question.
Look, I
out
agree,
of the question.
right?
It could have been Paralyzing Cask. It could have been Magic Missile. I don't care, mate. You don't do that.
Paralyzing Cask, permastun, no chance to fight, deleted. Witch Doctor, the best offlaner in the game. You heard it here first. Moo, playing a phenomenal game. This early game really came down to him performing and making sure he can play off the strengths of this hero. Very unorthodox hero. But of course, Moo has always specialized in kind of the early domination kind of offlaners, and he's doing a really phenomenal job this time around. He's bought a lot of time and space. Nouns, they got what they came for, right? They get the objective, the bonus gold. Gunner now able to farm safely for this next 4 minutes with his Aegis. That'll get him towards his Eye of Scotty. I think Yamsum's going to be able to breathe a bit easier as well with this Aegis. Even though it's not on him, it does free him up to take a little bit more farm as well, given that Beast Ghosts are not likely to look for some really big fights. They will try and kill Yamsum, but they're going to miss on the War Stump there, so they're unable to find a Doom. That was really close, though. I have to commend Dark Mago for trying just a little bit off.
Yeah, that's fine. These kind of tries are okay, because you're not overcommitting to them, right? So you might as well try. And Yamson is also a very weak hero right now. However, the scaling for Downs is really insane this game, so I don't know. There's not much time. I mean, 23 minutes in and you still have plenty of time, right? But there isn't... You can't sleep on your laurels this game. It's easy for the guys in Downs just to take over the game.
Yep.
As we're seeing as they kill Stinger. As a 4-step, though. Should be able to go to the low ground. And with a Stampede committed, they save him. Do they want to counter-initiate this? Doesn't seem like it.
No. They need Hector in position to follow up there on what would have been a really good Terrorize. Problem is, Moo is just giving way too much to stay, and he's had the Locket now. He's got the Guardian Greaves buff. Okay, that's Terrorize, which was Schofield, I guess. She's fine. He'll live. He gets out of trouble. Well, it does have a fissure and a blink.
I think
Wow.
he's gonna die.
He's dead to the first tick.
Yeah, Maldic, goodbye. Moo still has a Death Ward and the Voodoo Suchuru, so no way he's dying here.
Yeah. And the Holy
But-
Locket. It's basically a full heal for him right now.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, look, this passivity now by Beast Coast is giving Nouns another chance to just farm on their cores. We almost got Scotty. We have
True.
Scotty M Gunner now.
I would hesitate to call it, passivity, because I think it's more of a hard-fought moment of... They earned it for Nouns, right? They took a really risky fight into Roche. Yes, Beast Coast did play into their hand a little bit there with that final lick-in by Hector, but the fact that Nouns were bold enough to make that call to secure the Aegis, I mean, it's hard for me to really blame Beast Coast for that outside of, the mistakes made in that team fight. I think for now they're doing the next best thing, which is to be farming up a couple more items. Hector has actually gone for the Mage Slayer as well, so he's a bit tanky to this magic damage. They're trying to remove Aegis now from Gunner.
Yeah. And instead they go for the Witch Doctor, who's tankier, but maybe more valuable because he offers a lot of healing. Voodoo Switcheroo, though, will give him a respite for now. As they also start the same with a Fissure, they're just not dealing enough damage. Moo's taking through this whole thing, and Schofield's dying in the backlines right now. They did force the Shadow Dance at least from the start, and they stunned Lelis, but Moo is back to full HP.
You know what it is? It's this 15 talent, right? He's got 300 health. He jumps into Voodoo Switcheroo and he heals the entire time in that 3-second duration, which for him is basically, I can't even do the math now, 50 basically by 30% by 3. It's too much to win. They just can't kill him. Guardian Greaves ready to go again here. This is a dangerous push now from Downs, especially as they force everyone from everyone but Ector back to try and defend. Ector, though, cannot come back and defend this. He doesn't have God's Strength, doesn't have BKB. These guys need to be careful that they don't lose too many heroes here, that they don't hemorrhage too bad on this push. You just kind of have to let this one go. Just deny the tier 3.
I mean, you know, at least. Yeah, spray. Even though they're literally sieging your racks right now. The team fight can still be orchestrated. It's still a solid team fight with Doom. They just need an actual avenue to initiate, and Gunnar needs to lose his Aegis, of course.
It's hard. Aegis is up for 45 more seconds. This Shaker's sitting back as well with Shard. It makes his initiation much easier.
Shivas does reduce Gunnar's healing a little bit, but he's going to overcommit here. Doesn't really care. Yeah, I mean, even if he dies, he still has Aegis to cover him, and Lelis as well, and Moo, of course. Gunnar's still alive, and he has one objective, man. He is hitting these racks. No matter what happens around him. Oh no, he got terrorized. The fear put in his body. Now Gunnar can no longer hit his precious racks. Yamsu has to commit the Shadow Dance just to take him down. As Moo stays behind. Voodoo Switcheroo, this time has already been used. And they'll be able to secure this kill. Why would they doom him?
Why did they doom him?
Why would they doom him?
I have no idea why they doomed him. They saw it. They have a ward down. They saw everyone run away. They doomed him on like 200 HP. He already used Voodoo Switcheroo. What?
I'm not really sure. I was thinking the same thing. He already used Voodoo Switcheroo. What is happening exactly?
I don't even know, man. Derek Mago using the Doom there. Sure. Okay. Whatever. You get him off of your high ground. Message
bro,
sent.
100 seconds. You can't make a move while Moo's dead. This kill doesn't mean that much now because the Doom is offline.
Radiant are scanning.
You're right.
I don't know. I think that's a huge one.
You know what he did is what's Doom backwards?
Mood?
Remove the D. What do you have?
Moo.
Exactly.
Okay, that was terrible. I thought you were gonna say mood, like he was in a bad one.
I don't know.
Watch
man.
the mood exist.
I don't know. It's just a completely unnecessary play. And no, Dark I mean, look, you're completely right.
This is the shame farm, dude. This is when you like shut off your brain and you go to any lane to just keep creeps. Guys, I'm just hitting creeps. Don't mind me. I'm just hitting creeps.
Look,
I didn't mean to do. I'm sorry. I want to hit creeps.
Don't worry, guys. I'm pushing the wave. I'm pushing the wave.
I'm pushing the light. Yeah.
Extra 30 seconds. I'm gonna have Doomsday. Guys, it's fine.
You know, always says this is good. It's just late shot. They want the eye. They want the eye, guys.
They're not gonna fight us for another 50 seconds at least. I mean, come on. Oh, they're hitting the tier 1. Do I have Doom? No.
No, they don't have Doom! And there's no fighting Hector's like they're just gonna die at this rate! BKB's too late! He's dying to the death ward! Hector's gone! And let him move because of the death ward. Gunnar turned into Sven to get the Stormhammer. They now manage to control Schofield with the Fissure. What is happening?
I've not like
Beast Coast needs to take a very deep breath.
I think it's just like they enjoy taking fights
Radiant's top tower
into
has fallen.
you know, like they're
Unfavorable positions.
They're like Beast Coast, don't do it. You don't have Doom. They have a Sentry Ward down. They don't care about your Shadow Blade. You keep blinking into these fights without BK being first down Sven. They have all of their spells, including Echo Slam and BKBs. The Beast just goes, I like those odds, and then they just run in and die. I don't know. It's the double-edged sword, right? It's their biggest strength and also their biggest weakness is that as a team they're not afraid to die, and a lot of times that gets them into fights that they have no rights winning, but sometimes they just, I don't know, do that.
Yeah, I agree with you in the sense that they win some fights off this kind of crazy behavior, but I feel like there's been an issue with even the old Beast Coast and now the new Beast Coast as well, where they don't value their own resources very often and still take a fight, and I think that's insane. I can't believe that's still a problem that Beast Coast is facing after 3 years of this, I mean, the core still being together, right?
Dire's
I don't know.
bottom tower is under
Not
attack.
a fan of that still happening. Okay, this attempt against Moose should be better. They have the resources this time. However, the Fisher blocks him. Sacred could be in trouble. The Moose switcheroo. Moo might just not be the target to
Oh
go
my God,
on,
the
guys.
fissure is too good.
The Fisher's amazing, and Sacred, he's in the trees, but he's been pounced twice. This poor cow will be beat by the fish near the river.
Yes, he is. Slark got the best carvings off of him as well, and is now up to his 5th permanent Agisac. You have
Marble
some.
steak there.
Indeed, he got the filet mignon. He got the T-bone. I don't know. You're the steak guy more than I am. The
Let me
best.
know. Yeah, that's a tight one. That's a nice one.
The tight one. The best cuts there for Yamsum, who is well on his way to being fully recovered here. His hand to Midas, I was kind of questioning it. I didn't really bring it up in time, but I was a little bit concerned that this was just going to be a Midas into lose game scenario. But Nouns have been able to utilize the bonus attack speed very well. The space that they've been making, I have to say, behind the back of Moo. He's been so excellent this entire game. Level 18 already. Global Silence as well, doing a great job, allowing him to actually get some pretty good death boards off, man. This ability low-key kicks ass when you're actually able to use it well in these fights, when you're actually tanky enough to sustain through a Sven trying to hit you, and they can't stun you because your Sven jumps in without using BKB, and then is silenced.
If they win this with the offlane Witch Doctor, the one strategy that will win in this tournament is the offlane Witch Doctor.
You're right.
It's all their won games will be offlane
Radiant's
Witch
top
Doctor.
tower is
I need
under
to try this
attack.
in my pubs. I'm kind of curious.
Dude, it's fun. It's fun. I think the other playstyle you can. I've never done offlane Witch Doctor, but I have done mid Witch Doctor once.
Yeah,
And
but that
no,
one's obvious to me. I understand how that works. I think the offlane is a very interesting playstyle, though.
I think a strength of this would be to play it with a Chen as well. And then you do have that alternate playstyle where the Death Ward actually, especially with Voodoo Switcheroo, is actually extremely significant. Just remember...
because of penitence. Yeah.
Yes, because of penitence, because it fully works on Death Ward. Just do remember that you can set a hotkey for your Death Ward and that you can manually select whichever
Targets,
target
yeah.
you want. A lot of people don't know that about Death Ward. They just kind of pray as soon as they start channeling that ability. But
That's how I do it.
it is fully controlable, and you should definitely do that, especially when you do that. Stinger, please stop.
I'm wondering is now we'll get Beast Coast. Like now they're gonna like turn it to 1000% and just win.
That's
Think
Beast
I'll
Coast.
stop
You're,
sharing on
you're,
Discord.
yeah, don't worry about that. It's just a thing they do so that the coach can see the draft.
Oh, okay.
Just so everyone knows, because I don't want people to assume the worst. Players all join a secure Discord server where they're all vetted. They turn on their webcams there, and that's how, of course, we're capturing their screens now, as you can see him in your bottom left there, of course.
Yeah.
But for some teams that don't have their coaches in the bootcamp with them, as I believe Beast Coast don't, what they do is they stream their screen so that they can see the draft live, of course. And then, of course, they kick the coach from the server after the... they don't kick him from the server. They remove
The
him from
coaches
the
in
voice
their
chat.
case.
Yeah, because you're allowed to have 6 people, I believe, by the rules. In
Oh, right,
the
so there's only
room
one
team.
single coach, yeah, which is Reikyo for this team. Balki is the extra coach.
So I believe you can only get 6. And don't quote me on that. I'm just a dumb caster, right? I'm not the head admin of this
I
tournament.
think you're right. Otherwise, Liquid would have an advantage because they have, what, 15 coaches now? I think.
All right. I can't believe they're still copping strays years later for that. What, are you going to bring up Alliance next?
No, they're not copying. I just think it's funny that they have, like, their coaching staff, it's going to be bigger than their teams.
Yeah, well, do you think it's funny they win games?
No, I think they're a great team. Anyway, Doom for the move. This Doom makes sense as well, which is interesting. No, I haven't seen that yet.
Oh!
However, with the Echo Slam, Lelis might just turn this around. Hector's been disintegrated. Sacred is walking in the opposite direction. Sacred, that's not where your base is. We're just trying to create some space for his teammates to run away from Gunner and Yamsung, but Sacred has absconded his life. Goodbye, Sacred. With a poor Willow choosing to do the same. Oh, living is so hard. Only Mago gets away. Full HP as well. Doesn't feel good for a Doom to be in that position. Hector ceased to exist.
Indeed, yeah. Unfortunately, he did end up scanned there because he just kind of abandoned it with, I don't know, he just ran the other way. Dark Mago will get out, but not a lot he's going to be able to do without the Doom, especially against this Rose take. And even though they take down the Witch Doctor, it's very much reminiscent of the old days here, where you would take down the Timber Saw, the very tanky Timber, and then the rest of the team goes, all right, now what do you got for the rest of us there? Lawless with an amazing Echo Slam there. He's in to just absolutely punish Hector. I don't think he got his BKB off again in that fight, just not respecting the Shaper. No respect here for Lelis.
No.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I mean, he needs to use that BKB with utmost efficiency because 6 seconds are not enough.
It's
So I
right,
understand
it's
his point as to why it's taking so long. But it's just very difficult because you have no save to help him out. There's the hope stomp. Gunner is going to try to kill Sacred. Sacred has enough tank for now. Gunner? I mean, this is just the Aegis for Gunner, and Ektor actually activates the God Strength to fight this.
Dodge on the...
Once again, the resource is a little mistimed here, but since Doom is going to take so... No, Doom actually available in 9 seconds, so now the next fight, you don't have God Strength, but you do have Doom and Stampede.
Yeah, and guess what? Looking at the other side of the river, right, or at the side of the HUD, you're going to have Echo back in 23. Global Silence is coming off cooldown very shortly, and everything from Moo is good to go. Of course, Moo has ball back, so it does make him being, you know, the front liner a bit more difficult, but I think that's the beauty of this offlane Witch Doctor, is that this is about the transition point where you go, all right, guys, I hope you're farmed enough now because I'm a Witch Doctor.
Yeah, he's a Witch Doctor, all right. Dark Malo, though, he wants to turn him into a Silence Witch Doctor, but Glimmer Cape saves him, even though that's a really good Cursed Crown. And that Doom will just be avoided right now. Dark Malo's forced back to the high ground. Nobody's dying on Nouns. That's another resource used, and now you only have Stampede left. God Strength coming back in 30 seconds, however, but
guess
now
what?
it's 30 seconds to push.
But guess what? You're going to have God Strength in 30 seconds. You know what you're not going to have? And maybe a
There's
T.
the Echo Slam that catches two magnanimous cores that get killed immediately as Yamsum goes forward for the support. Sven can even join the fight because they have God Strength. The GG is called by Beast
Radiant's
Ghost.
top barracks are under attack.
Nouns will take it. Nouns will take it.
Nouns do indeed take the win here.
Victory.
Beast Coast very magnanimous in their use of the ultis, kind of just giving without really thinking, unfortunately for them. And it'll cost them dearly, man. You just have to make these ultis count against these very high regeneration kind of lineups. It's Nouns who take now their second victory here. They're pleased with that one. I think a little bit upset. Of course, it's always a bit tough here for Lelis, right, who's unable to celebrate with the team. And well, there, someone disconnected. There he is. He's moved on our screens with his lovely cat tower. Love his cats. Actually, really cute. Follow him on Instagram. Oh, now we've got to switch away because they've messed up our Discord accounts. But it's a bit tough, you know, not to be able to celebrate with the rest of the teams as we can switch on over. But there is a Stini. Happier with the way that game played out, I'm sure. Now that they're able to find a win for themselves, I think they can be quite pleased. Oh, you fixed it.
What?
Nothing. Never mind. I shouldn't comment on it, I suppose, right? There's nothing happened.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
It's a miracle this is still standing. But yeah, I mean, look, that game, congratulations to Nouns. I think they, once again, this Witch Hunter strat looks very good, but I just can't. It's just the little spine is Beast Coast, man. As someone who's watched Beast Coast for 3 years, watching them still have this specific trouble when it comes to the valuing of resources and their timings, right? With a completely different narration of like Mago and Sakret. And it's interesting because like Mago did have this problem sometimes in Thunder Awaken back in the day, but Sakret didn't, right? So he's kind of gotten swept into this Stinger, Schofield, Ektor base of chaos that they swarm in. I don't know. It's the one thing I think pulls them back. I think this team still has the best team fighting out of any team, even better than EG. But their tactical decisions and when to fight sometimes are just not right, you know, for Beast Coast.
Yeah, I think for them it's a lot about being able to kind of measure and think ahead of the fights, what is worth using, and kind of identifying the conditions in fights that are going to lead them to a team fight victory. It looks like a lot of the times they kind of just think they're, I don't know, maybe I'm reading into this too much, but a lot of the times they do manage to outfight their opponents, right?
That's
that's why it's kind of crazy that this works. But there will be times where, you know, no plan is a plan to fail, right? As they say, like you should identify some key conditions in your team fights and not just expect to be like, it's whatever, we're better than them, we'll just outfight them, because that's not always going to get you a victory here.
Yes.
You know, especially against these subtly tanky offlaners, as we'll call them, deceptively tanky offlaners. Like it kind of just broke Beast Coast here, you know? See offlaner, kill offlaner, not working out here for them.
Exactly. I mean, they're targeting some, I think, became a little bit difficult, though, to be honest, right? In halfway through the game, because they never played with their full team fight, it seemed like. But yeah, I agree with your point that I think the feedback loop for Beast Coast is sometimes a little bit broken because of their skill, right? If they keep getting away with team fights where they don't have the resources available, then it seems like that's actually the way that they're playing, and it works for them. So it's all good, right? So then they shouldn't fix that. But then obviously against stronger opponents, this tends to be harder and harder, right? Because when the gap in spellcasting everything becomes lower and lower. I would definitely put Nouns in this kind of harder
Right.
opponents, but imagine even like, teams like, again, EG, teams like the previous LGD or even current one, Aster, or Shopify, whatever. You're not getting away with these kind of plays as much, right? And there's always been the issue why in the main stage they sometimes falter or get to top 8, and that's been their peak. But Beast Coast, this is gonna be a really good learning experience. I don't think that it matters too much that this game particularly didn't go their way because they still got the points they needed, so it's all good.
I want to just elaborate a little bit on your point because I think you're right there, and I'm thinking and trying to compare them to other teams that we know that have a similar style that impress us.
I can't think of another
us.
team that's like them. Like
Execration does. They take these lopsided fights all the time, but I think the biggest difference between Execration is kind of the drafts that Execration do these with. Usually they play a little bit more of like the dual core, even sometimes tri-core kind of lineups, right? Especially when Tino gets on his Visage. It's not really so much like, don't worry, Ector, we're going to let you play the Sven and you'll get all the farm in the world and then we'll outskill them in the team fights. I mean, Mago is, I hate to say it, but in this late game, he's just not that good of a hero anymore as soon as he drops the Doom. It's just the way it is. Sacred's an amazing stunner and he's got a lot of utility with the Stampede, but he's not going to be doing the same amount of work for you as, an NP with the same amount of farm. These are just facts. And I don't know.
I see your point. I think if you were to compare the two styles, I would say that Execration I would say that Beast Core is like a team led by a core, and Execration is a team led by a support almost, right? In the sense that Execration will sometimes, or before, now I think they fixed this now, by the way, but before, they used to have this issue where they fought on the wrong timing, like they weren't strong and they would always lose a 5v5 no matter what they did, right? But they had all the resources and they should be powerful enough, right? Like everything was online. It was a good moment to fight by support standards, but the cores weren't ready, right? Whereas for Beast Coast is the opposite. As long as the cores get the items, Ector has a really good command as to when he's strong in the game. And I would argue the same thing for Dark Mago and Sacred as well. So they know when they're supposed to be stronger. The question is, are things on cooldown? And they just kind of ignore that. And this comes to fruition in the fact that this team, now they don't need it. But before, they never, ever wrote down the Roach timings. Ever. They laughed at casters when they said, "Oh, they calculate the Roach so well." They just did it based off instinct, right? And because of this kind of like a notion from Beast Coast, I think has led to this chaotic playstyle that a little bit of order would help them out, right? Without losing their signature playstyle. Yeah.
Well, I think that's a really I get that. I think it's a really good discussion. I'd love to dive into it a bit more, but we are going to go to a very quick, short break, guys, to set up our interview. When we come back, we're going to be able to talk to Moo from the side of Nouns Witch Doctor, offlane extraordinaire. So stick around, guys, because we'll be right back with that interview with Moo. We'll see you very soon.
Hello, guys. Welcome back. We're here with an interview with a Nouns offlaner and, as Richie called him, Witch Doctor Extraordinaire, Moo. Congratulations on your victory here against Beast Coast. And, I mean, look, I'm going to pass the baton to you, Richie, because I think you have a lot of questions about that build, about that Witch Doctor. I'm going to let you have the little Witch Doctor talk. He's a Witch Doctor master. He loves it. He loves watching you play it, so he can pick your brain a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm afraid to ask anything too technical on the hero because I think obviously I don't want you guys to spill the beans. But if you could just tell me a little bit, like, why do you think this hero is like so strong as an offlaner, and what is it about your play style in particular? Because like no one else is really gunning for this kind of hero right now, but you make it look really strong. Like, what is about your play style and the hero, or Noun's play style that you think makes this hero shine?
I think that a lot of times in the meta, you want these ranged offlaners that just buy auras to have a secure lane, especially on like blind picks. And I kind of just put the 2 and 2 together with like the ranged offlaners. They're always buying Greaves or some sort of utility item. So seems like you just want some guy that's tanky, healing, and does a bit of damage to back it up. Can be left alone. And Witch Doctor just seemed like a perfect fit. So I just started trying it out, and it was honestly way better than I thought it was going to be. So I just kept playing it, and it's been working out.
Okay.
Huh?
I want to add to that question actually, because we've seen this here on competitive before. It was Gaming Gladiators mostly sent it out with the IO, but you guys just pick it alone. Did you at first try it out with the IO and realize the hero was strong enough without it?
Yeah, I mean, the original idea was just to copy, as most teams do, because it seemed really strong. And then, so I just played it in pubs, and obviously I don't always get to pick what I play with in pubs, so I just picked it to pick it. And then I was just like, this seems strong enough to be played without IO, because it was right after they buffed it in the patch, right after the major. It was a very like slight buff, but that buff seemed to push it over the edge to being able to be played without IO.
Okay. We switching on from the Voodoo Switcher from the Witch Doctor.
Very good.
We've talked to Gunnar about how you guys are now letting Astini take the reins when it comes to the draft. Has been a change for you guys as he kind of condenses the voices. How has that process been for you? Do you feel like it works better when you put 100% trust in the draft than a single person there?
Yeah, I actually do. There are a lot of the voices and opinions on the team, so having someone kind of do the homework for us not only lets us play, but also puts all the ideas together without as much drama between the players, because there's always like sort of a different relationship between staff and players. So there's I want to say like a bit more respect. I want it like in a different way. It's not that players don't respect each other, but it's like a different type of respect than a coach or a manager or something. Like it's more like they're almost like a coworker to like a boss. Like if you back talk to your coach, like you're kind of just being dumb. Like it's like I don't know, like he just knows better because he's trying to get us to work together. But if you back talk to another player, like it's more to have like a conversation, I guess, like a little bit of argument. It's more acceptable, almost required in some cases.
Okay. Does the seniority help when it comes to like literally clicking the buttons? I know it seems like a simple thing, but I know he's clicking them now, and a lot of players talk about the importance of the coach being able to draft for them and taking off the pressure in the drafting phase.
I don't know. I don't know if it matters like the age. Asini said that he is only not a player because he just doesn't really want to play competitive. He said he just plays for kills in his pubs, so obviously it doesn't really work in competitive. He's a Ricky only gamer or something. You gotta get like 20-0. But he's super smart,
right.
so it seems fine.
Okay. When it comes to you guys, again, we also asked Gunnar this question, but I'd like to hear from you as well. How does it feel to be able to play in these international tournaments when you are like the third team in an A? You don't get the chances many often in major, and now with these third parties, you get the chance to play against everyone, not just scrim, but actually playing competitive. What's the difference to you in between playing in a tournament and getting to scrim them, for example, in EU? How much does that matter for your experience?
I think it matters a lot, honestly. The difference between scrims and competitive, even though we have scrims almost every team at this event already, except for obviously the C teams and the Chinese teams.
Mhm.
It's just a different thing to play them in a match. Like maybe they might try a bit harder, like instinctually. They might do something different. They might do something that we have never seen in scrims. Like I think ping is a big difference too. We usually scrim and we're all on 100 plus ping, and everyone else is on like 20 or something. It is not the difference maker between a win and a loss, but maybe I get 10 more CS than I would in a scrim, and that can snowball a little bit, lead to better results. But the biggest difference I think is just mentality. A match is just more pressure. You kind of need to just get used to it, and the only way to get used to it is experience.
Do you feel like because I would probably say you're one of the most experienced, if not the most experienced member of your team. Do you feel like you bring techniques to the team to maybe some of the younger players that haven't played as many competitors as you, as officials, about how to deal with pressure, or are you still learning off each other?
I would like to think I do, but I don't know if I ever like really talk about it. Like if someone asks me for help or a mentality thing, like I will give advice, but I hope just having my own stable mentality kind of leads by example. I generally don't get very nervous, or I don't feel like I really change between practice and officials. So hopefully that helps. It certainly doesn't hurt to be the same.
Yeah. Okay. Has that always been the case for you, or did you learn it after a while? Was there a turning point for you?
I think when I was younger, I think I was definitely a bit more nervous when I was playing. Like a few, like especially on lands,
Mhm.
it's just different. Like, yeah, I don't really know how to describe it. It's just like being there. It's like you have a different setup you need to get used to. Like people don't really think about this, but even in like a switch between a practice room from a hotel to like an arena or something is like there's a lot that goes into it. Like if my mouse is maybe not set up the way it's at home, like I can feel it, and it just feels weird. And you kind of need to get used to that weird feeling. Like maybe your armrest is not as high as it used to. I don't know. It's like some diva stuff going on, but it definitely happens.
No, I can get you. Especially, I
Yeah.
mean, I was at that crowd at TI6 when the Chinese fans are chanting your name as well. Like pretty insane stuff. You're not used to getting that from home, I'm sure. So all that probably takes a while to get used to, I imagine.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, after like the first time it happened, it was like I kind of I could hear it, but then after a while, I just kind of ignored it. I didn't even notice it anymore.
Mo, it's been a pleasure getting to talk to you in this interview. Any shout outs you'd like to give before we close it off?
Yeah. I mean, I think that obviously we've had a bit of disappointing results, but shout outs to everyone that is cheering us on. All of our moms at least. The dozen of fans that we have that watch all of our games. I appreciate you guys.
I'm sure there's more than dozens. There's a lot of viewers of this stream, but they're not just here to bash Beast Coast. I think there's a lot of people here to support you guys too. So, Moom, congratulations to your victory. Keep witch doctoring, and good luck in the remaining match you have in the tournament. Points might not matter, but the style definitely matters, and we always enjoy watching some good Dota from you guys. It's a pleasure talking to you. Take care.
All right.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
Goodbye, Tamu. Nice and
I
humble
forgot-
lad. Don't encourage him to play Witch Doctor more. He's going to get the hero nerfed if he keeps
I
that
don't
up.
mind. I forgot this is probably the strongest family team. I didn't realize because
That's
Lilith
right.
has his dad,
Mhm.
Mo has his mom,
Mom Mo.
Gunnar also has his mom, and they're
Mama
very
Gunnar.
active on social media supporting their children, which I think is incredible. Shout out
It
to all
is.
those parents that do this. I look, the stories that made me cry are the ones where the ROTK goes, my parents used to beat me while I played video games. My grandma supported me. Like, okay, fair enough. That's the old gamers, but it's nice to have a new generation of gamers where the
Yeah.
mom's like, no, I love my son plays video games competitively. It's cool. That's too sweet. It warms my
I-
heart every time. And it's a great addition to the scene, honestly.
I remember Mama Moo. I mean, they did a couple pieces of content for that at TI6. Again, I'm showing my relatively new age here, even though that was, holy moly, 8 years ago, Avo was TI6. But I remember all the content pieces they did there, and like Mama Moo was like a celebrity after that.
Yes.
People were like, "This is amazing," People were
Yes.
really embracing that, and it really makes a huge difference, So definitely agreed, and I think the shout out to the fans is really cool too, because again, like
Mhm.
these guys, they notice it. It makes a difference for them to know
Yes.
that people are showing up and cheering them on, even though unfortunately, as Nouns have had a little bit more of a rough group stage, but are able to still shine and have their moments and find their wins on some pretty impressive performances, on individual performances from Lullis, from Moo. I think Gunnar as well has always been really stable on this team. The team as a whole, right? It's really cool to see them succeed.
And even in the games that they don't win, many of them have been quite close. So that's why I don't like result checkers Randys, right? They are they're just not Dota's not a simple number, it's not like a football match you can actually kind of tell more or less based on the goals, or the basketball match or whatever. Like there's a lot more going on, and just because you got to destroy the enemy ancient does not mean that, like, just because I won in 40 minutes with an X draft does not mean I am like better than or worse than a team that won in 20 minutes, for example. It's not that stat based. It's not that stupid, not that simplistic. And I feel like in the case of Nouns, if you actually watch their games, you would be hard pressed to say they didn't put up a strong fight against many of the strong teams. And that is what you want to see at the end of the day. It doesn't matter they're not winning at the end of the day. They'll win eventually. It is the first tournament, right? The goal is that they're actually competitive. If they were stomps, you should be worried. But if they're not stomps, I think it's just a path they have to grow, or maybe some changes that need to be made for them to just reach that extra level of competitive.
Yeah, 100%. I think this is probably a really tough stage for a team as well. Traveling together to a LAN, not even all together, right? Because all this isn't with them. As Gunnar said,
it's a huge thing.
Agreed. Getting close in a lot of these games, like the team feeling like they should have won, and then kind of having to pull back from those kind of emotions, the strong emotions. I mean, these guys, it's their job, so they really do take it quite seriously, which is why a lot of the support does go a long way. It's as I like to say, it's free to be nice, and it's much easier than it is to be mean. So do always support the teams that are on the rise, and I do hope to see more Nouns in future tournaments here. Should be really exciting. They still have a couple matches and more, so a couple more chances to catch them, as their final opponents, I believe, are going to be, let me just confirm, Talon, Tundra, and just Talon and Tundra, actually.
Yeah. They have 2 more matches, which is why they're now mathematically, or they should be, I believe. I guess if they 2-0 both their opponents, I'm not really sure how the other teams are doing, to be honest. I would have to check, but if anyone is at 6 points and they stay there, I guess you could potentially force tiebreakers, but it's a little bit rough because people are getting points, right?
It's Spirit and OG would need to lose everything, basically, and Nouns would need to win their 2 teams.
Everything.
Which are in the bottom half of the table, so as of now, that's not looking like too ridiculous. We can actually take a look at it now.
Okay, so they're not eliminated yet. I spoke too soon. Yeah, they still have some chances depending on OGs and Team Spirit's results. Oh, and Beast Coast too. Actually, they could tie with all 4 of these teams, or all 3 of these teams. That's great. That's meaning that they don't win a single match, which is a little bit difficult for these teams. But we'll see how that works out. Now, be positive towards this team. In the end, I think they're also exuding a lot of positivity, not only in the interviews, but for example, I really do appreciate, as much as we mess with Steny because he's our friend, he is someone that has gained the respect of the Nouns people. And I'm not doing this to diss him, but the guy is 3K. Right, like the fact that the players respect him, despite that, is a show of how much they love him. So I really do appreciate the kind words from Mu and from Gunnar towards Steny. Shout out to him and shout out to this lovely team. For now, we're going to be taking a small break, and we'll be coming back with the next match of the day. Well, not us, actually. It's going to be John X Fire and our Cryptid that come back with the next match of the day. So see you guys soon with some more Dota 2 for DreamLeague Season 19. Stay tuned.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go
Hey, welcome back here to DreamLeague Season 9. Our Cryptic here with John X Fire. Super excited, man. Halfway through the day, and we've got another banger of a series. Shopify Rebellion taking on Execration, man. How are you feeling about this one?
Should be an exciting one. We've seen Execration do pretty damn well in this tournament already, and Shopify Rebellion, of course, doing quite well for themselves as well. Both of these teams are in the safe zone right now in our group scores, so this should be a good match. And there was some all chat inside. I was having a chat with the Execration boys. Palos said something like, "Please apologize to Abed. This is going to be a crushing victory," or something like that.
Oh
Very,
my
very, very
goodness.
roughly like that. So Palos he's feeling it, but we'll see if it carries true. Of course, you can't discount Shopify Rebellion because they're always a solid team, right? Like they're performing well. They've got one series, 4 draws, which honestly, with how competitive Group A is not too unexpected. I mean, look at TSM at 0-5-0.
Yeah,
So if
dude.
either team kind of finds a full win, then it kind of establishes them to be in a very, very safe zone to stay in the top 4 as we reach the final 2 days here.
Yeah, it's really funny how many draws there are between, Group A compared to Group B. Like Group B, there's, one team with 4 draws, which is Beast Coast, and then in Group A, you have 3 teams at 4 draws or more. So it's a very, very, very tight group here, and it's fun, dude. Like you obviously bring a lot of SEA knowledge to this, which is going to be very helpful. And
Oh boy.
I'm going to bring a little bit of that NA spice, I guess, I suppose. But really strong openers from the side of Execration here. The Nature's Prophet, the Marcy, but an Undying Batrider as the response here from Shopify.
Yeah, it's a good solution to what you tend to do on Execration, right? Like the Batrider to foil the Nature's Prophet. You can kind of just run him down. We talk about this hero being a solution to the NP a lot, and Undying, of course, just being a top tier support. Dominates the lane, makes it a lot easier to play, has a lot of utility in team fights, has some healing, although you don't tend to max that out nowadays, but it does provide a lot. So I like the opening coming out from Shopify for Execration. This kind of opening for them could lead to certain shenanigans. They could run Marcy Visage if the Visage isn't banned out. I'm trying to check if they've ever run it here in the tournament itself, and I'm thinking they haven't quite. No, Tino hasn't. Yes, they've at least run a Visage and a Marcy, but I'm unsure if they ran them together. But that is a combination Execration loves, and I'm not sure if Shopify Rebellion would actually opt to ban something like the Visage in this phase. So they have one left. They're banning out the mids that the Batrider wouldn't want to face up against,
which is interesting because a lot of times we see Batrider played in the off lane. It's picked mid in like certain matchups where it's like kind of that counter pick, but very rarely do we see it picked mid, and then you respond with like all
I
the bans. But I guess they got it on H, so you can get away with it.
I'd say in Southeast Asia it actually tends to be more for mid, and maybe in China. I think Mikey is also a Batrider mid specialist, so it's something that Shopify has just been leaning into as well. It's something that
That's
he
true.
plays a lot of from the mid lane. Saberlight hasn't played that hero at all in this tournament. So they're just ensuring Mikey has a good time down mid. And they'll ban out the Slark. So Visage is an open option for Execration if they do want to go back to that combination. I think Marcy Visage would support the Luna that could slide through, and that sounds atrocious, but this is Execration style if they want to go that route. And they'll go with a Shadow Demon first instead. So there's your save from the lasso. There's some stack building coming true. And it's just super useful to have, right? Like, just the saves against a Batrider, the Dispel's on hand when you get your shard, lane domination as well. You can kind of stack up with the NP pretty nicely in that lane, running the Shadow Demon 5. So you have a lot to play with here for Execration, and some pretty good counterplay as well as to what Shopify wants to do.
Yeah, I agree, man. I think this is actually pretty good. I'm curious what they want to do here on Shopify as the response. Shadow Demon does feel like kind of an interesting hero because they did. I mean, after they reworked his W, it's like I think a lot of people have struggled with trying to figure out how to synergize Shadow Demon because it is very different than how it was before, right? It wasn't it doesn't like allow you to just like pop heroes, with just like flat HP removal, right? Now it's like you have to be able to do AoE damage to be able to like cause that kind of burst move now. But they grabbed Saberlight's Lycan and then the Squirrel. So this is a pretty good response to the Shadow Demon just because Lycan can run the summons at the Shadow Demon, and there's you can only disrupt yourself at that point. He's not really going to send himself at the Shadow Demon, but it does cause kind of an issue for the Shadow Demon as the game goes on for sure.
5 seconds.
Yeah, it's not going to be the comfiest time. You are very susceptible to the chase down that Lycan will provide, and I do feel like this is a very. It feels like what I've been seeing from Shopify from even Tour 1, right? Like, this is just comfort for them, having the Hoodwink on hand for crit, having this Zoo here on the off lane for Saberlight, which he really dominates on. I think Execration has to be a little bit careful about allowing heroes like that through. And we'll have to see how they manage it, because right now in the Marcy, the Shadow Demon don't feel like really strong responses to the Lycan. Yeah, it should still be able to just hunt down that soft Shadow Demon, take away that utility. And Execration will actually just go for the Pangolier. So there's some wave clear coming out now with a Swash. Mid lane matchup for Batrider versus Pango is also, on paper, not too bad. I do feel like I've seen Batrider win that lane a lot more often, but Pangolier doesn't necessarily lose. So it is down to play. But it does feel still easier for the Batrider to execute on. Although, again, like in some of those matchups where I say that, the Batrider does tend to fall behind in CS in like the first 3 levels. So that's something Bob can kind of take advantage of and try to like build an early lead, try to get some early levels up, maybe get a support rotation out. Probably just a Marcy rotation feels okay there. Maybe a Shadow Demon to set up the chase down could be nice as well.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for the Pango because, like you said, the lane can be pretty okay. I think Pango is one of those heroes that can draw almost any lane, but loses very few. And I feel like the Batrider lane is one where like a single mistake can cost you the lane. So I'm hoping he plays like patient on the hero because I don't it can be very one-sided really quickly, but I think overall he should still be okay. What type of carry are we looking here, and where do you think this Nature's Prophet is going? Is this the off lane, or are they still going to take this safe lane?
It's a bit open side of Execration. I do believe they do run that more in Tino, so they're probably just going with the NP Marcy and trying to last pick probably a sneaky Palace hero, because he has some really funky last picks. He has stuff like the Meepo, he has stuff like the AM, which, again, Execration just picks even when it doesn't feel like the best game for either one. They always go into those kind of weird pocket picks for Palos. I'm not sure. I feel like there's enough flex to still run the NP safe and try to gun for something like the Visage. It might not be the best Visage game, although I don't think it's the worst either. Again, you at least have the Marcy sidekick and the familiar for a push. You can just hold your lane pretty well. It's something Tino's really confident on. And Palos can still play a mean NP. I mean, Palos did play on Boom when Skem was there as like a 4, or no, as a 5. So he learned quite a fair bit from that NP tech from Skem, as well as Shopify will pick up the PA, which, again, this is a hero that's been popping up again after being dead for so long. And it's so good to see that shift. It does fit like this minus armor you get, minus attack damage you get from the Lycan, so PA can just stand forward. You don't have the highest magical burst from Execration as well, so the evasion's going to feel pretty massive here as well for Arteezy to just kind of be tanky. And you can hit some early tempo. Like, the heroes on Shopify can get enough early space for the PA if it does decide to go Battle Fury, farm up a little bit, and just kind of do what you need to do.
All right, hot take. I think PA has been the biggest sleeping carry of the whole patch.
I mean, it has been popping up.
I feel like this hero got one of the most ridiculous buffs in the entire update, and I actually could not believe this was not getting picked more. The change to Blur is absurd. It is one of the most OP abilities in the entire game right now. The Aghanim Scepter is just way better as a result. You can actually just go like Battle Fury, BKB, Ags on this hero now if you want. You can go like Battle Fury, Deso, Ags, and go for a BKB later. Like, the amount of security the Aghanim Scepter gives you on this hero now is ridiculous, because it makes you tankier, which you love, like all the stats and everything. But you're perma smoked around the map down to 400 AoE. No one will find you ever. Like, it is so hard to find a PA and kill this hero once you have the Aghanim Scepter. So I really like this hero. I think she feels incredibly strong. Obviously, she still has her like natural counters, but yeah, I think against an NP as well, it's a really good matchup. So I feel like you probably want to pick a carry here that deals with the PA, or you have to pick a really hard lane counter. Okay, there it is. Your Pudge, I suppose. Not really a natural PA counter, but the good news about this is you are going to force her to build a Lincoln Sphere, or someone to build a Lincoln Sphere, because once you have BKB Dismember, you actually can just dismember the PA in the fight and kind of remove her from the fight and hope the rest of your team can kind of win it out. So they have that semi-carry in the Nature's Prophet. Maybe he'll build damage. We'll see.
Yeah, I know. I don't mind a Pudge. I think that's the magical damage you're looking for to kind of deal with PA, right? Like, they do not really have magic damage outside of Shadow Demon, I suppose, but that doesn't feel too bursty. The Pudge should be able to soak up a lot of tension. He can get pretty durable. There's like a viable build for the Vanguard here. It doesn't feel too bad up against the PA into your Ags. So I like what both drafts are doing. Looking into it, it does feel like Shopify came out with a draft that probably is easier to execute than Execrations. Execrations can need to perform as a team, coordinate their movement, hit their level spikes, try to maximize this Marcy sidekick that they love to put onto their hyper carry, which in this case should be Tino, or you could maybe argue Bob with a Swash, but probably not the best bet. And kind of get running from there. For Shopify, I mean, you've got Saberlight Lycan and Mikey on the Batrider. Like, Mikey loves his Batrider. This guy has been performing really well for Shopify, and Batrider is one of his favorite heroes. So you allow that through. He's got the good matchup against the NP down the line. There's only one real save coming out here, unless you count like Pudge Shard, which you don't necessarily pick up in the core Pudge. So he should have a pretty good time in trying to lasso someone away, especially if he grabs Carla. If you grab that Shadow Demon in these fights, or just pick him off early on, Execration, it does feel like they're going to lack a lot of control from their supports unless Shanks just finds these ridiculous angles.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really excited for this game. I really enjoy both teams' drafts that they came up with here. I do agree with you that I think Shopify's draft is a little bit easier to execute, and mostly I think that's because of the Lycan. I think Saberlight's Lycan is relatively free this game. It is, into a Pudge, which the Pudge shouldn't really be able to get forced out early because Lycan does have to ramp, right? He has to get to that Helm of the Dominator, get those extra points in the Feral Impulse and eventually Shapeshift to be able to really start to apply pressure. And Pudge can always just hook the Helm Dom creep. So it's not a super easy lane for the Lycan to abuse, but the Lycan can definitely abuse pretty much the rest of the Execration lineup. And I think that's where this hero is really going to shine this game. So we'll see what ends up happening. It should be a lot of fun. You know me, I'm a huge Pudge fan. I will stand Pudge until the day I die, so let's go.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fun hero. And Palos has played a lot of this hero. Mind you, from what I've seen of his Pudge, it has been a little bit hit or miss, especially in the DPC. Sometimes it pops off really hard, sometimes it doesn't, but that feels more like the story of Execration as a team in general. So they'll take a late smoke around here.
I mean, they've got a good ward that's giving them a lot of information. The question is, will they be able to capitalize on it? Crit's going to potentially just walk right into him, and there's your disruption, and the surround begins as Crit trying to escape, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. First blood goes to Palos on the Pudge. 50% hook connection rate, by the way. Not bad, not bad.
Battle begins.
Well, right now it's 100% right now, right?
No, he missed a hook onto a
Oh, did he?
Lycan Wolf at the beginning of the game, yeah.
Well, it's not a hero. It doesn't count.
Okay, that's fair.
100% on the heroes.
100% on heroes, yes. That's true, that's true. Yeah, this should be a really good start for Palos in the lane. I'm curious where he decides to run his net worth immediately. It looks like he's got the chainmail queued up, which works. You need armor, right, on Pudge, right? You sit with one in the lane normally. You need to get either the chainmail or rush a Vanguard against this Lycan. I wouldn't hate the Vanguard, personally, because you're against a Lycan. The summons and all that would actually deal with it quite well. But he's opting for the phase boots and then probably just going to go straight for the Aghanim Scepter after that.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I do agree with you. The Vanguard would feel a little bit better, but we'll see. Palos can still swing around for it. Trying to poke and prod up top now as well. You have Artesian Fly on the PA Undying combination up against Tino and Shanks on the Marcy NP. And this lane, I mean, it's a pretty stable lane for Artesia. There's no massive kill threat. Your Undying can just kind of soften up the Marcy and the NP, making each use of the Stifling Dagger feel really big. Like, Tino is just cocking so much damage from one dagger with just 8 decay going on. Like, that's
He's
pretty
got
painful.
a Flightstone.
12 now.
He'll get a little bit of health back here. Ooh.
Oh, what's happening? Ooh,
What?
look at that. 22.
I like Arthur had the exact same response. We were like, what? What's going on? A little bit of lag.
Yeah, it happens. You know, I believe their boot camp is in Katowice. So I guess the internet's maybe just a little unstable right now. It's still probably better than the Philippine internet. So I'm sure if they're not having too much troubles, the unpause comes in. Tino is not healthy. And the Undying, I mean, once you get softened up and you get the Blightstone Stifling Dagger, you're very, very close to dead. So Tino's going to have to work extra hard to try to get something from this lane.
He's playing for the level 2, but Arteesia's going to get it at the exact same time as the rebound does connect. They have a tombstone. He's pump faking it for the moment, but the decay plus one more dagger will be enough to do it. I mean, he was sitting here on the NP in the trees just hoping to get level 2, and then he was just going to TP base, right? Like, that's your reset on the lane, but they actually managed to shove the wave a little bit there on Shopify and get the level 2 at the exact same time, so he can't just TP out.
It's a painful start for Tino, and this is one thing with Execration. When Tino has a slow start, it does feel like this team kind of has a rough time, because Bob is going to go around to make plays, but Tino needs to be able to connect and follow him up. And when he's not ready for it, I mean, Bob's movement just falls flat. So good movements out, good lanes coming out from Shopify to at least handle that top lane for themselves. As well, the bot lane's not being slowed down. Palos is still farming, but so is Saberlight. So you're still getting what you want there. Your timings on this Lycan, his signature Lycan for Saberlight, should still be pretty on point, and that is a cause of concern.
And looking back at this lane, Palos absolutely made the right decision to rush the chainmail here. Like, you have Blightstone on crit, and Saberlight's gone for the Howl as well. So you have this situation of you have 6- armor whenever they want to use it, and Shadow Demon's learning that lesson right now as he's just taking a beating from this Hoodwing.
Yeah, the output's just ridiculous. Like, you can do so much with these leaning Blightstones. Just harassing out.
Oh, Mikey's got him. All right, so how familiar are you with this Mikey guy? Because I actually have never seen this player before.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, John, did I lose you? Uh-oh. We'll see. Did I lose myself? Maybe not. Anyway, we'll just keep going. We'll just keep going. No big deal.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, let's just focus up on this top lane. Is they're going to try and dive Tino here once again. Shanks in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't manage to make it away under the tower, but Ortiz with another dagger finds the kill. Shanks catches another decay, but they're not going to dive in. Well, Ortiz thinking about diving potentially, but no, he's going to back away. Okay, yeah, we have some clarification here. Looks like there was a power surge that took John out for a moment, but he's gonna be right back. I promise. You're not gonna miss the John X Fire show. Bottom lane, Palace is alone. They're gonna try and get aggressive here as they pop that Howl once again and start to just stack up this damage. And again, the minus armor, it works so well.
Dire's structures
Really well done.
are fortified.
Being able to continue to apply a lot of pressure in these side lanes right now, and Pudge is still farming super well. Like he's sitting at 22-3 mid lane. Once again, a dive from Mikey finds another kill here onto this Pangolier. We talked about this in the draft. Like one mistake on this Pango can turn this lane into complete misery. Mikey does manage to skirt away, and the Undying will fall top here. He gets a little bit too aggressive. But yeah, Mikey having a great time mid, and another rotation to bottom is, you know, Shadow Demon TP'd mid. They can continue to just try and play aggressive here instead, and it's kind of one of the problems you have, like if your mid lane starts to struggle and you have to respond, your side lanes really start to struggle. And another pushback comes through. Pudge just trying to dance on through here, get what CS he can before he dies, but they end up finding the kill anyway. And Shopify now really starting to find themselves in these lanes. Saberlight, how far are we from this Helm Dom? About 400-ish gold on top lane. Nature's Prophet with a, I'm guessing it's going to be an early treads. They just dropped the Tombstone. The slow is going to be there for the dagger, as well as Arteezy will end up just backing off. And Shanks is really struggling on this Marcy as well. Just a Magic Wand and an Orb of Venom. But they do have a Catapult alive here in this wave, so they should be able to do a decent amount of damage here to this tower. And it's not really a lane that you care all that much about if you lose this on Execration. It's yeah, definitely a nuisance, but it's not the worst tower to lose. So getting some extra damage into it at the moment for Shopify ends up just being like a nice little bonus, but they're not going to like overcommit for this by any means.
Right,
taking a look at the net worth here, it's pretty even. You know, we're about a slight around a 1K advantage here for the side of Shopify, but all three lanes CSing super well. Okay, never mind. Marcy actually has plenty of money. It was just all on the courier. Never mind. Mid lane, Lasso comes out once again. Bat Rider on a killing spree. All right, people were telling me that Mikey is a Bat Rider player. I'm starting to see why. Maybe you can't give this guy Bat Rider, especially in a good Bat Rider game. Top lane, some more aggression coming out here is Shanks, as well as Tino trying to get aggressive onto Fly. The rebound on forward underneath the tower. They get the last hit. So finally, another kill there going the way of Execration. All right. Venom Assassin here, just going to be able to farm up underneath the tower. If they can protect this tower long enough for Arteezy to get to his Battle Fury, they'll be in a pretty good spot. But this is one of the benefits of the Nature's Prophet, right? You have this hero that can just pretty easily chip away at the tower, especially when you get a hero advantage in the lane. But looking pretty good right now. Where are we at on this Lycan Helm? He's got it.
I'm back.
All right.
I'm sorry about that, Ricky.
Oh, he's back!
Yeah,
Meanwhile, bottom lane, Lycan's back as he sends that stomp there right onto the Pudge. The Bushwhack to follow Palos with the Dismember, trying to heal himself up as much as possible, but this is going to be a slow, painful death here for him as they drop a Tombstone even for good measure, and with Saberlight having this summon, he should be able to get this tower pretty easily now.
Yeah, it's not going to take too long, and Shopify Rebellion, I mean, again, they came out with strong lanes, they're just crushing pretty much every lane is trying to
bots. Oh my gosh, Mikey having bots at 8.5 minutes, coming to the top lane, offering some assist to take down Pino as well. He is super farmed.
He has this great lane matchup, right? Like, you don't expect the Pangolier to get that crushed, but with that earlier death for Bob, that just kind of gives him a pretty free lane from that point going forward. He just manages to work it out well, and everything's falling apart, although they find Saberlight down bot.
Yeah, that's a good find for sure. He's a little bit too deep in the lane, but they do protect the tower, and that's the important thing because Pudge is not a hero that wants to like retreat to the jungle. He doesn't actually jungle really fast until you have like Aghanim Scepter and more points in like your Rotten Flesh Heap. This is a hero that likes to sit in lane, and that's one of the reasons he's a strong carry, is you can just sit in the lane. But if he gets shoved out early, he's going to be in a rough spot.
Yeah, once this Pudge does fall a little bit behind in his timing, he just gets thrown off. Like, that's pretty much the story of Execration's draft, all tempo here. And they're trying onto Arteezy, but they miss out on the rebound. It's not even an opportunity there. And again, that blurry vision is just so annoying. Even at level 1, 20% crushing down some of that output Tino has for the harassment. It's more than enough to just kind of bail you out there. Some good stacks at the least for Palos here in jungle.
Yeah.
Should try to flash farm a little bit, but with the objectives being taken, the map shrinking slowly but surely here, and Shopify Rebellion hitting their timings, it's a hard game for Execration to hold out on.
Yep. Batrider's here in the top lane again. Shanks was looking for Arteezy, but instead it's gonna be the Batrider looking for the Nature's Prophet. Now Marcy on the run. Bob does make his presence known here in the top lane, popping or pump faking rather. I guess that Rolling Thunder. He won't end up using it.
They're trying here on Execration to get something. Like, they're moving aggressively, they're pulling Bob around as he tends to go, but again, this is the one thing with Execration, when your lanes get crushed this hard, it's hard to bounce them in, and you know, like when Tino doesn't get this running start in his off lane, it just feels like his impact's minimal, though.
There you go. They find themselves the Undying once again. Fly has a 3 deaths this game. It's kind of expected with how like aggressive this off lane is. Like Nature's Prophet Marcy is a super strong lane, and the fact that he's been able to kind of put himself in harm's way to protect Arteezy and give him such a good lane, it's paying off. Mid lane, Rolling Thunder out from Bob. Saberlight's gonna go and pop that shapeshift. Can he dodge it out? He can, just barely. Oh, Tumbler toy action there from Bob. Cheeky stuff, but they will go ahead and stomp him up. Does get the swashbuckle, finish off the creep there. And a nice tree cut there on the Bushwhack, so we'll be able to connect. I really like that.
Nice hook.
Good hook setup too. Beautifully done there. They managed to get their nice little return kill. Another flesh heap stack there for Pudge as well. And meanwhile, top lane, Tino grabs the tower.
Yeah, so they're finding a few counterplays here on Execration's end. Despite, dropping a little bit in the lane, I mean, they're not too far behind in farm, which is kind of ridiculous as well. That can kind of still widen up. Oh, yeah. They've got the free space to push, and after that commitment from Shopify, and with Mikey still needing a little bit of a reset, they're not going to be able to make it in time for the shove-in. So, Execration, they even out the game just a little bit more. And, well, they're still going to hit their timing somehow. Like, Palos #2 in net worth, Ag's not too far off.
Nope.
After a lot of back and forth, like, they're still in it.
Oh, absolutely. This game is super close. Also, a beautiful score of 6-9. That's what we love to see. But yeah, you're right. Pudge, he's less than 1,000 gold away from an Aghanim Scepter, and once that's online, like he'll have this probably around the 14.5, 15-minute mark, which is a really good time for the Pudge Ags. And at that point, he just needs to get a little bit of survivability, whether or not he rushes the BKB this game, or if he goes for like an early Blink Dagger to play aggressive. We'll see. Saberlight backdoors this mid tower thanks to the summon, so it kind of evens up the map there a little bit. We're gonna see a smoke come out. Mikey has a Witchblade, dude.
I like it.
Okay, it's another lasso. Quick down totally out from the fog. Takes down the Pango once again. Dude, Mikey's build is so aggressive, and they're going to be able to body block up Palos bottom as well, as he's got the wolves there. They will get the break, which doesn't really do a whole lot. He can't get the TP on out. Saberlight will pop that shapeshift now, looking for Carlo here on this Shadow Demon, but you've got a Bat Rider problem as well, as he's starting to realize it's inevitable. Tombstone goes down to see if they can find any other heroes, but Shanks is out.
Yeah. Find some good pickoffs. Again, Mikey is a Bat Rider specialist. You know, I mean, I feel like I've seen this build before, though, but it's like a few patches ago now. And for him to still utilize this hyper-aggressive build on the Bat Rider, it's just so fun. See, he gets a haste rune here as well.
That's easy clap.
Getting everything he asked for, everything he could possibly ask for. And Execration, after drawing even now, are suddenly 3k behind. Mikey up top in net worth. Arteezy having room to farm up with his Battle Fury. All the space in the world for that PH just keeps scaling up. On the side of Execration, they need more time. And this Ags on Paulo is still so close. And the Ags on Tino, the next big thing as well with the root.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out like why he would go for this Witchblade Shard build, but it does kind of make sense when you look at the heroes. They do manage to get a pick off here potentially on a crit. Does get the stomp for the moment, but it's gonna get picked up by Bob anyway. But yeah, what I was saying with the Witchblade on the Bat Rider is you don't have a hero on Execration like in the 1 or the 2 that build BKBs really, really quickly, right? Like Pudge can, but he has to go this Aghanim Scepter, which is a very hefty first item. And Pango will just have to go for a roll-up, right? Like you don't build BKB on Pango. So it's actually kind of sick. Like maybe he'll go Lotus Orb or something, but with the amount of damage this Bat Rider's going to do now, he has the shard completed, pops the haste through, and they're looking for Bob here, and he's just going to roll away instead.
Bails out a little bit. Not the longest cooldown ultimate to expend, so you're not too upset. Get a little bit of scouting out as well for team.
Oh no, Shanks. It just lassos him anyway. Mikey just does not care, dude.
Yeah. Why not? Just find a kill, go back. It doesn't feel like the lassos are completely necessary to even find these pickoffs as long as Crit is around and as long as Fly's there to kind of soften up. You probably have enough time in that burst window from the Bushwhack to take care of some of these heroes, except for maybe Punch. Bob?
Ooh, Hook, not going to connect there either. They actually had some nice vision being provided from these wolves, and Palace will be able to finish up the Helm Dom creep there, which is quite nice. And, almost denies the Arcane Rune.
And nice to just take that out, but Crit is forced to pick it up, so at least it's not Mikey with the Arcane running around. Rune Control and Shopify has been really damn good as well. It doesn't feel like Bob's managed to find anything to help their cause here. And just the micro coming out from Saberlight, tracking these heroes, making this game extra hard for Execration. Again, the lead not too wide, but considering how Shopify's been playing, it's full of confidence. They know their timings, they know what they have to do in this game, and they're hitting the mark on almost every single one. Fresh Ags up on Tino though, and a smoke out for Execration to try to make use of it.
I like it. I mean, we'll see what they can do. Tino obviously able to join that fight globally, just sending in that Wrath of Nature. And you are pairing this up with Palos Ags as well. And it looks like top lane, you know someone's up here, but Crit will be the one that actually breaks the smoke. As Arteezy will get the blink away, so he might be okay. Bob takes a huge crit on the backside. Mikey gets caught by the root, and they will just collapse on top of him. That's the big kill that you want. Saberlight in here on this Lycan, trying to just hobble away, but there's the Tombstone down in the center of the fight, and Arteezy now going to join the fray. They've got to be able to take down this Pudge, and they do. It's a 4 for 2 so far. Shanks trying to TP on out. He will make it. Man, it looks so good from Execration at the start of the fight, but what happened?
They just get ran down. Like the physical output coming out from Shopify is just too big. And once they commit some of that control early on, you don't have the best hold. It's a hard area to roll in as well, not too many things to bounce off of. So you just miss out. And with that massive defeat, Shopify straight into the Roche. They've got the Desolator, well, not quite done, but you know, with the Howl and just the Blightstone's more than enough for them to clear out that objective real quick. Secondary life up now on Arteezy. And Execration. If that was them trying to smoke out, making play, you know,
Yeah, there's no way to get out of this one. He's definitely even the summon comes in, slams him. This is, yeah, the Batrider versus Nature's Prophet
Radiant's
matchup
top
is
tower is
impossible,
under
right?
attack.
Like, it's one of the worst matchups in the game for Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, it's a rough one. Like, it is the direct counter from Shopify, right? Like, that's why you picked this up at the draft.
Yeah.
And it was an early NP opener without the Batrider ban, and it's also
Radiant's
like
top
Mikey's
tower
special
is under
hero.
attack.
He's just showing off at this point. There's that full Deso up now on Arteezy.
That's
So
scary.
you can
man.
just melt
Radiant's
so
top
many of
tower
these
is
heroes.
falling.
They just don't have a lot of armor on any of these guys.
Not at all. And like, this is without even using Howl. Like, there, the Howl finally comes out, and you're going to see, like, these heroes start to stack up. They're just getting Carlo just dying to the summons entirely. Backside of the fight, Hoodwink will get caught by the Dismember. Crit tries to survive with the mech, but it's not going to be enough. And Bob, on this Pango, trying to get away here. It looks like he's going to survive. So it ends up just being a 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day.
Pretty big kill for Shopify, I feel like. Like, the Shadow Demon just feels like a big aspect of what you want to do on Execration. Granted, losing the Hoodwink does take away a lot of your control as well with a Bushwhack, so does give Execration maybe an opening to try to make a play here.
There's going to be the Dismember once again, but can they actually bring down the Batrider in time? They pop the drums. It's going to be the rebound from Shanks to find it. Fly now in some trouble. Carlos will go ahead and TP with a huge crit off the dagger. No way! Saberlight just massacring the backline as he takes down the Marcy, and now looking for Bob here behind the tower. He's got the roll-up, he's got the defusal, he's got a swashbuckle away. Saberlight will stop the chase. But dude, what are the chances on that dagger?
Oh, it's ridiculous. And you know it's gonna come out, right?
Yeah.
You know when you need that crit, it flies right out for Artur. And Execration, again, it looked like a pretty decent aggressive move. They see that opening. They know without the Hoodwink, you've got pretty free reign on the punch. You just come in and dismember. Boy, you are not tanky enough to deal with blows. And look at Palos, he's queuing up the plate mail. He
Yeah.
just needs straight armor. And that's all he really needs.
Yeah, this was the one thing I was worried about, right? Like, you either opt for a Blink or a BKB
Radiant's
as your second
bottom
item
tower is
when you
under
go for
attack.
Pudge, and so after that, it's like, okay, I need armor. But now you're not getting a BKB anytime soon on this hero, right? Because you're going to need the plate mail, you're going to need potentially more. They do manage to find a pick off here onto Saberlight. Easy is just trapped in the trees. Carlo will be the one that actually gets the kill, but very nice find.
You actually don't mind giving that to Carlo as well. Trying to rush into the shard. Down the line, if you manage to pick up the Ag somehow, like those charges on the cleanse and the purge is going to be huge. Like, it provides a lot for Execration, a lot of saves on hand, and a lot of opportunities to try to run down some of these pesky heroes. Like, control up the Lycan, control up the Batrider. Like, Carlo does have to be a little bit greedier, but... And that is something that he's known for. Like, he's the guy that runs Luna support. He loves running greedier fives than you're used to. So feeding him is to the benefit of Execration here.
All right. Is there any, like, really big items that we're waiting for? I mean, he does have the casual plate mail now. Queues up the Vambrace, which will be getting off of the Courier here fairly soon. And it looks like Life here for the Nature's Prophet. Ooh, a nice bushwhack has caught Pudge behind the tower, but there's the Dismember, and Arteezy taking a ton of damage. Does have the Aghanim Scepter, or the Aegis, of course. So Palos will be able to find the kill. Another bushwhack coming through as he will find him finally. Flying crit, trying to dance around here on the backside of this fight to survive, but it's not going to be enough. They get the kill, but in comes Mikey. He doesn't have a lasso, but he's got the chase, and Bob just takes a huge crit from Arteezy as well. Carlo now up onto the high ground, pops the cleanse onto himself. He's like, get me out of here, man. But he's got the Lycan summons on him. It's just another 4 kills for the side of Shopify.
And they're just finding the opportunities. Whenever you're the side of Execration, when they're just caught off like that, and you've got so much chase. You've got so much move speed on Saberlight. You've got the early blink and travels on Mikey along with the Windblaze. Really big seeing that. Movement speed stacking is always important in Batrider. Shopify, I mean, they're dishing it back, right? Execration tried to be aggressive. Shopify just even more so. For Execration, it does feel like a 2-star.
Blink BKB, or I'm sorry, the Blink Dismember, but the BKB comes out from the PA, so a lot of this damage being mitigated, and Palos, they're just turning on him, man. It's a 1-for-1, but you've lost the Pudge, and Shank's trying to get out, but a Sharpshooter plus the PA takes down the Nature's Prophet as well. Dude, the supports are just food for Saberlight. This is what I was so worried about with this Lycan hero. Like, they can't actually contribute in the fights.
They can't. Once they're run down by the summons, there's just no protection. I think the Marcy is less susceptible. The Shadow Demon definitely, like, just gets run down. And it's extremely difficult for Execration to play from behind. Like, the pressure under towers is just going to kick up. The output and control of Arteezy will just continue to build up here. You're starved out on Tino. You're pretty starved out on Palos. Like, he does have the plate mail. He's working on to the BKB. He has a casual cloak as well. He's going to run out of item slots, and he's not upgrading some of those items as well, just to try and find some tempo to meet. And there's still play opportunity, but the execution from Execration has to be fairly on point here. And Shopify, there are moments where they kind of give these openings to Execration, but for the most part, man, they've just been on a roll.
Yeah, they're looking very, very, very good right now.
Dire are
I gotta say it. Bing Bong might be one of the best voice lines in the entire game. It's so good.
Yeah, it is. Oh, that could be pretty good too.
Let's see if they can connect. They just finished up the Basher here onto Arteezy and a Dragon Lance for the Bat Rider. So he's just full on ranged right click damage at this point. Which honestly is a really fun way to play Bat Rider, and ooh, that is not the way you want to swashbuckle in, but it ends up kind of working. The roll-up stuns up the Bat Rider. The chase continues at a first hit bash for Arteezy will lock him down. Now they look for Palos. Yes, you got Mikey, but you gotta worry about the rest of Shopify. And boy, are they coming, baby. 4 more kills.
Just melt. You don't even have Shanks around there to try to make a play. He's trying to farm up top, get into that BKB, and he does have it, but it costs him his entire team. No buybacks unlocked, of course, half a minute respawn. They are trying to dig through the back door, and if the protector does go now, they've done a lot of damage through that back door. I mean, jeez. Should be able to find us, even with the respawns. Don't see big plays. Maybe Shanks BKB is going to be enough? It doesn't feel like it should be, though.
It won't, because you're going to have 0 armor. Like, they don't care about Magic Immunity anymore. Like, they've built up so many different forms of minus armor on Shopify between the Howl, the AC, and the Deso from the PA, and even just the casual Blightstone on crit. Like, all of these stack up so much. You have no armor heroes on the side of Execration, right? You're not running an Agi carry. Like, Nature's Prophet's your highest armor, yeah, right? And he's utility, you know, Aghanim Scepter build, so like, all of these other heroes just melt. Like, this plate mail, yes, it's great for now, but it's still not enough, it feels like.
Definitely not. And they have another haste on Mikey. How many hastes can he get?
Well, he didn't get his Blink Lasso last time, so he gets it this time. But yeah, like it's what, his 2nd or 3rd haste of the game?
It's ridiculous. Mikey's just being blessed by Gavin right now. 16-34, 18k lead for Shopify. They have played us extremely well. Like, their drafting has just really come out on top. And Execration, this is a comfort draft for Execration, to be fair. Like, all of these heroes are heroes that they love. And Palos loves his Pudge. Bob maybe loves a Bat Rider more, honestly. But it's just not shaping up. So smoke into the high ground.
Yep, Arteezy just goes right in. You know, you can never see the PA from downtown, and finds himself a quick pick there on the Carlo. And you talked about this hero is a big part of the team fight for Execration. You might be forced to buy back here.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Or Execration just gives up that bot. It doesn't feel like they have a good fight, even with buyback.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you do this. You have Abyssal now coming off on the PA. Mikey finishes his Hurricane Pike. Ooh, they do get the hook. Get the BKB in response here from the Phantom Assassin. The question is, can he survive long enough? And it looks like he will. Blink strikes off onto the low ground. The roots connected. A beautiful Rolling Thunder in from Bob. He's falling super low, though. They're just getting shredded by Palos as well. The question is, can you get Mikey? He's trying to finish off Shanks. Bushwhack won't connect, but he does end up just getting beat down by Saberlight. Mikey's stuck in the trees.
Stuck?
They actually just don't see him, though. It ends up kind of working. Wait, Palos?
Yikes.
He's alright.
It was low enough for it to be scary, though. Well, Execration, they had to surrender to Rax, but they get the follow-up fight.
Yeah.
So, a little glimpse of hope. They finish up the BKB on Palos. And that should at least aid a little bit with some control up front. The Lasso is still going to be a constant threat.
Oh, not
Still have to
again,
watch
not
that
again. Dude, just the right click down from Barry. Like, he no longer has to commit Lasso because he has these 2 flame break charges. And eventually he's gonna get that flame break applying sticky napalm, and that talent. I mean, if it goes that late, right? If this game extends, the 25 talent on Bat Rider is one of the most annoying talents to play around.
It really is. It is so much damage once you hit that point, and it's gonna be really annoying. It's still a ways off, but you know, if the game drags on, might be still gonna have another burst of powers. Another smoke out
Gotta
here.
know about this ward, man. They will know about it now, but Shopify, are they going to respect it? It looks like they will for now. As I say, if they don't get rid of this ward, they're going to get collapsed on. So, nice heads up play there from Carlo to scout that one out. Yeah, we'll just go to
But
Roche
it does
instead.
leave the Roche open. They can't fight into this. It's difficult. I mean, you could try. Execration's the kind of thing to just go ball to the wall, but it melts way too quick. Like, goddamn.
Yeah, Phantom Knives now for the PA with an Aegis to protect him. I mean, they spent a lot to kill RTZ in this last fight, right? It was really good coordination. They managed to waste most of the BKB with the Dismember. And then, of course, the Rolling Thunder to follow that up. But how do you kill this guy twice now?
I don't see it. I don't see it dying twice unless you somehow space out these fights. Like, you kill RTZ once and back off, but Shopify won't let you back off once you commit. They only have one last Rax to commit into as well. So with this protection, you should just go all in.
Hook almost there from Palos. I mean, that would have been nice. That would have been a really good way to get him up onto the high ground and try and bait. Oh, he just jumps in a pistol play with the BKB. He's just trying to finish off that Pango. Arteezy. Oh my goodness, there's going to be the lasso. But he just jumps the back line again. They've got Palos completely isolated from his team. And Arteezy, he's just the sponge. He doesn't care. He just kills them through all of it. He's 4v1 outside the fountain. You can't keep getting away with this. You're kidding. Dude. Unreal.
Carlo?
And he just jumps away. The GGs are out. Arteezy putting on a masterclass PA performance here, 17-1.
That was just ridiculous. Like, that was such a good PA game coming out from Shopify Rebellion Artur. He had a great lane. Tino didn't have a great time in trying to suppress that PA. They got access to the Saberlight Lycan, which again is just
so good.
It doesn't feel like it's something you should be able to let him have, because it opens up these draft possibilities for Shopify Rebellion, like that PA. If not the PA, then something like the SF can come out to more minus armor. They just stack onto it so well. And for Execration, I like the idea that they came into this draft with. It's like, let's play with our comfort, let's gun for the NP, let's go for the Marcy, let's get the saving support on Carlo, let's have our special heroes for Bob and Palos, but it just kind of falls flat a little bit here. They've got to respect the game plan that Shopify has, and I always feel like it's better to go in with your own game plan, but when Shopify's game plan is as straightforward as that, as like minus armor stacking, and you go with really squishy heroes, I feel like you shouldn't be able to, you shouldn't give it to them. You shouldn't make it easier for them to execute their draft.
Yeah, it really was, right? Like, that's what it came down to. It was easy for Shopify to execute. They played their lanes exceptionally well. And I mean, Shopify historically has been known as one of the strongest lane-focused teams in history. Like, this is a team that always plays for strong lanes to try and snowball that early game. They're exceptionally good at it. And yeah, I think you're right. Giving Saberlight the Lycan, it does just allow them to do a lot more in this game. And Mikey's Bat Rider, I mean, that was disgusting. The first mistake from Bob just kind of felt like, we talked about it early. Like, you make one mistake on Pango into the Bat Rider matchup, and then it just gets so much worse. And Mikey finishes 12, 3, and 15. He might be the most damage on his, almost, just slightly behind Arteezy. So just really, really good performances overall from Shopify. It's a really fun game number one. But what do you think we got to see in coming out of Execration for game 2 for things to be different?
I think they might stick to their guns. They're still probably going to pick up something like the Marcy, but I think they'll shake up the NP. Maybe go for a Visage, and honestly, a different Bob hero. Like, I don't think the Pangolier was a bad idea, but again, the matchup was just too sensitive. So he's got to find a way to just get one of his more dominant heroes mid, maybe back to the Ember. Who knows? But I think those are the kind of draft adjustments we'll have to see from Exa.
Awesome. Yeah, I agree 100%. All right. Well, we're going to be throwing to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 2 here of Shopify Rebellion taking on Execration. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit. everybody, and welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the short break. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with John X Fire, and excited to say we have game number 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus Execration coming up here in just a moment. Game 1 looked a little rough for Execration. I hate to say, John. I know you're a big fan of these guys, so I'm sympathizing with you here. What you said you want to see like a little bit of a different draft, potentially some different heroes, coming out from them. How do you think they're feeling right now going into game number 2?
I think they're feeling fine. Like, Execration is probably one of the more chill teams, if not the absolute chillest teams. Like, this is a team that's basically like a family. Like, they just joke around on off time. They make fun of each other a lot. In the Southeast Asian DPC, in their post-game interviews, they'd go like, which is it, 2-0? No, that's the opposite, 2-0. They do this every time. They're like 2-0, 2-0. I'm like, all right. And then when they go 2-1, they're like 2-1, 2-1. It's like, all right. They're very, very chill dudes, and I think they should be able to correct. I think this is where maybe the difference with having Kimo on top of as a coach instead of March from the last tour. I think that's where some of this difference comes in, where adjusting to the draft is a little bit harder. I think Kimo takes more suggestions from the players. They're like, hey, coach, pick me this. And it's like, all right, if you guys think it works, it works. It's a little bit more open, whereas I think March has like his own idea about the game, and he kind of tries to guide his players to play towards that style. So I think it's a little bit harder for them to adjust draft-wise, but they do have a draft that could possibly work up against what Shopify has, or at the least, they can ban out what Shopify just did. Maybe take care of that Lycan in the first phase, maybe just prevent a lot of the Saberlight heroes in the first phase, because I feel like that's where a lot of the teams in NA, when I was watching NA in Tour 1, I feel like that's what a lot of the teams used to do, and that's where they found most of their success. Outside of TSM, who did allow the Lycan and just beat down Saberlight with it, but they had a vendetta. So that's a little bit more of motivated by memes and social media more than anything else. So yeah, I want to see Execration adjust draft. I think playstyle-wise, they did play as well as they can after some pretty bad lanes. Yeah. That is one thing that they have to work on as well. Like, just come out with better lanes. Don't get crushed in the first 6 minutes of the game, because that's basically what happened. Like, that solo kill for Bob down mid when Mikey ran him down, that set the tone really early on. So, just try to work it out.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much in my opinion, like the turning point in the game. Not in the game, in terms of the lane stage, right? Because the lanes were semi even in the sides up to that point, but getting that first kill in the mid lane for Mikey turned into what was a almost tier 2 dive, which resulted in a second kill, which resulted in Carlo TPing mid to try and save him, and then they kill Pudge, and then they like try and bring their 4 out, and then it's just they had to try and correct what was going wrong in mid lane so many times, and it just led to a pretty rough lane stage as a result. They go for a similar hero to the Lycan. They grab the Beastmaster overall first as they banned out Mikey's Batrider.
Yeah, I'm surprised Execration focused harder on Mikey. Maybe they felt like Bob was crushed a little bit too hard and just doesn't want to have to deal with any of the 50-50 matchups against the Batrider. And they go for an interesting counter in Execration. They just go straight for the Night Stalker. So they've got a way to just devour the creep that the Beastmaster will try to drag along. Once you have the shard, it will take like 15 minutes for that, but you do have a bit of a foil there. And for Execration, this could end up being their Palos hero. They are a team that does enjoy Pause 1 Night Stalker as well. I think the lane for Night Stalker versus Beastmaster early on is still pretty alright for Beastmaster, so I don't think you have any big worries here for the side of Shopify, as Execration also picks up the Rubik. So they are changing things up in a massive way, right? Like, they're not first phasing that Marcy that Shanks loves to run in combination with Tino's hero. They might just go away from that concept entirely, which it makes sense at the same time. It's kind of a shame because I do enjoy watching that from Exe, but Shopify with a spice with the Invoker very early on as well.
That is, I am very I would say, caught off by this Invoker pick. Like, I don't think I've ever seen an 8 Invoker in a long time. Like, this is super bizarre. Especially, like, picking it into a Night Stalker, which is one of these heroes that you don't really like to play into, right? Obviously, if you can get on top of you with a Crippling Fear, if he has a Blink Dagger, it's pretty rough. But
10 seconds remaining.
they are just
The
really
team
prioritizing giving Mikey his, like, his comfort heroes early, and then they ban Protector, right? They get rid of the Kunkka, they get rid of the TA. I'm trying to think what of these other heroes in the mid lane matchups are, like, really bad for him. The Bat Rider's already gone.
The Ricky? I don't know if you'd want to ban out the Ricky, but that is something Execration could pick up. I'm trying to recall if Bob was one of our mid-Ricky players in Southeast Asia, and I don't think he was, but I'm pretty sure I've seen him play it before. If he really feels the need for like a really good lane matchup, the mid-Ricky might be able to pop through.
I wonder if they want to get rid of the Death Prophet. I actually don't know if Invoker's lane is that bad into the Death Prophet, but it is one of those heroes that can take your tower. I think with Beastmaster, though, we're probably going to see Quas Exhort. Most likely as the build, so curious where they decide to go. I would really like a Snapfire for Shopify, personally. They get rid of the Pango. Okay. So a little bit of a comfort pick for Bob, I suppose, is like you said. He likes this hero. It's not necessarily like he prefers the Bat Rider, but it is one of those heroes you don't really just want to give someone for free, especially if they're good at it.
Yeah, like, even the TA is probably Bob's best hero. I'd say overall, that's where he really made a killing for himself in his early time in Div 2, in the very first DPC cycle, when he was under, what was it, Vice Esports. So I don't mind it. I don't mind these bans from Shopify. Again, there's some pocket picks for Execration. It always pains me to say mid-Ricky would be good here, but mid-Ricky might be good here for Execration if they really wanted to go that route. I don't know. Again, I'm not completely sure, but again, I feel like I've seen Bob do it. So that could be a lane matchup that feels pretty good for him to play. Just constantly blink strike, harass out, secure your creep. You have the smoke screen threat. So you have these two silences to collapse onto the Invoker when need be, and just make the game a lot harder for Mikey overall. We'll go with a CM pickup first now on Execration. And that is also a Beastmaster solution for the boar. You've got the Frostbite to kind of just take care of that. That should force Saberlight to maybe just go for the Axis, which you probably don't mind too much, but the Night Stalker's also pretty comfy going into that. He is fairly bulky. You will have to start with something like, at the very least, a mask here, a Sage Mask to sustain, probably just a full Basilius here to really work that lane out for Saberlight.
Yeah, you definitely just go Axes. Like, it's one of those things where, like you said, you don't really mind it all that much, especially with how the kind of farming from the offlane has changed as well. Like, you can just stack the Ancients pretty easily. You just get like one value point in the boar and then just send it to your triangle and you stack with it. So I think he'll be okay. They grabbed Jakiro, a hero that's been getting a little bit more attention, generally a very strong lane hero as well, which is why it's getting a lot of love. I really do like that they protected the Night Stalker pick here, right? The Naga Siren and the Bloodseeker are probably the two biggest counters in the game to Night Stalker. So just taking those away does make this hero a lot more viable. But I'm curious what they decide to lane against this. You don't really know where it's going. Maybe you have some more insight. Like, do they ever run this as a Night Stalker carry?
I've seen Palos do it. It is one of the heroes he could run on safely, and I don't think he did it last tour, but he has done it before. Honestly, overall, I don't think Execration has picked the Night Stalker in some time. So it's a little bit of a newer pick, but again, if I had to guess, it could just be flex for Palos, and you kind of just run it into the Beastmaster with the Axis, and just the last pick, your Bob here, but just save something else for Tino, because he is the foundation of the team. Like, yes, Bob is the aggressor, but Tino is like the backup. Tino's the guy that shows up and helps Bob make these ridiculous plays, and he kind of needs to have a better lane than he did last time. Shopify will pick up the Clockwork, so you really have like this really strong pickoff potential coming out from Shopify. Lots of good combinations out. Clockwork +1 in lane, like a big hitting ranged core is going to feel really good here for Shopify Rebellion. We still have a lot of options there as well. Execration, they'll just go for the puck. So it's the puck invoker matchup. Not too shabby for either side. The puck should still be able to farm, but it's very hard to kind of bully out the invoker there. You can just kind of leverage his regen and harass onto the puck as well. But it is more playable. So the lanes are in better shape for Execration than they were in game 1.
Yeah.
And I guess if they stave off this aggression from Shopify, and they can start to meet their timings a little bit earlier, play the game a little bit stronger here.
Is this going to be Chikiro in the 4, like in the offlane with Beastmaster in a Clockwork 5?
It feels that way.
Right?
I think you will want like the Clockwork to just pair up with the Arteezy hero, which there's still a lot of in the pool. Terrorblade's still there if they really wanted it. Morphling's up, although it could be a little bit annoying with, say, the blink timing on Night Stalker, but overall it's still not too bad. I don't mind the Jakiro Beastmaster lane. I think that lane is actually really, really annoying. Although without the boar slow, it's not as annoying as it can be. Again, you probably just don't feel comfy picking up the boar into the Crystal Maiden. But if you manage to get a value point, just apply that slow once. Your Jakiro follows up with his own slows. Suddenly you just run down, you spam these axes out, you find those kills, and you just wreck that lane by like level 5, which is pretty late into the laning phase, but still a really good spike.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like what you'll end up seeing is like a pretty early tower kill as well, right? Like Jakiro is a support that can actually offer quite a bit in the tower push. It looks like Shopify is anticipating a carry Night Stalker here. Like they ban out Lycan and Enigma, and they will get rid of Marcy Lone Druid on the side of Execration, which makes sense. I mean, this Lone Druid would have destroyed towers, and they do not have an answer for it. So they pick another early tempo, and that is an early tempo hero, the safe lane Dragon Knight.
I like it. It's been rising up once more in the safe lane. The tempo is really good. Very hard to shove away from lane. And now you can kind of shift your Jakiro to 5 as well. Like DK Jakiro lane is pretty good. Clockwork Beastmaster maybe not as wacky, but still kind of doable. You run up, you cog someone, you get the Axis follow up, have Battery Assault running up. You can kind of melt the CM5. It's not going to feel amazing. Although the Crystal Nova will be pretty annoying to try to chase down. Even with boots up, I think the Clockwork will still kind of have to work to get that angle in, but it's still a really good lane for Shopify if they do shift that way. Just to, hand crit the clock, hand fly the Jakiro, and just pair up with the DK. The Dragon lane coming out for Shopify Rebellion.
I like it. I'm curious if they would go for something like a Timber Saw here just to try and like bully out the Dragon Knight lane. I feel like it might be punishable just because you have so much stun coming out from Shopify, and Timber does kind of like playing into these less stun heavy lineups, right? Invoker is a natural hero that can build something like a Vessel, so I'm not sure if they want to go that route. I'm trying to think what else from the offlane you can pick that will shut down this DK lane, because the Night Stalker can't do it, right? I feel like you have to run the Night Stalker to the safe lane at this point.
Yeah, it feels pretty pigeonholed in. I'm not seeing a great typical Tino hero. Maybe something like a Coddle for magic damage, but they go with a Tidehunter instead, so
That'll
just
work.
stable team fight, stable lane. Kind of work. They will shift crit into the Clockwork here as well, so they will run the double Dragon lane for Shopify Rebellion. And this does look like a much more competitive draft coming out from Execration, like something that just doesn't get crushed early on. I say that, but Shopify Rebellion does tend to focus in on laning phase, so any small mistakes you make here will still be punished. But this looks to be an explosive draft from both sides here, Ricky. I think it's kind of geared up for a really good mid-game tempo from either side. Like, we're not going to be sitting back and farming for all too long. I think both sides will try to play for objectives. At the very least, Execration will try to play for kills, and Shopify Rebellion will try to play for the objectives with their kind of lineup. So it's a good clash of styles.
Yeah.
And I'm keen to see whether or not Execration can fix up the lanes, because it looks better now, but Shopify still has a run at you style on their lanes as well.
Yeah, I mean, they really do. And these lanes, they're not like weak from Shopify, right? Like these heroes like all do fairly well. Mikey should be okay in this mid lane versus the puck. They have a lot of Sunstrike setups, like a single point in Dragon Tail. You have Jakiro's Ice Path. You have Clockwork. Like there's a lot of ability to assist into these side lanes with this Invoker. And I think that is something you have to be very, very careful of. I think we saw a Nouns game recently where Gunnar was playing the Invoker, and I think he got like, it was versus Nigma. I think he got like 6 or 7 Sunstrikes in the first 10 minutes of the game into the side lanes. And I think we could see something similar to that from Mikey here. So we'll see if they can actually keep that communication up, right? Because that takes a little bit more coordination to do. So with being a stand-in, it might not be as easy. But I do agree with you. I think these lanes from Execration are much better. I like the Tidehunter actually quite a bit because it's not a hero that can really lose a lane to a hero like DK. I think he's probably going to have to get like a few extra levels of Kraken Shell, probably like 2 or 3 early on because Gush is borderline useless against the DK. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, should be a really fun game.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Again, we saw a really strong performance coming out from Shopify in that first game, so I'm sure Execration will want to shake that off, throw the punches back, and kind of, play their own game this time around. We'll see how much they get out here. As both sides, good luck's coming out. I'm just hoping for Execration we don't see that awkward disconnect, but it does feel like their internet's fixed, so we're probably not going to see that anytime soon. Southeast Asia, every single time. You still have connection issues across the world. Carla saying hi to Abed.
He said hi to Bulba first and then hi to Abed. He's really having a good time. I love it.
Carla.
Oh, quick D-ward. Love that.
A little bit more coming out there for Execration. Just small wins. You take them.
30 seconds to battle.
All right, I didn't know that was a voice line. That's a good one.
I didn't expect you to be so cool.
They're feeling it on both sides. Not the most aggressive posturing over the runes right now. The level 1s, you can kind of trade back and forth here if you do fully commit. So neither side keen to poke and prod too much. Maybe they find crit though, if he does go for this one.
Yeah, I mean, you can drop the cogs, right? Yeah, Carlo just holding his point. They're just going to clean up the cogs, grab 3 last hits for that Night Stalker instead. You get something out of it, I suppose.
You're going to trade 3 for 1 in the bounties though, so it feels a little bit better there for Shopify. They still see crit, and Carlo still hasn't leveled anything up. He's being really patient as to see what he wants to do in that lane. And speaking of that lane should still be pretty stable coming out, right? You are expecting Saberlight to just kind of work that lane as best as he can. You do have the early Sunstrike up on Mikey, so he's just going to use it to try to secure the range creep. This matchup mid for Bob and Mikey. Again, it's not something that you'd expect the puck to completely shove the Invoker out. At the same time, the puck should still have enough play to get his own farm going. So Bob just shouldn't get crushed as much as he was last time.
Absolutely. Bottom lane, Tino actually went for a level 1 Kraken Shell to try and reduce some of the damage he's going to be taking from this Jakiro and this DK, which I actually don't hate. Also, if it procs, can get rid of the dual breath burn, so not too bad. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of harassment coming out from the double dragon lane like you were talking about, and I'd have to imagine he's probably going to go like I don't want to say 1-4-4 on this Tidehunter, but probably something close to that.
Yeah, I think that is how you're going to have to go and just play around Anchor Smash, try to get tankier in lane, go for your early aura item, maybe just a Hood of Defiance in this lane is probably going to be a lot of value coming out for Tino. And I mean, with level 1 Kraken to protect yourself, you just don't farm that quick. So you're just going to have to hold a lot of creeps and a lot of EXP back until the level 2 starts to come in, which is something Shopify can use. Like, there's no threat from the lane. It's very passive. Fly can just go for uncontested pulls. And Arteezy is under no threat. He can be left alone for a very long time.
Yeah, especially once you get that second or even third point in the Dragon Blood. I don't know if I see a lot of people in the safe lane Dragon Knight position actually going more than maybe a couple points into the Dragon's Blood, because Breathe Fire helps you farm very fast. And I'm also curious what item build he goes, because we saw a Radiance DK come out the other day from Ramses. Kind of a little lackluster in that game specifically. Not necessarily a bad build, but didn't really work for the game. And I'm curious if he's going to do something similar, or if we're going to see like the Maelstrom, early Manta, or what. So we'll see.
It's open enough for RTZ. Up top, a lot of harassment coming out to Palos. Again, the lanes from Shopify are pretty damn aggressive. You can just go for the cogs, try to run down. The Night Stalker is fairly tanky, but he doesn't really fight back when you are isolated like that. And there's not too much Carlo can do besides just trying to Crystal Nova. You can't really chase down the Clockwork when he does have boots up. So overall, you have a pretty good lane for Saberlight to just keep farming in. You aren't stopping Palos despite that harassment though. Like, he is still getting the CS he wants, but you're also not stopping Saberlight. That Dominator time is still going to be on point.
Yeah, I feel like the lane's going to be a little bit passive here for at least a little bit longer, because we're going to need the nighttime for the Night Stalker, and that's when Palos really comes online. And until then, it's like we're going to, for Shopify, it's like you're going to be playing off the back of Sunstrike connections, and we don't have stun bottom lane on the DK, we don't have Jakiro with an Ice Path. There's not a lot like yet for him to play around, so it's like both teams probably just gonna opt to continue trying to farm up as best as they can right now.
Let's play it safe, build up, get
boy,
your levels up.
He's making his rotation to the mid lane, trying to deny the water rune, and he does get it. So taking that away from Bob is actually pretty big. He even sends the Forge Spirit top to protect it, as Crit's gonna get the other.
He's fully topped up. You don't need it on Mikey, so Clockwork gets to just rotate back up top with pretty healthy HP and mana to spam it.
The Sunstrike finally comes out bottom.
As indeed. I am first
There it is.
in everything.
Sorry, go ahead.
They've got it. They've got the aggression, and you have decent enough levels now with the X-Sword that it does really hurt. And this bot lane for Execration, again, it's slow. It's expected to be slow, but it doesn't feel good to be slow. Like the DK farm, once it kicks in, like even with like say a fast Midas for Arteezy here, it gets pretty scary. Like you just won't be able to stop him. And that's where the beauty of that DK comes out. It's just such a stable laner that you could leave it alone. We could see Fly maybe start to make some stacks, maybe Crit make some stacks as well to rack up that farming down the line. Nighttime's up though.
Yep. And then try to just turn on the aggression right away. Is Crit in some danger, but Paulo's taking a lot of damage from this Beastmaster. He's got a stick, doesn't want to use it. Instead, Paulos will survive. Ends up getting the Void there to finish off Crit as well. And another Frostbite here to slow him down. Paulos looking for the board here. Catches it, but gets bonked by the catapult instead.
That's a really aggressive play coming out from Execration. That is something that I feel like Palos tends to do sometimes, and the punishment is pretty severe. Yeah, you had no actual threat onto Saberlight, and sure, killing the boar is nice. It's definitely not worth your life.
Uh-oh, bottom lane. Sunstrike into the cogs. That'll work. Yeah, so Saberlight will go ahead and get dove over to the top lane as well here, as Palos does come back with full HP, full mana. So here's one of the things about that death from Palos is it might have been intentional. It's one of those things where it's like it hit nighttime. He was already pretty low on resources. He gets like the free trip back to base, his TP back out, buys a salve. He had already spent his money. Like, it actually isn't a bad death, right?
Yeah. This might be for Mikey.
Yeah, it could be, but the rotation's in very quickly from the supports, and Mikey's gonna be just fine, as he's going straight for his Midas as well. Doesn't even bother with the boots. He's about 490 gold away. He's off to a great start. Saberlight managed to find a kill top lane there on the Crystal Maiden, but so he gets Roar actually just in time. They have the Sunstrike to follow it up. Saberlight, okay, I take everything back about what I said about that first death, because Saberlight got level 6 off of it.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Like the reset, sure, it makes sense in context. That's probably what Palos was doing, but the EXP onto the Beastmaster, it's a little bit much to feed away. And with that key timing, you know, your first night already feels like a big mixed bag here for the side of Execration. Your first Dream Coil used for Bob, not the best. He does have it off cooldown, but you don't really have a hero to tie into that Dream Coil here. No one's ready to be aggressive, even Palos. He has the levels. He doesn't have 6 for the Dark Ascension, which also holds him back. And I think you're in a comfy spot for Shopify. Like, you're just building this farm up. Arteezy still has a free lane. Saberlight already has the full Dominator flying out, so the push can start to rack up rather soon. And Execration, well, they'll try.
I mean, they're going to try for sure and see if they can actually bring down Arteezy. He does pop the Dragon Form, that extra move speed, and Crit's going to come in as well. And he's just so damn slow as they will to be able to finish the chase underneath the tower, and Crit will be able to help as much as he had wanted. Top lane, though. They're going to get aggressive here on the Carlo. The TP in from the Tidehunter, not quite level 6. That Sunstrike comes through to secure the kill. Is now... I don't know, like, it's going to take a while to kill this Tidehunter. He's got 2 points Kraken Shell, but they're going to get him eventually. He's got level 3 in the board. Well, never mind, a coil turnaround from Bob. The Ice Path is there. Tino's still trying to survive. He just throws the roar out. He's sick and tired of it. Saberlight still managed to survive. A nice illusion rune there from Bob. Telekinesis will pull him back, and Saberlight does go down. A Sunstrike is there to secure another kill for Mikey. As now Fly is starting to fall low, but Bob needs to be careful. These summons are scary here from this Beastmaster, and they will find the puck. We'll get the silence there, unfortunately, off the mark of the Hadouken. 3-1 charges, does have an Ice Path. He's going to throw it out. It connects the puck.
Oh!
Down. He's gone. He ends up finding him.
Oh, no. Execration, and they're playing tag for such a long time, but the output it's just not high enough. They lose their mid on top of this movement as well. Like Shopify, their early game, again, kicking into high gear. Well, Mikey is just, he's gotten so much value from just going Quasic Sword. Like, with all the setup in your side lanes, with a roar on top, I mean, you have such a free time and just looking for these global kills. And Execration, I mean, they finally pick up this Meteor Hammer on Tino, but he's going to have 6 soon. They can try to apply pressure in the towers, but it doesn't feel like you're ready on your Night Stalker or your Tide. And you're not remotely ready to take any of these big engagements right now. The top gone. Your map is starting to shrink a bit here.
I mean, that top engagement turned into 2 Sunstrike kills for Mikey, a Midas usage, and a tower, and probably 2 full creep waves in mid lane. Like, his net worth went from, I want to say, around like 4,300 to over 5K in that 1 minute period. Like, he just farmed so massively in that time frame because he didn't have a lane partner at all. Like, no one was laning against him, and then he gets 2 free kills without even having to show up. Like, it's absolutely nuts how much he got out of that engagement.
You got way too
without
much
even
out of
being
it.
there.
Yeah, it's just too much that Mikey gets. Hey, you do at least clear out some.
And some trouble. Oh, they have an invisible. They have a sentry though already placed. Oh no! Does manage to juke out for the moment, and Crit does not manage to catch the cog. But a nice fight breaking out top lane as well.
Yeah, they kill off Palos. They manage to still run him down, and you're just not ready to be aggressive here.
Telekinesis will be able to pull him under the towers. They will trade for Crit here, which is nice, but it seems like you have this unstoppable Beastmaster in top lane right now. I don't know who can actually play against him in the lane. Like, they tried to turn the Night Stalker into him, and he gets Roar Macro Pirate instead.
It's not there. You don't even have the solution to the Dominator creep. The Shard is not something you'd want to necessarily rush in your Pause 1. So it's going to be a while until Palos has something like that to just take care of these pesky creep armies that Saberlight just keeps bringing out. And Execration, well, Tino is being jumped now.
Yep, they're going to try once again. I mean, they have a Sunstrike, obviously, if they want to use it. Even to just bring Mikey to the bottom lane. I mean, he's got the right-click damage instead. Carlo looks like he should be safe. But Artur will get to work on this tower as soon as he's also got the money for his Midas.
They're hitting their strides here. Shopify Rebellion and Execration. I mean, their tempo still can come out. Palos is trying to rush this Radiant and the Night Stalker, which it is a good item, a Night Stalker. The timing also doesn't look like it's going to be all too bad. But it just feels like your Night Stalker can't play early because of that. You know, like something like Echo Saber, you're going to be online faster. You run down heroes. Bob will try here.
The question is, can they actually finish him off? He's falling super low. Does have the roar, but nice telekinesis into the coil snap. Good play there from Shank. So they do find the kill. As Arteezy rotates up to the top side of the map, trying to find something here. They've got the slows here on the follows. No Dragon Tail for a few more seconds. As that did get dodged out. So no way to continue the chase. I think force a response here from Shopify, which is quite nice, and kill the Beastmaster. That is good stuff.
You're getting some room out to get at least some farm on Totino. So your Tidehunter's pushing down bot with a Meteor Hammer. Tower should fall. You're equalizing with the map just a little bit. The vision game from Shopify is way too good though. Like their wards are giving so much vision. Their hawks from Saberlight are big. They missed the hook. I don't think it matters too much. You're probably not missing out too much in that kill. I'm a little bit optimistic to try to Night Stalker down with a puck around. So the one thing that Execration doesn't have a grasp on is that vision game. Like, you just can't match a Beastmaster plus Clockwork and these wards coming out. They don't spot them. So Shopify Rebellion can just keep being aggressive. You know, keep hunting down, keep trying to punish when the opportunity presents itself.
I will say I am impressed by Execration having like stemmed the bleeding here a little bit, because I mean they were behind what 4,000 gold a couple minutes ago. They've managed to kind of stabilize and even things out, and that is up against a double Midas here. That being said, it's daytime, so it might get a little bit worse here before it gets better, because you're still pretty far from that Radiance here on Palos. And that's going to be like the moment when this Night Stalker kind of starts becoming a factor in this game, but until then I think he's more of a liability. Meanwhile, a nice hook shot into Dragon Tail will find the Rubik. Beautifully done.
He really didn't want to have to lose out on Shanks. He had a pretty nice stolen spell. He had the Dragon Tail on hand. It's probably really easy to seal anyway, to be fair. But without the Rubik, you don't really want to force anything out. You know, just these pickoffs from Shopify make it awkward for Execration to feel like they can mount any sort of movement out. Like, the respawns are quick, but...
There's the roar. They've caught follows. The follow-up Sunstrike Stomp as well. There's just so much global threats, right? Like, just from a Sunstrike. He's almost max Exort already.
Yeah, it's just one of those games where it really, really shines. And now, off the back of that big kill, even though it's nighttime, they can go into the Rosh. Respawn is short, but the clear of the Roshan is pretty damn quick as well.
Yeah.
Execration can't get there in time. Tino is not even trying to walk off.
The scan and response here from Shopify is know exactly what's going on, and Saberlight trying to scout things out here with the summons, but doesn't seem to be worried all that much. All right. I mean, it's a 6k goldie. Oh, nice telekinesis. Will catch Beastmaster here in the mid lane as they drop the freezing field as well. Hookshot will catch the puck. There's a nice path to stop Carlo on the backside from channeling that up, and Bob will be just fine here on the puck as well. So that's a good pickoff once again, being able to find the Beastmaster.
They're just getting some punishment out. I mean, you still lost the Aegis, but you're finding something in exchange. You're getting this farm up onto Tino. His pipe is almost done. That should help him sustain through a lot of his magical output, although
he does it again. The Madman crit. They pop the Dark Ascension. Night Stalker will be able to find himself a nice kill. Instead, Arteezy turns his attention over to the Rubik. Gets that kill. Really smart. Otherwise, you know, he just steals that Dragon Tail. And now they turn around onto Jakiro, unable to survive this for now. Bob, though, taking a lot of damage here from the DK. As Saberlight's just going to walk on over, help secure it. And Arteezy just blinks on over, stuns up the Night Stalker. Instead, it's a triple kill for Arteezy. Dude, so much money just going his way off the back of this.
Yeah, they play hyper-aggressive there on Execration. They just keep running around, and the weirdest thing is that this is space for, of all people, Tino. That's the Ravage, but Meteor Hammer doesn't connect.
I mean, that's just a defensive Ravage, right? Like, he just dies to the Invoker if he doesn't do that.
Dire's structures
It's
are fortified.
it's not a great feeling right now for Execration. Like, they are trying to play fast. They understand their draft goes quick, but
Dire's
for
top tower
Tino
is
to be the
under
one
attack.
soaking up the space, it doesn't feel ideal. Like, yes, the pipe is going to be huge value, but is it really worth sacrificing your pause 1 and pause 2 for that? It doesn't feel like it should be worth it.
Speaking of Tino, might be in trouble instead. RT do the blink, the stun, he catches the puck, and the Sunstrike is there. Nice Meteor Hammer onto 2 and a huge freezing field. Here comes Fly, though. The Ice Bath onto 2. The macro gets dropped. Stolen macro there from Shanks. Throws it back the other way. The hook shot from Crit will catch the Rubicon to the backside. The Cogs likely to follow. Doesn't even need to use them. Finds the kill anyway. RTZ wants to go for more. He's got a Blink Dagger. He's looking for an opening, but decides maybe I shouldn't die to tier 3.
Yeah, you know what? You don't need to. You don't have the Aegis. Unfortunately, Mikey has that privilege, so can't really go too ham here, but they clear out the top objective. They're going to be able to cut through mid just a little bit, cut the creep waves down. They still have a lot of time left on the Aegis as well, a good 2 minutes left. And Palace is inching towards the Radiance. He's got the full gold for it now. So there's that big timing. But this is just Phase Boots Radiance Night Stalker. And at this point, I think you really want the BKB to be able to stand up front here, but you know we're close to that. You're nowhere close near your blink as well. Well, even with a Radiance, you're just a sitting duck if all the spells are committed onto you.
He needs the Shard. Like, you actually have to have Shard on Night Stalker, which is actually such a problem too. So he needs to get the Shard, then BKB. One of the biggest problems with the Night Stalker right now is ideally you want this Radiance as close to that 15-minute mark as possible, so you get that full 5 minutes of farming with this Radiance during that nighttime. But he has 1 minute left. You know, it is a really rough timing. I don't know if it's going to be enough for him to bounce back, but he needs a lot more gold. So they need to make a lot of space for this Night Stalker.
Tower is under attack.
They need to keep stalling. I mean, you say make space for Palos, but Palos keeps joining in these fights as well. And it's Tino who eats up that space. He has the full pipe, so maybe he's more willing to fight now.
They have a ward sentry kind of revealing everything.
Rock it on.
Look at the aggressive vision here, in front and behind the tower.
Dire's bottom
Harlow
tower
will
is
go
under
for the D
attack.
ward and will be able to grab
Radiant's
that.
top tower is under attack.
As Arteezy just says, I'm tired of this, pops the DK form, gets to work here on this tower. Dude, combined with Alacrity, Yasha, and the Beastmaster Aura, he is attacking so fast.
Dire's
just
middle
buffed up
tower has fallen.
way too much. His output's pretty decent now as well. Like, with just the Elder Dragon form at level 2, he's active. And Execration's down to just 1 outer tower. Like, their timings, it just feels way off. They're 9k behind. The Shard for Palos is going to be coming out soon. Nighttime is down. You do have Dark Ascension, but how do you actually start these fights on Execration? You have no one that really jumps the backline outside of Bob. No one's going to be able to follow through from him until the blinks are up. And those blinks are just a pipe dream at the moment. You just need so much more on Palos. And Tino, I'm not sure if he even wants to rush the blink right after this pipe now. It just feels dicey for Execration. And their lineup can still fight back. We have seen some decent stolen spells from Shanks, but for the most part, Shopify are dodging, getting pickoffs, going back to farm, going for objectives after a pickoff. Like, they were just so disciplined. And it's just back to that point as well. Like, the vision game from everything, from their really good ward positions, from their hawks, from the flares. It is oppressive to be on Execration, not knowing where anyone is, while Shopify has all this information on their hands.
Well, you know, I did talk about it earlier. The Manta style for the Dragon Knight, it is done. This is one of, in my opinion, the best possible items you can get on this hero. And it queues up the Aghanim Scepter immediately after that, so it's going to be very strong. Crit running around with a gem now too, so that vision game going to get more and more difficult here for Execration as it goes on. They're going to smoke as DK form. Still only level 2 though. Looking for his connections, but top lane. I mean, if they find Palos, it'd be absolutely huge right now. But he is doing a good job at hiding in the trees. The problem is his day vision is terrible. So See if they find him. They got vision of him for a second. They know exactly where he is, and Arteezy goes in, gets us on the ice path. They'll follow Crit. Gonna try and offer some assistance. They don't even bother with the Sunstrike. They find the kill. He will go down. Crit unable to find the secondary, but that's the opening you want, right? You need to, like, we're talking about how important it is that he finds space right now, but Shopify's not giving him that space.
They're not stopping this aggression either.
Yeah, off the mark with the meatball tornado there, but Mikey gets the help from the hook shot, and just the right-click damage from the Invoker will be enough.
Cleaning up, Shopify. Probably just gonna wait for the next Roche. It's only a few seconds away until we see that respawn timer, and then if they can secure it safely, which it does look like they should be able to, the high ground really opens up. You are still inching towards this timing for Execration. Tino's blink is going to be up sooner rather than later, so we'll have some play options, queuing up the shard as well for the follow-up stun. Like, there is team fight in Execration once that's up, but I don't know, man. Like, even Carlo being at level 10 is pretty painful, although.
Fight breaking out on the top side. There's going to be a nice Ravage connecting, but Arteezy gets the stun onto the Night Stalker. The question is, can they get Mikey, the BKB, in? The response, the Roar turns onto the Night Stalker. The meatballs dropped on top as well. Paulo's trying to make his way into the base. He will be able to, but Carlo not as lucky. Meteor Hammer does drop there, stunning up to the DK. Starting to fall a little bit low here. The EMP doing some work. A nice 2-hero tornado will be able to finish off that Night Stalker, but the question is, can Tino make his way back into the base? He's really trying. Blink Dragon Tail to the high ground. He looks for Shanks instead. He's like, we can get this one for ease. And Tino won't be able to survive. Mikey with a triple kill. The Sunstrike, whew, almost on the mark there. Bob will barely make it back into the base, but Execration, man. It was such a good fight, too. You see them get the Ravage, they get the opening that they want, they get the Meteor Hammers even, but they're just too many items behind, it seems.
Yeah, they're way too behind to try and play like this. Like, if they had at least one BKB up and running, or if they had Palos' BKB, then maybe these plays wouldn't go as awkwardly, but it's just so far away. Like, his game just went off to such a slow start. All the space went to Tino instead. And even Tino's blink isn't up. And again, just back to these supports. Like, your combination right now is actually just Ravage, Dream Coil, along with Freezing Field. But Carlo's still a long way away from his 12. Like, it feels like it's going to take him forever to find EXP to hit that level 2 mark in Freezing Field.
They've got Night Stalker again. Blink Dragon Tail, the DD on Ardcore. He just gets absolutely evaporated. A nice hook shot in from Crit. Uses the last bit of his mana to block off Shanks, as that will be able to hold him off, and a nice Ice Path is there as well. I was going to say it's the Gaben code where, you know, if a DD spawns, I mean, Roche is also spawning, but they don't care. They just want to dive for more, as Arteezy is way too deep into the base right now. There's no Ravage, but they've got a Coil, and he is just dead. What? Not invulnerable, my friend. You do not have that BKB available quite yet. It was on his courier. Just not quite yet delivered, and now you've got to get out.
Yeah. Good punishment out from Exo. Hold on.
You lose the puck anyway. They chase just a little bit too far to try and push them back. Doesn't end up working.
There's that
Arlo,
BKB.
I mean, they've got the Hawk, man. It's so good. Just giving so much vision. The meatball onto the ice path. Arlo's gonna burn. Tino lets the Ravage rip, and Paulos, he's gonna start burning these heroes. But Mikey pops the BKB, gonna start running away. There's gonna be a nice roar. The EMP, the Sunstrike. Paulos, can he survive? He gets the stick. He's gonna be able to survive thanks to the Hunter as well. The Devour giving him so much extra HP as they will pick off Saberlight. A really good hold from Execration. It does cause you 2 buybacks. But you manage to get the Beastmaster, you manage to get the Dragon Knight, and you don't lose your base. I mean, could they go Roche?
They could. They definitely could. I don't know if they clear it fast enough with how short the respawns are. Like, Arteezy's already back up. Your cooldowns and Invoker aren't too long, so you can just constantly scout there as well, despite the lack of Hawks, and you've got the flares. I don't think Execration takes that objective fast enough for them to even attempt. You're just going to have to try to regroup and try to farm up a little bit more, hit these timings, and try to go for that same fight. Like, the BKB is only the recipe away for Palos. That is one thing that can change the game, if that timing still comes out here for the defense.
see what they can do. Beastmaster respawning soon bottom lane. Mikey just solo kills off Palos.
God.
And he's gone. Be out in the trees. He is 11-0 right now. 11-0-9 on this Invoker as he gets his level 20 talent. So if you thought these Chaos Meteors were doing a lot of damage before, it's going to get a lot worse. 80% bonus damage combined with the Shard. Good luck.
It's going to melt them. They're already melting it to it anyway, as we've seen from the Ice Pad combination. And now it's Shopify that can go for the Roche themselves. Like, you know, there's no big threat coming out from Execration. And the Ravage is down for a little bit longer here. 40 seconds, more than enough time to safely clear out the Roche. Roche number 2 with a Shard. And a free Shard onto Saberlight would feel pretty amazing. Just Hawk Dives are going to be good. Maybe Arteezy just takes it for the Fireball, though.
There's so many good ones.
I don't need to farm anymore. Liquid Frost is nice as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you have Liquid Frost too, huh? Yeah, like, if you really want high ground siege, you go for the Liquid Frost, but Saberlight might just take it for the cooldown reduction. The hook shot perfectly timed from Crit! No way! He's got him! Oh, and yeah, another DD rune. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Mikey is soloing Palos again. I mean, he's trying. He's almost got him. They're going to continue to chase here, but there's going to be the Dark Ascension. They don't have detection. There is Shanks with a nice telekinesis, and the dust will come through. He gets ahead. The Macropyre is there. The Ravage connects as well. The stolen Macropyre out from Shanks. They finally burn down the Invoker. A massive gold bounty going the way of this Night Stalker, but the rest of Shopify is here, man. They've done the Roshan. They've got some new targets in mind. Aurora on the Carlo. Lock him down long enough for them to just take him in. The Fireball is now for more. Easy. Won't be able to catch the blink, but they do catch Palos in the skies, and the Dragon Tail is there. Can he get away? He has to pop this BKB. Now they turn it around. Maybe they can find this Aegis, but he just seems so damn tanky here on the DK. Oh, nice play from Bob here, finishing off Fly. Okay, snipes the backline. This is huge. You have the hero advantage now. It is 3v4. You don't have an Aegis, but Crit falling incredibly low as well. Trying to TP on out. The BKB out from Arteezy into the Dragon Tail, onto the Night Stalker. Can he get the kill? He does. You lose the gem on the ground. You're going to buy back now on Crit to get back into this game. Tino is super hard to deal with. There's going to be a Night Tendrils into the Meteor Hammer. They're starting to burn on the side of Shopify as Saberlight, the next target in sight, and they get him. Shanks, he's just got so much control as Arteezy's just going to leave. Okay, they let him go. They see the Invoker respawning. There's no more time left.
Man, what a back and forth. Execration still finding some openings to fight into. Guess they lose Palos, but they make it work somehow. They dance around. The investment in Tino now is starting to really pay off. We're starting to see how much he can do with the chain stuns. And of course, Shanks, whenever you get the Dragon Tail, you feel pretty good in that Rubik. It's such a straightforward spell. You've got the added range from your Arcane Supremacy and the Aether Lens to basically feel like you're in dragon form launching that, and you don't throw it out as a projectile when you're Rubik, right? Like, this is a ranged instant stun. So it's massive for Shanks to just hold on to that spell as long as he can and just try to make plays off. Granted, Execration, I mean, they're still 14k behind, Ricky. Yeah, you're still at 20k net worth for Arteezy, 7k above the next two cores of the side of Execration.
He's about to have Axe,
not
too.
the worst thing in the world.
That's the scariest thing, is going to be the DK Axe, right? He's going to Midas this Catapult. He has an Aghanim Scepter of the Secret Shop if he wants it, and now you're going to be dealing with the Manta Split, you know, Black Dragon, which you can't really deal with very well. So we'll see what they can come up with on an Execration to maybe handle that, but he's still got an Aegis for 2 more minutes as well.
The look on your face.
Had a lot of time on it, and I don't know if you can pull that same defense off again for Execration. They might be able to. It's a lot harder, but everyone's up, Ravage is up. You might be able to find a better position to get that Ravage off and just have the control come in, but dealing with Arteezy with the Alacrity up, with the Ancient Black Dragon, I don't know about that.
Yeah, this is when things get very difficult. Again, the Manta Split just makes it really hard. They actually get vision of Bob for a moment, so they know this smoke wraparound was coming. As he's scouting in the trees as well, looking for a Night Stalker, looking for anyone hiding behind him. it's a deep wraparound. I mean, we see Palestino trying to see if they can get onto the backside. The mid lane engagement. Rubik's just dead immediately, but the Ravage connects onto them. They drop the Meteor Hammers, but the BKB's out for the Dragon Knight, and Saberlight trying to hobble away. He's going to survive for now, but Palos finally beats him down. The question is, can Execration get more? You've still got Mikey. You've still got this Dragon Knight available. Carlo stuck in the danger zone right now as he's going to fall, and DK will just hold this Tidehunter at bay as Palos trying to make his way out as well. He will survive, a nice hook shot from Crit. The push back into the Sunstrike. Tino, he's gone, man. No way he can get back to the base this time. Double kill for Mikey as the Rax begins to fall. The Alacrity onto the DK as he goes mid. And he's going to clean this one up very quick. You're going to buy back now onto the Tidehunter. Very tanky boy. Does make it very difficult. But, I mean, the Meatball, the Deafening Blast, he can't remove those. They do get a nice Tendrils once again into the Meteor Hammer, but Tino needs to die. He can't afford to die here. He needs to get back. Bob also starting to burn down, but Arteezy, he's just focusing on the Rax, man. He's got this Alacrity running, trying to get these things down before Rubik comes back up, and does have the Aegis for another 15 seconds. Oh, the blink at the last second. It's time to leave.
A very disciplined and Shopify Rebellion. Only a few seconds on the Aegis. It could be a little bit dicey in trying to get that secondary life, considering how slow it takes Execration to kill off. Although,
well, they got Crystal Maiden. The fake back, the Aegis regen, topping him off. It did not expect him to just walk back in. And that being said, Arteezy falling very low, ends up being forced to BKB. They can try and turn it here onto the Tidehunter. This would be a dieback for him, but instead, they will respect Execration's high ground and back away, seemingly for real this time.
Still in a position, a really aggressive position, though, for a flank here.
They weren't scouting it, though. They know. They did get this nice ward on the, or they have this nice ward on the high ground, but I mean the DK Dragon, man, it just walks onto your high ground and it just causes so much problems. Like you can't ignore them.
Yeah, no care in the world for Arteezy once he's up there, and he's also going for the Ocarine, so the numbers on this is just ridiculous. Once you start to stack up some cooldown reduction on that Elder Dragon form, it's almost like 50% uptime, maybe a little bit more actually. So you're
it's already
constantly in that
uptime,
yeah, like you're gonna be a lot closer to like 20-second downtime, I think.
Yeah.
Execration are gonna try to smoke play out here.
They are. They drop a ward. It will scout, but Palos just jumps in, managed to get on top of the Beastmaster. He's stuck in a really bad spot, but the Hex just burns and Palos goes down. He's got no help. The nice freezing field from Carlo, but the roar's there from Saberlight, and now the rest of the team's got to get out. They drop the coil, try and make some spaces. Bob on the backside, trying to finish off Fly, does get the Waning Rift. Wait, no, a hook shot from Crit, but a nice Aeon Disc will protect him, but the Dragon Tail to follow the Hex as well. They've got him. 2 are dead. The buyback from the Crystal Maiden. It doesn't seem like it's going to matter. That is going to be the GGs as Mikey finishes the game with a triple kill.
Massive win for the side of Shopify, helping them to cement their position in the upper half here in Group A. As we mentioned before this series started, like a 2-0 here for Shopify with such a tightly packed group in Group A. It does feel like that might be enough to just cement their position in the top 4 already, just off the back of that clear 2-0. Like if everyone else just draws, then you're kind of up there. And
It's
for Execration, yeah, it's super close in that group. And for Execration, it was a better draft. They played to its strengths, but again, their lanes, it didn't feel too bad. I'll grant you that. But like their early farm prioritization was a little bit awkward. Like Tino was eating up all of this early space for the pipe, and Palos was joining in these early fights with Bob, sacrificing his own pacing to try and force out these kills early on. But because he was saving up for Radiance, you didn't have any of the early Night Stalker buildups. No Armlet, no Echo Saber, nothing like that to help you chase these kills down. And off the back of that, it just felt a little bit too slow for Execration. Like again, they execute some fights really well, but with the deficits made and the advantage Shopify Rebellion found themselves with how well they set up again with this strat of just Sunstrikes in lane, I mean, it was really hard for Execration to stop that momentum.
Yeah, the ramp was really fast from Shopify, right? I think it was like the Invoker was like level 5, the side lanes were like level 4 before we even started seeing like any Sunstrike start to come out from the mid lane. But as soon as we did, it got Mikey off to just such an insane start on this Invoker. And then there was, of course, that super long engagement top that he gets the 2 kills, he gets the mid tower, he has his Midas. And suddenly Mikey is like 3,000 gold in front of, almost any other hero. So he just had such a good game. And I think part of this is because Saberlight got a little bit more out of this offlane than I think we would have expected. Like he did go the boar build, right? He went 1-3-1. So he was able to just pressure super aggressively, even against the Crystal Maiden, which is thought to be one of those like classic counters. Yeah, it was just beautifully done by Shopify, man. This team just seemed so slick and so on point in this series.
Yeah, they really did, and I'm looking forward to how much more they can get done here in the groups. And for Execration, I think again this is a team that has shown some pretty good high points, but their low points can look pretty rough. So I'm hoping they can recover, because right now Southeast Asia is in a pretty rough spot with Talon also not doing too hot. So hopefully at least one of these teams from Southeast Asia will rally, but right now it's looking rough for both of them. But there's still a few more games left. There's still one more full day tomorrow. Every game's got to count though, and those series they have left to play are dwindling down here.
Yeah, I mean, Execration's right at the middle of the pack, right? In this group, they've got those 5 wins. They're kind of tied with Aster and TSM, barring like how the results of these games that are happening right now, right? But yeah, it's gonna make a huge difference. This 2-0 not only puts Shopify in a really good spot, but like you said, it puts Execration in a really rough spot. Like they have to get these next wins. So we'll see how it ends up going. I believe we're gonna go to a short break, and we'll be back with an interview with Shopify Rebellion. I'm not entirely sure who it's going to be, but stay tuned, everyone. We'll see y'all in just a second with that interview. Hey everybody, and welcome back. Sorry for the short delay, but we are here with an interview with one and only RTZ. What is up, man? How you doing? First off, congratulations. Huge 2-0 for you guys right now in the group. So how are you guys feeling now after that win?
Hello, everybody. Yeah, we're feeling pretty good. This group stage has been pretty up and down for us. There's a lot of games I feel we could have won, probably should have won, and then there's probably a lot of games we should have lost, but somehow won. So overall, it's nice to get a 2-0. These 1-1s are getting it's too much.
Yeah, that's been the state of Group A, it seems like. So yeah, big 2-0 for you guys. Okay, I got a question. I'm not sure if you guys have talked too much about this because it's kind of the elephant in the room. You guys are running with a stand-in, right? You guys have Mikey. How has this like changed like the team dynamic, in this tournament for you guys not having Abed?
Oh, it's changed a lot of things. We're still obviously figuring it out. Like, there's a lot of kind of differences, like of hero pool, and like preferences in certain matchups and like different situations. Like, it's just very different than what we're used to. So we're learning every game we play how to accommodate him, make him feel as comfortable as possible because we understand he's stepping into like pretty stressful situation. Like, it must be hella stressful for the guy. So we're trying to make it as easy as we can for him to focus on his game and play.
That's super nice.
Right.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I am curious about one thing. You're a very veteran player, Artur. You've been to a lot of these sorts of international lands. What is there anything different about this land you feel after such a long break outside of the majors? Is there something different about this land for you?
I feel some people are playing better because it's online or something. Like, I feel like I can feel like some people are playing better than they usually do. So it's definitely like, I mean, if I was home right now in Toronto playing this tournament, I would just be chilling with my feet up half the time. I mean, that's kind of how I am right now. It's like, it's pretty chill. I'm doing a lot of stupid shit in the games. I'm throwing a little bit, but it's okay. It doesn't feel like a huge tournament, though, although it is. It just feels like, I don't know, you can throw pretty easily if you lose focus or lose discipline. I don't know. I'm trying to think. It feels like when there was the COVID year, the COVID season, we played like online NA regional tournaments or something like that. And that's how it feels.
Mm-hmm. Oh, interesting. Okay.
So kind of feels like going into the old Pro Series a couple of times there?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like you don't really truly understand what you're playing for, like in terms of it's not some like prestigious thing. It's just like you're just playing some Dota games online, chilling at home, for most people.
Yeah.
All right. Well, considering that vibe, like before coming into the tournament, was there any particular region that you yourself was kind of looking forward to playing against? Like, was there any team or region that you kind of wanted to try and clash with?
Trying to bait me to say something about Europe right now, or what? I feel like it's a bait question.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just asking a question. I mean, I look. I don't bait people. I drag them in. I dragged Quinn into saying that stuff. All right, Artur, I'm not baiting you. You're
no, I mean, I don't
want.
really care
Anything
too
safe.
much about the regional like Europe or NA or the thing that I actually am sad about like the regional Dota is I feel it sucks that China isn't as strong as they usually are. Like,
yeah,
I feel that's what's making these like Europe the best and all this like, loud shit. It's because it's like, I mean, Europe is the best region to play Dota, like to practice every day. Like if I was playing from Europe on low ping, playing the server, European server, every single day, I'd be pretty happy. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're the best, But anyway, yeah, that's my answer to the question.
It's a fair answer. So I actually was going to have a similar question, so I'm going to skip that one. I do have to ask, though, you guys go back for the DK in game number 2 here. We've seen a lot of other people run Dragon Knight. They've run different builds, things that we haven't really seen. You kind of went back for like the standard Midas Manta that we saw.
Oh, I had no idea what I was doing, honestly.
Really?
Honestly,
so that's why I was curious.
Like, I never played Doom a single time before this tournament. I never played DK at all. I don't really know. During the game, I had to check Skitter's item build. Like, I just hold position in lane. Like, I was playing against the Tide. I just sat there for a little bit, like 5 seconds. I had to quickly go check what Skitter bought. I tried to go through the Dota client, through the games. Yet I still messed it up. Apparently, I should have. I think he went BKB first, but I went Manta first, so I fucked up. So.
Oh
yeah.
my god, that's so funny. That's great. That's the honesty I love to see. Thank you for that. But I mean, you made it look good, man. You owned on it, so congrats.
It's pretty easy
John,
here.
you have
All you gotta
another
do is press
question?
like stun and ult and stuff. It's not that hard.
That's true, I guess. Yeah.
I have a tangentially related question here, Arthur. We've seen this build somewhere before. How do you feel about a Radiance Rush DK on the safe lane? Do you think that's something you try?
I did it in an NA game. I think I did it in the BTS series. That was the last time I played DK, and I also didn't play it before that. And I thought that people went Radiance versus Naga, so I did it. After I did it, I'm like, I don't know, this feels pretty dog shit. Like that's my internal thought. I'm like, this is pretty bad. Like, so I thought you don't really need Radiance, since naturally in your kit, it's like you have anti-illusion capabilities. So you want to be able to scale through that way. I'm sure it wouldn't feel that bad, but I think that gold is used better somewhere else for your further item progression. Like some Manta Ags would feel good. You go third item Octarine, like that item progression is really good.
Right, that clears up a big question I had in my mind after what I saw last time. Thank you.
Yep, that answers all that questions. Yeah, honestly, it's super cool to chat with you, and I'm really excited for you guys. You guys got this 2-0, puts you like very convincingly at the top of your group right now. You guys have one more match, and if I do not
Hellraisers,
Hellraisers, who coming into this, people were like really excited to see them. They're struggling right now. How do you guys feel going into that final series?
Yeah, I mean, I also had the same impression. I thought they were going to do pretty well at this tournament. I assume everybody did, and I think a lot of people watched their gameplay and took a few, I guess, strats or like watched their gameplay and learned from them. So I think that's naturally what happens with these teams. They get kind of, to a certain extent, like figured out, or like they get studied is probably a better word. Like people understand their patterns. And like there's a novelty effect that when you're a new team or you're an underdog, people don't really study they don't know your patterns. They don't know what you like to do every game. So I think they're definitely affected by that. I think they're obviously still a good team. It's just that they now have to react to people figuring out like how they like to do things. And then that's where like the evolution of teams, that's how it usually goes.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Yeah. They looked really strong, and then I guess maybe
I didn't answer your question either. I guess we're just gonna like treat them as I don't know.
No, I mean that was more insightful.
Try our best, I guess.
Yeah, no, that was a better answer. I liked what you said anyway, so that's good. So thank you. Because I didn't understand what happened there. I couldn't figure out why they were struggling so much. So that does make a lot more sense. So thank you for that.
Awesome.
John, you got anything else?
You guys got a game to cast, right?
Yeah, we gotta.
Yeah, I think
I'm
I'm all
sure
good.
you got stuff you gotta take care of today. It sounded like you guys were trying to order
hungry.
food or something before here, so that's all good. Artur, anything else you'd like to say before we let you go?
Nah, I got nothing right now. I feel just that food in my head. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries, man. Enjoy your food. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Congratulations again on your 2-0, and maybe we'll be talking to you later. Take care, man.
All right, cool. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Catch you.
All right. Pleasure as always to speak with him. I think that's actually the first time I've been able to interview Arteezy. I think it's been Fly and Bulba previously, so kind of cool to hear from him. Very insightful.
Very insightful, very chill,
Yeah.
and I'm glad we got a very straightforward answer about that Dragon Knight Radiance. I mean, I didn't bait him to say anything incriminating.
I love that. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
The moment
Which
where
is
he was
funny
just...
because they're playing against them.
Yeah.
They're going to play against them.
Oh my god. The moment where he's like, yeah, I had to like just pause in lane to go look at Skitter's item build. I'm like, are you serious? But it makes sense. You're like, I actually don't know how to play this hero. But yeah, he is right. We do have another game to cast. It is starting in just a couple of minutes. So we are going to just throw to a really short break. It is going to be I almost said Towns. I almost said Towns, dude. Nouns versus Talon. All right, that's coming up here in just a moment. A good old NA versus SCA. It's going to be a lot of fun, everyone. So stay tuned for that. We'll be back in just a moment.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
And the hunt begins.
Hey everybody, we're back already. Can you believe it? No breaks here on Dream League Season 19. I'm Cryptic here with John X Fire, and like we said, we're going to be jumping right into our next series, so let's not delay any longer. It is Talon taking on Nouns. And John, you're a huge fan of Talon, am I not mistaken?
I'm a huge Talon fan. I'm a huge Nouns fan. This is gonna be a little bit heartbreaking to watch because either way, one of them's gonna have to take, well, at least a draw. But obviously, both sides need to find straight wins now to climb up. Nouns and Talon kind of in the bottom of their groups. So a straight 2-0 gives them their first series win, boosts them massively. And it's going to be a real interesting back and forth because I think a lot of people had high expectations for Talon. And, you know, it's kind of giving me flashbacks to Talon of last year where they'd look good in the DPC, they get to an international LAN, and then they would just go to the airport right after. So it's giving me some flashbacks, but who knows? Maybe they rally back, and if they do go back to the airport now, at the very least, it's not yet Berlin. So, you know, get the L's out of the way now for either team and rally back stronger next time. For now, it's of course that's going to have to be the next DPC tour, and I think considering that, it does feel much more important for Nouns, like morale-wise, right? Because they, you know, NA only has those 2 slots. This is your first inter-regional LAN in a long time. For some of them, even maybe closer to their first time or second time. Yeah. So you'd want to maximize this moment. And Talon is a veteran team. We'll have to see if they can kind of surprise out Talon. Let me tell you though, Ricky, with these openings, the IO for Nouns just feels really safe. Talon going for the silencer, this always makes me a little bit nervous because I've seen that silencer fail so many times in C. I've also seen it work, but more often than not, I think I've seen it lose way more often in the first phase.
Yeah. I mean, I'm curious what their idea is here on Nouns because they've got the IO overall first. Normally they pair it with the Witch Doctor, but it's first phase banned. They just go anti-mage on 7. It kind of denies the Lesh pick, I guess, which is like the IO Lesh, which you like to pair it with, but you got to provide me some insight here, man. I'm a little bit lost.
There is no insight.
Okay.
There is no insight to this because Talon never ran the AM in the DPC. I don't think they've ever picked it for Savage, ever. I can't recall a time where I've actually seen Savage play AM across his entire career. Legitimately, I'm trying to harken back to even his Fnatic days. He must have played at least 1 or 2 games, but again, it just doesn't stick to my mind. So they picked the AM early. You know what? Maybe they run this as a jabs here off lane. That sounds really dumb to say. But it could be they run that for jabs. And they pick maybe a playmaking mid for Mikado and then run a hard carry for 23. So it's like a semi-core AM. Maybe you go for, oh god, something dumb like, oh god, it's disgusting to say this, Ricky, Vanguard Radiance. You jump around and be a nuisance.
I would like
be
the
some way
offlane
to do it.
anti-mage.
Yeah, because
Do you remember that? Do you remember the offlane anti-mage?
I do remember seeing it. It feels like it's been forever, so I don't have a clear memory, but I do remember the concept of the offlane AM.
So it's
and I
very
think
funny.
It's okay. It is funny, and it's also, oh god, I hate it when Talon does something out of the book here. It's super scary because when they do this, it doesn't work. Like jabs, he ran an offlane hoodwink at some point, didn't work in the DPC. He ran an offlane Rubik, didn't work in the DPC. This could be him trying the offlane AM, and I don't want to say it won't work, but it's very hard to make it work here, Ricky. I mean, look at what Nouns has: LC plus IO. Like that's a stable opening already on hand. It can kind of deal with, say, a theoretical AM safe lane. It's not too bad for the LC. Just spam your spells and just kind of stand back. I think the one thing for Talon here is that you will constantly drain their mana and drain their brains, right? Silencer plus AM, that is pain. That makes the game very unfun for Nouns. So there is that. You're torturing the enemy team.
Yeah. I will say, based on the bans, it looks like Talon are putting this for 23 Savage, right? You wouldn't ban a Lone Druid and Terrorblade unless you're running a one-position anti-mage.
Well, to be fair, I feel like if you are running the offlane AM, Terrorblade's probably a pretty bad matchup.
Yeah, it's
Reflection
true.
actually ruins you, so I don't know if I can confidently say this is Savage's hero.
Yeah, it might. Okay, so the offlane anti-mage, the old build on it was Vanguard Diffusal. Was like the build.
Yeah.
You actually you're just tanky and you just blink on heroes and inhibit them and take all their mana. And it's really funny. Now, whether or not it's good, we'll have to find out whether or not it actually works. But they actually just go ahead and ban out the Puck, the Ember Spirit, and the Doom. Heroes that are pretty good against the IO. You don't have to worry about the Disruptor here since you already see a Silencer. Like, this is probably just the 5, right? And 4 Disruptor is a little bit iffy. They get rid of the Ricky. I mean, these are all anti-mage focused bans.
They are? At the same time, I don't know, because a lot of Savage heroes are just left in the pool. They're already assuming, I suppose, that LT offlane, so you don't need to worry about offlane matchups, core-to-core matchup.
Yeah.
You do have last pick for Talon, so you could just kind of flick the Savage here or there. Like, I do not know, man. I'm not sold on the first phase carry AM. And God, the last time I saw this kind of flex with the AM in Southeast Asia was, you're gonna cringe at this one, Ricky. They first phase the AM or second phase, and then they last picked Terrorblade. No, they picked the Terrorblade first. They last picked the AM, and then they ran a Terrorblade support. That did not feel great. I think arguably AM would have been a better support, but that is digressing a bit. I think AM here would be a solid offlane. Now and still pick up the Marcy. So if you are looking for one big hyper carry for now, it's like something that plays for the attack speed from the IO. You've got a lot of buffs. You've got Sidekick, you've got Press the Attack. Even just tossing all of that in the LC with Global Duels is massive, and they go with the Drow. So offlane AM now kind of feels pretty meh.
This
Safe lane
hero has
AM
no
also
game
doesn't
yet.
feel pretty meh. I do not know.
Mid anti-mage for Makoto. There it is. That's what we're going to be seeing, John. Of course. How did we not see this?
No. No. No, not Mikado. Surely not. I talked to Mike about mid AM a lot, and he is sick of me. But I don't legitimately think that you should do it. I meme about it because my cousin did it once when he was he was feeling himself in that game. He went mid AM, rushed a blink of all things, and we actually won, which was kind of sad for the enemy team. But it is not something that pros should do. Well, to be fair, if there's anyone that does any crazy things, it should be the pros. But I don't know that I'm not sold on anything with this AM at all.
Yeah, it is a rough anti-mage game. They have done a really good job at just being like, we're going to make sure that no matter which side lane this anti-mage goes in, it's not going to be good. So the question is for Talon here is, what can you pick that's good against Legion in the lane that also doesn't lose to the Drow Ranger?
Wait, hear me out. What if you run a core clockwork, run the AM support?
Okay.
Silencer.
I think Ursa is a decent hero here. They go for the Timber. This is pretty good. It does well enough in the lane against the Drow, right? Because she doesn't have, you don't have like armor pierce early on anyway, and Timbersaw is relatively stable.
Yeah, can hold the lane well. I think Timbersaw clockwork lane feels pretty good as well. Then that's just a Savage hero, unless again that's Mikado, but I doubt it. So you are all in on the safe lane AM. So early on, but why? Do they just feel like it's great to bomb the IO? Go in and melt his mana and just blow him up? Blow someone up with him?
It's so rough into Legion. Like, you just go 1-1-3 in the lane. And like anytime you go like Soul Ring is what you do, and you probably max your W. And what's gonna happen is, like, if Anti-Mage wants to like get aggressive onto the IO, he like press attacks the IO for just like tons of HP regen, which then translates into the Legion as well. Like, they get tons of attack speed. You cast it on yourself, and it's just, there's not a good way to play this lane as the anti-mage. There really isn't. Like, Silencer's spells are completely removed by press the attack. And as long as you have like Soul Ring phase boots, like, I actually don't know how anti-mage can contest.
I'm baffled. I'm baffled that Talon would go into this with the AM. It's looking good for Nouns though, right? Like, this Drow is the hyper carry that can benefit from press the attack and sidekick. So if you're not going all in on these global duel potentials with the IO, then just buffing up the Drow on a high ground push, these towers will melt quite fast. And for Talon, I know, like, you're looking for a playmaking Mikado hero now. Puck's already gone. You lose the Ember, you lose the Storm Spirit. There's nothing really viable left. Yeah, Batrider's gone. Quap's in the pool if you wanted that. I don't really know if you'd want that here. It isn't punished too hard, to be fair. I think the Quap can get away outside of just being worried about, say, a random duel along with the Gust from Drow, but it should be okay. They're going to see their matchup first anyway, so Mikado should have a better time in kind of sorting out what he'd want to pick up there, but it doesn't feel clear cut. Like, this draft from Talon, this is,
I mean, maybe there's some magic here that we'll have to see. They get rid of the Kunkka. I think that's very smart, actually. It would have been a really good Kunkka game, dealing with the Timbersaw. You could go for something like an Invoker here as well. Like, Vessel Invoker will just crush these heroes. But it really comes down to whether or not you want a backlining mid hero or someone to play more upfront and kind of initiate with the Legion commander. I just don't know how many of these mid laners are left. I mean, maybe you go the DK.
You could. Fits into the lineup pretty well.
Death Prophet's still available too.
Yeah, I mean, all of those options sound really good. I'm surprised Talon banned out the Kunkka themselves, considering they could probably just play with the X mark to stop the save. And Mikado does play that hero a lot. And they'll have the Monkey King for Nouns. So just a really well-rounded draft, really heavy into physical output, which into the Timbersaw sounds funny, but at the same time, like, you have enough to pierce through that Timbersaw. Like, you have more than enough damage to just kill him off in these fights as well. And You have really good team fight control. You have really good presence. You can scout out really well with a Monkey King to set up for relocates on the IOLC or IO Drow, depending on what you need. And for Talon, they only have a few seconds. They can't hold on to this for too long. Zeus. I do not know.
It's a lot of damage.
What is up with this? I mean, honestly, outside of the AM, this draft from Talon isn't too bad, but the AM just puts a really big question mark on my head. Like, the Zeus matchup against the Monkey King is pretty lit. It's something that the Zeus can manage quite nicely. The Timbersaw, as you mentioned, up against a Drow is a pretty good lane as well. Not the worst thing in the world. There is a tempo here for Talon. With the AM, I actually feel like it's like a 4v5 for a very long time. Unless Savage does something very different with his build-up. Like if he goes for something ridiculous to kind of go here. With all the physical cores on Nouns, it doesn't feel like a bad Vanguard Radiance game. It honestly doesn't. If you did want to go for that route, it's somewhat viable. At the same time, if you wanted a Radiance hero, Savage has a lot more in his repertoire to pull out. Something like, say, a Raid King could have gone up.
Yeah.
Even something like, well, RTC just trashed it, but the DK Radiance could have also been a little bit better than the AM. So, excuse me, I'm just that sickened by the draft, but I'm not sure. I think Nouns is a much easier to execute draft. I think if they come out of these lanes with an EXP advantage, going around with relocate dual threats is huge, and you have the damage to just play off of that. Like there is a lot to like on Nouns draft. The one issue I can see is maybe Gunner's lane. If Mikado does get a little bit more of that lane, like the early Zeus timings, along with tempo from the Timbersaw, could throw you off. So that is one thing. But I think for Talon to make this draft work, they have to win out the lanes and they have to be really hyper aggressive in that mid game here.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised on this Monkey King pick. I know Gunnar likes it, but I was kind of expecting something that synergized with the Legion duels, which is kind of where I was thinking to be Invoker. I guess there was still heroes like Templar, Assassin, and stuff in the pool, and maybe they were worried about getting like T8'd. I don't quite know, but it's definitely not going to be an easy lane here for the mid lane Monkey King, right, into a Zeus. Like, I feel like you don't really have kill threat there, but yeah, we'll see how it ends up going. Smoke's gonna pop. Gunner running her way as a salve in the mid lane. Classic stuff there.
I will tear you apart!
But yeah, I don't know. The biggest question mark for me is gonna definitely be the safe lane anti-mage into this Legion Commander lane. I feel like Legion should have a pretty good time here. A lot of times you would like to go for like a Wraith Band in this lane, but you don't really need it because you've got a ton of attack speed from the IO and a lot of sustain from the IO. So just raw HP and damage from the bracers will work out just fine. We'll probably end up seeing like I said, maybe a Soul Ring come out after that.
Yeah, I was just taking a look at Savage's past pub games. I do remember seeing him play the AM, and I checked his games. He doesn't go for anything different, so they must really just believe in this hero to pick it in. And to be fair, I guess if you get your Battle Fury timing into, say, your Manta, then you don't have too much to worry about. You just have to hit that point and just kind of cop the lane, try to get as much as you can. Already some aggression out from Moo and Husky. The one thing as well going for the AM up against Nouns is that I feel like out of all the teams we've seen so far that you and I have casted here, Ricky, Moo and Husky are really aggressive in lane. Like these guys just love to hit early tempo. They love to hit and just run at you early on. AM just doesn't feel like it cops into that very well, especially in the first 2 levels. So concerning that playstyle difference from Nouns, I think they should still be set up for a good time there.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good point because that is very true. Like they play super aggressive on that offlane duo, and we'll probably see them try to do exactly that. Now, Ollie does go for the Glaive of Wisdom here at level 1, which does give him a lot of harassment damage into the IO, and Moo's actually gone overwhelming odds. They have no other way to secure range creeps at level 1, it seems. So that's going to be their way of doing so. And then after that, he'll probably just leave at level 1, go into more points of the pressy attack and all courage.
Yep, just try to get aggressive once that's up. That is a little bit of breathing room for Savage. He's farming up, not the best, but at the same time, it's like the first 2 waves, so he can still kind of catch up. You are kind of seeing the same struggle come out from Yamsen. as Jabs is having a little bit of a better time on that Timbersaw. Again, it does feel like the offlaners are set to have a much better time in these lanes. So that's one thing. Jabs shouldn't be completely shut out here either, as long as they can kind of get their EXP flowing onto Q. They can line up for some aggression down the line as well, but with Lulz putting his body forward, it can be a risky affair. Like, the mobility of the Marcy can be hard to pin down early on, but she doesn't really want to run up to Timbersaw with whirling that. She does melt.
Right. All these lanes kind of going fairly even at the moment, really. Like, no one really starting to pull ahead. We might see that change. Like I said, I feel like the Monkey King in the mid lane is going to be the one hero that's probably going to struggle as this lane goes on, just because more and more points of that Arc Lightning are going to make it very hard for him to actually sustain the lane. But for now, Gunner's doing exceptionally well, sitting at 11 CS, so managing to get a lot out of these early levels while he still can.
Just working it as best as he can. Like, Mikado is at level 3. Level 4, level 5 is really the big point for the Zeus and harassment. It is much more mana intense, so you would want support rotations to help secure that lane. And Gunner actually misses the Boundless, which will hurt his trading potential.
Yeah.
I mean, Mikado is out of mana, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but once he does get some regen on hand, maybe, again, securing the 4-minute water rune, which is more than enough time to recover, it can feel a little bit awkward for Gunner there.
23 in the top lane, just trying to get what CS he can. Every time he walks up to the creep wave, the Legion Commander will just attack him. Dude, mid lane Gunner misses another Boundless Strike. Actually, unless he was grabbing a range creep, I didn't quite see that. Might have just been a range creep. But yeah, he's starting to run a little bit low on resources. He is sending out some tangos. Monkey King, not really a hero that benefits from bottle, right?
No, not a big bottle carrier. And he does have the wand on already, so he feels pretty safe from the spam coming out from Mikato. The one thing is, I'm curious to see how much investment both sides put for that mid-rune. I feel like your rotation potential on Talon is mainly on Q. Anyone else isn't great. Like, you can leave Jabs alone, so Q's already making that movement come out for 4 minutes here.
It's a really smart fort on this wave. It does allow him to like push it in. Top lane though, they're just gonna try and dive Ollie here. Moo's not able to quite stay on top of him at the moment, but they are a lot faster on this Legion, so it might just be a matter of time. No, does not want to dive the tower anymore. Okay, so he's gonna pop the salve. He'll be okay.
I mean, it's that aggression we were talking about from now. It's like Moo and Husky do like to play pretty damn fast here. Savage, at least, already has a Ring of Health, so you can just heal up in the lane a little bit better, stick around with a tier 1, and just regen back, go in for the CS when he can, working towards that Vanguard, which will help the cons massively, and kind of try to go from there. To be fair, on Talon's, they're doing a good job of suppressing Yamsen in the same way Savage is suppressed. Again, the farm for both of our safe lane cores aren't the best in comparison to our offlaners. Although I say that Moo isn't exactly pulling ahead of Savage either, so a small win so far for the offlaners, but not by too much here for the side of Nouns.
Yeah, absolutely. I did expect the 23 to be having a little bit more of a rough time. He's still managing to find a lot of CS. The problem is they're going to be spending a lot of money on regen. He rushed the Ring of Health, of course, and Ollie is kind of force-feeding him tangos. We're going to see a TP to the top lane, though, here. The Clockwork wants to try and go for a wraparound, maybe. It's only level 2, but Moo's pretty low, and so is Husky. The Cogs will push him back, and Moo, he's not going to be able to sustain through this. There it is, the first blood for that Silencer, as Husky will be able to get away. Meanwhile, mid lane, the rotation from Lelis allows them to take down Makoto.
That's a big kill timing for them on the side of Noun. I feel like that's a bigger kill to find. You let Gunner start to pull ahead and lead. You do lose first blood, but you're building up the Monkey King in a big way. You're slowing down the Zeus. You're in position to kind of just snag away that 6-minute power rune as well. Although Lelis does leave the lane, not really keen on committing too much there, and Gunner finds it. Invis rune would allow him to rotate as well.
They do know that this is coming, though. So Jab saw the Invis get picked up. He's going to be able to back out to his tower, and because of that, you know, very, very good usage of that ward there. Ends up wasting a lot of time. And top lane, once again, move behind the tower. Q's still here. He does get to press the attack off for the moment, trying to heal his way through this as Husky's going to try and absorb some of these battery assaults, and that will work. So do manage to survive this time.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Just
attack.
out of mana as well on Ollie, so you can't really keep up the aggression there. And you are really hard to kill off at this point at level 4 for the side of Nouns, with a level 4 IO as well. Like, just having Tether up on the LC, it's so much sustain. So shoving him away from lane just feels harder. At the least, Savage does have his Vanguard, so he can trade pretty well now with the LC. You don't mind us now at all on the AM, and this is where the lane becomes a lot more playable for him in terms of just sitting there and farming.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Like, I was just watching. Like, he's not taking much damage at all from the LC. It's pretty nuts.
Same can't be said for Jabs on bot. Like, the damage output now coming up from Yamsen at his 6 is starting to hurt quite a fair bit. He has level 2 reactive, but he has no way of just stacking up in the creep wave. Again, with no support on hand, this lane just becomes a little bit harder for Jabs, and Yamsen is starting to pull ahead a little bit more. Like, that Drow initial farm is starting to ramp up quite a fair bit. And I'm starting to see that, you know, Nouns are going to have an opportunity to just get aggressive a lot earlier. It does feel like for Talon, this is not a strong enough start on your Timbersaw, where you can start to consider joining in these early fights. And with Mikado's death as well, like, he's going to have to sit back here and just farm these stacks to get his initial items to start really dishing some damage out in some of these ganks.
Dude, I'll be honest, this anti-mage is actually having a great game. Like, he's got the Vanguard, he can just kind of free farm under the tower. The LC doesn't feel like it has enough damage now to actually pressure against him. And he's going to be able to get to a fairly decent battlefield time. Meanwhile, bottom lane, the Silence does connect onto the Timbersaw. We'll see if Lelis can actually close the gap there to go for the ult and get the bonus move speed, the dispose back, and with that multi-shot, they grab him. So a big kill there for Yamsun.
That's exactly what you want to...
Did you see the damage off the mana void there?
What damage? There was no damage.
The freaking raindrops soaked it entirely. Just 120 damage nuke. Good stuff.
Yeah. I don't think so. I don't think Savage is expecting to have to use that defensively anytime soon, so he's just being as big of a nuisance as he can be. So far for Talon, I mean, yes, you are coming out with a decent lane for 23. Mikado's farm has ramped up off the back of those stacks they built up. And one reason for Savage's lane going the way it is that early TP from Q. Like, the clockwork coming in for those set of kills, or at least the kill onto Mu, was a big factor in enabling that AM lane. So they kind of have pushed back against the weakness of the AM pick, at least in the laning phase here. Now it's just a matter of trying to give Jab to AM.
A lot of aggression bottom here as they're going to make the rotation in from the Zeus.
Ooh.
Yamsun gets caught as well. No way to TP out, so huge dive there. Really well played. I mean, this is putting Mikoto in a really good spot. Now level 9 on the Zeus. And Zeus is going to have plenty of space to play with as well.
Yeah. And that helps
Top lane,
to
23
kind of
Savage
recover.
solos Husky. He might be in some trouble though. He does not have the mana to TP out or to blink out of this one, so the Boundless Strike, the rotation from Gunner will punish him.
Oh, goodness. That is definitely not worthwhile. Drags a lot of attention up top, but you are the AM. You kind of don't want to die and bleed Netford out, especially to Gunner in the area. The Monkey King is just inching towards that Desolator timing in pretty good form. So the back and forths coming out here across all sides. Smoke out from Nouns though.
Let's see if they can connect anything off of this. They can balance strike there onto the Silencer. An easy rebound in. Nice hook shot from Q. The Silence comes through as well. The Global doing some work, but Monkey King needs to get out. He's taking a huge amount of damage here. He's got that lifesteal, but oh, what a dodge for the moment. It's still not enough. Ollie, double kill here on the Silencer. Ends up being a 3-for-1, is potentially more, as Yamsun will get dove under the tower as well.
Okay.
Mikoto with this Kaya complete just shredded these heroes.
Yeah, and this time it's Nouns that overcommits. I'm surprised they drag in the Drow. They drag in Yamsen to join in these fights early on. I figured they'd play with their 4 heroes, but not the Drow. They get punished for dragging Yamsen in. He's already died a couple of times in that lane. Well, he died the one time. Dies again. Sets back his timings now on the Drow Ranger. And Nouns don't really have stacks as well, considering that they're so focused on the lanes in comparison to Talon, who did manage to stack up a fair bit with Q. Like we saw those stacks for Mikado, there's a couple of stacks in the Ancients, they find the kill on Wu as well. Savage.
He's just going to be able to blink away. The silence not there in time from Yamsun. I mean, he just solo kills the Legion Commander. He's level 9 now on this Anti-Mage as he's, I mean, halfway to his Battle Fury.
Yeah, he's inching closer. And that is pretty scary. Like, all the cores of Talon do have a solid lead over the Nouns cores. And that's considering that, you know, we expected so much more coming out from Nouns in the lane.
And they just get caught out once again. And the hookshot continues as Husky's now going to fall. More intellect stacking up here for Ollie. Maybe they could go for a duel, but Q is level 8 on this Clockwork.
Moo's level 6.
Yeah.
It's insane. I mean, he has been a part of a lot of kills for Talon. That rotation top, he's made a lot of stacks. He's been moving around the map. Q is like he's like the main cog that keeps everything turning. You know, he makes the plays, he sets up for his cores, and somehow Talon has a 6k lead.
It happened in 3 minutes, dude. For the last 3 minutes, they managed to accrue a 6k net worth advantage, and it is almost 13 minutes into the game. You are substantially behind in XP. And I don't know what you're going to be able to do to get out of this. Husky's trying to dodge out jabs here in the bottom lane, breaking some ankles. The silence does come through. I mean, maybe they actually find the Timbersaw for this. The hookshot's not going to connect. They have a way to cancel the TP. Not at all. He just leaves instead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Here comes Makoto, though. Oh, there's a bolt coming any moment. And instead, they just surround Yamsun with the Clockwork as well. Oh my goodness, it's getting to be an absolute disaster here for Nouns. They are so far behind. The duel in the top lane, they drop the global silence. They will not even get close to bringing down this Anti-Mage. The Boundless Strike does come through, but what do they have? I mean, he's got this Vanguard. He's got, what, 14 armor almost?
Yeah, 16 actually, coming out there. And it's not easy to physically burst him. I thought they would be able to, though. Again, if they played around with, say, the sidekick plus the press the attack, then it feels like you should be able to, but they're just not.
Gunner caught in the mid lane as well. And Primal Springs in, Makoto snipes him perfectly with the bolt, and you get one more kill, this one over Q as well, and Ollie up to 10 stolen int already.
It's a great feeling right now for Talon. How do you have a 7k lead? Again, for now, it just felt like there could have been a timing to meet. And it maybe stems back to that mid-smoke fight where Yamsun joins in, and I think one big part as well is just how slow Yamsun's lane has ended up being. Like, he's just not farming, he's fighting.
Yeah, and not only is he not farming, but he's dying. Like, he just can't do anything. They just collapse on them again in the mid lane. They have a nice ward here scouting behind the tower. Also, Timbersaw just got off to way too good of a start as well. It's like you pick this drought into this lane thinking, okay, yeah, we can shut down the Timber. And it didn't work.
I mean, Jabs was solo for most of that laning phase as well. Q left the lane, he hopped top, he was making stacks. So he had a solo Tim, which, to be fair, is hard to pin down, but again, you kind of picked the drow into this. So it felt like you might have been able to maybe find more answers. Maybe you were expecting more aggression out from Lullis, catching some rebounds, getting some disposes into the gusts, and getting the multi-shot off and finding kills, but it just didn't pan out that way. We saw moments where Jabs was extremely low. He did die the one time, but never again.
Lane, they find Lullis once again. I was very confused because I was looking at both the Zeus and the Timbersaw items, and they are identical. They both have just mana boots, Kaya Sanj, and it's really funny. But it's true. Like, these heroes actually just benefit so much from the Kaya Sanj. Like, they get a lot of damage out of this in top lane. 23 with Ollier here ends up catching Gunners, but he's gonna be able to make it out. Backside though is gonna be cute. He will trap this Legion Commander. Ends up just dueling him. He's got a Ghost Scepter. Oh no! And now Moo trapped here instead.
What
Dude,
happened?
he's actually just so in their head right now. He has Ghost Scepter, Force Staff.
What happened to Nouns? This is a little bit funky. Again, I mean, to be fair, Talon are playing extremely well, right? Like, they temper their lanes really nicely. They maybe screwed up a couple times, like with death on jabs and on Mikado early on, but that was off the back of certain movements out from Nouns as well. But since then, since that mid gank from Q and the mid fight which fell apart, like the outcome for lanes is just hurting the game plan of Nouns drastically. Gunner, I mean, going for the Desolator, if he was ahead, this would feel a lot better. To be fair, he's only 80 gold away, but imagine if he had an early Echo Saber to run around with how active they've been. You can easily just catch more, build up your Jingu, go for some easy backline kills, but they've had to wait until this point. With the Deso up, they might be able to make plays, but it feels like the BKB is necessary now with how much control and damage Talon brings to the table.
Yeah, and this is why I'm not a huge fan of this Monkey King pick, because Mu has no ability to win duels anymore. Like, he has a Blade Mail. That is it. That is the only damage they can drop into the duel unless you bring like 4 or 5 heroes. And they just smoke right under a ward. Ollie breaks it. He knows he's going to get the ward placed on the backside with the Force Staff away. And the hook shot in from Q. He's trapped the Drow. Isolated. Gunner falling super low just from the damage from the Zeus. At 23, he's showing up now. It's a 2 for 0 to start the fight as Husky and Gunner trying to hobble away. He's got the Deso completed. Turns around on the Anti-Mage, but he's just way too strong. Double kill for Makoto as they now turn their attention to Io. Reload to safety, but it's only temporary, man. He's going to come right back into the entire lineup of Talon here. This fight was without the Timber Saw, too. Yeah, they actually GG out.
Oh my god! What?
Yeah, I mean, there's no way back into this game. There really isn't. Like, you're 16k behind at 18 minutes and they have the Anti-Mage matchup. There really is no comeback.
Yeah, I understand that, but at the same time, it felt like he had solutions from Nouns. I can't believe I'm eating my words about the aim right now. Good God, Ricky, please. Like, Savage, to be, in fairness to him, he played really well. Like, the fact that he got his Ring of Health so early hurt Nouns pretty badly. Right?
Yeah.
Like, and again, it's all off the back of that rotation of Q up top.
Mm-hmm.
When they were pretty close to the tower, the Clockwork comes in, works that lane out, and suddenly with a level and item advantage for 23, he was just unmovable in that lane. When that's a move Q can make because you've got the Timber Saw off, right? It's a hero that can just sustain that lane. There wasn't any kill threat coming out from Lullis and Yamsun. Jabs was just keeping his position right. And the one shining hope he had was maybe Gunner, right? He got that kill on Mikado with a movement out from Lullis. He was doing fairly well for himself, but then like the Desolator, it's just like, what, 2 minutes too late? And that's 2 minutes too long, considering you have the LC you want to tie into. And for Nouns, I don't think this was a major drafting issue. Some might point to it and say, you know, they didn't respect the AM enough or something like that, but I don't think it was a major outdraft, if any at all. I think it might have been just down to execution. Like, Talon just play their game, and I think Nouns has to find a way to play their own game instead of responding, because like the LC was a response, you know, like a lot of their picks were like responses to what Talon were doing, so just stick to your own game plan, I think.
This first pick, Io, felt a little bit underwhelming, right? Because they grab it and they want to pair it with things like the Leshrac, the Witch Doctor, stuff like that they've done in the past. But when you pick the Anti-Mage as the response, it's pretty genius, right? Because it makes it so you can't pick that Storm Spirit. You don't want to pick the Lesh, and they go back for the Legion Commander. Like, all right, well, we'll just pick the hard lane counter to the AM. But like you said, because of that early rotation from Q, he gets his Vanguard. He's a level or more over this Legion Commander, and suddenly you just lack any sort of damage to be able to push him out of lane. And just the early magic damage that comes from Zeus Timbersaw, like those early Kaya Sanj, just bursting these heroes. Like, no one on Nouns is really that tanky outside of maybe Mu, but even then it's like Gunner's Monkey King, Yamsun Strauss, super susceptible to that amount of magic burst. So Talon, I mean, they make it work. The last pick, Zeus, was great. It finishes up 8-1 and 12. Beautifully done there. But yeah, Nouns, I don't mind them tapping out this early, because I think at this point they just rather go back to the drawing board, see if they can come up with something better for game number 2. But yeah, man, just an absolute slugfest from Talon.
And they play that one quick. I think for Nouns, I still don't mind the first pick, Io. Again, the meta with it is more like as a battery more than as an enabler, of course. But surely with Yamsun being such a prolific CK player, maybe you could have just first phased the CK, banned out the Timbersaw, and then just went that route, right? Like go all in and having an IO combo that works still in a different way, and just see if it still has some magic in it, because it was a lot more lackluster. So I don't know. I'm keen to see how Nouns changes things up for Talon. I felt pretty scared from the draft, but they make it work somehow. So they're feeling it. I mean, yeah, they are a good team, and well, Savage has been playing a lot of AM in his pub, so maybe he's just feeling that as well. We'll see. But I want to see these draft adjustments. I want to see what happens.
All right. Well, we're going to go to a short break, everyone. We'll be back with game number 2 here of Talon versus Nouns. Stay tuned. We'll see you then. Maybe. Maybe not. Are we going to a break? Hello? Maybe not.
No breaks for you, Ricky.
All right, no breaks here on this stream. We're just gonna
full acceleration.
Yeah, we'll just hang out. You know, I'm sure it's fine. Okay, we'll get the okay eventually. What do you want to talk about, John?
What do I want to talk about? This is completely off topic. I'm not sure how big of a keyboard head you are.
Oh,
Ricky,
I love keyboards. I just bought like a new one that I'm gonna be building in my new house.
The Zoom 75? Did you buy the Zoom 75?
No.
Okay, what did you get? I'm curious. What kind of keyboard, man?
Let me pull up all the specs, because there's a lot of pieces here. Let me see.
All right. I want to know. I love keyboards. I've been really into it. I don't know why. Like I bought one keyboard for travel, which has been super useful. Then I realized my old Ducky kind of sucks. It's like 5 years old. The switches are rattly. You know, the sounds like it's cherry switches, which now, after having my first custom that I kind of modified myself, it's like night and day. So I've had a new appreciation for going deeper into hobby, because I did love mechanicals, but I never thought about modifying or stuff. So what did you get, Rick?
So I got switches are going to be the Cherry MX Black linears. So I went with linear switches, and then I've got the TKL, just like solid aluminum keyboard, and then I've got the AE board stabies as well. So good old stabilizers. I don't know. It's pretty much just like standard, nothing like too special, but I got a nice like color palette for it, which I'm excited to use.
I respect that. Well, what's the manufacturer? Where'd you get this keyboard from? I'm curious.
Oh, I got it all from Cannon Keys, so it's all parted. So
okay.
Yeah. So I have to still build it. I have to like solder everything together still.
All right, so you picked your parts. It's not like a kit.
Yeah.
Not like the manufacturer kits. Damn, that is pretty hard. And you went for a soldering board?
Well,
not a hot swap?
Yeah, so it's like it comes with the board, and then you buy like your switches and whatnot. Then you have to like solder all your switches on.
But you didn't go for the hot swap. Like you could just plop them in.
Yeah, it'll take a moment.
All right.
It'll take a moment.
I like that.
It's a learning
experience.
That is
much more hardcore.
It'll be a learning experience.
That is. I mean, soldering is a actual useful skill. That's something I wish I had like a workshop environment to do. You can do a lot when you can solder. You can fix your own electronics.
Yeah, I'm gonna figure it out eventually, or I won't figure it out, and I'm gonna break my like brand new like $400 keyboard. So we'll see. One or the other.
Well, at least if the PCB breaks, then you can replace that part. It shouldn't be too bad, right?
That's true. I think everything else was pretty expensive, but that part might be okay. Do you think we might be able to go to a break now? What do you think? Should we?
We could try.
We can try.
Q is in.
All right. We're gonna see if it'll. Oh, it's gone. Hey everybody, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that short break as we're getting ready to go into game number 2 of Nouns versus Talon. I'm Cryptic here with John Xfire, and yeah, it's a pretty rough game 1 if you're a Nouns fan, but a pretty great game 1 if you're a Talons fan. And we were talking about this a little bit during the break. Implications here for Talon. How big is this 2-0 for them?
Assuming they manage to get the 2-0, this does leave them in a solid position for potential tiebreakers, depending on how other series go. Like, let's say if Beast Coast manages to 2-0 OG, that drags OG down a little bit more. If Team Spirit gets 2-0'd somehow by NGX, that drags them a little bit down as well. And if Talon manages to 2-0 OG, then I think it solidifies their position within like the top 6. So tiebreaker is still a possibility. I don't know if there's any direct path for them to be in the top 4 without tiebreakers. I think they're just going to have to rely on playing more games, but they have to win. Like they can't afford to give Nouns a shot here, which is really unfortunate to say because I love Nouns. I love watching Nouns. I loved seeing them in Tour 1. I think all of them are really, really great fellas and they're really great players. Like all of them are just really damn good. And this is like their first big interregional event. And, you know, it's going pretty rough for them, and we can see some of those standings right now. If Talon 2-0s, that will drag them up to, I believe, 6. I don't know. It should drag them up to like a 5-7 score line.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, again, if certain things happen, if OG takes a loss to Beast Coast, that puts them at 6-6. Beast Coast at 8-4. You know, like there is a chance to like sling yourself up if Talon wins their next 2 series and certain teams drop their next 2 series, but it's a pretty tough road, and it depends on other teams doing bad and Talon doing extremely well. Like they have to be consistent now.
And there are some locked positions now. So Nouns are officially out. They have no possibility of making it to the top 4. But Evil Geniuses, Shopify Rebellion, and Gaming Gladiators are now confirmed top 3, if I'm not mistaken. Gaming Gladiators and Shopify both just 2-0'd their series. So Gaming Gladiators hasn't been updated quite yet, but they're up to 8-4 as well, which guarantees them both, or all 3 of those teams are going to be in the top 3. TSM basically fighting for their life as they got another draw, their 6th one of the tournament. So, you know, they're doing their own thing, you know, TSM. But yeah, it's a huge series for Talon. Group B still very much undecided outside of Nouns.
Yeah. It's going to be a bloodbath in Group B. I think that's where most of our potential tiebreakers does slide through. I will want to say one thing on the topic of standings. I think if TSM goes through with nothing but drawn series, I would be laughing my butt off. I would love to see that happen. Of course, that's not how TSM would want to go, but if the cards fall that way and they manage to get that done, I think that's pretty impressive. It would be really impressive, actually. Yeah.
I was looking at the possibility of it and how like they need to do it, and if they draw their last series, which if is up against Gaming Gladiator, so not an easy one, but if they draw their last series, either Execration or Aster have to get a 2-0, and both of their opponents are pretty good. So it's, it'd be quite funny if they finish 7-7, but whether or not that happened, we'll see. Anyway, enough talking about the standings. We can talk about the draft as we finally have this bad boy underway. It's going to be Nouns versus Talon, game number 2, and same bans this time from Talon. Get rid of the Witch Doctor Broodmother. This time, Nouns, they focus up on the Silencer. They don't want to deal with it, and they still go back for the overall first pick IO.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, again, they change it up. Maybe they go ICK, back to the Yamsen, CK, something hyper-aggressive with the IO, outside of the mana battery combinations you have on hand. I think for Talon, if you really wanted to force them, well, just... Savage has done this before, and I can't believe I'm about to say this on a cast, but just pick AM at this point. I hate saying that. I feel wrong. I feel dirty. If Mike was here, he would slap me. And they do. Just pick the AM. What support do you want? Honestly, the Silencer was good, but you know what? I wouldn't be mad with something like Disruptor. Disruptor into IO, Glimpse back on the save. It's still pretty damn good. Like, you do not mind that at all. And so I think a Disruptor is not too bad. Disruptor AM lane does sound pretty slow, not gonna lie, but then again, you were playing Silencer into LC, and the only reason you won out was because of Q, so it might still be alright for Talent to just go into Disruptor here.
Yeah, it could be. I'm curious what their decision is going to be against the Anti-Mage, right? Because last game they picked what has traditionally been a pretty good counter, right, in the form of the Legion Commander. You have heroes like Slardar that come to mind as well that aren't bad. You could also just take a Monkey King into the offlane and run it at the Anti-Mage. Like, there are options, right? It's just the Legion didn't work out. And instead, they actually just first phase the Riki. Okay.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I think the Ricky's still a pretty good hero. Smokescreen annoys the hell out of AM. He doesn't enjoy going BKB. He doesn't enjoy going MKB. So it's just going to be a constant nuisance to be Smokescreen in the middle of these fights. And the one thing for Talon, though, is that they pick Q's Tiny. In the Southeast Asian DPC, Q was literally the only guy boosting the stats of Tiny's win rate. Like, it was all Q. Like, it had a insane win rate in Southeast Asia, maybe like an 80+% win rate, and that was all just Q. He loves this hero. He's performed on it really well. So I don't mind seeing that early on, even though you don't see what it's tying into. It's just this massive condition that Talon knows how to play around. And now Nouns has to respect ban the Jabs Timbersaw, which also had a great game. Like, that's something about Talon as well, or something specifically about Jabs. I've watched him over the years. And in his time as an offlaner, it does feel like his Timbersaw has been a little bit hit or miss, but his performance in the last game was definitely a ban-worthy sort of run.
Man, I'm trying to think, like, what I'm honestly just like at a little bit of a loss for like what Nouns can do here, because they really did seem lost at how to deal with the Anti-Mage. And I mean, maybe this Riki hero will be better. The Terrorblade ban once again, as the response is, it is one of those absolute crushing counters to the Anti-Mage. I don't know, man. Where do you want to play fast against the Anti-Mage, or do you want to try and play for like the late game? Because last time it looked like they were going to try and play fast, and it did not work.
Yeah, I think you still try to play fast, but you kind of need to win your lanes. Just come out with stronger lanes. I think the LC was a theoretical strong lane. I think they just didn't respect the fact that the Timbersaw could be left alone. I think they actually expected their bot lane to go a lot better, and since it didn't, Q could rotate. Like, that was the key movement. So just have a much better lane for Yamsen, because the Drow Morsi does feel like it needs a little bit too many levels in that specific game to have shutdown Jabs. I think if you have something that runs a little bit earlier, say Tusk lane combinations with a ranged core, then it's actually pretty alright. You can punish really well, you can keep Jabs down, and if you keep Jabs down, Q has to stay around. You stop that movement from Talon. And if Q doesn't move, no one else really makes a move outside of Q. Maybe Mikoto, but that takes like his level 6 and a rune on mid.
Yeah, very much so, very much so. I really like the the bans this time from Nouns, getting rid of the Timber Saw, the Bat Rider and the Ember, also very quick heroes. The Lich, I mean, this is one of those classic IO counters, which is kind of funny, right? You want to play near the hero, and Lich is like, I dare you. You know, Ice Spire has gotten a number of buffs over the time, so pretty good.
Yeah, I do enjoy the Lich actually. I think it's gonna be a pretty good lane for the AM to play as well. You've got this aggression that you can play with the slow stacking. Like you burn someone's mana, you have frost armor on you, you have the blast. You can just actually chase these heroes and kill them off, and you can provide a lot of protection for the AM. So it's not going to be as easy to bully him out physically at the very least. And Nouns do go for the hoodwink, so I think that's a lot of aggression coming out from them as well. Feels pretty damn good for them to play that on the support. You know, really good lockdown to play with. Just hold back some of these heroes that the side of Talon loves to pick up and just kind of dish it back to them. So a good change up in the draft, pocketing some of their core picks for later. Like the Ricky pick is pretty flex. Like we have seen Move play it, but I think there is still a chance if the mid matchup works out, you can kind of run it mid if Mikado still wants to pick something, assuming the offlane Ricky. So you can kind of shake things up that way as well for Nouns.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where this next pick is going because I feel like it's probably going to be your offlane because you see the anti-mage Lich, and then you can at least hide Gunner's pick until you see something here from Talon. But, or the problem is if you do that, then you lose the flexibility on the Ricky like you were talking about. That being said, Yamsun's played the Ricky, I think last time we saw Nouns play it, right?
Yeah, and I think he's the only one who's been playing Ricky in this tournament. So it might just end up being the safe lane Ricky, which I don't think is actually that bad because your timings are pretty good. I still feel like you do go for like the typical build, Meteor Hammer plus Dart. Maybe have a stronger carry for Gunner mid. Have him be the real win condition. I think that should be the route that Nouns goes if they run that pause one Ricky. But we have seen it work. Or I remember seeing a playstyle like that work. So I wouldn't mind it too much for Nouns. But what options do you have for Gunner mid? He doesn't have his Lone Druid. He does still have the Monkey King if he wants to dip back into it. If he really wanted to. It didn't quite work out the last game. And they don't have last pick overall for now. And so Talon will be able to just counterpick and give Mikado a good lane once more. Bounty Hunter comes out.
That's awesome.
All right.
Bounty.
Yeah, now we have a game. This is very interesting. You can play around with a lot of track kills. You can again have this global teleport into track kills. I feel like we've kind of talked about that playstyle before. I'm trying to remember what series was it? Was it an X Hellraisers game where they had like an NP?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so I remember X Hellraisers not being able to execute that one, but I think Nouns can. Like with the willingness they had in game one to run and gun, if they do manage to find these kills, they snowball so damn hard once you have 6 on Moo's Bounty. So I don't mind it. I think the lane matchup is also pretty all right. If AM comes up, you steal his money, you make him cry, you slow down his timing just a little bit. And honestly, that's probably more than enough. Just stall out like the initial Vanguard. Even a stall on that feels pretty bad for AM. They do go straight up for the Zeus on Talon, so they're prioritizing the Jabs pick for last.
It's the free Zeus game.
It is. Like, you don't really have a good way of jumping him. You get good vision onto the Bounty Hunter. You can just ban to protect the lane matchups as well. To be fair, I don't think there's many bad lane matchups for Zeus. So you have a solid draft once more for Talon, but I'm excited for Nouns to play this one fast. Because I think if they get a really good here for Gunner and just build off of track, this game goes very different.
Yeah, I saw this like lineup from Nouns, and I was like, okay, you got like, I like the Bounty Hunter. It'll do better in lane. It's probably the mid or the safe lane Ricky for Yamsun. But they run into the same issue they did last game, which is they are really susceptible to high burst magic damage. Just like last game, right? You have IO, Hoodwink, Bounty, Ricky. No hero. I mean, Bounty can kind of be tanky, especially from the off lane, especially in like going like pipe and stuff. But these heroes get like 3-shotted by a Zeus. Plus, they're gonna have like Tiny eventually with a Blink Dagger. So there is I see that as like a fundamental problem here for Announce, like in this game, is like you just don't have
10 seconds
survivability on these
remaining.
heroes. So you're gonna be the ones being like forced to get these jumps.
5
And
seconds remaining.
Makoto last game was rotating a ton on Jesus, getting really active early. And I think that's gonna be potentially a big problem for Nouns.
Yeah, it's gonna be. That's the one thing that will kind of push them back. It means that Moo's timing on the pipe is gonna be really important, as that's the only real way they have to mitigate some of that output. Like I don't think there's any big tanky hero left on the mid for Gunner. Like there's DK, but Zeus kind of likes ripping through him. Like magic damage again, it's not an issue for the Zeus to dish out onto that hero. They are still assuming that perhaps they'll do something different with a Riki. Again, maybe you just run the mid Riki now for Gunner up against Zeus. Probably not too bad of a lane, to be quite frank with you. That can be annoying for the Zeus to deal with. So they're just assuming like
10
yeah,
seconds
IO
remaining.
combinations with TA, CK. We'll see. Nouns can still
5
flex here, but
seconds
again,
remaining.
Talon has this last pick that can throw a wrench into what
Talon
Nouns might want to do.
Esports, time to
All right, so it is a mid Riki, unless they run the mid Gunner Troll.
No, you've got to run Ricky mid and Troll Warlord. This is kind of just like a safety pick. You don't see the offlaner, and I think we've talked a little bit about this, right? This is a
10
hero that like
seconds remaining.
definitely dominates its lane usually, and so I think the idea here is
5
give
seconds
Yamsun a hero
remaining.
that he can probably play decently well, and put him in a decent matchup. But we'll see if it actually works or not, because there's a I mean, I'm not really sure how the Ricky's going to do well against the Zeus.
You may now
Oh,
select heroes.
That is
all
a
right.
sick Pugna pick.
That is the answer. I mean, just disarm the troll and buff up all of your magic damage.
Yeah,
Decrep
that's
is
the part
so
that's great.
massive here, and you're also a battery. So if Mikado needs more mana, just life drain him up, give him the top up he needs, and run around. Like this is a draft I'm much more confident in for Talon this time, and for Nouns. I mean, it does feel better than the last game. Like Gunner should be able to put a dent on Mikado now with a Riki matchup. Like you get your level tree is where it feels pretty good, and you can just harass out the Zeus fairly well. You will probably want a value point in the smoke screen to prevent the heavenly jump, but once you have that, you run down Mikado a bit, make him much more uncomfy in that lane, and you have high activity once more for Mu and the Bounty Hunter. So I think Nouns has a bigger fighting chance. This draft looks a lot more solid, but I think Talon has some pretty good answers. Like this last pick, Pugna. I'm a big Pugna fan, Ricky. It's one of my favorite heroes. It's one of my highest win rate heroes too. So I'm very biased for a good Pugna game. And honestly, this looks like a really good Pugna game.
Yeah, I would say like the Pugna is going to be a massive issue, because you have this like Troll Warlord who you just decrep during battle trance and you just walk away, right? It's super annoying. But I was super worried about the magic damage components of Talon's lineup initially. It's very similar to the Timbersaw from last game, where if you don't really come out of the lanes like even or ahead on Nouns, the Pugna and the Zeus are just going to run you guys over, because you have 4 really fragile heroes, and Troll Warlord is not going to be able to get to an early BKB because he needs to get the Battle Fury first. So there's a lot of problems potentially that could come out if you don't come out of the lanes in a good position here.
Yeah, I do feel like Nouns does have better lanes coming out, but they have to execute. That's where, maybe Talon has to prove themselves as just the better team somehow and kind of work these lanes to their favor. If they can, then, that early timing can come online. Do you like the tips coming out? A lot of respect. I mean, 23 and Gunner used to play together on Genesis, which was, I believe it's an open secret now. That was an unsigned T1. They go all the way back.
That was a long time ago. The 4 hero smoke does get broken as they walk up onto the high ground. Q did not want to go for Avalanche first, which makes sense. We'll probably go tree thing of just denying creeps in the face of your carry. So it's going to be nice for that lane. I'm really curious how this mid Ricky's going to do. You said you don't think it'll be that bad. I don't know if we'll be able to stop Makoto, but the mid Ricky build is definitely just going to be rushing that Ring of Health to get to that Meteor Hammer, and if Zeus leaves his lane, he loses the tower. So we'll see how that ends up working.
Oh, kalma lang kalma.
Yeah,
Relax
I
lang.
think you can play it.
Relax lang.
Like, again, maybe a value point in Smoke Scream helps you massively stop the heavily jump and just kind of force the Zeus to be in a really awkward position. You are kind of just poking and prodding a little bit. You have the early Janata, so you lose a little bit of gold there for Savage. Not too bad.
Yeah, this is honestly not a bad way of addressing the safe lane anti-mage. Like, Bounty Hunter is just a hero that honestly has great base stats, some of the best base stats in all of Dota. He has incredibly high armor and very good stat gains. So, yeah, this is going to be actually a pretty rough lane for the anti-mage. He's going to have to get to that Vanguard, but unlike last game where it's like you're hoping to beat the anti-mage in that war of attrition, once you got the Vanguard, that kind of ended. Moo will still just be stealing your gold. So
Yeah.
at least you're getting something out of it. So we'll see how well that ends up working.
Every time it's just going to feel a little bit slower for Savage if Moo's allowed to thwack away at him. That's where things get a little bit painful, you know, and like level 1, 12 gold, but once you hit your level 3, 28 gold, that's almost a full creep you're stealing away every time. That just stalls out the AM every single time you manage to thwack him, and that's going to be every 5 seconds at that level 5 mark. So it's going to feel really good for Moo. And for Savage, well, he's just going to have to cop it, you know. Like, you pick the AM early, this is one of the consequences of that.
My goodness, bottom lane. Yamsa is taking a beating, but does get the wave pull, so he's going to be able to kind of CS this fairly easily. Hopefully just... Ooh, a range creep, the axe throw just comes up a little short there, unlucky. But we'll be okay here. So I'm curious like which lane we're going to probably see first, but I have to imagine it would be top, seeing like a Bounty Hunter Hoodwink up against like a Lich Anti-Mage. I feel like these heroes have a lot of damage they're going to throw at each other. But maybe we'll see something spicy in the mid lane, who knows?
I feel like it's probably bot lane, actually, once you do have, like, Avalanche Toss-Up and a value point in decrep, then you just decrep Avalanche Toss and someone surely dies there. That is a painful and nasty combination with all the Yamp coming through.
That is true.
Once it's up, it'll take some time.
Alright, but overall, everyone's just kind of farming it up. Gunner is doing really well in the mid lane. I mean, he did this last game too, right? He had a decent time farming, but ended up kind of just falling off once Zeus just started rotating around, and you don't really have that type of damage early from the Monkey King, so...
Yeah, I think the big difference is, again, with a mid-Ricky, you go for that Meteor Hammer, it's a lot faster. Where in comparison to last game where Gunnar was going for Desolator from mid, it just takes time. You know, it's not a fast farm-up, no matter what state of the game. As fast as you could hope for is probably like 14, and by then, Talon is already running you down. So with a Meteor Hammer, with how fast it is, you just have more presence. You have more threat, you can push, as you mentioned, onto the tier 1, and you can force rotations out, which is where the Ricky will shine. I think Mikado is still fine, though. Again, he's CSing pretty alright. He's not shoved away completely. He has Bounty Rune control as well. So, you know, the big difference is I don't think Q is going to be stacking. So some of that flash farm, not going to kick in here this time around.
Yeah, that is true. Q was able to just leave bottom lane last game, right? This game, he doesn't really have that option. Pugna could definitely get ran down by a Troll IO. He always has like the decrep to try and save himself, but you know what? If he just goes mobility, like it's enough movement speed, he can probably just run away. Pugna is super fast.
Yeah, he is. Already got the boots up, so should be able to just blitz his way out if trouble's there. But you still don't want to put yourself in that position. Like if you do get rooted up somehow playing really aggressive on jabs, then well, you're kind of just dead. Decrep probably doesn't last long enough here for you to feel safe. And again, you kind of want to maximize like Decrep, Avalanche Toss. Now it's R playing a lot more defensive though. They're playing a lot more patient. They're not running too far forward, although I say that.
Ooh, there it is, Gravitas combo. You mentioned it. Husky gets picked off. Those 2 points Nether Blast, man. That's a lot of damage.
Right when I say they're being patient on Nouns, they run forward and they get punished. You have to respect that output. That wasn't even with the decrep on top. I don't think Jabs was in range to get that off with the Avalanche toss right in the perfect time to sync up all that damage.
Moo is
So,
taking a
you
lot
have
of
to
damage here
respect
from
that.
23 as well. But the damage doesn't stick as much, right? Like they might both just be rushing Vanguard. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They're both just gonna go Vanguard and hit each other over and over and over. And I think that does favor the Bounty Hunter, of course, because of just Janata natively. But that's pretty funny.
It is. And yeah, you do feel better on Moo. My worry is you have magic damage on Ollie, so you can still run him down. And with the loss of mana for the bounty, I mean, all he can do is play with Janata. Like, you can't threaten with your Shuriken. You can't try to Shadow Walk aggressively. You have to save it for the defense. You do have Mangoes up on Moo to kind of rectify that. But look at Savage. I mean, he's full mana. He can always blink out. Ollie's on the sideline. Can get the Frost Shield up to give him almost the same durability as the Bounty Hunter, even with that early Blightstone start for Lelis. So I don't think it's actually that bad for the AM, and arguably could be a little bit better on the aggression.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of which, aggression, Lelis. Oh, the Thunder God's Wrath. The assist from the mid lane. Makoto gets himself his first kill now.
A lot slower for game, but a big kill for Makoto's line. He just accelerated his timings. Already has the Arcane rune up, and he has an Invis rune up against a Riki, which is always funny to see. Both of them Invis. You do have a value point in the smoke screen, but without anyone coming in to help the Riki, you don't really want to get aggressive onto the Zeus and Moo.
Taking a lot of damage as well. I mean, 23 will beat him to the Vanguard. Gunnar does have his Meteor Hammer being delivered right now, so that is going to be super helpful. He'll start pushing this mid lane, but we're already seeing Q start to make his rotations. They feel pretty confident just leaving Jab's bottom right now, and if they find this Riki, it would be a really nice kill. He does have the Sentry available.
Radiant's
Looks like he's just going to head back away. And 23 Vanguard completed. That's quite a disconnect.
Well, it's off Moo's Courier, so that stalls out the Vanguard just a little bit. I mean, he's right by the secret shop. Not going to be the biggest deal, but has to be careful.
He's taking a lot of damage here. Pops the Mango, tries to survive under the tower. It will work. I mean, he's 90 gold away from the Vanguard. So he'll probably just wait out on this wave and go for it. Gunnar making his rotation top, though. Oh. Yeah, this is just blink right on top of him. He's going to be walking into a Sentry now. Turns his attention over to Ollie's Lich. Does have Tricks of the Trade. Nice pushback, catching two. Needs to be careful, though. He does have Q. There's the Avatos, and Gunnar does drop the smoke screen, taking a lot of damage here from 23, but Moo needs to try and offer the assist. He's walking into another Sentry, unfortunately, but a great bushwhack. Anti-Mage needs to be careful, gets his blink away. But Gunnar might not be done. He's looking for him. Tricks of the Trade is out. There's going to be the damage from the Acorn. One more auto attack. It's a Shuriken instead that finds the kill. Gunnar dropping the Meteor Hammer. It's going to connect onto the Lich. He's taking a ton of damage. He just TP'd up there, drops a smoke screen. Gunnar gets the kill. Okay, bleeding a lot in this top lane. This is the opposite from what we saw last time. It ends up being 4 deaths for none.
That's the big difference. You've got activity in Gunnar. Like, he has the early item, he has the early presence, and he can fight back from that aggression on Talon. Talon, they don't respect it. They don't respect that Riki with a Meteor Hammer as much as they should have, and they get punished. Those are big kills for Moo to be around as well. Like, he's going to be into the 6. It's still a little bit slower than Savage's timings, but he's on the way to recovery, and once you have that track up, with this Riki and Bounty Hunter that could just hunt you down, with the IO relocate available, it gets scary. The snowball can kick in for Nouns, and Talon have to be a lot more cautious about bleeding out like that.
Yeah, it's still very even in terms of net worth. Like, you have Zeus and Pugna having great games, which is what we expected, and the Pugna is going to be scary because this hero will definitely take your towers. And Makoto, he's bottom with this Arcane rune. Husky needs to be a little bit careful. Sees Q rotating in as well, so it looks like he's going to give this one up. This tower slowly going to die here to this Nether Blast. Meanwhile, I'm surprised the Riki is rotating away. I thought he might apply pressure onto mid with this Meteor Hammer, but instead doesn't quite work.
trying to maintain a presence in the jungle, clearing out camps, scouting out Savage a little bit. Both our safe laners are having a really rough time. Yamsen is starting to pull a little bit ahead of Savage, not by much, but you already see Yamsen again just kind of dipping into the jungle earlier on. This is the race to the battle fury here, and again, like it just feels like for Nouns, once these level spikes are up, their team fight is just incredible. Maybe not the team fight, more of their pickoff and the scare that it comes out with. Like, track is already up on Moo. So if they just find the opportunities to hunt, things get scary.
Gunner, he steals away the regen in there from the Zeus, which is quite nice. And he TP's bottom. I'm not really sure if I like these rotations from Nouns. I feel like they need to start getting towers, but Moo looking for Q top lane, does get the track, and it's going to start beginning here pretty soon. TP as well in from Pugna, so Jabs I'm trying to offer some assist here.
He has his own Meteor Hammer up, so even if they don't find a kill, if they can just lay onto this objective, they can take the top tier 1 no problem if Nouns doesn't respond in a timely manner. And we'll have to just play it a bit safe. They respect that pick-off potential coming out from Nouns. And Talon are still working the net for it. Right? Like, it's a really even game, but Mikado and Jabs, as you mentioned, are still up there. Savage is still on his recovery. You don't mind a slightly slower tempo for Talon, as you are also waiting for like a blink to come out onto Q. And that's where most of your play will come from. A lot of pressure on Q to can deliver the performances he's known for on his Tiny. And it takes time for that. Like, he has made some great rotations already, but to really start these fights, you're going to need a blink. At the least, he has the Tumbler's Toy.
Yeah.
Which is, you know, just as useful. So he can make some plays now.
The blink
like
at home.
Nouns,
You know?
look at this. They're going to smoke. Yeah, to blink at home.
So yeah, they do smoke to the bottom lane. I like this. Lush has level 6. They need to start finding some kills here, right? You've got this Ricky mid lane. He hasn't been taking towers. Oh, the Thunder God's Wrath does kind of scout them out, but they still manage to find the anti-mage anyway. Damage, though, it's not quite there. So Chain Frost now going to start adding up. A lot of damage here. Ollie just taking a lot of right clicks from this Ricky, and a matter of time, one more blink stripe is all they need, but they will get the bushwhack instead. So you get the bounty hunter with Thunder God's Wrath top, and now Jabs will start taking your tower.
And that is a fast tower with another blast and Meteor Hammer.
It
doesn't take too long. It's going to take a lot of damage. Moo does rotate back top to kind of stop that. But for Talon, that's a much more worthwhile trade. You sacrifice your pause 5, you find the pause 3, and you save Savage. He's still back to farming. It's still a slower game for Savage in comparison. Like, Yamsen is having much more space. He's not under pressure at all. And look at Gunner. Like, he knows he has to play quickly. He has to set that tempo. He's just constantly scouting around here.
Off the mark there with the sharpshooter top lane, but the other thing I want to point at is because this anti-mage has to go out of the way for the Vanguard, it does slow down his Battle Fury timing quite a bit, whereas Yamsun's like over halfway there. He's one component away, just about 1,100 gold from that Battle Fury, whereas 23, I mean, he's got a long way to go.
And that can give an earlier timing for a Troll, you know, to kind of hit into the BKB, start to play with his potential of the relocate, and with the overcharge boosting your attack speed by a huge amount to stack up the fervor. And with Moo just kind of running around, it makes it feel really unsafe for Talon. Right? That they're not able to work the map as well. They're playing much more defensively and just trying to farm up. So it's giving an equal footing out to Nouns to keep that arms race build up.
They're slowly working on this. Gunner's been able to just farm up bottom lane with Ricky instead of like trying to force towers. He's kind of just clearing waves with this Meteor Hammer, getting closer to his Diffusal. And I don't really hate that because the Diffusal gives you a lot of kill threats on the Zeus, but Zeus knows he's just itemizing right away for a Force Staff. Ooh, as well as Husky underneath this ward here top is they do need to be a little bit careful in bottom lane. Yamsun as well as Gunner will help take down Q, so Husky's stuck, it looks like.
Oh boy.
Moo, you know, sometimes you tether to the low ground, you just get stuck on a little ledge there. What can you do?
I mean, it's a bigger kill coming out for now. It's like slowing down Q's blink, which we've talked about for a long time. This is key for Talon. This is where all their play is going to be coming from. They're going to try to make their move onto mid, and the tower should just fall. This is not going to take that much. They don't even need a Meteor Hammer. So now you've got a little bit more map control advantage back, but I don't think it means as much when you're playing against the Riki Bounty. Because even with mid tower gone, like the threat of these heroes rotating, the drain on the economy will take on the supports to constantly get some wards up, get some sentries down in entrance points. It still makes it painful to try to invade the bot area successfully. So I don't think you lose much on Nouns. You're actually pretty happy. You've got room to shove in top. Moon's just getting the creep wave in. Talon not going to defend.
Looks like they will finally grab this tier 1 tower, their first one of the game. I mean, bottom lane, though, they are getting a little bit aggressive as Yamsun will finish off Ollie, and Chain Frost does not really bounce around too much there, and that is a completed Battle Fury, so Yamsun will be able to probably pull away here from the anti-mage. She just needs like some actual area of the map to farm. But that being said, we're only about 800 gold away on 23 from his Battle Fury.
It's not the slowest. It still feels a lot better for Yamsun, but again, with the lack of, say, stacks on hand, you're not going to get that burst farm fresh off the Battle Fury. And 23 still has his blink around, so he moves around the map a lot faster. Gunnar is constantly tracking him, though. And that smoke screen is just so damn annoying for the AM to deal with. But Ollie never leaves his side. Like that's the sign of a good support. Yeah, I know it's going to be tough for you. Here, let me drop you some sentries.
Yeah, I mean, he did reveal the Pugna rotation bottom as well, so they know what's going on. The nice keyword there from Husky does manage to find mobs. So they kind of know, like, they don't really want to push this bottom tower with the Pugna here. He's too good at dealing with the troll at the moment, so they just instead back away to farm through the jungle.
This is also space out for Q. He's been given the top lane for himself.
Yeah.
And he's only 100 gold away from that blink. Once that blink is up, we've got to see Talon kind of play around it. I don't think you want to play a passive game forever, because you do have to respect IO Troll. That combination is strong, and the threat of track kills off the back of that timing for Yamsun to hit, it's massive. So you kind of want to get those plays out now, with Q having this item reveal ready. The issue is, where can they really go? It's going to be hard for them, just because when you smoke up, I mean, it's a Riki and a Bounty Hunter. It's so hard to smoke in when these heroes are just anywhere on the map, and you just don't know.
See what they can do. Move. I mean, I feel like I haven't felt the effect of this offlane bounty. That being said, Gunnar does try to get aggressive here onto Makoto. They're going to go ahead and reload in as well. So they're going to be able to try and dive him. He gets the sentry.
Oh.
There's the Q blink reveal. Managed to get a huge Avatos onto 4 as Jabs drops the ward as well. It looks like that's going to be enough to tell Nouns to get away. So they will just take control back into the triangle. He'll continue farming up. And yeah, I mean, this diffusal timing completely thwarted by that Fort Staff.
That's pretty big on Talon. Maybe not the blink reveal you'd want for Q, as it's used a lot more defensively than you want. So now should be able to be, they should be able to expect it now, and you're not gonna have the surprise factor any longer. Still, you save out Mikoto. Your Zeus is perfectly fine. You waste a lot of resources heading top, and you're giving Savage space to farm. So now it's the AM who gets to utilize the space a lot better. Yamsun still has a solid lead, but I don't expect Savage to be too far behind, considering, again, the mobility, the innate mobility that the AM has, makes it pretty easy to jump around camps and clear out a little bit faster.
Absolutely. And he's got stacks made, man. He's got this Ancients. It's going to take him a little bit to finish it up, but will eventually get there. As he grabs just a bunch of jungle items as well. Seems going to be very happy about that.
He's used the Philosopher's Stone for now. Well, I thought he'd use the Ring of Aquila. He sent it home. And now, okay, he's sending it back. Alright. No problems.
Just get that couple gold of efficiency. Mid lane, Gunnar finds 23. He's just playing way too low in the lane. As he will just snipe him. Alright, I mean, that's a big win for Gunnar. Almost 600 gold for that kill. What?
Savage is just worth that much? And he needs to respect that Riki. Again, you just don't know where these heroes are sometimes. And the Riki punishes AM in a big way. You don't want to go for early BKB. You definitely don't want to force staff. So you're always just relying on someone else to bail you out. In this case, it's only really Mikado who can save you with his force staff. No support force staffs yet, although Ollie is trying to rush one. That kill being worth so much. I mean, you've got the 2k lead on your side for Nouns. With his time dead on the AM, the Troll manages to pull ahead even further. That BKB timing coming out for Yamson is huge, because you are mainly magic damage on the side of Talon.
Yeah.
That's where all your burst is coming in. You're not going to be able to handle the Troll once that BKB's up. Like, this Pugna counter, it just fades with a spell immunity.
You can definitely force the Roshan with that BKB as well. Bottom lane, Lich going for the D-Ward. He gets it, but Yamsun cleans up the kill as Q will blink away. Now Jabs, he's tracked up here by Moo. He's going to need help and fast. He's got a 4-staff Q, saved by the Decrep for the moment, but I don't think he's going to be able to get out of here. Jabs with his force, find a little bit of space, toss away from the Tiny. The Battle Trance comes out, but a really nice blink dodge on the Bushwhack, and Makoto's here now. So they turn it around, trying to bring down Lelis instead. Moo will start letting these shurikens fly. I mean, it is a lot of damage as well. The dust does connect. He's got another shuriken available if he wants, but he's got to be careful. Makoto doing way too much to Avatos as well. 3 tracks in the bottom lane. They don't find the kill. Meanwhile, mid lane, Anti-Mage in some trouble. Gets the blink away, but they're going to continue the chase. Can they actually find the kill? They can't. He's going to be reloading back bottom, and they are set up to find you. Bushwhack will at least buy him a little bit of space for the moment. Can he get the tether out? No, doesn't look like it. Sharpshooter off the mark as well.
Alan, they find a lot of punishment off the back of that. They managed to bail out. I mean, they did have the force staff as well, and Jabs, I didn't quite notice that, so they just used that in the movement speed. Like you mentioned this earlier on, but Pugna move speed is pretty damn high. You can find yourself in circumstances where you just run out. And for now, those were so many tracks. If they found like at least 2 of those kills, it would have felt amazing, but they're not able to. Then they switch focus, switch gears onto mid. You don't pin down 23. You kind of rely on like rooting him in the smoke, which can happen fairly commonly once you do have the IO overcharge up, but it just doesn't come out, and he's perfectly fine. Like, the AM is still 2k behind the Troll, which for the AM really is kind of awful. You do want to be ahead with that hero, but it's also not completely unplayable at this point yet.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing to notice too is Moo has been toggling back and forth on his item build for the Bounty Hunter between BKB and Ags. I think that last fight kind of proves to me that the Ags is actually more important. Like, his shurikens were just doing a lot of damage, and with the Ags, it's just that much more. They're going to go ahead and try and protect the Roche. They break the Blink Dagger there on Q. He's going to start just letting these tracks go through. He's taking up a lot here, but a Media Hammer off the mark. Big Chain Frost coming through, but the bad bounce there, unlucky as they look for more. Media Hammer not going to connect as they look to try and just pop the Battle Trance, chase down this Pugna, but it's not going to work. Looking for Makoto instead. Gunner does get a great smoke screen. He's got the Blink Strike available. Big Thunder God's Wrath, but 3 track kills. Looking for more as Q underneath the tower. The BKB here from Yansun doing work, and finally Nouns find themselves an opening.
That's where it falls apart for Talon. Like the BKB reveal on Yamson, having the fight break out. Your Zeus just isn't able to control out the Troll. Your Pugna can't control the Troll. Your AM's not ready to fight. And all of a sudden, a 5k lead popping out from Nouns. This is the scary thing about this draft. When you've got that Bounty Hunter, you take a couple of these engagements, you find yourself with a massive lead. And Talon have no comeback from that. Like they are fully dependent on Q to set up for them. There's only so much this one Tiny can do. It's him against the world to set up for the team. So a lot of pressure on him to try to reel this back, but a great bounce from Nouns, keeping themselves firmly in the lead in this game. And quite frankly, with this kind of lead, it's so much easier to play this lineup. Like for Talon, it's such a tempo draft. When you play the Pugna core, if its timings are off, then the hero falls flat quite fast until BKBs are down to 6 seconds, which will take way more fights. So there's a moment where you can kind of reel it back in for the Zeus and Pugna, but it's gonna take some time. It's gonna take some hold here for Talon.
Yeah, absolutely. Yamsun and Husky can get scouted by the ward here. I mean, they're thinking about it, but Q would have to have a really good initiation. You still have that Aegis to fall back on BKB back off cooldown. They're looking for Moo. They do manage to get their first track. There's going to be Avalanche toss in from Q, but Gunnar comes in, gets a really nice dart, traps the Zeus in place. He's got a Force Staff, but can he survive? A nice decrep for the moment, but it's not enough. 2 dead at the moment, and they're looking for more. Does he get the track? He does. He finds Pugna. Jabs will go down in just a matter of time. Q will blink away. That is 3 track kills and a completed Aghanim Scepter for this bounty there. I mean, he just profited 1,100 gold in that fight.
That is so massive. It's just too much. Talon, they can't afford to bleed out like this. They're forcing things into the Aegis. They're forcing all of this movement out. And now their towers will melt. This is still IO Troll. This lineup melts objectives so damn fast.
And you have Meteor Hammer too, right? Like, they're going to have to fort this tier 3 pretty much right away. At least they do have the Frost Armor there, which will slow this down for a moment. But Zeus and Pugna coming up soon, so it looks like they will just back away now. They don't want to give that up. Meanwhile, 23 gets the split push there onto the tower. Does Gunnar find him is the question. He's scouting. The blink, they will see him. He's too far away though.
Yeah, just a little bit too far out. And Talon does manage to hold with just the fort. They won't have that for the next shove in. On cooldown for quite some time. Aegis though only has a minute and a half left, but that's more than enough time for Nouns to try to take more off the map, maybe force some more pickoffs to come out. And Talon, it's all about the stall now. Your timings are completely messed up. It's Nouns that's really strong at this point in the game. Yeah, you have a double damage rune running on Yamson, blessed again by Gaben. And Talon, they just need to stem the bleeding somehow. Just play it patient. Don't get overly aggressive jabs.
Oh, they found him. There's the Bounty Hunter. Tracked him up. He's gone, of course, the Shuriken if he wants. And there it is. With the Aghanim Scepter, I mean, this ability does so much damage. Like, it's 200 off the Shuriken plus your Janata hit. So it is surprising.
Way too much damage. And way too much gold that'll flow into Moo. Like, he will just accelerate faster and faster now in this game. Octarine's going to be a build-up he can hit. He can kind of get the aura items, go back for that if he feels the need to. He can go for the Hex for more control from the Invis. Like, this game does not get that much easier for Talon as time goes on. He will be playing at that deficit for quite a long time. And your high ground is just always under constant threat. Your high ground hold is decent with Zeus and Pugna, but it's not the easiest game for any of that. And even for Q to get the toss backs, the smoke screen just ruins that.
I mean, it looks like I'm looking at the build here on Nouns, and like Husky's got the mech, and Luz has the pipe. So Moo has full reign to just go damage. So I would guess Octarine is his next item, like one of those items that gives you a ton of cast range. Okay, now and he just queues up a BKB. So what do I know?
I think the BKB is also pretty high value against all the magic damage coming through here.
Yeah.
To prevent yourself from being held down, you don't have anything that pierces the BKB in this game. So Talon just has big issues dealing with spell immunity. They've got the BKB up on Savage, so he can stand and fight a little bit more, but again, it's just not the comfiest. Not until he gets maybe his Basher into Butterfly, that's when you can start to play a little bit more on this AM, but it's just time. Time is the big resource Talon needs to farm up now.
Yeah. You also don't have BKB builders on the rest of Talon, like Pugna, Zeus. These heroes hate building BKB. So you're not going to be able to get this track off of you, and that is going to be a massive problem for this game. Like, you're pretty much all in on 23 being able to stall this one out with his split push, and they are really looking for him. He blinks in aggressively again. He does see Yamsun now, though, so 23 will continue to hide in the trees. And aggressive blink forward, he goes right into Gunnar. The dart into the Meteor Hammer, the silence is there. Of course, he's got the Manta and the BKB to play. 23's out. That's going to be the BKB spent on the Anti-Mage. Meanwhile, mid lane, Moo is the one that gets found here. Going to start throwing these shurikens around. Lowe's trying to offer some assistance. Huge bushwhack, but Moo still ends up dying. So a great turnaround there from Talon.
It cost them a lot of resources. They did have to pop the Thunder God's Wrath, but managed to get a kill. And again, they are getting that stall somehow on Talon's end. I do like the build-ups coming out from now, so like look at Gunnar. He's got the Octarine ready. The spam on the Sleeping Dart is still so annoying. The restore time on your Blink Strikes are great. And then he's going straight into the Ags. Tricks of the Trade upgrade coming in. The good old Pocket Ricky. So now you can relocate with a lot of heroes. You could relocate with 3 heroes, in fact. Unless, am I misremembering how the interaction works? Surely it takes you along for the ride, right?
It does. Yeah, it does. I don't know if that's necessarily like the plan that they're going for, but you can absolutely do that. If you time it correctly with the reload, it'll work. But like the thing is with it is it increases the attack count and it allows you to hit 2 units, so you actually just farm a lot faster with it as well. Like you just can actually kill stuff, which is cool.
Yeah, you just get to ramp up faster again. You make use of this time that Talon's trying to farm up and use that against him.
Ooh, Yamson has an
scaling
axe.
is still there.
That's huge.
Oh,
that'll allow him to remove the decrep either on himself or on an enemy. That's big.
Yeah, again, it makes this game so tough for Talon. Like their timing had to be a lot faster. They're still holding on to their 2 outer objectives. Their tier 3 is still up top. So they're not completely out yet, but this game is just so difficult. It's a very, very difficult game for them to get off successfully now. And now they just have this really good understanding of what they have to do. Like they know the items they need to go for. They know the timings. They know that they've got a lot of room. They take over the top jungle. They clear out the triangle. The bot jungle is the only area where Talon can play, and Savage has just constantly been hunted there when he does dip in. And Talon just aren't going to make any moves. They just have to sit back and wait and wait and wait and hope that they get enough farm to find opportunities on the high ground.
I mean, they're actually going to smoke right now with the Abyssal delivery, and I think this is really smart because you have the ability to pop the IO in these fights now. 23, if he manages to find him, taking down the IO will massively turn the fight in their favor, and they're going to smoke into each other. The Thunder God's Wrath comes through. 23 is looking for his target, but he doesn't actually find him. Silence up on the backside, and he's forced to leave. The BKB spent on Yamsun. They need to get more as Gunnar drops a smoke screen. Do manage to actually continue to chase, but there is the turnaround. The BKB onto Gunnar. He gets the tricks of the trade at the moment as Yamsun's trying to speed into him. He gets the blink strike out. 23 the chase for more. He doesn't manage to do it. The dart comes in, puts the anti-mage to sleep, and now Lella's coming through the bushwhack connects, but the damage. Can he get out on the Ricky? The saves from Husky's gonna be enough, and Moo on the backside. He's the one that's in trouble. Left to the enemy team. 4 heroes surround him. There will be a double buyback here on the side of Talon. A nice fight from Nouns, but they don't get, I mean, they don't really get enough out of this. The Roach just respawned.
Yeah, I don't think it's all doom and gloom for Nouns, but the BKB being expended is massive. Still, at the same time, it's not the safest Roach for Talon. If you can sneak in with a Ricky, you can just play with a Meteor Hammer. You can play with this long-range disable on the Bushwhack. Talon has to go for another smoke first. They need a pick-off.
And there it is. He's going to immediately blink onto the backside. Husky will be protected thanks to that Glimmer Cape, and they just disengage. Okay. Time some wasted. Oh, nice dagger. Once again, catching the anti-mage. Just put him to sleep. Gunnar. Big smoke screens out once again, trying to disrupt the whole backline, but he's the one that's caught in trouble. The Meteor Hammer the other way. He's still fairly tanky as Husky's keeping him alive as Yamsun's trying to chase for more up onto the high ground. Has the BKB, has a Battle Trance. Gunnar again falling low. They got to start getting these tracks bouncing. And there they are. They've got the anti-mage. Can they root him in place? They do. The toss-up onto the high ground. Q's starting to fall low as he pops the BKB. He's out, but Gunnar's with buyback. Looking to try and chase on top of him. Does manage to catch the Pugna for the moment. Koda will TP on out. There's the Bushwhack to catch it as well. And Ollie falling on the backside here to this Bounty Hunter. So they end up getting a double dieback and a Pugna for their efforts. And Roshan now looking pretty tasty for Nouns.
They've got the huge opening. This Octarine on Gunnar is the most annoying thing in the game. 6-second duration smoke screen, 5.3 second cooldown. You'll always have smoke screen up. You will always have a way of just kiting around this AM and preventing the Zeus from just playing this game. Like, there's no counterplay from Talon. Like BKBs are, again, as you mentioned, not the best items for something like the Zeus and Pugna. AM BKB already down to 6 seconds. It's only enough for one smoke screen. Yeah, you're just stopping Talon from playing the game with his Ricky build. Gunner is a madman, but it's really suppressing Talon.
It really is, yeah. It's just completely disrupting their game plan in these fights. Like, he's just constantly like blinking in, throwing smoke screens, tricks trading, blinking away, throwing a dart, another smoke screen. Like, they do manage to bring him down in that fight, but it was a pretty heavy commitment. Like, he's surprisingly tanky with this Octarine, and Husky has done a really good job on the IO trying to keep these guys alive. So it's pretty sick.
It is. And for Talon, I know. I mean, they're not dropping the lead as much. The lead isn't widening as much as you'd expect it to after all of that commitment. It's still 12k. Last time around it was like 7. Considering the state of the game, like a 5k increase isn't as bad as you would think it would be.
Yeah.
So, you know, they're still in somewhat of a position to play this game, but again, it's a hard game to play. I don't see a straightforward a solution to anything that's happening here. They're trying to work onto a hex on jabs.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're just standing under a ward sentry here, and you think like maybe they'd want to go in, and there it is. 23 finds Husky, catches him with the Abyssal Blade, and this is a big kill if they can finish him off, and they will pop him. Move now. On the chopping block as well, Yamson going to try and charge in onto the backside. You do buyback here on the IO. Huge Chain Frost. So it will cause a lot of damage, but Yamson does manage to find the kill. Ends up dying to the Thunder God's Wrath. They've got to find 23 here. The dagger into the Meteor Hammer. Once again, he pops the Manta style. No BKB. Another trick to the trade. Another smoke screen. The Abyssal Blade from Yamson. They burn him down.
No
and Wellis, a 2-hero bushwhack. Gunner to follow it up. The smoke screens are just everywhere. Just coating the battlefield one by one. He gets the blink out. Can they find the kill on the Zeus? They will not. And Q ends up surviving as well. Really nice play with the Ogre Seal Totem there.
That's just insanity. This is unplayable for Savage. He cannot do anything. He literally cannot do anything as long as that Rick is around, and they just can't burst him. He's too durable. No buyback on Savage. He'll be up in a minute. There should be just a free set of racks coming out for now. It's possibly more. The Fortify will stall them out for a bit, and they don't have the safety of the Aegis anymore. Talon did manage to find a couple of takes there.
Yeah,
still a tough game.
They caught Tiny. Ooh, double 4 staff away. You'll be okay. But yeah, tier 3's fallen. They do have the second fortification if they want. They have a lot of magic damage. Like, Yamson still has to be careful about that fact. And Jam's doing his best here. Of course, does have the Dispel to save him. It's 27 more seconds for the Anti-Mage. He's going to go for the Meteor Hammer once again. And with Yamson still having those Fervor stacks, they should be able to get it. Dude, if they actually protect this barracks, it will be huge. All right. Slowly but steadily, they do manage to wear it down, but Kodo ends up denying it, so quite funny. But I mean, that took a long time.
Yeah, Savage is up, so now they have to respect that, and they do back off, but they've got a very good map advantage now with immediately racks down bot. It's always just going to shove in. Someone from Talon's always going to have to respond. They even find a Spell Prism. Oh no, what's the cooldown going to be? Let's see it. 4.6 seconds smoke screen. Oh my god.
4 seconds.
You just can't run. Can't run. Savage, this is literally unplayable. As long as Gunner's around, no one can play this game. There is no Dota to be played. Only Silence and Mourning coming out from the Ricky. Your namesake, Ricky.
I like this. This is why they named the hero after me.
This is like the worst game of Counter-Strike. Smokes everywhere. You can't do anything. No volumetric smokes yet.
Yeah, that's
we don't
the
have
update
CS2.
coming. That's the next Dota update. Smokes, all like
volumetric smokes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, smoke up from both teams. They did buy a gem for 23. They're like, okay, you know, maybe this will help you stay alive if you can see the Ricky. We'll see if it ends up making a huge difference because Gunner's able to play so scrappy. He's like, right, he can just bounce back and forth in these fights. But he's queued up a Lincoln Sphere as well, which I'm guessing is to just stop the Blink Abyssal. I don't know what else it would be for.
Stops the Blink Abyssal, stops the Hex on hand. It's pretty useful because they're expecting a Hex to come out as well. And it'll just allow Gunnar to play this madness of a game. Like he's probably just never gonna die. The stats are gonna be nice. It's so hard to deal with. Like this feels like Noun's game to really just win. I mean, not to win, but to give up, if ever. They are in a very commanding position. I don't mind that. I think it's pretty useful for Yamson to have, actually. That is, and it's a save. We've seen issues where if Savage is jumping someone, well, with the gem now, it's not going to be as much, but earlier on, when he didn't, like, you don't manage to find a burst. As long as they play around Mikado, it shouldn't be as big of a deal, but again, just imagining a shadow walking troll around 3 Invis heroes, that's kind of scary.
Yeah, that'll be pretty cool. I'm curious to see how he ends up playing around with this in these fights. But I mean, you can also just throw it on Husky, and then suddenly good luck finding the IO, right?
Yeah.
Like if you don't actually see him, you can't blink abyssal him. You can track up onto the high ground and move in the absolute nuisance of course. Gunnar just goes in as well as Yamsun. The shurikens are going to start bouncing as Ollie just gets destroyed. And the chase continues. Huge damage there from that sharpshooter as the Tiny still silenced up. It seems as there's going to be another shuriken coming out in a moment, but a huge play here from 23. He goes in, but a nice pushback holding him in place. The silencer's there. He's got to get out of here, but he's got no BKB left. They're able to take down the Ricky, but he's just going to be able to keep dancing around these fights. Silence catches the Zeus on the backside as well as Q's trying to run the blink strike forward. Gunnar with another silence as well as he will just back away. What a nightmare to play into.
This is insanity. I mean, to be fair, I think Talon's executing as well as they possibly could. Like, they only lost 2 heroes. And would, well, a dieback on Ollie, but, it could have been worse. It's just that this is probably the best result you could ask for at this moment. And Nouns, I mean, they're just I don't know if you can even call this Dota what Talon's playing anymore. But how Nouns is playing this game. This does not feel like Dota. You saw Mikado, he had like triple 4 staffs on him. They all just focused on saving Mikado. Like just get this guy out of dodge. And that's your play. That's your only counterplay to this goddamn Ricky. That's it. Just drift. And it's not like you can do that every time.
That's pretty good for Yamsun. He also has a Witchbane, which is probably the best Witchbane game of all time against Zeus and Pugna. Like, this does so much damage.
That's massive. He already does so much damage. Having that burn on top is just huge. Got the Ags up in Mikado for further stall. They're going to smoke up again on Talon. I don't know.
Gonna go turn Husky invis and say, good luck, friend. I mean, they have a good ward sentry here that's scouting a little bit. The question is, will they be able to find... Oh, they see Husky. The question is, can they pop him? He gets the Glimmer Cape off, and 23 is looking for the opening. He's forced to Abyssal the Troll Warlord as his BKB's already spent in Gunnar. Hoping to catch him before he can blink away, but tail end of that BKB, he's out.
So Smoke wasted the BKB gone for quite some time. So minute 10 where it feels like Talon's just not going to be able to play the game. Not that I think they're actually playing the game anymore. Anyway. And they're holding the high ground. Now it's all respecting this potential fight to come in, but they're also just waiting for Roche, which will be up very, very shortly. Talon can scout with the Thunder God's Rat and the Nimbus, but I don't know if they can actually contest. I don't think they can contest at all.
It's so hard to fight it. Like, they don't have a great team at fighting in the Roche pit, and you'd be playing around a smoke screen that covers the whole Roche pit, so that's rough.
Just business. Again, Gunnar and the Octarine Ricky.
It's the spell prison that made it so much worse, right? like the Octarine was maybe manageable, but then he got the spell prison, the literal best jungle item he could have gotten.
Yeah, like I think even with just the Octarine at 5.3 seconds with a 6-second duration, that's already oppressive. So it's just piling on the hurt.
Yeah.
They were so close to killing him off too, but it just feels impossible, man. Like, if you were playing this game, I would say, I don't know, like you're just kind of playing the game. You don't even think about how to come back. You're just playing to not lose. To be fair, I don't think Talon's playing that way. They've been smoking out. They've been trying to look for opportunities. It just feels impossible. Savage, though, he's trying to go into a Bloodthorn. That could be a solution. Just more... some ways of mitigating some of the output there magically, especially if you manage to hit Moo.
It gives you True Strike in the smoke screen.
Yeah, True Strike as well. But, you know, once you have so many Dispels on hand from Yamson, I doubt it's going to last long.
Yeah.
Maybe on Gunner, it's a little bit of a better bet.
I'm wondering if you should just go the MKB, you know? It's not a really fun item to build on the Anti-Mage, but I feel like you need a Monkey King bar this game. We're playing to troll axes and the smoke screen. I don't think the Bloodthorn is enough.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not. And I mean, AIMs just hate it. You know, they hate the item. You can see some value from the Mage Slayer, and at least mitigating some of that annoying spell damage coming out from Moo in particular with the Shuriken Toss.
Yamson
kind of stall on that.
Wants to get to work on these buildings. I mean, Gunner is heading bottom because they are kind of tired of 23 split push. One thing I do like about him, though, is he is itemizing for the Nullifier this time instead. So he says, screw it, I don't want this Aghanim Feather, I want Nullifier. And Anti-Mage, he gets the first hit bash in the Abyssal, the Battle Trance. No way, can 23 get out? He cannot. Boy. The Manta BKB is not enough. Sometimes you just get lucky. And he actually went Whirling Axes, Pierce, Magic Immunity.
I don't think that's too bad. Just suppress Savage even more. They lose the gem as well. The courier doesn't manage to make it in time. So now you have no protection while farming for Savage. And you even have a heart up. You have a heart up on Moo. You can't burst anyone. You just can't. Even the IO is so hard. Yeah. So 2.6k.
I mean, IO's going hard. They realize they just need help. Like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah. This is unplayable. This is... I know. If Talon can somehow make this, then that is probably the best play I'll ever see, but I don't know. I don't know.
You could buy back on the Anti-Mage here, but it would feel pretty rough. Moo starting to take a lot of damage. He does have the BKB available. He's just trying to get some tracks up onto the high ground and maybe start getting these shurikens going, but for now, double catapult. Still doing some work, as the Meteor Hammer should be able to finish off the tower, and it does. So, get themselves another tier 3.
Balance. I mean, the way they're playing is just so good, so broken. I love it. This is ridiculous. Frickin' Gunner.
He's got Nullifier, dude. I mean, he's holding buyback, I guess, but he could buy Nullifier.
Yeah. Savage, he doesn't hold for the buyback. Buys out the Orchid. I know. He's going all in the Bloodthorn. Like,
I don't know, man.
It's back to your points. Like, the MKB is just a lot more consistent there. And even have the Nullifier on Yamson as well. Everything's there.
Yeah, I don't know how you get away from these heroes now. I mean, they're just, again, gonna run straight for 23 bottom. They know he's gonna be trying to cut these waves. He has a TP available, but Yamsun not showing quite yet. Blinks in, drops the Manta and TP, so he will be fine. Nice play there from 23.
Wasting some time, giving Talon again the one resource that they can actually farm right now: minutes on our game timer. As now it's, I mean, once you get the heart and IO, how do you kill anyone? You legitimately don't kill anyone. Like, Husky's just gonna be so hard to pick off, and he's already been so hard to pick off anyway.
He's still pretty far away though. It's like he needs 1,400 gold for that. He is holding on to a cheese though, so that is going to be a really, really clutch play potentially coming out from Husky like in this next fight.
You know, if you're playing for time anyway, you're probably going to have enough time to get that, especially if a couple of the track kills come online. Like, even if Talon manages to back off again, like, there's an...
Toss it. They go for it. Husky ends up following him as well, and that's a dead troll. They've caught Husky.
Whoa!
He has an Aegis, of course. The question is, can he get anything out of here? Yamsun.
What? What?
Did he DC? I don't know.
Oh.
He's just dead. Didn't pop anything. No battle trance, no BKB, and now Io.
What?
Might just be diebacking here as well. His reload does get him out at least, but Moo trying to TP, he will not get bashed. I don't know what happened with Yamsun there.
He got avalanche tossed, sure, but he got chain stunned. It looked like right on his respawn. I think he just got what was it? A Nimbus stun or just a lightning bolt?
It was just a bolt into a mana void and another bolt. I mean, he definitely could have BKB'd, but
I think that was just really tight execution on Talon, though.
Yeah,
they timed everything perfectly. So that's what it takes to come back in this game. Just get an insane avalanche toss on Q if they're too far forward.
Oh, speaking of which, yeah, I can't find Moo there though. Right next to a creep. So
there's no way Talon comes back like this, though. Surely.
You say that, but here we are, man. This is their time to push the high ground. Sharpshooter off the mark there, and they've got a. I mean, the thing is Moo is a really hard hero to push into because he's just going to keep throwing these shurikens. It will keep stealing a lot of gold, and it will keep stealing a lot of damage. Oh, but they got him on the toss back. Hex up into an Abyssal Blade. Moo needs help. Does he get the BKB? He's got the save from Husky. The cheese is there. And Moo will get out.
Radiant's middle tower.
Smoke screen makes it impossible to push.
Yeah.
They actually just can't push with it up. So they're forced to back off. They at least force out the cheese usage for Talon, but they don't find the objective in that opening. And it's... Alright, so even if you find these kills, how do you push objectives with Gunnar alive? Because this guy ain't jumping in. He has no need to jump in. All he has to do is drop that smoke screen. And how do you push what? You're depending on just Nether Blast at this point. Maybe Zeus right clicks. That's and the Lich right clicks. That's not really something you'd want to do here. We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, Talon's held once. Can they hold again?
We're in for the long haul, my friend John. We're game 1, 17 minutes. Game 2, 170 minutes. That's what we're looking at here.
What is this? What is this? I mean, it's still Nowin's game to win. I'm not saying Talon's back. They are not back, but they are playing and trying to make it back. They're smoking out.
I like this,
find
man.
one isolated hero. This could turn a bit.
Moo, will he get the vision here? He does. Start throwing the tracks out. Does see Q here. They drop the ward sentry up on the high ground. He needs to be a little bit careful. The Blink Abyssal from Yamsun just gets right on top with an nullifier. He cannot survive, and now Lelis is looking for an opening. Makoto dodges it out, but there's the second nullifier. Is Gunnar gonna get to work on over there, but a nice decrep by him some face. But the backside of the fight, it's all Husky getting chased down here by 23, but he gets out with the Glimmer Cape once again. Gunnar is dead. 125 seconds as they take down Ollie as well as 23 trying to find his opening once more as Yamsun's out of mana.
Go to toss.
You need to be very careful. He gets the bash. Yamsun in trouble. He's falling quick, and he's gone.
What?
They buy back on Ricky for this, and a Blink Hex comes out. They get the Bounty Hunter as well. It's the gem if they can find it. Will they do it? Nice pushback. BKB comes out from Moo. He's running fast. I don't know if he's going to get out. There's an Abyssal Blade up on 23. The Blink in 1, 2. Nymphis catches him. He's in trouble. That is it. Bounty Hunter goes down once again.
Huh? I am just dumbfounded. They're making it work. Talon are taking these really scrappy fights, splitting the teams up. It cost them buybacks. So they're not in the comfiest position on Talon. And they still can't push high ground, mind you. This is still down to just jab spamming Nether Blast, but they are making some progress on that matter. Let me tell you, 23 with his talent selection, the Mana Void cooldown, doing a ton.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is actually starting to give him more openings in this game. I'm surprised he's not chopping the tree with his Battle Fury, though. He has been caught out with that multiple times, but they take a tier 3. They can't get the racks, but they take a tier 3. They drag the lead down to 10k. Huh? And Roshan's up. So you just run into it with everything.
I mean, you don't have Yamsun. They get this Roach, I'm pretty sure, unless Gunnar does some miracle play here. You have BKB available on 23. Thunder God's Wrath does come through. I mean, they know. Husky's going to try and reload in the Troll, but it's too late. That was the whole play here. They want to reload in Troll when he's up in 3 seconds, but fourth Roach is down.
It's so slow, though.
That's going to completely even up the net worth.
Oh my god. So now you have Blink Fragments on 23. This is where the game becomes a lot more playable for the AM. He can just Blink Fragment the scout, Blink Fragment around to annoy, force out spell uses, item uses on the side of Nouns.
Radiant
And down to a 2k lead. What in God's name happened? Nouns. What have they done? Talon, what have they managed to do?
Yeah, I think this is more of a Talon managing to find the smallest of openings in what looked like an impossible game.
It's just, I'm just astounded. Look at that. Well, to be fair, even Dota Plus didn't quite give it to Nouns. I figured they'd have a 99% chance to win for a long time, but Dota Plus, the AI Overlords have actually had Talon with a higher margin than I'd expect. So what do I know? The AI knows better.
Look at the Dota Plus 1%, man.
Exactly. It never hit 99 for Nouns. They know, it knows.
It's 51-49 now, though. Like,
yeah,
it's just like, yeah, toss a coin, man. We don't even know. Like, this game's bonkers.
What a game to tie out this day, man.
Oh, man. Yeah, this has been a lot of fun so far. It's like game one was definitely like a little bit of a disappointment, but man, they're not quite the same game two experience. We're 54 minutes now.
Radiant's top
Both cores sitting at 45,000 net worth. That's just your normal stuff.
I'm just losing my mind here, Ricky. No problems.
Double down.
Problems. I'm surprised Jabs hasn't opted for his Shard and Ags at any point yet. Even a Shard. Just Nether Ward. And he's been doing so much damage, actually, with his Life Rain, because he's ignored now. And then no one wants to have to deal with a Pugna when you have this AM and the Zeus that you need to pin down, and the Tiny that you need to burst down ASAP, with how Jabs has been playing, with how Q has been playing. So Jabs is free to just actually get a long channel Life Rain. if he had his Shard, it would feel pretty good to just damage so many of them. No one wants to kill the Shard in the middle of this fight now. No one wants to kill the ward.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
That's so true, man. That thing, I forget how cool that Shard is. It's actually really neat. Dude, how does he have so much gold just sitting on it in his backpack right now?
Attack.
And he's just holding out buyback and one big buyout, I suppose.
Buyback and an extra 5,400.
Yeah, figuring out what he needs. His slots are all full. Look, that stick, that wand, very useful, alright? Come on, toss it.
I mean, I'm surely it'll be something like a BKB or...
Yeah, I want the BKB.
I don't know. Like, I don't know what else. I mean, they've got Mu once again tossed up onto the high ground. He has a BKB available, but can he get out? He's trying to chase after him. The Blink Fragments were spent. So he gets the Invis off, and Husky will save him. I mean, that's going to be a dead IO, though, when he comes back, most likely. I mean, Gunner's here on the side, ready to go. Maybe he can drop the smoke screen and buy him some space. They do manage to pop the BKB on 23, but yeah, the instant Hex onto the IO. Husky, he needs to get out. Can he? Into the trees. The Aeon just protecting him. The tossback ends up catching Gunner instead, and Yamsun gets aggressive on the Q. The Nullifier is there, and Gunner nullified up to Pugna. He pops the cheese, able to survive for now, but it's going to be 23 versus the world. He's all alone. They've got the battle trend. They're just trying to hold it until his second life. They managed to get 23 once, but can they get him twice? They have to. The BKB out from Yamsun. There's the battle trend. The Nullifier's on top. 23 is going to go down. He has the buyback available. But a big win from Nouns.
And that is massive. Without the AM, it becomes a lot harder to play. They have buyback ready, but no buyback on Q. I think that's the bigger issue. The Tiny, again, has been setting up all of these plays, forcing out all of these issues for Nouns. And without Q for the next 70 seconds, you have an opening. Unfortunately, you do not have Roche. It was a fresh take for Talon. You're just going to have to either try to brute force or just wait it out a little bit more here. Talon in a rocky position once more. But we've seen them in this spot. I can't get away from this game anymore. Like, it still feels like Nouns should have an easier time, and you know what? They've found the kills they need. Now all they need to do is translate that into objectives, into the Ancient at some point.
I feel like you have to wait for BKB on Yamsun here. It's still almost 30 seconds away. Anti-Mage does have his buyback, but we saw what happened last time. Yamsun went up onto the high ground, and...
Oh, it happens again!
I mean, yeah, he's just dead. Moo pops the BKB, Gunner goes in, tries to get on top of Makoto. He spawns his own BKB and a buyback now from the Anti-Mage. The Blink Abyssal catches the Ricky. He needs to get out and fast, but a bash comes through. Gunner's dead. That's a dieback, 125 seconds. Husky? Oh, he's hexed as well. The Aeon Disc tries to protect him. I hate to break it to you, but that's 3 dead.
Ricky being down, that opens up an actual push for Talon. They don't have to worry about that goddamn smoke screen. That's the one here they really need to take care of. Look at Jabs. He's finally bought out, and it's a Dagon 5 he's trying to rush. Just waiting for the buyback. There it is. What on earth? Yamsun.
He just
couldn't pop the BKB?
He didn't have his BKB yet. Like, it was still on cooldown for like 10 more seconds, and he didn't have the Ricky to protect you, right? You need the Ricky with like the smoke screen behind you or something, but they just didn't have it. They're gonna buy back Troll, they're gonna buy back the IO. Obviously, you need to get 23 here, but he feels like he can just go in, and he wants this barracks. He's gonna get it.
What on earth?
Bottom tower is under attack.
I am just bewildered. Talon, they're gonna take at least one more set of racks, and this actually gives them a slight advantage because of mid. The mid imbalance is there. They can equalize bot if they want to, but they're playing it safe. They know it's still a hard game. They know that now it still has a lot of tools to win this out. But they've got Q around. They've got the avalanche toss. They've got the toss back if Q finds the angle here with the blink.
Yeah, he's really trying, right? He's just sitting super far back with this Shadow Blade, and he's just throwing these blink fragments up onto the high ground. I mean, he's gonna get him. Double racks down.
Lane advantage. Like, mid's gonna shove in, bot's gonna equalize. Talon get a 2k lead now for themselves. 33 to 19. We're reaching the 60-minute mark as well. Some tier 5s can come out, and Talon has map control.
Dude, this level 5 Dagon is actually going to be game-changing, too.
It is, because you just burst down Yamsun if you catch him out like that again.
Not having Battle Trance strong dispel, right? Like, we actually thought, like, he would go for that, but... No, it ends up kind of biting him in the butt a little bit as he went for the whirling axes. And, I mean, we do have level 25 on Lelis now, so grab the Bushwhack Radius, and that is pretty good. And here come the tier 5 items. So they get themselves Forest Boots. That being said, Talon is in their base. They're actually a little bit afraid that Nound is smoking across the map for them, and I don't really blame them. So
it's scouted.
Yeah.
They popped the Thunder God's Wrath while they were smoking base, so they have an idea foray is happening, but they should take this chance to farm up some of those tier 5s. They need, if they find, that's a big one. Mirror Shield for 23 is going to be massive. If they can find Force Boots as well here.
That's a Rapier. Troll has a Rapier.
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh no, Yamsun. This is scary. If he drops, he doesn't have buyback. Then again, it's all in cooldown anyway, but if he drops, that could end the game. I'm pretty sure you could actually just hand Q to Divine, and you'd be pretty happy.
A Stygian, huh? For each team. I mean, I guess the Witchbane is better on him versus like heroes like Zeus and Pugna. I mean, that is probably more damage based on how high of a mana pool they have. But so hold on to the Stygian.
Searstone is huge. The Searstone is so huge on Jabs. Like that Life Drain range, the Nether Blast range. Even the Decrep range, like he can play so far back now. His Hex range as well. Like God, that's perfection. Well, they got the Book of the Trash. As well,
I mean, it's pretty good for split pushing right now, right? Like you just run them down the lane, and the fact that like these creeps are relatively strong. Didn't they keep buffing the Archer aura at some point? Like 9% movement speed or whatever now. Mid lane Rax is gone.
It actually does the job, and they're smoked out here, Talon. Roshan a minute away. Seer Stone's actually quite the imbalance. Like, if you don't find a Seer Stone and now it feels awful. It actually feels so bad. Just because, like, that global vision it provides as well is... It's nuts.
Dude, these things have 1800 HP. Oh my goodness.
Who has 1800?
The Necro minions, they have 1800 health.
Oh,
Book of Shadows and Pirate Hat. I mean, that is an unfortunate Pirate Hat. There's not really anyone who wants that. You're just going to use it for the bounties.
Yeah, the Book of Shadows might be useful. I can see it maybe being as a decent save.
It looks like Gunner's going to take it. So he's just realizing they need to actually build him as a carry now. Like, outside of this utility build. Like, Yamsun can't do it alone. So he's queued up a Daedalus.
I respect that.
I'll get over it.
And if they can scale on both, it becomes a lot harder for Talon. Like, outside of just the utility of the smokes. If you have to worry about the Ricky actually killing you as well, which Gunner has done a couple times. He's almost killed off the backline, and he's forced a lot of utility to be used out from Mikado and from Q just to bail out. This game, this is such a ridiculous game, Ricky. Who would have thought? It's Nouns versus Talon that goes this far with the 33-19 scoreline. Let me tell you though, Ricky, this is a classic Talon game. They get themselves in this kind of game.
Is this a classic Talon game?
Yes, it is. You know, the epitome of a Talon game was ESL Genshin qualifiers, finals Polaris versus Talon game 4 or 5. We did not have any team with more than 10 kills until we reached 40 minutes.
Oh my god, I remember that. I remember the screenshots from that game, and I was like, this is pain.
Yeah, I was sending it over to our chat. It was like, hey guys, look what we have to cast. Ha ha ha. 40 minutes of fill with Mike and John. And there was also a game where Talon was like behind so far, and then they get like a Lincoln's BKB on Savage, and then the Doom couldn't do anything. Oh.
Gunner forced the BKB. Q went in to try and get the Avatos, but ends up missing. So they get themselves the kill. Gunner finally, with that BKB, will be able to find some space. Oh, Yamsun getting popped. Do they have to save? He needs to get the BKB off. He's actually just... Oh, it's Book of Shadows. I was like, why can't he use anything? Book of Shadows saves him. All right, it works. They buy back on Q. They get something. There's a gem on the deck here. But Roshan's starting to get worked on.
Oh,
Blink,
Gunner?
the Hex, they've
That's
got
bigger.
the Book of Shadows will save him again. In goes Yamsun, he's looking for his target, he gets onto Ollie, the Hex is there, but 23 with a refresh, he gets out. Yamsun pops that Battle Trance, but he hasn't got his hands onto anything. It will finally be Ollie, the Whirling Axes get him, but Troll needs to get out. This Divine Rapier is a huge problem. Okay, these Book of Shadows are just saving him over and over. He's got the Satanic to work with, but he's disarmed again. He tries to get tossed out. Can Yamsun for 5? He won't. The Divine's on the deck and move. Has to get out. The huge bushwhack onto 3. Gunner goes in, tries to get on top of him. Cody gets the BKB, but can they kill the Anti-Mage? He's got that Divine in his grasp, but can he get on top of these heroes? They take down that Pugna. Gunner bouncing over to Makoto once again. He drops a smoke screen. He needs to get to safety, but can he do it? The Abyssal Blade comes out onto Husky, and 23's gonna get this damage in. Io's hitting the deck. That's a dieback. As 3 heroes are gone on Nouns, Gunner's going to have his buyback available, but I hate to say it, man. It might all be done here for Nouns.
What an insane game. What an insane game. Talon, they reel it back. They get the buybacks out. They have Roshan access. They have the Divine. But this is it.
Man. Jabs just the Seer Stone, dude, on this Pugna is ridiculous.
It is.
Oh my goodness. They will walk right into Zeus. I mean, this is a huge kill, and they got him. He does have the buyback, but you're going to be playing into pretty much everything. Right? Aegis available. Gunner forced the BKB and try and back away here as he will be able to. 23 looking for more up onto the high ground. Buyback on the IO. I mean, buybacks in terms of status, you have 1 left on the Anti-Mage, you have 2 available on Nouns here, both Moo on this Bounty Hunter and the Hoodwink. Whether or not they can hold this last barracks, we're going to find out. It's not looking good. Yamsun's still dead for 24 seconds.
Radiant's top barracks are
Anti-Mage with a Divine Rapier.
Radiant's top barracks.
That's it. Mega creep secured. What can they do, John?
Well, once Yamson's back, you can still try to make plays. I don't think the Divine Loss is going to hinder their actual output. They can still try to control Savage. There's still a play back into this for Nouns, but all of a sudden, Talon's in the lead. Oh my god, this is... I can't believe this is the most exciting game, in my opinion, we've got, Ricky. Talon Nouns. Neff, eat your heart out. This game is probably killing him inside. It's probably killing Brando inside. Every staff member of each team watching this game is probably ripping all their hair out. This is the state of the game right now. No more hair strands, Rookie. Hair off, hats off. Dota 2 is being played.
I don't know if I can take much more of this, man. Like my heart is it's not cut out for this type of stuff. Oh my lord.
Like, look, Q now has his Ags, so he could theoretically itemize as a core now.
He's got a Stygian Death, though, dude. Oh
in the
my
backpack.
god. All right, Q, I see you, man. I see you. I respect it, man. That's gonna be sick. Oh wait, no, that's a Lincoln's. Oh wait, did he get the Ags from Roche or something?
Got the free, yeah, he got the free Roche Ags.
Oh my god. Suddenly, tiny net worth stonks, baby.
Yep. Yeah, he's going for the crystals. Yep, just go for the label. Maybe Silver Edge here. I wouldn't mind that. Have a crit on hand, 3 volley out, more damage, more fun. The sad thing is our supports aren't even 25. This is the one painful thing. Like, I feel like you could get a lot of value from something like Ollie's 25. He doesn't even have it. But like, unlimited bounces on the Chain Frost. Could you imagine how different these fights would be with that? It would be unsustainable for Nouns.
It'd be pretty
stay
cool.
in there.
It'd be pretty cool. I'd be down for that. The one thing Nouns do have going for them is free bounty runes every 30 seconds. So, I mean, those are a decent chunk of money. But unfortunately for them, Talon has full control over the map. So they will grab 2 bounties.
I don't think the money is going to be a major issue for Nouns, because again, they've had a net worth lead for a while. At this point, this 18k net worth lead from Talon literally means nothing but that, more than that they are likely to have buybacks when they're off cooldown.
Yeah.
Maybe support form. That's where the difference really lies in these late game scenarios. I think that's where it really just boils down to how much more are supports able to get. And that heart we were talking about on Husky, it's not coming out. It hasn't come out. Just because of how all those fights went out. Lullis with an Ags pickup down the line could be massive. You got secondary decoy shot is actually huge.
It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage, a lot of counter control. The break could come in clutch as well. But they have nowhere to play.
So they got this Aegis, and there's 1 minute left, and they have not gone high ground. They got the Vegas, you know, but yeah, it is an Aegis on jabs. Yeah.
The conundrum is, I don't think Talon's confident going high ground at all without a pickoff. Like, they have to find punishment onto Nouns, and Nouns understands they can't dip outside their base. So you're at an impasse, where you're probably just gonna wait for buybacks to be off cooldown for both sides now, and just try to outplay each other.
Somehow, Dota Plus still gives Nouns a 23% chance to win.
That's what I'm saying. A while ago, when Nouns had the advantage, Talon had a 10% chance to win. It's like, it's giving a lot more leeway for either side to turn around here. It's being much more fair and just, because I've seen it randomly go to 1% when the game feels maybe mildly playable in a lot of games. I'm sure you've seen that as well, Ricky. But now it's so just and fair. It woke up.
Oh god, not the AI's awakening, John.
It's time to run. Soon there'll be AI casters with our synthesized voices, Ricky.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard, but JJ was talking about how they have an AI now that runs all of the observing in production now. So that's pretty pog.
Yeah. Jobs will be taken. At first they come for the observers, and I did not complain, for I was not an observer. Then they came for the casters, and I did not complain because I'm not a caster. And then they came for the players, and no one complained because there was no one left.
There was no scene.
So that goes.
All gone. Jordan moved on. Well, it looks like we're gonna see a smoke from town here. The Aegis has expired, but they feel, you know, we're confident now. We can try and take this fight. Maybe they can open on the move. There's gonna be the Hex from literally a different country, and Moo is gone.
I like that he went Battle Fury though. I mean, he's just trying to clear out the creep wave. This takes me back to Dota 1, man. Oh god.
All
Do
right,
what you
well,
have to do.
he's gonna buy back again. He was one of the few that did have it. Troll, Warlord, and the Hoodwink still have their own. The tier 4 is taking a lot of damage here, but the Black trying to just clear out these creep waves. And thoughts from Q. But not super effective against Yamsun because it's just an insane amount of armor. Level 30 now on the anti-mage, so good luck killing this guy.
Yeah, no. He has a lot of magic resist.
You, the Hex as well, catches Yamsun. They will be able to pull him away, and Gunnar just goes in, pops that BKB on 23. He's trying to get out of here. The Blink Fragment's on forward. Yamsun, he's in pretty deep with his own BKB spent as well. Pops Satanic trying to heal Gunnar. Dude, this Pugna's damage jabs is just shredding these heroes.
Q?
Can he get more? Yeah, Q. The toss out. He's managed to hold the Troll Warlord off to the side. He's got a battle trance, but he's silenced up. The Book of Shadows trying to protect him, but a huge pushback on the other side. The Abyssal Blade comes out. They've got the Zeus. They've got the Pugna. They've got the Lich. Gunnar trying to do it, but 23 focusing the throne. There's going to be the battle trance. 23 trying to get out. He blinks the safety, but the Hex is there. 23 goes down. The Divine Rapier hits the deck, and Q's trying to run as well. John, we have a game again. Q trying to survive. I don't think he's going to make it out. The Nullifier is there. Talon wiped. They have buybacks, a throne exposed, but have Nouns managed to hold this game. 13,000 gold swing. Oh my god.
Oh, this is insanity. Oh, who actually picked up the Divine? Okay, it's back in Yamsun. So, you know what? For Talon, I think the plan is just go Dagon 5s on everyone. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. Just go Dagon 5s and literally everyone. That's the play. Just burst someone down, anyone down, and this game is in your control. Right now, it's not looking that way. They're rushing in. You've got to buy back, tell them.
You've got backdoor protection and fort, but Troll with this like Stygian Deso just does not care. Stygian Deso and a Divine. Your Rax is in so much danger. They buy back the Zeus, they buy it back. I mean, that's 4 buybacks, make it 5. They're trying to get back into the fight, but the Pugna hex up, caught with a Nullifier. Makoto in some trouble as well. The toss back will be able to save Jabs for now, but can Gunnar find him? The sleeping guard is there. They get the kill, sniped by a Shuriken. That's his dieback. Nouns, they've got an opening. The question is, can they close out this game? No fortifications left for Talon. It's a 5v4. 23 needs to be very careful here. Gunnar's looking for him. Does he go for it?
Oh, the toss!
Protected for the moment. Yamsun does go in. Gets on top of Q. The dart not going to be able to connect, but they get Ollie on the backside, and they get the tiny 3 down. 23 Savage. The lone survivor on the front side as the Bushwhacks caught him, and somehow Nouns managed to win this game? Say it ain't so.
There's no way Mikado does anything at this point by himself, and GG's called. Oh, Talon, they tried to go for the all-in on the high ground. It bites them in the bum, and Nouns, they take a win. They take a win, but they look... That is one hell of a game. Look at that stride from our man, Neff. Rolling in like he did all of the work.
Yeah, Neff walks in like, yeah, we did it, guys. Good job.
Yeah,
like, yay me.
that is all we guys.
Oh my
your
goodness.
manager really boosted you guys. I mean, for Talon, this is a major defeat. I think this might actually crush your chances at all of making it into the top 4. So Nouns, they play a spectacular game of Dota. Maybe a little bit messier. All right, it's not the cleanest. Talon still managed to hold on and almost win as well. And it's Talon that kind of overextend, take a massive risk, and get punished for it. And now sees that opening, jumps in. They identify the issue. They kill off Jabs first, which, to be fair, like all that damage coming out from that damn Dagon and his life drain was getting too much. So the moment he's removed from the buyback equation, then it cleans up for Nouns. And Nouns, this is a team again with a lot of promise. They're taking games off of certain teams. Some might argue Talon looks maybe weaker than people expected, but I think Nouns is just a promising team. Like Talon
Fair.
had some insane plays. They stayed inside that game for a lot longer than you'd expect, but Nan still managed to best them. And they're the better team today. They played it well. Gunnar is a madman with his Ricky build. That is just the most frustrating stuff to play against. And hats off. Now it's and Talon gave us a game.
It's really hard to say like who made what changed for Nouns in these final fights, but I honestly do feel like the Daedalus Pirate Hat on Ricky, he went from not being able to just like solo kill the Pugna or these other heroes on the back line to just 3-shotting them. Like Pugna could not survive. Like he has 4-staff Seer Stone. He has no armor items. He's like getting crit for like 1,000 damage from these backstabs. And it really changed the game for Nouns, because suddenly it went from only Yamsun being able to find these kills, being able to actually burst down these heroes, to, you know, Gunnar kind of having that late game impact again. And 75 minutes, probably one of the longest games so far of this tournament. I don't know if it is the longest, but it's definitely going to be up there. And an absolute wild ride. I mean, swinging in net worth from, you know, almost 30K at one point for Nouns to almost 20K for Talon, and then back to the end of the game where they finished with a 45K gold lead. So, you know, what can you do? It's Dota. It's fun. It's an absolute blast to watch. But yeah, Talon, you got to feel for them. That's a heartbreaking loss.
Yeah, and it's a loss that just had so much on the line. Like with this, their hopes for a top 4 finish or a top 4 tiebreaker, I think, is pretty much gone. I don't know if there's any combination left that kind of drags them up there, but I'm assuming they're just kind of locked in the bottom, even if they manage to 2-0 OG. So this is a team that got number 1 in Southeast Asia, and underperforming in DreamLeague 19 is a huge disappointment. I think Southeast Asia in general is, again, it's struggling a little bit. Even Execration not having the best of times there in Group A. So hopefully for a team like Nouns, who are also exiting the tournament, for a team like Talon, this is just a huge learning experience, right? Because there's still a huge advantage to playing this interregional Dota. For a team like Nouns going into the next DPC, this should give them a lot of prep work and a lot of improvement into that, and maybe they take that second slot. And for Talon, going into Berlin, this sets them up quite nicely. Having had played already and identified their own weaknesses, this allowed them to build them up. So what a series, what a game. And now I love them. They're crazy. This is what happens when you have Neff as a manager, I guess. Your team just goes kind of crazy. You've spent a lot of time with him, Ricky. You should know.
Yep, I do. Yep. Well, we're going to be going to a short break, and we should be back with an interview from Nouns, which I'm sure that is going to be very, very fun. So stay tuned, everyone. You're not going to want to miss this one. We'll see you in a bit.
It's up to you.
Everybody, welcome back here, and happy to say we have an interview with Yamsun here of Nouns, and pretty much the rest of the team is they're all hanging around as well. Yamsun, how you feeling after what seemed like an exhausting 75-minute game?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, very long game. I don't know what the fuck was happening past like 40 minutes. I guess we won. Cool. Yeah.
That's all right. Okay, I gotta ask because we were talking about this a little bit. The Book of Shadows item has to be one of the most disorienting items in Dota to play around. And I see you're like in fights, and then you just get like Book of Shadowed like 2 or 3 times in the fight, and you're like, I don't like. How do you cope with playing around that item?
Yeah, it was pretty funny. We did not have a solution for all the spam going to the high ground the whole game long, and all of a sudden 60 minutes comes along, and now apparently it's just possible. I guess I don't know. I can just get invulnerability. That's pretty cool. So it was nice. I wasn't really thinking that much about it. My team kind of just said, trust them, do their thing, just walk in. Like, what else can we do? So I walked forward, and then eventually they all died. God bless.
That's a pretty good strategy. It looks like it worked. John, go ahead. Hit him with some questions.
All right. This is a little bit topical, Gamson. There was certain goings on in the NADPC recently. I'm wondering if you have any opinions of what might have happened there. There were certain disqualifications or forfeits that had to happen. Do you think that? How do you feel about that? I'm just curious. As you are a person with strong opinions, I want to know a strong opinion.
Yeah, I agree with what most people are saying about it. I saw Quinn tweet about it. I think it is pretty silly that the rules are set up in this way, where it's so easy for people to just show up like B8 for 3 weeks and then just leave when they're just clearly a CIS team. But Fart Studios can't play. It is a little ridiculous to me, I will say. Beyond that,
it is rough.
I will hold any comments, but
all right,
definitely a little rough.
I like that. Yeah. I am curious. Game 1, the GG call out was pretty quick. I'm curious of what the mindset was for the team. Was it just for a good reset? It's like, all right, let's just back out of this one, go next.
I think we just treated it as normal. I don't think we even knew we were eliminated after losing the game. We kind of just played game 2. We said we were fine with the Wisp opening. We will change some things, and the game will be a lot easier. And it was a lot easier at the end. Obviously, we made some mistakes, so we couldn't close out the game as we would have liked, but we still won anyways. So I'd like to say the improvement process on this team is pretty good. I think especially compared to the beginning of the tournament, we have learned a lot individually and on how to beat these teams. And I think, it's a shame the format is like this, but, at the end of the day, I think we could still beat any of the teams in this tournament. So I think it was a good learning experience for all of us, especially having this international quote-unquote LAN experience, kind of similar. But yeah, it was a good tournament. I think we learned a lot.
All right. I think I'm curious. What do you think was the biggest thing that you guys as team learned from playing in this interregional tournament? Like, what's the one big takeaway that you could tell me right now without revealing too much for the team?
Yeah, just believe in our strategy, respect the opponents for what they're doing in the game, but I think we understand in all of the games, if we just play our strategy and do everything right, don't overthink things, the game is not as complicated as it somehow or sometimes is made out to be. That is about it for now.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I think that having confidence in your strategy is really important, because as soon as that wavers, it's probably not as easy to kind of pull through. Talon is a pretty strong team. Like, let's be real. Talon's a very strong team. This game was, like you said, kind of just back and forth, like almost a blur after the 40-minute mark. At what point did you guys think that you actually had this game, in the bag, or were you guys really worried? Because we see Moo going back for a Battle Fury to deal with, Mega Creeps. We see Gunner going for a Daedalus. What was the conversations like when you guys were the ones on the back foot?
There's not really any crazy conversations. It's just kind of at some point late game Dota, you don't really know what's going on anymore. You kind of just pressure buttons on what's in front of you. Like me, I had like 4 different active item nullifier type items that I had to use to purge people and purge myself. And at some point, it just kind of start all blending in together. I think that's what most people will say about late game Dota. There's not really this like doomer conversation like, oh, we're gonna lose, blah blah blah. It kind of just, we knew the game was gonna get hard after we basically figured out it was impossible to high ground them, and they were just eventually gonna make it really annoying. So I kind of just played. It was probably difficult to high ground because of earlier mistakes, and at the end of the day, a win is a win. So no big conversation. We just kind of played, I think.
That is true. That is true. A win is a win. Well said. John, what are the questions you got for this guy?
This is a little bit of a weird one, Yamson. I don't think I've gotten many people's opinions on this, but I am personally curious. What's it like having Neff as a manager? What's it like having him in there? Is he helpful to you? Does he antagonize you? Does he give you strange animes to watch?
Yeah, the guy standing behind me is very vulgar, very a very kind, very good person. I think he has the best intentions at heart for all of us and really wants to see us succeed. So I think I enjoy having everybody who is part of the team and is involved in our improvement process. Neff is definitely not an exception. So he has been good to us, and sometimes we make life hard for him. So at the end of the day, we go through it together.
That's good. It's good to hear. Also, blink twice if you you were told to say this, by any means. But yeah, I mean, this was a really fun series to watch. Obviously, you guys have one more series to go, and I believe that is up against Tundra. So pretty solid opponent from Western Europe. Obviously, I think with the way it is right now, mathematically, you guys can't get up into the top 2 or into the top 4. But obviously, I'm assuming you guys will be approaching that last series full power, like no stops, right?
Yeah, we are just gonna play. There is still something on the line after all. Although we are not going through the next stage, the placement does still change. So, however, that's factored into the prize earnings or how they rank things for next year or next season. Sorry, it is. We will be playing our best.
Awesome. Well, I love to hear it, man. Congratulations on this win. I'm sure it was an absolute wild ride, and thanks for joining us, of course, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, boys. Good to see you.
Yep, you too, man.
Thank you, Yamson. Catch ya.
No problem. Bye bye.
Oh boy, it feels like that's just. Some people might look at this and be like, man, he looks tired after the game. It's like, to be honest, this is just Yamsun's demeanor. Like every time I've ever spoken with Yamsun, he is just like very much just like chilling, thinks, very, very much like what he's going to be talking about. Like, I don't know. Good dude for sure. And seems pretty well composed. A little bit worried about his safety with Neff. Maybe he did force him to say those things, but we'll see. I don't know. How you feeling after this whole thing, John?
That is a great game. That was a great interview by Yamson. I always love talking to him. I think the last time I saw him interview in the last tour, again, Tour 1 experience, where he had a lot of big and powerful words about certain teams in the NADPC. It's kind of happy and sad that, he's kind of toned it down a bit. I suppose that would be a bridge too far if he went spicy on that specific subject. But, he's a very level guy, always fun to talk to. And, I hope the best for them because, again, the team's been improving quite steadily. They are still in high spirits. I think that's a team that's just very well together mentally. And I think been together long enough that you kind of just take these in stride. So it would be a big thing if they did manage to, like, say 2-0 Tundra. Imagine that, right? Like Tundra, if they get 2-0, I mean, I think they're still pretty secure
Tundra's
in the position,
out.
But yeah, okay. Yeah, they're
Tundra's
secure in
out
the
if they get
position of
2-0.
being out. Yeah, so they can drag more people down. They drag Talon down a little bit more. They can potentially drag Tundra down as well. TI champs. There's something to talk about. So I'm sure this is a really good training ground for Nouns. They're really doing a lot better than I think a lot of people gave them credit for. And again, like these groups look so wonky. Like you'd feel like there's a big divide between your top 4 and bottom 4. Honestly, even in Group B, I don't think it's that far apart. Like after watching how you and I cast quite a fair bit of Nouns games, I don't think the gaps are as big. Like all these teams are just super competitive, and the format, it just lends to looking like there's huge gaps, but these teams are really tight. Like if these were best of threes, the results might be very different for a lot of these series.
Oh, I agree. I mean, at the moment, the only team in Group E that is locked for top 4 is Liquid. Like OG, Beast Coast, Spirit, all sitting at 7-5, and Tundra finishing up their series right now. You could have ourselves like a 4-way tie for those, 3rd, 2nd, and 4th place spots. Talon, Nigma, and Nouns mathematically are out. Tundra, like we said, do need to get some wins here to contest. For Group A, this group is almost done. It's really going to come down to tomorrow's series because only that 4th place spot is open, right? Evil Geniuses, Gaming Gladiators, and Shopify Rebellion are all locked. So it's just going to be that battle for 4th. TSM, Execration, Team Aster, and even Hellraisers still have an option to play for it. So we got a very, very important day tomorrow. It's going to be a lot shorter. It's just one round of games, but a lot still to be decided. And I'm sure, with how things are shaping up, we probably will run into some tiebreakers.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we hit some, especially in Group A. It feels like that tiebreaker for the last slot is going to be the spicy one. Again, if TSM doesn't have to play one and they go 0-7-0, I would be hyper impressed.
So fun.
But who knows? Who knows what happens with Dota 2? Who knew what happened that last game? I still don't know what happened in that last game. Yamson didn't know what happened. And I can't believe it's almost over, Ricky. That's like day number 3, but we're already one day away from ending this phase of DreamLeague 19, and it's been quite the ride. It's been a fun ride, man.
It has, man. It's gonna be sad when it's done because this has been so much fun. But yeah, it is day 3 already wrapped up. We're gonna have day 4 tomorrow, and like we said, it is the short day. Half the games to be played, so it will be finished up very quickly. So you definitely will not want to miss it. But again, thank you to ESL for putting this whole tournament together, the whole league together, as it is going to be so much fun to watch this as it goes all the way through the rest of this year. But that is going to be the end of the stream for today. Again, my name is Cryptic. I'm here with John Xfire. We just want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. Have a wonderful night, and we will see you tomorrow.